User seems to be interested in fiction or storytelling, specifically in the context of reincarnation, gaming, and high-stakes scenarios. They may enjoy detailed, narrative-based translations. Lu Ruyun, Sun Zi, you deserve to die. Inside the old rental house, Jiang Lang suddenly woke up with a terrifying, twisted look on his face. However, when he clearly saw the scene in front of him, he was momentarily stunned. The place he was in was exactly the rental house he had rented not long ago, but this rental house should have long been gone from his memory. I was reborn? Jiang Lang muttered blankly to himself, his gaze instinctively turning toward the clock hanging on the wall. The clock was left behind by the previous tenant of the rental house, an old electronic clock with years of history. The time was September 1, 2026, 1:23 and 26 seconds p.m. Seeing the time, Jiang Lang narrowed his eyes, his heart trembling violently. This time was 8 hours before the arrival of the divine game, which meant that in 7 hours and 37 minutes, the divine game would descend upon Blue Star. At this moment, no one knew who created the divine game or why it would come. But 8 hours later, at 9 o'clock, some people who were asleep would be pulled into the divine game. Those who were pulled into the divine game would lose their physical bodies in the real world. In the last life, this event caused an uproar, and the whole world was thrown into chaos. Later, as these people reappeared, people learned about the existence of the divine game and found out how to enter it. Then, the world changed. Because the divine game had a way to grant immortality. The method was simple: killing monsters in the divine game gave you a chance to earn copper coins, silver coins, gold coins, and other exclusive game currencies. These currencies could be exchanged for lifespan in the game's NPCs. Although the price was extremely high, 1 gold coin could only buy 1 minute of lifespan. But why does a person exist? Isn't it just to live? When this news came out, more and more people began entering the divine game to exchange for eternal life. Of course, the divine game was not a benevolent entity. In the game, people who died wouldn't truly die, but each death would cause them to lose 1 year of lifespan. Even the healthiest person, free of any diseases, could only live to be 100 years old at best. They could only die in the divine game 100 times. And that would only happen if they entered the divine game from birth. But even so, it couldn't stop more people from entering the game to exchange for life. Even under the pressure of infinite lifespan, the economies of various countries were affected. Common currencies became worthless, and people needed the game's currency to exchange for lifespan. But no one knew that the divine game was not as simple as a game where you could exchange lifespan. It would eventually invade the real world. This time was 1 year after the arrival of the divine game, and it was 9 p.m. Jiang Lang remembered that at that time, a phantom appeared in the sky of the real world, a projection of the scenes from the divine game. These projections fell from the void and, as time passed, gradually devoured the original city, replacing it with the world of the game. The invasion of the divine game had both good and bad results. The good news was that people could use the skills from the game and wear the game's equipment. The bad result was that large numbers of monsters from the game also descended with the divine game, starting a massive slaughter of humans. The worst situation was that death no longer meant losing a year of lifespan. After the game descended, dying truly meant dying, with no chance of resurrection. In the last life, Jiang Lang died in the monstrous siege and slaughter caused by the divine game, but he didn't hate those monsters. He hated Lu Ruyun and Sun Zi. Lu Ruyun was Jiang Lang's girlfriend, and they both attended the same university. User is working on translating a Chinese novel into English, aiming to keep the translation emotionally stirring and simple, ensuring direct translation without altering expressions. User is also focused on maintaining the original tone and emotional impact while using simple vocabulary. Lu Ruyun is 1 grade lower than Jiang Lang. The two met at a party. Lu Ruyun, with her fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs, was recognized as the school's campus goddess, and Jiang Lang couldn't understand how such a beautiful woman could have fallen for him. After all, he was just an orphan with both parents gone, with no savings at home, and his only relative was an unreliable old uncle who ran a small supermarket. Sun Zi was Jiang Lang's university roommate, a rich second generation who smiled at everyone and had a very good relationship with Jiang Lang. After the game Divine Arrival came, Jiang Lang was the first to know about it, but he didn't enter the game alone. He invited Lu Ruyun and Sun Zi to join him. The game Divine Arrival had many professions and many talents. The three of them entered the game together, but they chose different professions and got different talents. Lu Ruyun chose the mage profession but only received a B-level talent. Sun Zi was even worse, choosing the priest profession with a D-level talent. But Jiang Lang received a hidden class, Ironblood Warrior. It was a branch of the warrior profession, and he also got an A-level talent, Death Blow. With a girlfriend and a good buddy, Jiang Lang, who had both a strong profession and a strong talent, naturally wouldn't abandon them. He kept them both by his side, helping them level up and giving them the best equipment. It wasn't until the moment of his death that Jiang Lang realized the true nature of these two. They had been together since shortly after the game arrived. I only dated you to get closer to Sun Zi. You don't really think someone like you is worth my attention, do you? Old Jiang, actually, I didn't know about this, but I have a little flaw. I like to play with other people's girlfriends. You can rest easy. I'll keep this divine item safe for you. These were the last words Jiang Lang heard before his death, followed by a dagger stabbing into his side. Thinking about this, Jiang Lang instinctively touched his side. Luckily, my side is fine. Jiang Lang let out a long breath, and then his eyes grew dark again. Since he was reborn, this time he would never be the fool he was in his previous life. Lu Ruyun, Sun Zi, neither of them would get away with it. What a pity, I didn't even get to see what that divine item was, what its sequence number was. Jiang Lang muttered with some regret. That was his first divine item, and he died without even knowing its use. But it's fine. Out with the old, in with the new. No one knows yet that the game Divine Arrival has arrived, and in my last life, I wasted so much time because of those two jerks. My hidden class and A-level talent didn't show their full power. This time, without those two holding me back, I'm going to live for myself. Jiang Lang smiled, dismissed his thoughts about Lu Ruyun and Sun Zi, and looked at the clock on the wall. There were still nearly 8 hours before the Divine Arrival game came, but Jiang Lang knew that the game had already arrived. Only a few people knew about it. But those people couldn't notify others because they were already in the game. But he knew. Jiang Lang took a deep breath, his expression serious, and lightly uttered a few words. Enter the game. As those 4 words fell, Jiang Lang's figure slowly became transparent, and then disappeared. Chapter 2, Sequence 199, Quick Hand. Before him was a vast plaza, its style somewhat reminiscent of the Western fantasy games. This was the newbie village where Divine Arrival game players initially landed. Divine Arrival game had many newbie villages, each region's players entering different ones. The newbie village Jiang Lang entered was the one for the Lingjiang city area, Moonshadow Town. Looking at the familiar scene before him, a trace of nostalgia appeared in Jiang Lang's eyes. The newbie village can be said to be the most peaceful place in the Divine Arrival game. Once you leave the newbie village, peace will vanish for all players. In his past life, he lived in the Divine Arrival game for 7 years, with the first half spent in the newbie village, because he had to drag 2 deadweights along. There was no choice. He could hardly remember what the newbie village looked like. But when he saw it again, the familiar feeling from his memory hit him all at once. At this moment, there weren't many players in the newbie village square. With a quick glance, there were only about 20 to 30 people. After all, the Divine Arrival game had quietly descended only 30 minutes ago. These players weren't moving, their eyes were blank, staring into the void in front of them. Jiang Lang knew that they were all selecting their classes. Hanshin really didn't lie, the Divine Arrival game really did descend at 1 o'clock. Looking at the blank-eyed players, Jiang Lang couldn't help but mutter to himself. Hanshin was the nickname of the second strongest player in the Divine Arrival game, and in his past life, it was him who released the news about the game's early arrival. But back then, it was already after 9 o'clock, so even if they knew, it wouldn't help. In reality, the Divine Arrival game had already arrived at 1 o'clock, and it officially started at 9 in the evening. The time between 1 o'clock and 9 o'clock was like the closed beta period in online games. The players who entered the game early during this period were like beta testers. However, the way of becoming a beta tester in the Divine Arrival game was different from traditional online games. Traditional online games might allow access through lotteries or buying slots. In the Divine Arrival game, the method to get beta tester status was simple. All you had to do was say something like enter game, start game, or game start during the period between 1 o'clock and 9 o'clock. It didn't matter whether it was intentional or accidental. Of course, it was all accidental, since no one knew the Divine Arrival game had already descended. But who would randomly shout enter game without reason? This resulted in very few players entering the Divine Arrival game during these 8 hours. But for Jiang Lang, this was his opportunity. There's a saying, a fast step leads to many fast steps. In his past life, he got a hidden class and an A-level talent. This time, he couldn't be worse than his last life, right? Otherwise, what would be the meaning of his rebirth? While thinking, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in front of Jiang Lang. Please select a profession. As soon as the voice fell, a transparent light screen appeared in front of Jiang Lang, and a bunch of profession cards spun rapidly. After a few seconds, 3 cards with different patterns appeared in front of Jiang Lang. The profession selection in the Divine Arrival game was random, and players could choose from 3 randomly selected professions. In his past life, Jiang Lang had chosen the hidden profession Ironblood Warrior from these 3 cards. He wondered if this life would be better. However, when Jiang Lang's gaze fell on the 3 profession cards, he was stunned. Mage, Assassin, Warrior. It was actually 3 of the 5 basic professions. Is there a mistake? No Ironblood Warrior, fine, but 3 basic professions? Doesn't this mean my rebirth was pointless? Jiang Lang muttered unhappily, rubbing his eyes and looking again, but the 3 professions hadn't changed at all. About 5 or 6 seconds later, Jiang Lang cursed under his breath, damn. Although he was very dissatisfied inside, he still had to choose. Not choosing? When the divine arrival game invades the real world, ordinary people will only become lambs led to slaughter. Even players with professions would only be slightly stronger ants. Only players with similar strength would have a chance to survive. Only those top players like Hongchen would have a hope of surviving. With a heart full of dissatisfaction, Jiang Lang slowly reached his hand toward the card with the dagger on it. In his past life, he had fought as a fierce warrior long enough and no longer wanted to be someone else's shield. In this life, he decided to live for himself, and becoming an assassin seemed like a great choice. As for being a mage, too weak in the early stages, any random monster could easily kill you. It's better to be an assassin with high mobility. Do you wish to choose the assassin profession? Yes. Jiang Lang gritted his teeth and whispered. Congratulations on choosing the assassin profession. Swift Hands has triggered, and you will randomly receive the warrior profession as well. A question mark slowly appeared above Jiang Lang's head. What is this? What is Swift Hands? Confused, Jiang Lang suddenly remembered that in his previous life, just before he died, he had obtained a mysterious item shaped like a glove. No way. Jiang Lang muttered to himself, instinctively opening his backpack, and his pupils instantly contracted. In his backpack, there was a glove, completely green, with red diamonds embedded in the 5 fingers. It really is this thing. Jiang Lang's eyes lit up. The glove was exactly the same as the divine item he had obtained in his previous life. No. This is the same glove. It's been reborn with me? Jiang Lang mumbled, quickly starting to examine the glove's properties. Sequence 199, Swift Hands. Type, divine item. Effect 1, when making a choice, you can quickly seize one of the remaining random options while the rules are unaware. Effect 2, when you receive a kill reward, you will randomly receive an additional reward, with no limitations on the type. Effect 3, when possessing the divine item Swift Bracers, Swift Hands can trigger once more. Jiang Lang's eyes widened in shock. 199. It's actually a divine item ranked 199. What kind of luck did I have? The first divine item I receive is ranked 199, and it has been reborn with me. Divine items are very special in the game, Divine Realm, and it is said there are a total of 20,000 of them. Of course, the higher the rank, the better the item, with stronger effects. Each divine item has completely different effects, some good, some bad. But this does not dampen players' enthusiasm for divine items. Because divine items are not equipment, players don't need to wear them, they just need to keep them in their backpacks to activate. They are more like buffs. For this reason, a player can own many divine items. More importantly, the conditions to obtain divine items are quite easy. You don't need to defeat powerful bosses or clear difficult dungeons. You might even get a divine item just by killing a low-level monster near a beginner village. In his past life, Jiang Lang had heard a rumor. A female player nicknamed Little Wildcat obtained a divine item simply by killing a level 5, poisonous toad, in a beginner village. Agility Curse Stone, divine item ranked 354. Its effect was to reduce the player's agility attribute by 90%, but every 5 levels, the lost attributes would be doubled as a return. Little Wildcat used this divine item to rise to become the 9th ranked player in Divine Realm. Chapter 3, X-Luck. Swift Hands is a divine item ranked 199, much higher than Little Wildcat's item. Its effects are also not inferior to Agility Curse Stone. Many rewards in Divine Realm require players to choose one of them, but with Swift Hands, he could select one extra reward. Although it's random, it still gives him one more reward than other players. Even if he doesn't need the reward, he could sell it for gold, which could then be exchanged for lifespan. Lifespan is the core of this game, and Jiang Lang couldn't afford to risk dying without enough. And there's the second effect, killing monsters could yield an extra reward, giving Jiang Lang a head start. Lastly, the third effect, if he obtains the Swift Bracers, Swift Hands could trigger twice. Jiang Lang was filled with joy, but then he suddenly froze. If the profession selection can trigger Swift Hands, could the talent selection also trigger it? With this thought, Jiang Lang didn't hesitate at all. Starting the talent selection. Randomizing talents, please wait. Acquired warrior class S tier talent, Will of the Trapped. Will of the Trapped, every time you take damage, it will never exceed 10% of your maximum health. Swift Hands activated, randomly acquiring warrior class D tier talent, Stone Skin. Stone Skin reduces physical damage by 5%. Randomizing talents, please wait. Acquired archer class C tier talent, Double Strike. Double Strike, your attacks have a chance to deal double damage. Swift Hands activated, randomly acquiring X tier talent, Luck. Luck, your luck increases by 1. 4 talents? Jiang Lang stood frozen in place. With Swift Hands activated, he had expected to maybe get 2 talents, but he never imagined getting 4. But then he thought, since he had 2 professions, isn't it only natural to get 4 talents? Although 2 of the talents were low level, C tier and D tier, after all, they were given to him for free, why not take them? Not to mention, he also had a warrior class S tier talent as a safety net. What confused Jiang Lang was the luck talent. What does increasing luck by 1 mean? The description didn't clearly indicate that it was an archer class talent, and it was X tier, too. Jiang Lang had survived 7 years in the game, Divinity's Descent, and all he knew was that talent levels ranged from S to D. As for X tier, he had never even heard of it. It should be even better than S tier, right? Jiang Lang could only comfort himself this way. There was nothing else he could do, the game's rules gave so little explanation. What exactly luck plus 1 does, he had no clue. Jiang Lang was full of joy, he didn't waste his rebirth. Although this rebirth hadn't given him a better profession, he had acquired 2 professions and 4 talents. 1 plus 1 doesn't always equal 2, sometimes it might be more than 2. The warrior class had high health and thick defense, but its attack power was low and its speed was slow. The assassin's strength lay in its high mobility, stealth, and strong attacks, but it was fragile. But Jiang Lang possessed the traits of both the warrior and assassin professions, something no ordinary player could compare to. Even if he encountered a hidden profession player, Jiang Lang felt he could give it a try. Open the panel. Jiang Lang opened his data panel, ready to check. After all, everything before was just his own guess. What if the 2 profession traits didn't merge and he had to switch between them separately? That would be a disaster. But after seeing the panel, Jiang Lang let out a sigh of relief. Player nickname, none. Profession, warrior/assassin. Level, 1. Experience, 0 out of 100. Attack, 80, agility attribute *10. Health, 70, strength attribute *10. Defense, 0. Strength 7, related to health, physical defense, and attack power. Agility, 8, related to speed and physical attack power. Spirit, 7, related to magic defense and magic attack power. Luck, 1. Talents, Will of the Trapped, S, Stone Skin, D, Double Strike, C, Luck, X. Skills, Intimidation, D, Stealth, D. Divine Item, Swift Hands. Equipment, none. Backpack, Beginner's Longsword, Bronze, Beginner's Heavy Armor, Bronze, Beginner's Dagger, Bronze, Beginner's Leather Armor, Bronze. Currency, none. Remaining lifespan, 62 years. Jiang Lang nodded to himself. Aside from the talents, skills, divine item, and the extra luck, everything else was almost the same as in his previous life. The skills were given based on the chosen professions, and the equipment was the same. Unfortunately, neither of these were rewards, and Swift Hands couldn't be triggered. However, Jiang Lang could see something from his panel, just as he had thought, his 2 professions had indeed merged. In his previous life, without any equipment, his attack power was 70 points, not the 80 points he had now. This was because his previous profession was Ironblood Warrior, and the warrior profession's attack power was tied to strength. Assassins and archers, on the other hand, had their attack power tied to agility. But this time, his attack power wasn't 70 points, it was 80 points, showing that the 2 professions had truly merged. The game's rules selected the higher of his strength and agility attributes as his attack power. It's a pity, it would have been great if they could be combined. Jiang Lang muttered in dissatisfaction. People are like this. Even when the results they get are already good, they still want something better. Unfortunately, the rules won't change just because of his complaints, and Jiang Lang could only give up. After understanding everything, Jiang Lang decided to leave the novice village and go level up. As for equipment, he chose the novice dagger and novice leather armor. Novice dagger, bronze level. Attack plus 10. Note, a plain, unremarkable dagger. Novice leather armor, bronze level. Health plus 100. Note, 100 health points, let's see how many hits you can take. In reality, the attributes of these 4 bronze level pieces of equipment were all the same. The weapon increased attack by 10 points, and the armor increased health by 100 points. The only difference was in the weight of the equipment and the defense value. In the Divine Realm game, there is a defense attribute, and equipment that can increase defense is incredibly rare. Even a piece of equipment that only adds a bit of defense will cause many players to fight for it. Because in Divine Realm, even a single point of defense can reduce 1% of the damage taken. The maximum defense a player can get is no more than 50 points. Later on, the monsters become extremely powerful, and a single swipe can deal tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of damage to a player. But if you have equipment that increases your defense, it can greatly improve your survival chances. Novice equipment has no defense attributes, but the armor itself has different defense values. It's needless to say that heavy armor provides better defense than leather armor. But Jiang Lang didn't choose to wear heavy armor because heavy armor is too heavy. He was thinking of using his assassin identity to hunt novice monsters. After all, the monsters around the novice village don't have anti-stealth abilities, so Jiang Lang felt that sneaking up to kill monsters was much safer than facing them head-on. After making his decision, Jiang Lang walked towards the outskirts of the novice village. P.S. Currently available public information. Divine Object Sequence 199, Swift Hands. Chapter 4, Cluck Cluck Chicken. Outside Moonshadow Town lies a vast plain, the exact size of which no one knows. It seems endless. When Jiang Lang arrived here, he took the opportunity to give himself a game nicknamed Moonshadow. Named after Moonshadow Town. He originally planned to pick a name like Wu Yanzu or Jie Chou, but Divine Realm isn't like a normal game. You can't change your nickname like in traditional games. A nice nickname can't be sold for money, so there's no need. He also took a look at the 2 professional skills he had acquired. Intimidation de-releases battle intent towards the target, causing the target to enter a stiff state for 1 second, cooldown 10 seconds. Invisibility, enter stealth mode for 6 seconds, cooldown 18 seconds. Attacking breaks the stealth state and adds 20 physical damage. After looking at them, Jiang Lang curled his lips. One is a control skill, the other is stealth, both are the lowest level professional skills, nothing special. At this point, there were already many players on the plain, either alone or in small groups, fighting monsters. These were large chicken-like creatures, split into 2 types, Cluck Cluck chickens and Cuckoo chickens, both level 1. Cuckoo chickens are hens, while Cluck Cluck chickens are roosters. Jiang Lang's gaze fell on a novice monster about 7 or 8 meters away from him, and the monster's data appeared before his eyes. Cuckoo chicken. Race, beast race. Level, 1. Health, 150. Attack, 60. Defense, 0. Strength, 5. Agility, 6. Spirit, 6. Skill, Crazy Chicken Cluck. Note, Cluck Cluck. From the data panel, the Cuckoo chicken's health is a bit higher than the player's, but its other attributes are worse. But Jiang Lang knew the truth was different. The reason is the Cuckoo chicken's skill, Crazy Chicken Cluck. This is not an attack skill and doesn't cause any damage to players, but it is a summon-like skill. The Crazy Chicken cry summoned by the Gugu chicken was not other chickens, but the nearby rooster, the Gogo chicken. When its health drops below 50, the Gugu chicken will unleash a skill to summon all the Gogo chickens within 50 meters to assist. And the Gogo chicken is the monster players need to worry about. Jiang Lang looked at a player beside him on his right hand. He was a little chubby, and judging by his outfit, his profession was probably a mage. He held a staff in his hand and was launching fireballs at the monster in front of him. His opponent was a Gugu chicken. The little chubby guy probably wasn't very good at games in the real world, as his aim was poor. His fireballs rarely hit the Gugu chicken. As fireballs rained down, finally, one fireball successfully hit the Gugu chicken. The Gugu chicken's health instantly dropped to 30 points. The little chubby guy's face lit up with joy, but Jiang Lang shook his head. As expected, this little chubby guy was going to die. Sure enough, after taking a fireball, the Gugu chicken didn't continue attacking but stopped and raised its head to let out a Gugu cry. The sound was brief and urgent, but the scene changed drastically. All the Gogo chickens within 50 meters, as if receiving a signal, stopped their movements and looked at the little chubby guy with fierce eyes. The next second, a chaotic Gogoda cry echoed as 5 or 6 half-meter-tall red-crowned roosters charged at the little chubby guy at the same time. The little chubby guy's face instantly turned ashen. The Gogo chickens were fast, their agility at 8, almost equivalent to a normal human speed. The 50-meter distance was covered by them in just 2 or 3 seconds. The little chubby guy tried to run, but the 5 or 6 Gogo chickens surrounded him from all directions. He had no way to escape. With the first Gogo chicken's arrival, its yellow-glowing sharp beak pecked at the little chubby guy's thigh. A line of crimson text appeared above his head. Health minus 160. Immediately after, the little chubby guy let out a terrible scream, and his figure vanished into a puff of green smoke. He was dead. Although the game Divine Descent was a game, the feeling was as real as life. The little chubby guy's scream was not fake. Jiang Lang's eyes sharpened, and his gaze fixed on the Gogo chicken that had pecked the little chubby guy to death. Gogo chicken. Race, beast. Level, 1. Health, 180. Attack, 80. Defense, 0. Strength, 8. Agility, 7. Spirit, 6. Skill, Chicken Beak Heavy Strike. Note, Gogoda. Brother Cohen. With 80 attack, an average player could withstand at most 2 hits. With only 70 health, if a player like him didn't have the battlefield will talent, even 1 hit would be enough to kill him. Not to mention that all the Gogo chickens within 50 meters would attack at the same time. As for the health minus 160 above the little chubby guy's head, that was naturally due to the Go-Go Chicken's skill. Chicken Beak Heavy Strike. Each attack causes damage equal to attack power *2. The little chubby guy's strength attribute was likely very low, probably not even reaching 6 points. Even with the mage's beginner robe, his health probably didn't exceed 160 points. So, a single peck from the Go-Go Chicken killed him. This is the terrifying aspect of Divine Descent. Even a low-level monster isn't something players can easily kill. Especially since most players currently choose to deal with the seemingly weaker Goo-Goo Chickens, but in reality, this kind of monster is the hardest to handle. The best choice for a beginner player is actually the Go-Go Chicken. Although it's dangerous, they won't be surrounded. As for the Go-Go Chicken's deadly attack, it can actually be easily avoided by dodging when it strikes, or by using control skills. But the best solution is actually to form a team, preferably with a warrior player. Warrior player's starting skill is Intimidate, which is excellent for limiting the Go-Go Chicken's attacks. But all this was unnecessary for Jiang Lang. It not only has the warrior profession's skill of intimidation, but also the assassin profession's stealth. Jiang Lang secretly calculated his attack power. After equipping the beginner's dagger, he had 90 points of attack, plus the 20 points from breaking stealth, meaning one strike could deal 110 points of damage to a clucked chicken. The clucked chicken doesn't have a counter-stealth skill, so in stealth, it wouldn't even be able to react to his attack. After breaking stealth, another strike would definitely kill the clucked chicken. Even if he messed up, the intimidation skill would cover him. A second of hard control would be enough to kill the clucked chicken with low health. He could do it. Jiang Lang took a deep breath and focused his gaze on the clucked chicken closest to him. This clucked chicken was one of the ones that had surrounded and killed the little fatso earlier, but it hadn't gotten the kill and was now digging in the dirt. Jiang Lang tightened his grip on the dagger and stepped toward the clucked chicken. The clucked chicken's aggro range is 10 meters, players who enter this range will be attacked by it. Jiang Lang quickly approached the clucked chicken, activating stealth just before reaching the 10-meter mark, then sprinted forward. The 10-meter distance could be covered in just over 2 seconds, and by the time he got close, the clucked chicken had no idea he was right next to it. Jiang Lang didn't waste time, his dagger flashed cold and went straight for the clucked chicken's neck. 110. Cluck. The clucked chicken let out a tragic scream, wildly shaking its head as blood splattered everywhere. Jiang Lang revealed himself with this strike, and the clucked chicken immediately saw the killer who heard it. The golden beak, like a sharp sword, stabbed toward Jiang Lang's chest. However, Jiang Lang's speed was even faster. He had been prepared. The moment the clucked chicken's head turned toward him, Jiang Lang's dagger slashed again toward the clucked chicken's neck. 90. Chapter 5, One Strike, a legendary item? Kill the monster clucked chicken, gain 1 experience, 1 copper coin. Swift hands activated, you receive a divine item, Bloodthirsty Mad Blade. What? Jiang Lang's hand was still suspended in the air, his pupils filled with disbelief. A divine item? He just killed a wild chicken and got a divine item? In his past life, when Little Wildcat killed a level 5 poisonous toad and got a divine item, it was already shocking enough, but now he had killed a level 1 clucked chicken and received a divine item? In his previous life, he had been in the divinity game for 7 years and only received a divine item just before he died. But now... Jiang Lang swallowed, still unable to believe it. His heart raced. Was it because of luck? Jiang Lang could only attribute it to his luck talent, there didn't seem to be any other good explanation. Is a bit of luck really that powerful? I wonder if the luck attribute can be upgraded. Jiang Lang muttered to himself. But now wasn't the time to think about that. He was more eager to check out the new divine item. This was a divine item, after all. With great anticipation, he opened his backpack. A bloody curved blade quietly lay there. Bloodthirsty Mad Blade. Rank 26, Bloodthirsty Mad Blade. Type, Divine Item. Effect, every 2 points of health can be converted into 1 point of attack power. The amount of health converted is controlled by the holder, and the conversion can only happen once. Once converted, the health cannot be changed again. Rank 26 Divine Item. Jiang Lang felt his heartbeat even faster. In his past life, he had heard that the highest ranked divine item was ranked 3rd, the God Slayer Sword, which was owned by a player known as Unseen Flower, whose real name was Chen Rongxing. He was also the most powerful expert among the Longsha players and an official. It was said he was a border defense soldier. He had apparently entered the divinity game during the closed beta. As for how he got the God Slayer Sword, no one knew that Chen Rongxing had never spoken. And now, what he had obtained, the Bloodthirsty Mad Blade, though ranked lower than the God-slaying sword, was enough to make Jiang Lang happy. This was a divine item ranked within the top 50. In his past life, not to mention items ranked within the top 50 or even 100, even a divine item ranked within the 1,000 or 10,000 would make players fight fiercely. A divine item ranked within the top 50 would always lead to the death of many players every time it appeared. Jiang Lang couldn't imagine what would happen if other players found out that he had obtained a divine item ranked 26. No, wait. The Divine Descendant game hasn't fully descended yet. There are even fewer players who know about divine items, maybe none at all. Why am I thinking so much? Jiang Lang gave a wry smile, and his slight unease eased quite a bit. He took another look at the second divine item he had obtained and found himself liking it more and more. In his eyes, this divine item seemed to be tailor-made just for him. The effect of the Bloodthirsty Mad Blade was to convert health into attack power. Other players might easily be killed by monsters if they lost health. But he wouldn't. The effect of Battlefield Will was that each attack received couldn't exceed 10% of his maximum health. This meant that even if he only had 10 health left, a divine attack could only take away 1 drop of his health. And the warrior class is known for its high health and defense. As his level increased, his strength and health would also grow, and as his health increased, his attack power would rise as well. Assassin skills, on the other hand, were tied to attack power. The higher the attack power, the greater the damage. Jiang Lang sucked in a cold breath and slowly reached a conclusion. The higher his strength, the thicker his health, the higher his health, the higher his attack power, and the higher his attack power, the stronger he became. Wasn't this a divine item tailor-made for him? This was his true fate divine item. But with this, Jiang Lang's original plan was thrown off. He had originally planned to put all his attribute points into agility, since the higher his agility, the higher his attack power. But now, with this, the higher his strength, the more his attack power would be maximized. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Lang decided that most of his future attribute points would go into strength, with the rest into agility. After all, 1 point of agility only increased his attack power by 10, but with the Bloodthirsty Mad Blade, 1 point of strength increased his attack power by 15. Jiang Lang felt that this was the way to go. After all, with his dual-class profession, even if he added less agility, the agility he would gain from leveling up wouldn't be too low. Without hesitation, once he had made his decision, Jiang Lang directly reduced his health to 10 points. The remaining 60 points of health were converted into 30 points of attack power. He opened the panel and smiled wide. Player nickname, Moonshadow. Class, Warrior/Assassin. Level, 1. Experience, 1/100. Attack, 170, 80 agility plus 10 dagger plus 80 bloodthirsty mad blade. Health, 10. Defense, 0. Strength, 7. Agility, 8. Spirit, 7. Luck, 1. Talent, Battlefield Will, S, Stone Skin, D, Double Strike, C, Luck, X. Skills, Intimidation, D, Stealth, D. Divine Items, Swift Hand, Bloodthirsty Mad Blade. Equipment, Beginner Dagger, Bronze, Beginner Leather Armor, Bronze. Backpack, Beginner Longsword, Bronze, Beginner Heavy Armor, Bronze. Currency, 1 copper coin. Remaining lifespan, 62 years. Nice. Jiang Lang swung his fist hard, roaring inside. With 170 attack power, plus 20 damage for breaking invisibility, his strike could now deal 190 damage. The Clucking Chicken had only 180 health, and the Gurgling Chicken, even less, only 150. This meant that he could now kill these tough newbie monsters with a single strike, which would be a challenge for other players. One hit, one Clucking Brother. No danger at all. Jiang Lang beamed with joy, eager to start leveling up. He had no intention of stopping at just one divine item. Really? He scanned the area and saw that the nearby players were still struggling against Clucking Brothers and Clucking Sisters. The already few players had noticeably dwindled. Unsurprisingly, those players probably ended up getting killed just like Little Fatty. Jiang Lang didn't care about these people's lives or deaths, nor did he have any intention of warning them. He had been through this kind of situation himself. What's wrong with taking a hit? A great person once said, only through practice can truth be found. Besides, even if he kindly reminded them, they might think he was meddling, and maybe even secretly mock him. He wasn't going to do such a foolish thing. Jiang Lang figured it wouldn't take long before these people would choose to team up to hunt monsters, although this would split the experience, but it was the safest method. After all, compared to splitting experience, dying once would cost a whole year of lifespan. Anyone who wasn't an idiot would make the right choice. He saw another warrior player die under the siege of the Clucking Chickens and shook his head helplessly. Damn it! Koan brother, I'm coming. Chapter 6, Level Up, Poisoning. Minus 190. Killed monster Clucking Chicken, gained 1 experience, 1 copper coin. Swift Hands triggered, gained 1 experience. Minus 190. Killed monster Clucking Chicken, gained 1 experience, 1 copper coin. Swift Hands triggered, gained 2 copper coins. Minus 190. Killed monster Goo Goo Chicken, gained 1 experience, 1 copper coin. Swift hands triggered, gained skill book poisoning. Minus 190. Killed monster Goo Goo Chicken, gained 1 experience, 1 copper coin. Swift hands triggered, gained iron bow, bronze level, *1. Minus 190. Killed. The dagger sliced through the neck of a clucking chicken, and Jiang Lang helplessly shook off the blood from the blade. His luck seemed to have run out. After killing the first clucking chicken, the swift hands hadn't stolen any rare items for him in the last hour. In that hour, he killed a total of 76 clucking chickens. Most of the rewards were copper coins, a little experience, and some miscellaneous materials, such as chicken meat, chicken feet, etc. These things could be used as materials to craft equipment, or they could be eaten as food. The best rewards were a skill book for the assassin profession, poisoning, and an iron bow. Poisoning adds poison effect to the next attack, lasting 2 seconds, causing magic damage equal to 0.5 of attack power per second. Cooldown, 20 seconds. It was a pretty decent skill, but unfortunately Jiang Lang couldn't use it right now. His attack power had already exceeded the health of the starter monsters, killing them with 1 hit, so the poison effect wouldn't be effective. But Jiang Lang still learned it. Just because he couldn't use it now didn't mean he wouldn't in the future. Damage overtime skills were really useful for fighting high health bosses. As for the iron bow, it was a weapon for the archer class, which he couldn't use either. Opening the panel, he saw that he needed just 2 more clucking chickens to level up. Jiang Lang calmed his mind and focused on a clucking chicken in the distance. He approached, went invisible, and slit its neck, all in one smooth motion. Killed monster Goo Goo Chicken, gained 1 experience, 1 copper coin. Swift hands triggered, gained 1 experience. Level up, your level has increased to 2, strength +2, agility +2, spirit +1. Gained 1 free attribute point. Swift hands triggered, gained all attributes +1. Jiang Lang's eyes flashed. Leveling up gave him +2 to his main profession attributes and 1 free attribute point. Since he was both a warrior and assassin, both strength and agility were his main attributes. What surprised him was that the attribute rewards from leveling up could also trigger swift hands? That was a pretty good outcome. Jiang Lang thought for a moment and allocated the free attribute point to strength, just as he had originally planned. Player nickname, Moonshadow. Profession, warrior/assassin. Level, 2. Experience, 0 out of 200. Attack, 220, 110 strength plus 10 dagger plus 100 bloodthirsty blade. Health, 10. Defense, 0. Strength, 11. Agility, 11. Spirit, 9. Luck, 1. Talent, determination to trap the army, S, stone skin, D, double strike, C, luck, X. Skills, intimidate, D, invisibility, D, poisoning, D. Divine items, swift hands, bloodthirsty blade. Equipment, beginner's dagger, bronze, beginner's leather armor, bronze. Backpack, slightly empty. Currency, 122 copper coins. Remaining lifespan, 62 years. Attack power exceeded 200 points. Congratulations. Main attributes have all reached double digits, and the country is fully paid off. But this luck attribute is still stuck at 1, not increasing at all? Is it just sitting there watching? Jiang Lang felt a bit displeased, curled his lips, but there was nothing he could do about it. An hour's time, leveling up by 2 levels, not bad. Jiang Lang nodded in satisfaction. In his previous life, he remembered it took him an entire day to level up by 2 levels, the reason being those 2 bitches, Lu Ruyun and Sun Zi. When players team up, the experience points are split evenly, so the 3 of them needed to kill 3 Kuan brothers to each get some experience. Carrying 2 useless teammates, even if they could kill 300 Kuan brothers in a day, Jiang Lang was already very strong. Of course, it was all because of his A-level talent, Last Ditch Strike. The effect of Last Ditch Strike is that when taking damage, you won't die immediately, but will remain with a bit of health for 3 seconds, during which each attack deals 3 times the lost health as damage, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Jiang Lang relied on this talent and fought head-on with the Kuan brothers, carrying Lu Ruyun and Sun Zi to level up. And those 2 useless teammates, one just shouted 666 from the back, the other couldn't even cast Fireball correctly, worse than the little fatty from before. It's so nice not having useless baggage dragging me down. Jiang Lang sighed with satisfaction. Suddenly, chaotic footsteps came from behind, followed by a shout. Bro, did you kill this chicken? Jiang Lang froze for a moment, then immediately used Divine Presence, the game's ability to mask his face, and turned around after covering his face. Behind him were 5 people, and judging by their attire, each had a different profession. All 5 basic professions were present. This was a complete 5-person team. The leader was a man under 30, and judging by his outfit, he should be a warrior. His position also indicated that he was likely the team leader. This was normal, many team leaders were warriors. A team can lack mages, assassins, or archers, but it cannot lack warriors and priests. These two professions are indispensable, one provides the shield, the other maintains the team's stamina for battle. Of course, this was the configuration of a normal team. There are some unusual teams though, which are quite bizarre. Jiang Lang once saw a 5-person team all made up of mages, but they were all very powerful grandmasters, casting powerful spells that covered the sky, practically never needing shields or healing. Players called this 5-person mage team the Explosion Mage Team. Jiang Lang seemed to remember they were all from Haicheng. The 5 people before him definitely didn't have such power, and this was still during the internal testing phase of Divine Presence, when there weren't many players, and forming a normal 5-person team was already impressive. Jiang Lang guessed they had probably died to the Kuan brothers at least once before choosing to team up for leveling. Bro, are you gonna talk or not? Did you kill this chicken? P.S. Current public information. Divine Object Sequence 354, Agility Curse Stone. Effect, lose 90% of current agility, but for every 5 levels, the lost attribute is doubled and returned. Chapter 7, 1. The warrior leader frowned when Jiang Lang didn't speak, and asked again. Jiang Lang snapped back to his senses, just about to nod when he heard a young man behind the warrior speak. 1. Why are you wasting your breath with him? He's an assassin, do you think he can solo kill these chickens? I'm also an assassin, and I've tried twice already, even with invisibility, I can only deal 1 hit to these chickens, and after invisibility ends, I'll die for sure. Jiang Lang turned his head and glanced at the young man who spoke. The young man was in his early 20s, looking about the same age as Jiang Lang, dressed in basic starter leather armor with a dagger. Just like his current outfit, he was also an assassin. But the way he looked at Jiang Lang made Jiang Lang very uncomfortable, filled with disdain. Jiang Lang could understand what the assassin was thinking. As fellow assassins, if Jiang Lang could kill a monster that this rookie assassin couldn't, wouldn't that mean Jiang Lang was stronger than him? We are all rookie players, all assassins, so why should you be stronger than me? In the end, it was his pride and jealousy at play. The young man didn't want to admit that Jiang Lang, as a fellow assassin, was better than him. Little Jun is right. Brother Wang, even Little Jun, an A-level talent assassin, can't solo kill a Gugu chicken. His talent can't be higher than Little Jun's, right? I bet he's also in a team, but his teammates are all dead, and he's lucky he's still alive. Moreover, he's hiding his face. Maybe he's a murderer in real life. Jiang Lang slightly frowned and looked at the speaker with a dark expression. The one speaking was a woman, standing very close to the assassin. Their eyes and brows looked 70 to 80% alike, probably siblings. What made Jiang Lang angry was that he didn't know this woman at all, and she immediately insulted him as a murderer. What kind of logic was that? This square lady, what you said is not wrong. This chicken was indeed not killed by me. I was just lucky to survive under the protection of my teammates. Jiang Lang said with a smile, looking at the woman. He didn't intend to insult her, but the woman's body shape was literally square. Well, Jiang Lang was indeed insulting the woman. After all, wasn't she the one who fired the first shot? Having lived in the Game God's Descent for 7 years, Jiang Lang had seen too many dirty, petty things and knew human nature all too well. Plus, the things Lu Ruyun and Sun Zi had done to him, Jiang Lang felt his ability to judge people was frighteningly strong now. This woman opposite him, judging by her words, was definitely not a nice person. Maybe in the real world, she was a powerful, punch-throwing little fairy boxer. But to Jiang Lang's surprise, after his words, the square lady froze for a moment, and then her face turned extremely ferocious. Are you saying I have a big head and ears? You have a big head and ears. Your whole family has big heads and ears. Little Jun, look. This is a bottom-tier man. A murderer. So disgusting. Now it was Jiang Lang's turn to be stunned. Brother, where did I say anything about a big head and ears? Although she had some self-awareness, I never said that. Did this woman have a problem with her brain? Jiang Lang frowned, looking at the square lady with a puzzled gaze. Unexpectedly, Jiang Lang's gaze made the square lady even more furious. Little Jun, he's glaring at me. Disgusting. A bottom-tier man, a murderer, and he dares to glare at me? Little Jun, kill him for me. Hearing this, Jiang Lang squinted and looked at the square lady with cold eyes. He didn't want to have conflicts with other players right now. For him, this was the best opportunity to level up. But things didn't go as Jiang Lang had hoped. Stop. Li Jun. A warrior with the last name Wang shouted, but it was too late. As soon as the square lady finished speaking, the assassin beside her had already disappeared. Invisible. The assassin's starting skill. Jiang Lang's pupils shrank suddenly. He didn't have any anti-invisibility skills now, so he couldn't see the young assassin after he became invisible. But Jiang Lang wasn't panicking. With his strategic will talent, he could endure up to 9 attacks. With this talent, let alone the young assassin, even an A-level assassin couldn't kill him with a single strike. Not even a god could do it. The distance between them was not far, only 2 or 3 meters. A gust of wind blew by, accompanied by a strong smell of smoke. Jiang Lang knew the young assassin had already arrived at his side. He couldn't see, but he could feel the breeze from the left side, so the young assassin should be on his left. But Jiang Lang made no move, simply standing silently, his expression dark and gloomy. He had his own thoughts, he did not plan to dodge the strike, but the moment the young assassin appeared, that would be his time to die. A sharp pain shot through Jiang Lang's left side, but the corner of his mouth twisted into a strange grin. He suddenly spun around, the dagger glowing green slicing toward the left. On his left side, the young assassin stared in shock at his own dagger, his eyes filled with disbelief. For, the moment his dagger struck Jiang Lang, an extremely strange line of numbers appeared before his eyes. -1. 1 point? How is this possible? The young assassin shouted in surprise, but his gaze caught the rapidly approaching dagger, causing his pupils to widen. He tried to run, but it was too late. Jiang Lang's speed was too fast, almost as soon as he felt the pain, he reacted. Moreover, the young assassin had been stunned for a moment by the bizarre damage number, losing the chance to escape. But even if he hadn't been stunned, Jiang Lang would not have missed his chance to kill him. Don't forget, he still had the skill intimidation. 1 second, such a short distance, it was enough for Jiang Lang to do many things. No! Spare me! The warrior captain yelled loudly, but unfortunately, Jiang Lang had no intention of stopping. Since he was ready to kill, he had to be prepared to be killed in return. Jiang Lang decided to give these people a lesson with his actions. The dagger sliced through the young assassin's arm, showing a number that was worlds apart from the one when Jiang Lang was wounded. -440. 400 points? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The warrior captain had already moved when Jiang Lang countered, probably trying to stop Jiang Lang from going all out. But the moment he took a step, he was frozen in place by the sudden appearance of this number. 440. Could this really be the damage a rookie assassin could deal? Wang Ping stood frozen, his mouth wide open. Behind him, the remaining 3 also stared at Jiang Lang in disbelief, one mage-dressed lady even unconsciously taking a step back, her face full of fear. Jiang Lang scratched his chin, his expression strange. Damn it, this is crazy. I killed more than 70 Kuan brothers before and didn't trigger the double strike talent, but the first time I use it to kill a player. Chapter 8, Call the Police, You Catch Me. Jiang Lang stared in surprise at the dagger in his hand, while the 3 opposite him looked at him with fear in their eyes. The atmosphere around them was strange, with only the soft breeze rustling the grass. Even when a giggling chicken appeared a few meters away, no one reacted. The odd atmosphere lasted for several seconds before Jiang Lang broke the silence. He flicked the blood off his dagger and looked past the warrior captain at the square-shaped lady behind him. This square-shaped lady, you said something very right, I am indeed a murderer. But not a murderer in the real world, rather a murderer in the game god's arrival. Call the police, you catch me. The square-shaped lady's pupils shrank to pinpricks, and hearing Jiang Lang's words, she didn't refute, only retreating repeatedly. You're not calling the police to catch me? Then it's not my fault. How do you want to die? No. I don't want to die. You've already killed Xiaojun, you can't kill me. The square-shaped lady screamed, her words leaving Jiang Lang stunned, and even her teammates looked at her in disbelief. Jiang Lang was confused, was this woman really normal? Jiang Lang shook his head, not intending to think too much about it. He lifted his right leg, taking a step forward, and his figure vanished in an instant. Ah! He killed someone. Help me. Seeing this, the square-shaped lady immediately screamed and turned to run. User is a top-notch best-selling novel translation expert, but she is a priest, and combined with her physique, her base agility is definitely not high. Jiang Lang is an assassin, and his level has reached 2, so his agility is certainly not something the square lady can compare to. In less than 2 seconds, Jiang Lang, who was invisible, appeared behind the square lady. Without any hesitation, the dagger was directly thrust into the square lady's back. -240. This time, the double strike talent did not trigger, but the damage increased by breaking invisibility, reaching 240 points. But this damage is something a level 1 player cannot bear. The square lady did not even scream, turning into a shadow and disappearing. Before the divine arrival game fully descended into the real world, as long as the lifespan was sufficient, no player would truly die. Whether it's the young assassin or the square lady, they would return to the resurrection square in Moonshadow Town, with only 1 year of life lost. After killing the square lady, Jiang Lang's figure also reappeared in the sight of the other 3 players. He turned around and looked at the remaining 3, who instinctively took a few steps back. The fairly good-looking mage sister even tripped over a rock while retreating, falling on her bottom. This seemed to break her tightly strung nerves, and she cried out loud, "Wah!" Whoa, don't kill me. I don't even know them, I just wanted to level up, I didn't know they wanted to kill people. Ah. Mom, I miss you, I want to leave this game. Jiang Lang looked at the mage sister sitting on the ground, crying uncontrollably, and found it quite interesting. Not all players are like the square lady, who was so brain-dead, even the players who entered the game at this time were full of doubts. Jiang Lang shifted his gaze to the other two. Aside from the mage sister, there was still a man in his 40s, a shooter by profession. From his face, he seemed to be a straightforward and honest person. Seeing Jiang Lang looking at him, the man nervously stepped back a few more steps. I mean no harm, I don't even know how I came to this world. I just wanted to play a game called Egg Master Party with my daughter, but before I even entered the game, I ended up here. I don't know those two people from before. It was Xiao Wang who asked me to join his team, saying he knew how to leave, and that's why I joined this team. Really, I really don't have any intention of hurting you. I also don't have that ability. The honest man said nervously, afraid Jiang Lang might suddenly kill him at any moment. After hearing the honest man's words, Jiang Lang's eyes flickered, and he looked with interest at the warrior team leader. You know how to leave here? When Jiang Lang asked this question, he felt a little uneasy inside. The way to leave here is simple, just reach level 3. However, the Divine Arrival game rules would not inform players of this. Once a player's level reaches 3, they would naturally know. Jiang Lang knew this because he was a reincarnated player, so it was normal for him to know this condition. But how could the warrior team leader know? The warrior team leader had not hidden his level, and Jiang Lang could clearly see his glaring level 1. The only conclusion is, the warrior team leader is also a reincarnated player. But Jiang Lang thought this was impossible. If he were a reincarnated player, he shouldn't still be stuck at level 1, and he couldn't have formed a 5-person team. Even if the warrior team leader's talent wasn't great, a normal warrior class plus an output class would be enough. Having more people would only delay leveling up. So Jiang Lang didn't think the warrior team leader was a reincarnated player. He was very curious about how the warrior team leader knew the condition to leave the game. Hearing Jiang Lang's question, a hint of an awkward smile appeared on the face of the warrior captain. He scratched his head and said, somewhat embarrassed. Actually, I don't really know. As soon as he said this, Jiang Lang didn't speak, but the honest man beside him widened his eyes. Damn, are you lying to me? The warrior captain awkwardly apologized, then looked at Jiang Lang. I truly don't know. I can't kill those chickens alone, so I wanted to find people to form a team together. But my talent is quite poor, only B rank, and I was afraid others would dislike me, so I came up with this idea. Saying this, the warrior captain looked at the honest man again, with a face full of ingratiating apologies. Brother, don't blame me. I believe we must have a way to get out. And, even if we can't get out, we can't just wait here, can we? We still have to level up to survive. The honest man said nothing. The warrior captain was right, if they couldn't get out, they couldn't just wait here to die, leveling up was still necessary. Jiang Lang raised his eyebrows and asked the warrior again. What did you say to convince them to team up with you? I said that as long as all 5 members of a small team reach level 5, everyone in the team can return to the real world. The warrior said shyly. Jiang Lang looked at the warrior captain profoundly. Don't say it, he really can't say it. What the warrior said about the condition to leave, although not true, was not far from the real conditions. You can get out at level 3, let alone level 5. There are indeed many smart people in this world. Chapter 9, Little Skeleton. Brother, we really mean no harm to you. Zhang said right, we are just a temporary team pieced together, apart from our names, we don't know anything else about each other. You already killed those two, just let us go. Wang Ping said with a pleading face, still holding a hint of awkward laughter. Jiang Lang stared at Wang Ping, and after a moment of silence, he nodded. You can go. Wang Ping was stunned for a moment, then suddenly overjoyed. Let's go. Let's go. We'll leave right now. With a single strike dealing 440 damage, that previous chicken must have been killed by this man himself. Such strength is not something they can provoke. Now that the other party intends to let them go, if they don't leave now, when will they? Wang Ping signaled to the honest man and the mage sister with his eyes, and the 3 of them ran away like the wind. Seeing how ragged the few of them looked, Jiang Lang couldn't help but chuckle. He really had no intention of killing these 3, as he could see they meant him no harm. As for the previous square lady and the assassin, those 2 were not worth lamenting. Besides, there was another reason, the rules of the game, Divine Arrival. In a Divine Arrival, death causes players to drop their equipped gear, and even items from their backpacks have a chance to drop upon being killed. But this probability is very low, or rather, extremely low. However, there is one exception, killing other players. In a Divine Arrival, killing someone will incur a debuff called Butcher. In this state, every time you kill a player, you gain a layer of butcher status. Each layer of butcher status increases the drop rate upon death by 10%. This means that when a player kills 10 other players, they will drop equipment or items 100% when they are killed. Jiang Lang does not have hacks, he can't guarantee he won't die in Divine Arrival. Even if there are currently no powerful players capable of killing him, there are still monsters. The novice village has more monsters than just Quan. Some monsters are indeed very strong. Especially boss, they randomly appear and are much stronger than regular mobs. After killing the square lady and the young assassin, Jiang Lang now has 2 layers of butcher status. There is a chance higher than 20% of dropping equipment or divine items when killed. If the equipment is gone, it's gone, there's really nothing good left anyway. But divine items are different, the only 2 divine items are both essential for Jiang Lang's membership. Jiang Lang could not afford to be careless, so he let the 3 go. Of course, the state of slaughterer would disappear, it would gradually decrease over time. The 2 layers of state would probably last for about 2 hours. Jiang Lang shook his head and prepared to continue leveling up. Now, there were still 6 to 7 hours until the game, God Arrival, completely descended, and he planned to use all those hours to level up. Only in this way could he outpace the other players. Once everything was planned, Jiang Lang turned his gaze toward the distant plains. After reaching level 2, Jiang Lang was somewhat dissatisfied with the experience provided by Brother Kuan. To level up from 2 to 3 requires 200 points of experience, which means killing 200 of Brother Kuan. Even with swift hands, Jiang Lang still felt it was a bit troublesome. He planned to go further out into the plains to take a look. If he remembered correctly, there was a level 3 monster in the plains, Little Skeleton. This monster is a small creature made of bones, with high attack power but slow movement, making it relatively easy to deal with. Killing one, Little Skeleton, could yield 5 points of experience, much more than that of Brother Kuan. Jiang Lang squinted his eyes, deciding to go hunt little skeletons. The deeper he went into the plains, the fewer players he saw, until he couldn't see a single one. This was actually quite normal. When the game officially descends in a few hours, definitely many players will enter, and too few monsters won't be enough for everyone to share. To ensure everyone has monsters to kill, the area for the gobblers is quite large. From this perspective, the game, God Arrival, is still quite friendly. Jiang Lang walked for over 20 minutes before leaving the area where Brother Kuan roamed. Along the way, he casually killed the Kuan brothers he encountered, earning a total of 36 points of experience and some rewards. The scenery in the plains ahead began to change a bit. Previously, the plains were just grass and scattered stones, but now there were shrubs and tree saplings about the thickness of a forearm. The ground was also littered with broken bones and scraps of cloth, resembling an ancient battlefield. Jiang Lang smiled slightly. If all went as expected, this was the territory of the Little Skeleton. Sure enough. As Jiang Lang took a few more steps forward, the ground in a certain spot suddenly began to surge like a spring. The next second, a skeleton about half the height of a person emerged from the churning ground. It held a chipped long knife in its hand, wore tattered cloth strips, and had hollow eyes shimmering with pale blue fire. Ka. Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow, and the attributes of the little skeleton appeared before him. Little skeleton. Race, undead. Level, 3. Health, 250. Attack, 150. Defense, 0. Strength, 15. Agility, 8. Spirit, 4. Skill, Plague Slash. Remarks, become my kin. Plague Slash adds plague effect when attacking. Targets that die from the plague effect will turn into skeleton warriors. Jiang Lang secretly nodded. Aside from the high attack, there was nothing particularly special, he just needed to be careful of the plague effect. Jiang Lang lightly stepped and his figure instantly dropped low. The instincts of an assassin made him automatically enter a stealth position. The pale blue fire flickered in the hollow eye sockets of the little skeleton. It seemed to sense the presence of a living creature, raising its bony hand holding the chipped long knife slowly, the tattered cloth strips fluttering slightly in the wind. Ka! The harsh sound of bones scraping against each other rang out as the little skeleton suddenly swung its knife towards Jiang Lang's direction. The blade sliced through the air, creating a whistling sound. But Jiang Lang had already predicted it. At the moment the little skeleton swung the knife, he sidestepped and glided away, as if a specter, circling behind it. The dagger lunged toward the back of the little skeleton's skull. The bones of the little skeleton emitted. A crisp crack sounded, and a bright red -240 damage number floated above its head. The health dropped instantly from 250 to 10. The little skeleton stiffly turned around, its hollow eye sockets fixed on Jiang Lang, the flame in its pupils flickering even faster. But Jiang Lang didn't pay any attention to the little skeleton's movements. The moment the skeleton turned, Jiang Lang had already drawn his dagger and launched his second attack. This time, Jiang Lang's eyes lit up with joy, because a number that thrilled him appeared above the skeleton's head. -440. The double strike talent had triggered. At this moment, the little skeleton's body hadn't even fully turned around. Jiang Lang could see the pale blue light in its eyes instantly go out, and its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, turning into a pile of scattered broken bones. Killed level 3 monster little skeleton, gained 5 experience points, 2 copper coins. Quick hands triggered, gained 5 experience points. Jiang Lang's face brightened. He had gained 10 experience points from killing the first little skeleton. If he stayed here for a few more hours, leveling up to level 5, 6, 7, or even 8 shouldn't be too difficult, right? Chapter 10, the game officially arrives. There were no other players in the area where the little skeletons were located. Jiang Lang didn't have to worry about anyone's gaze at all, and he relentlessly harvested the lives of the little skeletons. Congratulations for killing the monster little skeleton, gained experience points *5, copper coins *2. Quick hands triggered, gained reward copper coins *2. Congratulations for killing the monster little skeleton, gained experience points *5, copper coins *2, bone fragments *1. Quick hands triggered, gained bone fragments *1. Congratulations. One little skeleton after another tragically died at Jiang Lang's hands, and at the same time, his experience kept rising. Time quietly slipped by as Jiang Lang continued to slay little skeletons. Meanwhile, in the real world, a huge uproar had erupted online. The people who had unexpectedly entered the God Descends game suddenly disappeared, and all countries were thrown into turmoil. At Lingjiang City's Art College, Performing Arts Department, Class 2 of the 3rd year, Lu Ruyun was smiling as she looked at the messages on her phone. On the phone screen was a chat interface, and the person chatting with her was Sun Zi. Yunbauer, ZGE, I'm so glad you're okay. I thought you had also disappeared, I was so scared. Don't call me by my full name, Yun, I'm fine, don't worry. But what's up with Lao Jiang? Why can't I get through to his phone? Is he with you? Yunbauer, no, he said he would come pick me up at night, but I've already finished my evening class and he hasn't shown up. Not reliable at all, and he's not answering the phone. Don't call me by my full name, he must have been delayed by something, Lao Jiang's not the type to act like that. Yunbauer, ZGE, you don't think Jiang Lang is also missing, do you? Don't call me by my full name, it shouldn't be, right? Yunbauer, what if he really is? Pitiful.jpg, ZGE, I'm scared. Don't call me by my full name, don't worry. If you're really scared, I'll come pick you up? Yunbauer, won't I be disturbing you, ZGE? Don't call me by my full name, what do I have to do? I'm just playing around at my dad's company. Yun, wait for me, I'll come pick you up right now. Yunbauer, thank you, ZGE. Happy spinning.jpg. Lu Ruyun pressed the screen off, but a happy smile remained on her face. Her friend Ning Yan, full of excitement, looked at Lu Ruyun and whispered. What's going on, Yun? Did you get in touch with Jiang Lang? He didn't disappear, right? That's great. It's just a pity my dad's phone is still unreachable, my mom is about to go crazy. Lu Ruyun's smiling face immediately turned cold, and with a hint of disdain, she replied. No. I can't get through to his phone at all. Ning Yan was stunned and asked, somewhat confused. Then why are you so happy? Lu Ruyun's face once again revealed a happy smile, because a friend of mine is okay, I'm happy. Ning Yan tilted her head and looked at Lu Ruyun with some suspicion. Yun, the friend you're talking about wouldn't be that rich second-generation guy friend of your boyfriend, Sun Zi, would it? How did you know? Ning Yan's face turned a little strange. After a long pause, she slowly spoke. Jiang Lang brought it with him when he treated us to dinner before, the sisters in the dorm have all seen it. But Yun, there's something I don't know whether I should say or not. I feel like your boyfriend's friend looks at you strangely. As Ning Yan said this, she kept observing Lu Ruyun's expression. In fact, she had one more thing to say, her good sister Lu Ruyun also had a strange look when she saw Sun Zi. This was not just her personal feeling, it was something that the entire dormitory sisters had noticed. Before Jiang Lang and Sun Zi graduated, they had seen Lu Ruyun chatting passionately with Sun Zi more than once. After returning to the dorm, they were still chatting casually on WeChat, while she and her real boyfriend barely exchanged a few words in a day. But since they lived in the same dorm, Ning Yan and several roommates hadn't brought this up before. However, now that Jiang Lang had disappeared, Lu Ruyun seemed to care more about whether Sun Zi was fine, regardless of Jiang Lang's fate. Ning Yan felt that their roommate seemed to have ulterior motives, instinctively distancing herself a little from Lu Ruyun. Yet, Lu Ruyun seemed unaware of Ning Yan's actions, suddenly exclaiming and leaning closer to Ning Yan. Ying, look! The official latest news has been released, the number of people missing worldwide has reached 80,000. In Langxia, there are 30,000, and in our Lingjiang city, the number of missing people has reached 567. It's really terrifying. Ning Yan's expression darkened, her face filled with dejection and worry. Her family were locals. Among those 567, her father was one of them. According to her mother, her father had taken a day off today, planning to stay home and play games. But just during the time her mother was washing some fruit, her dad had disappeared from the study. Ning Yan couldn't believe it when she heard this. How could her father, the captain of the criminal police team, inexplicably vanish from his own study? But her mother's cries on the phone made Ning Yan realize that her mom was not lying. Ning Yan originally planned to ask for leave to find her mom at the police station, but before she could take action, news of someone suddenly going missing came from school. A boy from the composition department disappeared in exactly the same way as her father, just as mysteriously and suddenly. As the daughter of a criminal police officer, Ning Yan decided to stay at school to see if she could find any clues, yet so far, there had been none. Ning Yan looked at the time on her phone, 8:59 and 23 seconds p.m. It had been almost 7.5 hours since her father went missing. Next to her, Lu Ruyun's phone screen lit up again, and with an excited expression, she looked at the screen, continually swiping her hands, seemingly replying to messages. Ning Yan rolled her eyes in disdain, growing more irritated with her roommate. Ignoring her boyfriend's fate and chatting passionately with another man, she just couldn't understand what was going on in her head. The time on the phone screen changed, now it was exactly 9 o'clock at night. Suddenly, a sharp mechanical sound rang in Ning Yan's ears. The divine arrival game has come, all players can enter the game at will. This unclear statement stunned Ning Yan, and all the students in the classroom had the same expression as hers. Did you all hear that noise just now? You heard it too? I thought someone had opened a game and that was the sound. It sounds like something called the divine arrival game? Who knows what it is? Who cares? So how do you enter this divine arrival game? How would I know? Enter the game. Ah! A chaotic scream erupted, and Ning Yan suddenly leaped up from her seat, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. She saw it. She saw it clearly. The boy who said the words "enter the game," his body disappeared in an instant. It was exactly the same as when her father went missing. Ning Yan felt as if she had discovered something, her eyes sharpened, and she silently recited 4 words. Enter the game. Chapter 11 Level 5. In the Divine Arrival game, Jiang Lang dodged an attack from a small skeleton and then stabbed through its eye with a knife. Congratulations, you have killed the monster small skeleton, gaining 5 experience points and 2 copper coins. Swift Hand activated, gaining an extra 5 experience points. Your level has been raised to level 5, you gain 2 points in strength, 2 points in agility, 1 point in spirit, and 1 free attribute point. Swift Hand triggered, gaining an extra +1 to all attributes. Finally level 5. Jiang Lang wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a long sigh of relief. Although small skeletons were easy to kill, as his level increased, the experience needed for him to level up also rose. It only took 100 experience points to go from level 1 to level 2, but rising from level 4 to level 5 required 800 experience points. It looked like just killing over 100 skeleton monsters, but his stamina was continuously draining. Being able to level up from level 2 to level 5 in a few hours, Jiang Lang felt very satisfied. Unfortunately, the Divine Arrival game hadn't officially commenced yet, and the leaderboard wasn't open, so Jiang Lang didn't know if his level 5 was the highest level at the moment. As this thought crossed his mind, the voice of the Divine Arrival game rules rang in his ears. The Divine Arrival game has officially started. Jiang Lang was stunned, muttering to himself, is it already 9 o'clock? In his previous life, before the official arrival of the Divine Arrival game, not many players entered the game. Because the announcement of the Divine Arrival game was too simple. It said nothing, not even clearly informing how to enter the game. It was only after internal testers like him left the game and revealed the situation inside that the human players outside rushed in wildly. Jiang Lang remembered that a massive influx of players into the game occurred on the morning of the second day after the Divine Arrival game descended. At that time, only players who had reached level 3 chose to leave the game. If nothing unexpected happened, this time would still be the same situation. Jiang Lang smiled slightly. Since the Divine Arrival game had officially arrived and his level had reached level 5, Jiang Lang was not planning to stay in the game any longer. He looked at the glowing orb nearby, walked over slowly, and gently touched it. The orb was a reward dropped by a killed monster, and items like equipment, skill books, and divine objects appeared in this state. Only experience and coins went directly into the player's backpack. The rewards he obtained before were all because of the activation of the Swift Hand, and the Swift Hand activation wouldn't result in items dropping on the ground, they would appear directly in his backpack. It's a pity, I can't buy the auto pickup skill right now, otherwise, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Jiang Lang sighed quietly and bent down to touch the glowing orb on the ground. This was a silver-white semi-transparent orb, and inside it was a shadow of a weapon the size of a palm. Jiang Lang's eyes brightened. From the shadow, the weapon appeared to be in the shape of a dagger. This was a silver-grade weapon dagger. The orb disappeared the moment Jiang Lang touched it and appeared in his backpack. Jiang Lang hurriedly checked it. Mithril dagger, bronze grade. Type, weapon. Level, 3. Attack plus 20. Agility plus 3. Note, dagger made of mithril deals double damage to undead creatures. Jiang Lang's mouth twitched. If this dagger had appeared earlier, it would have made killing small skeletons much easier, and he wouldn't have to spend so much effort. But it was still much better than the bronze dagger he was using. Not only did it increase attack power by 20 points, but it also added 3 points of agility. In terms of conversion, it was equivalent to 50 points of attack power. Without hesitation, Jiang Lang replaced the bronze dagger with the mithril dagger, added the 1 free attribute point to strength, and then opened the panel to check his current stats. Player nickname, Moon Shadow. Occupation, warrior/assassin. Level, 5. Experience, 5 of 1000. Attack, 410, 230 strength plus 20 dagger plus 160 bloodthirsty blade. Health, 10. Defense, 0. Strength, 23. Agility, 23. Spirit, 15. Luck, 1. Talent, charge into battle, S, stone skin, D, double strike, C, luck, X. Skills, intimidate, D, stealth, D, poison, D. Divine item, quick hands, bloodthirsty blade. Equipment, mithril dagger, silver, beginner leather armor, bronze. Backpack, slightly. Currency, copper coin 1652. Remaining lifespan, 62 years. Not bad. Jiang Lang nodded with satisfaction and grinned. With 410 points of attack, plus breaking invisibility, it makes 430. If the talent, double strike, activates at the same time, it can cause 860 points of damage. Jiang Lang suddenly touched his chin with a strange look. He remembered that the weakest boss in the novice village, Giant Rooster King, seemed to have only 1000 health points. Even if double strike doesn't activate, 3 attacks could still kill the boss, and with double strike, it just needs 2 attacks. Should I go look for where the boss is? Jiang Lang murmured. He felt that his strength now had a good chance to kill the Giant Rooster King, the weakest boss. However, the boss's spawn time and place are random, and Jiang Lang didn't know if it had appeared now. Jiang Lang felt a bit excited. The main reason was that the first player to kill the boss would earn a lot of reputation points. In the game, Divine Arrival, reputation points have only 2 uses. One is related to the killer state. The higher the reputation points, the faster the killer state disappears. The second use is for setting up stalls. That's right, setting up stalls. Players can set up stalls to sell items in Divine Arrival, but usually, players have to guard their own stalls. But with reputation points, it won't be so troublesome. The game rules will automatically guard the stall for you. Besides this, reputation points have an even greater use regarding stalls. In every novice village, the player with the highest reputation, the game rules will build them a huge statue. This statue serves as a place for other players to admire, and it is also a permanent stall. Jiang Lang remembered that in his last life, the statue stall in Moonshadow Town belonged to a player nicknamed Bend Not Break. But Jiang Lang had only seen this player a few times. By the time Jiang Lang and the 2 useless friends, Lu Ruyun and the others, entered the game, Bend Not Break was already deep in the plains. The only thing Jiang Lang had seen was his statue, a man with a very tough face. This player was an archer class, also an official, and in the real world, he seemed to be a criminal policeman in Lingjiang City. At the same time, he was a famous powerhouse in Longxia, ranking within the top 20, very strong. The Divine Arrival game didn't have a trading house function. Players can only trade in 3 ways. One-on-one private trade, which can be done through the private chat interface. Buying from NPCs. Setting up stalls. Because of his strong power, Bend Not Break had a lot of equipment he didn't need. Strong people, of course, don't have time to sell equipment themselves or set up stalls. Generally, if ordinary players want to buy equipment from him, they can only come to the statue stall in Moonshadow Town to make their purchases. Jiang Lang felt that he really needed this statue stall. With his strength, he would surely need to sell some unnecessary equipment and items later, and this stall would be a great platform. Chapter 12, Giant Rooster King. Jiang Lang prepared to leave the game. But Divine Arrival cannot be exited randomly in the wild. He needed to return to Moonshadow Town. However, this was just right for Jiang Lang, as he could take the opportunity to see if he could encounter the boss on the way back. Arriving at Kunga's area, Jiang Lang found that the number of players had increased significantly, at least dozens to hundreds of times from before. This was normal since Divine Arrival had completely descended. But Jiang Lang knew that this was not the actual number of people from Lingjiang City entering Divine Arrival at this time. There must be a large number of players still present in Moonshadow Town. They might be investigating the situation in the town, or they may simply not dare to leave the range of the novice town. Moonshadow Town has more than one passage to the wild areas, but rather has 4 directions: east, south, west, and north. The direction Jiang Lang chose to leave was the east. This means there are many players in the other 3 regions as well. After walking for another 10 minutes, the shadow of Moonshadow Town could be seen in the distance. But Jiang Lang suddenly discovered that many players were rushing in one direction, and every face showed excitement. Jiang Lang frowned, feeling that something major might be happening. He opened the chat interface in the game Divine Arrival, ready to see what was going on. Divine Arrival has a chat section, but during the internal test, there were too few players, so Jiang Lang had never used it. Now that the number of players had increased, there would surely be lots of information up there. The chat interface is divided into 3 sections: Newbie Area, Longxia Area, and All Players Area. Among them, the Newbie Area and Longxia Area sections are white, while the All Players Area section is gray. Jiang Lang clicked on the Newbie Area chat interface. Gentle Blade, brothers. 3 kilometers south of the East Gate there's a boss. Anyone want to team up for a shot? Demon King 6 crowns, just got killed, I couldn't even withstand one attack from the boss. I lost a year of life. A tombstone in the east, that's fake, don't believe it. Cute little round, D-class healer, looking for a team. Knock your head off, D-class healers can't compare, go away. Tomato is not delicious, brothers, don't be stupid, I'm on site, it's a level 5 novice boss, with nearly 300 attack points and 1000 health. Anyone who touches it dies. Bald head, I'm a level 2 mage with A-class talent, recruiting 1 tank, 1 healer, and 2 damage dealers, no B-class talents, don't come. I just love good meals. Latest news, Dragon Rising team formed and ready to attack the boss. All 5 members are level 2. Reborn I am support, Dragon Rising team? Haven't heard of it. You are my god. Jiang Lang quickly scanned through, his pupils flickering. Level 5 novice boss, as expected, it is the Giant Chicken King. It really appeared? Closing the interface, Jiang Lang looked towards the southeast. From what the players were saying, it's not hard to hear that the highest player level is only level 2. Even if a complete 5-man team wanted to take down this Giant Chicken King, it would probably be quite difficult. The main issue is that the player's strength at this stage is not high, with the Giant Chicken King having nearly 300 attack points, it truly means anyone who touches it dies. But this didn't mean much to him. The spirit of the charge is truly a god-level talent. He doesn't have to worry about attack, now 1 strike from him causes 410 damage, at most 3 strikes to bring it down. Let's do it! Jiang Lang growled. Such a great opportunity cannot be snatched away by other players. Although he felt that other players currently didn't have the ability to kill the Giant Chicken King, what if? You can never be too careful. What if there were players among them with a strange and powerful talent, or if the players temporarily reached a consensus to deal with the boss together? At this stage, most players do not know much about the Divine Arrival game, they are still exploring, and their emotions are even in a state of excitement. Many people haven't realized what the Divine Arrival game actually means. Perhaps to them, this game seems like a real-life version of an online game, where everything about death deducting life is just fake. With this mindset, most players may not care about who gets the boss rewards. What they might want is just the satisfaction of defeating the boss together. Jiang Lang does not want this first boss to slip away from him. Once he made up his mind, Jiang Lang hurriedly ran toward the direction of the boss. A few minutes later, ahead he could see a large crowd gathered together. This is a depression where players formed a circle from a high point, their eyes fixed tightly on the scene within the depression. Jiang Lang slowed down his pace. Find a place with few people and look down. In the hollow below, 5 players are attacking a giant rooster. This rooster stands as tall as a person, with legs as thick as an adult's forearm, and its dazzling fiery red feathers give it a majestic appearance. Its opponents are a well-equipped 5-man team. 1 warrior, 1 archer, 1 mage, 1 healer, 1 rogue. All 5 basic classes are present. And all these players are at level 2. They should be the Dragon Rising team that the previous player mentioned. This team was quite famous in the past because one member was a legendary player. Ningjibu won. However, aside from Ningjibu Wan, Jiang Lang doesn't recognize the other 4 members of the Dragon Rising team. As an official player, Ningjibu Wan would surely form a team fully under the official banner after leaving the game. Right now, this team is just a temporary assembly. At this moment, the situation of the Dragon Rising team is not good. Just as Jiang Lang thought, they are no match for the Giant Rooster King. As soon as the battle started, a casual peck from the Giant Rooster King turned the warrior from the team into a shadow, sending him back to the novice town to revive. The remaining 4 turned pale and hurried to retreat. However, Jiang Lang shook his head slowly. Keeping their distance might work against a regular player, but it's useless against the Giant Rooster King. Because the Giant Rooster King has more than just physical attacks, it also has magical attacks. Sure enough, as the four were backing away, a mocking glint appeared in the giant Rooster King's eyes. In the next second, the giant Rooster King suddenly spread its wings and began flapping violently. Visible blades of wind shot toward the retreating four players. Minus 540. Minus 540. Minus 540. Minus 540. Four blood-red numbers appeared above the heads of the four, and their figures followed the warriors' footsteps into the void. Around, the players were in an uproar. In just a few seconds, the strongest team in Yueying Town, the Dragon Rising team, was completely wiped out. Chapter 13, Underestimating Oneself? Giant Rooster King. Race, Beast Race. Level, 5. Health, 1000. Attack, 270. Defense, 0. Strength, 30. Agility, 27. Spirit, 19. Skills, Offspring Summon, Wind Wing Slash, Beak Strike. Notes, King of Chickens. Legend says that it takes 2.5 years for a Gugu chicken / Coco chicken to produce a giant Rooster King. Jiang Lang sees the data panel of the giant Rooster King appear before him, showing almost no change from what he remembers. The strength of the giant Rooster King is very strong, these attributes exceed all current players. Even his own level 5 data panel can't match the giant Rooster King. But strength doesn't mean final battle power. Although the giant Rooster King's stats are higher than Jiang Lang's, he is confident he can kill this Rooster King. The only thing to watch out for is the giant Rooster King's skills. Beak Strike is nothing special, just like the skills of the Coco Chicken. The other two skills are the core skills of the Rooster King. Offspring Summon, when the giant Rooster King's health drops below 50%, it will summon 5 Coco Chickens and Gugu Chickens. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Wind Wing Slash, flaps its wings to form wind blades attacking targets, up to 5, causing damage equal to attack power *2. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. 1 summon skill, 1 physical ranged attack skill. The Dragon Rising team had previously died under the Rooster King's Wind Wing Slash. But this is no trouble for Jiang Lang. His strength far exceeds that of a level 1 Gugu Chicken and Coco Chicken. Even if the Rooster King summons, he can kill in one hit. The wind attribute Slash is not too strong either, hitting him will only cause him to lose 1 health point. Moreover, both skills have cooldowns. Even if calculated based on the shortest cooldown of the 6-second Slash, the Rooster King can attack him 6 times, and he will only lose 6 health points at most. And he only needs to deal damage to the Rooster King 3 times. But in fact, Jiang Lang has an even better way to kill the Rooster King. The advantage is mine. I can hit. Jiang Lang muttered. He raised his head and scanned the surroundings. After the Dragon Rising team was completely wiped out, not a single spectator player launched an attack on the Chicken King. Jiang Lang even saw fear on some players' faces, along with quiet conversations. Damn! The Dragon Rising team failed? I think no one can kill this chicken in a short time. Do you need to say that? A hit of 540, who goes won't die. It's probably a level 5 team that can deal with it. There must be a super tank in the team. What you're saying is nonsense. At this time, where is there a level 5 team? The highest level is only 2. Brothers, look at the chat interface. Someone set up a vote, hoping everyone will attack this Chicken King together. But what about the drop rewards? There should be rewards for killing a boss, right? Who will it count for? Each for their own ability, right? I think that's good, I'll vote. I won't vote. What if I die and get nothing, losing a year of life for nothing? Come on, buddy. Do you really believe death will cost you years of life? Jiang Lang listened nearby, feeling a bit urgent in his heart. Just as he imagined, a smart player was planning to team up with everyone to deal with the Chicken King. He couldn't wait any longer. Jiang Lang stared gravely at the Chicken King in the hollow. At this moment, the Chicken King did not attack the surrounding players but was leisurely scratching the ground with its thick legs. Jiang Lang took a deep breath, stepped down, and slid down the slope. All the players were standing high up, and Jiang Lang's unusual move immediately attracted almost everyone's attention. Look! Someone is going down? Holy! You are the idiot. Look at that person's level. God. Level 5? There's actually a level 5 person? Is he using cheats? Why can't we see his appearance? Why is his face so foggy? You didn't listen carefully in class. That's a feature of the game God's Arrival, which lets you choose whether to hide your appearance. Not only can it hide appearance, but it can also hide the data panel. Didn't you notice that besides his nickname and level, you can't see anything else? Damn. It's true. A cunning little fox. Moonshadow? From the nickname, it should be an assassin profession, right? Isn't this fragile one going to die? Jiang Lang heard the surprised voices around him, but his expression remained unchanged, all his attention focused on the Chicken King. The Chicken King had a threat range of 8 meters. At the moment before entering the 8-meter range, Jiang Lang activated the stealth skill immediately. Disappeared? Indeed, an assassin. The players exclaimed, some looked down upon it. In their eyes, even if Jiang Lang reached level 5, a fragile assassin profession couldn't kill the Chicken King. However, a few seconds later, everyone gasped again. They saw a bright red number floating above the Chicken King's head. -430. Wow. The scene was once again in an uproar. 430? 430. Am I seeing things? Bro, I think I'm also seeing things. Is this really damage that a person can deal? He really didn't cheat? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. In the midst of the crowd, as Jiang Lang revealed himself for a moment, he pouted, feeling a bit displeased. He didn't trigger the double strike talent. Is luck +1 a lie? Not lucky at all. But now was not the time to think about this. Although the Chicken King didn't have stealth talent, it had already noticed him the moment Jiang Lang appeared. The Chicken King did not turn to attack, but lifted its thick right leg and gave Jiang Lang a powerful kick. However, Jiang Lang was already prepared. At the moment the Chicken King lifted its foot, Jiang Lang suddenly shouted out loud. A tremendous momentum burst forth from his body, and the Chicken King's movement came to an immediate halt. Warrior profession's initial skill, intimidation. Such a great opportunity Jiang Lang wouldn't miss. Another dagger plunged into the Chicken King's body. -410. After doing this, Jiang Lang hurriedly leaped back. 1 second was not long, it all happened almost in an instant. The Rooster King quickly broke free from the intimidation restraint and turned around to fiercely flap its wings at Jiang Lang. A transparent blade of wind rushed straight towards Jiang Lang, who didn't even try to dodge and continued to retreat swiftly. Ah, still underestimating yourself. Not bad already. Who can do this at this time? That's more than 800 health points. So close to taking down the Rooster King. The onlookers began to feel sorry for Jiang Lang, as if they could see his death unfolding before them. But in the next second, everyone's eyes widened, their faces full of disbelief. They saw the Rooster King's wind blade hit Jiang Lang, yet a number that they never expected appeared above his head. -1. The little assassin in thin armor was not killed by the wind blade, instead, he continued to retreat at high speed. Chapter 14 First Kill. A divine item appears again. Mom, I see a ghost. A dream. It must be a dream, right? What divine arrival game is all fake? We are all dreaming. Although I feel that way too, I know this is not fake. But why didn't he die? He only took a little damage? He must have some powerful talent, right? S-class, it must be S-class talent. No way, does the assassin class even have such talent? Plus, that shout just now seemed like a warrior's intimidation. Players discussed in a flurry, yet not a single person took their eyes off Jiang Lang. In the arena, Jiang Lang continued to retreat, wanting to widen the distance from the Rooster King. He was not afraid, but felt it was unnecessary. Because the Rooster King was destined to die. The determination to charge talent could allow him to withstand 10 attacks at most, considered to be one of Jiang Lang's trump cards for survival. He didn't want to expose it before the crowd. Exposing it once had already opened their eyes. As for how to kill the Rooster King, Jiang Lang was already fully prepared. After the Rooster King released one wind blade, it didn't pursue but lifted its neck and opened its beak. Jiang Lang understood it was about to unleash the spawn summoning skill. Unfortunately, the Rooster King no longer had the chance. Oh. Before the sound could finish a note, a number appeared above the Rooster King's head. -205. The sound cut off abruptly, and the Rooster King's massive body crashed to the ground. Congratulations on defeating the level 5 boss Giant Rooster King, gaining rewards, experience *1000, copper coins *1000, silver coins *1. Swift hand triggered, additionally gaining equipment, swift boots, golden level, *1. At the same time, all players heard the system announcement of the divine arrival game rules. Global announcement, player Moon Shadow from Zone 9 takes the first kill of the boss, rewarded with 100 reputation points. All regional level leaderboards opened, regional reputation leaderboards opened. Kind reminder, the player ranked first in the regional reputation leaderboard will receive a reputation statue, and dropping in rank will result in a removal. Jiang Lang felt excited, grinning widely. The Rooster King's death was inevitable. As for why it died, don't forget Jiang Lang has more than just invisibility and intimidation skills. He also had a third skill, poisoning. Poisoning, the next attack will apply poisoned effect, causing magic damage equal to 0.5 of attack power, lasting for 2 seconds. Jiang Lang released the poisoning skill with his second attack. A second later, the toxin erupted, and the Rooster King died without even unleashing its skill. Jiang Lang's attack power was 410 points, even the first two attacks had already caused the Rooster King to lose 840 health points, the remaining 160 points were simply not enough for the poison effect to last a second. It was still short by several points. The Rooster King, not dying unjustly. Jiang Lang was filled with joy, looking at the Rooster King's fading body, his mood soaring. This boss' first kill ultimately became his. The statue prize was also in hand. Now the only thing Jiang Lang cared about was what good items the boss would drop. Jiang Lang stared intently at the Rooster King's body, and as it slowly disappeared, a magnificent golden light beam suddenly appeared in front of all the spectators. Boom! What the heck? Golden Legend. Suddenly, players around erupted in shocked exclamations, and Jiang Lang's eyes widened. Golden light column? No one knows better than him what a golden color represents. In the game Divine Coming, the only item that drops a golden light column is one kind of item. Divine Object. To kill the giant Rooster King and actually drop a divine object? Praise the luck. Jiang Lang did not dare to be careless, hurriedly rushing forward to collect the divine object light and some other rewards into his backpack, with not even time to check. There were too many people here. Even if they didn't know about the divine object, they could tell from the golden light column that it was not an ordinary thing. After all, gold represents wealth and nobility. Sure enough, when Jiang Lang stowed away the rewards and looked at the crowd around him, he found many players rushing down from above. The closest player was only a few dozen meters away from him. It was a man in his early 20s, carrying a long bow on his back, his profession obvious. Seeing Jiang Lang's gaze, the young man slowed his steps but did not stop, still rushing towards Jiang Lang. As he walked, he cheerfully greeted Jiang Lang. "Brother, what was that just now? Can you show it to us?" "No." Jiang Lang refused with no expression. The young man's smile froze, and his expression turned a little dark. "I advise you not to come any closer. If you keep going forward, I can't guarantee you'll live." The young man halted, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. In the next moment, he suddenly laughed again, although his eyes were a bit sinister. "Brother, I call you brother to give you face. Everyone here is here to kill the giant Rooster King. You killed the boss all by yourself and want to swallow all the rewards. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? There are so many people here, even if you are at level 5, you're no match for so many of us, it's not worth losing a year of life for nothing. And even if you revive, you will become our target. You're not a fool, you should understand that one is not guilty without crime, right? Of course, the boss was killed by you, and I won't ask for more. Just show me that golden item. If I can't use it, I'll leave immediately." Jiang Lang was so angry he almost laughed. Robbery was being framed so righteously. He glanced around, there were already quite a few people getting closer. A rough count showed nearly 100 people. "Just 100 or so people, do you think you can take me on?" Jiang Lang said with a light smile. "The boss's attack can only take away 1 point of my health, and I can give you a clear answer. My current health is 330 points. Even if you all attack together, after one round, you'll only peel off a layer of skin. But do you think you can safely leave under my attack?" The expressions of the crowd shifted, and the young archer's face turned even darker. No one was a fool. If Jiang Lang was not lying, it would take tremendous effort for so many people to kill him. "What attack can only cause you 1 point of health loss?" someone in the crowd retorted, their tone filled with skepticism. This person's words made the eyes of other players light up again. "Oh? You don't believe it?" Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow, his eyes scanning the crowd before suddenly lighting up. "Hey! Square lady! Nice to see you again." In the crowd, a woman with a square build turned pale instantly. This person was none other than the square lady Jiang Lang had encountered before. The assassin beside her was also there. "You two, we are old acquaintances. Since they don't believe me, let your brother come out and fight me." Standing still and unmoving. "Did you two fight with him before?" someone asked. The square lady nodded with difficulty. "And what happened?" "He was killed. My brother is also an assassin, but his attack only caused a little damage. At that time, he was only level 2, and his attack on my brother caused over 200 damage. Now he is at level 5, definitely stronger now. I advise you all not to provoke him." Jiang Lang looked at the square lady in surprise, not expecting her to say such a thing. What's going on? Has she changed after being killed once? What Jiang Lang didn't know is that the square lady was actually very happy when she saw him face off against the Chicken King. She thought Jiang Lang was just asking for death. But after seeing Jiang Lang's strength, she lost the thought of taking revenge on him. She did have some small-mindedness, afraid of the strong and bullying the weak, but she wasn't a fool. When she first met Jiang Lang, he was only level 2, now he was level 5 and had killed the Chicken King. Such a rapid increase in strength was something she couldn't provoke. Moreover, Jiang Lang was surrounded by hundreds of people, yet his face showed little panic, indicating he must have a way to fight back. She even less wanted to provoke Jiang Lang now. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Lang was also feeling a headache. Once the bloodthirsty blade was used, it could not be turned off. This meant his health would stay at 10 points. Unless he actively dropped the bloodthirsty blade or was killed and the blade dropped, his health would only return to normal then. The lost health would not automatically recover in the wild, and he would have to return to the novice village. Or use health recovery items or healing skills to restore it. Unfortunately, Jiang Lang had neither of these methods. Since entering the God's Descent game, Jiang Lang was first ambushed by the Square Lady's brother and just took a hit from the Chicken King. He only had 8 health points left now, enough to withstand a maximum of 8 attacks. Although the magical item in his bag might not drop upon being killed, the count of battleground glory would be exposed and he would also lose a year of life. Unless absolutely necessary, Jiang Lang did not want to conflict with these people. Everything said before was a lie to scare them. Now it depended on whether he could intimidate them. It would be best if he could, but if not, Jiang Lang had no choice but to accept fate. However, Jiang Lang had secretly remembered the appearances and nicknames of these people. If he really died here today, he would definitely settle the score later. Still not strong enough? If only I had an area damage skill, these people wouldn't be able to stand before me. Jiang Lang thought bitterly in his heart, while his face held an expression of calmness. At this moment, many people in the crowd were indeed frightened by the Square Lady's words and quietly moved away a bit. The remaining people, though they did not leave, did not take the initiative to attack. Jiang Lang knew they were not unprepared to attack, they were just waiting for a lead bird. But Jiang Lang did not want to drag this out. What if a hot-headed person really appeared? What? Are you still going to fight? If not, I will leave. I've been in the game for 8 hours, I'm a bit tired. Jiang Lang pretended to yawn and took a step towards the direction of the Moon Shadow Town. As he moved, the crowd blocking the way parted to the sides. From the outside looking in, it had a certain aura of a big boss walking through. However, Jiang Lang's heart was still very anxious. Fortunately, the worst outcome did not happen. Until Jiang Lang walked out of the crowd's encirclement, no one attacked him. Behind him, the young archer raised his longbow several times but did not actually shoot an arrow. He did not dare to gamble. Although he really wanted that golden item, he also knew it was not a good time. Not to mention whether you can kill Jiang Lang, even whether a golden reward will drop after killing Jiang Lang is a problem. What if the drop is a piece of beginner equipment? And even if you kill Jiang Lang, the treasure might not necessarily end up in your hands. On the contrary, you will have a powerful boss, already at level 5, chasing after you. Zhang Jian gritted his teeth and ultimately gave up the idea of attacking Jiang Lang. Right now, he was all alone, and the people around him were not on his side. When his good brothers enter the game, they will come back to find Jiang Lang and snatch that treasure. A group of people shook their heads secretly as they watched Jiang Lang's figure gradually fade away. Sigh, forget it, a person like this is not something we can provoke. You're right, I just checked the level leaderboard, guess what? Brother from Jean City? How do you know? Am I praising you? Just talk without performing any crosstalk. Let me say it. The current number 1 on the leaderboard is that person just now called Moon Shadow, level 6. And the second place is, Bend Not Break, only level 2. The surroundings fell silent. After a while, someone finally spoke. Let's go. Time to level up. Brother, form a team? I'm a C-level assassin. As someone took the lead to leave, the crowd finally dispersed. At this moment, Jiang Lang had already returned to Moon Shadow Town. As soon as he stepped through the gate of Moon Shadow Town, he saw a bronze statue over 3 meters tall in the center of the town. The statue depicted an assassin in beginner's attire, but the face was hazy and indistinguishable. When the game's rules announced globally, it inquired whether Jiang Lang wanted to hide his appearance. Of course, Jiang Lang chose to hide. At this time, many players had gathered near the statue, their expressions varied. Some players looked at the statue with admiration, while others scoffed with disdain. Jiang Lang also saw some female players reaching out to touch the statue, with a few players even placing their hands in inappropriate spots. It was hard to watch. Jiang Lang took a few glances before looking away. He found a corner in the town and casually sat down on the ground. He wanted to see what kind of divine item he had just obtained. Opening his backpack, a book-like object appeared before him. Sequence 21, The Chronicles of Mountains and Seas. Type, Divine Item. Effect, each type of mountains and seas, strange beasts, divine item owned increases all attributes by 20%. Currently possessing mountains and seas, strange beasts divine item types, 0 out of 10. The excitement in Jiang Lang's heart came to an abrupt halt. Good news, he obtained a divine item rank 21st in sequence. Bad news, the divine item is currently useless. Not willing to give up, he carefully looked at it again, eventually coming to the conclusion. This divine item is truly of no use right now. Unless he can find a mountains and seas, strange beasts divine item. Chapter 16, it's over. All over. Jiang Lang did know of a mountains and seas, strange beasts divine item, ranked 17th, mountains and seas, by Zhe. In his previous life, it was in the hands of a female player from Ice City in Longxia. However, this divine item was speculated by her after 2 or 3 years of the game's arrival on Divine Descent, and its power wasn't strong. As for the other 9 types of mountains and seas divine items, Jiang Lang had never heard of them. It might not be that they hadn't appeared, but that the players who obtained them kept it a secret. Mountains and Seas, by Zhe, is ranked 17th, and since there are 10 of these divine items, one can infer that sequences 11 to 20 are all Mountains and Seas divine items. It's just a pity that now he doesn't have a single one. Jiang Lang looked longingly at the newly acquired divine item a few more times, ultimately letting out a long sigh. There was no choice, under the current circumstances, it could only be left in the backpack to gather dust. Jiang Lang then turned his attention to the other few rewards. In addition to Swift Wind Boots, the Chicken King also dropped 2 other pieces of equipment. Plain Robe, Silver Grade. Type, Armor. Level, 5. Spirit plus 10. Remarks, a pretty nice looking robe. Deeply loved by many female players. A mage's robe is useless to Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang plans to directly throw it into the statue stand later. The second piece of equipment is also armor. Jiang Lang's expression brightens after seeing it. He can use this piece. Magic Cloak, Golden Level. Type, Armor. Level, 5. Agility plus 20. Equipment effect, all skills duration increased by 10%. Note, a cloak, but its color is red, wearing it might look a bit strange. Equipment of Golden Level and above have special effects. This, Magic Cloak, has no profession wearing restrictions. Jiang Lang can also use it. Increasing all skills duration by 10% is not bad among Golden Level equipment. In battle, not to mention 1 second, even half a second or even shorter time can be enough for a player to turn the tide. But the red color mentioned in the note made Jiang Lang hesitate. Is it too eye-catching for an assassin to wear a red cloak? But then he thought, staying alive is fundamental, and improving strength is the ultimate goal. Looking ugly is just looking ugly. The last piece of equipment is the Swift Hand and the Gale Boots. Gale Boots, Golden Level. Type, Armor. Level, 5. Agility plus 20. Equipment effect, agility attribute increases an extra 5 points, movement speed increases by 50%. Jiang Lang's eyes sparkled. A 50% increase in movement speed is quite a boost for him as an assassin. Although the data panel does not show the movement speed data, it truly exists. A 50% increase in movement speed can completely be equivalent to a 1.5 times increase in strength. Brother Cohen is a good chicken. Jiang Lang grinned, replacing all the newly acquired equipment. He then allocated the freedom attribute points to strength, then opened the panel. Player nickname, Moonshadow. Profession, warrior/assassin. Level, 6. Experience, 25 out of 2000. Attack, 910, 710 agility plus 20 dagger plus 180 bloodthirsty knife. Health, 10. Defense, 0. Strength, 27. Agility, 71. Spirit, 17. Luck, 1. Talent, determination to charge, S, stone skin, D, double strike, C, luck, X. Skills, intimidation, D, stealth, D, poisoning, D. Legendary items, Swift Hand, Bloodthirsty Knife, Mountain Sea Strange Records. Equipment, Mithril Dagger, Silver, Novice Leather Armor, Bronze, Magic Cloak, Gold, Gale Boots, Gold. Others, omitted. Seeing his attack power, Jiang Lang's eyes widened in shock. 910 points of attack power? Has he become this strong? After thinking carefully, Jiang Lang understood the current situation. He is dual-classed as a warrior and assassin. Whichever attribute, strength or agility, is higher, that one will determine the base attack power. Now he is equipped with almost all assassin equipment, so his agility attribute far exceeds his strength attribute, resulting in such high attack power. So should I add the freedom attribute points to agility or strength in the future? Jiang Lang found it difficult. After thinking for a while, he decided to add all future freedom attribute points to strength. He wants to be an assassin covered in muscle. Equipment like Gale Boots that increases speed can be kept, but everything else should be replaced with strength-enhancing gear. The effect of Bloodthirsty Knife cannot be neglected. Looking at his experience bar, Jiang Lang decided to log out of the game and return to the real world to get some sleep. It has been over 9 hours since he entered the game. He has hardly had a break during these 9 hours. Although there are food items in the Divine Arrival game, there are no places to stay in the novice village. If he wants to stay in the game, he can only sleep on the street. Jiang Lang does not want to sleep on the street, anyway, his level is much higher than other players. Getting up and patting his butt, Jiang Lang first went to his statue, selling all the useless items in his backpack. The useless 3 newbie armors were priced at 9 copper coins, 1 coin less than the game NPC merchant. Silver level equipment is between 50 to 100 copper coins. Since the attributes of plain mage robe are ordinary, Jiang Lang directly listed it for 50 copper coins. Besides that, there are some unused skill books and monster materials, and things like that. The price of goods in Jiang Lang's shop was all lower than 1 copper coin from NPCs. After doing all this, Jiang Lang opened the chat interface and sent a message. Moonshadow, silver grade equipment is now on display, reasonably priced, fair to all. Brothers with nothing to do can come to the statue and take a look. Additionally, I am long-term buying silver and above equipment that increases health. Lastly, let me mention something. Players with nothing to do can take a walk in the northeast corner of the town, where you might discover something unexpected. After sending this message, Jiang Lang closed the chat interface and chose to log out of the game. His figure gradually became transparent and then disappeared. At this moment, some players saw Jiang Lang's message, and a part of them, driven by curiosity, headed to the northeast corner of Moonshadow Town. There stood an NPC leaning against the wall. Dressed in a black robe, his face was unclear, and he remained silent. The bolder players stepped forward, and soon there was a gasp of shock. His face was filled with astonishment, and after a while, he slowly began to move. The next second, an astonishing statement appeared in the chat interface. Where there's grass, there are no flowers, brothers, it's over. All over. There's a special merchant in the northeast corner who sells not equipment, not skills, but lifespan. Chapter 17, Ning Yuheng. Jiang Lang's message about the ability to purchase lifespan naturally had his own intentions behind it. In his previous life, most players entered the game God's Arrival very late. Especially the humans of Longxia. The people of Longxia loved peace too much. Even after the official announcement confirming the authenticity of God's Arrival, most players chose to continue their previous lives. Only about 30% of players opted to enter God's Arrival. This led to a significant gap in overall strength between Longxia players and those from Western countries. Westerners cherished freedom, and most of them chose to enter the game shortly after its arrival. In his former life, the scenes of monsters hunting Longxia human players were still vivid, as the strength of Longxia's players was only above average and could not resist at all. In this life, Jiang Lang wanted to break the ingrained idea of peace that Longxia people held in advance. Otherwise, it would be too late once God's Arrival completely merged with the real world. Dying in the game now was not real death, but dying later would mean death, with no possibility of resurrection. Jiang Lang felt he had tried his best. But whether it was effective, Jiang Lang could not guarantee. He was just an ordinary person, how many would listen to an ordinary person's words? Shaking his head and no longer thinking about this matter, Jiang Lang prepared to cook some instant noodles for himself. While waiting for the noodles, Jiang Lang turned on his mobile phone. The call log showed 2 missed calls, and after seeing them, Jiang Lang let out a cold laugh. One call was from Lu Ruyun, and the other was from Sun Zi, both at 6 in the afternoon, with less than half an hour between the two. Jiang Lang remembered that in his last life, after the game God's Arrival landed, he first went to the school to pick up Lu Ruyun and then found Sun Zi, and the 3 of them chatted all night in his rental apartment. It wasn't until the next day that the official confirmed the authenticity of God's Arrival, and then the 3 of them entered the game. Now he did not go to pick up Lu Ruyun, he wondered if Sun Zi would do it. Before dying in his last life, Sun Zi said she had been thinking about Lu Ruyun for a long time, and Jiang Lang had never considered it in that direction, but now that he thought about it, it indeed seemed to be a big problem. For instance, sometimes when Lu Ruyun had dates with him, she didn't wear any makeup, but if Sun Zi was present, Lu Ruyun would dress up beautifully. Previously, Jiang Lang only thought Lu Ruyun did this to avoid embarrassing him, but now it seemed Lu Ruyun was dressing up for Sun Zi. Sun Zi was the same. When hanging out with Jiang Lang, she always insisted that Jiang Lang bring Lu Ruyun along, and they went to upscale restaurants. Jiang Lang still thought Sun Zi was a good brother, knowing he didn't have money to help him show off. Now, thinking back. The man has feelings, the woman has intentions, why not just say it straight? Why put a hat on my head? Just wait, since I've come back to life, I'll help you, making you 2 desperate lovebirds in the game of God. Jiang Lang grinned, his eyes filled with coldness. The instant noodles were ready. Jiang Lang ate while opening Dole to watch videos of pretty girls. After a hearty meal, Jiang Lang collapsed and fell asleep. Around 2 in the morning, just as Jiang Lang was lost in a sweet dream. In a study of a house in Lijiang Garden, Lingjiang City, a strong-looking man slowly appeared. His eyes were filled with disbelief and a hint of surprise. In the next second, he suddenly let out a loud shout. Ling Rong! Ling Rong! Are you there? As he spoke, the man rushed towards the study door. Just as he reached the door, it opened automatically, and a beautiful woman with tearful eyes rushed in, throwing herself into the man's arms. Yu Hong! Whoa whoa! Yu Hong, you're finally back! A gentle smile appeared on Ning Yu Heng's face. He wasn't good with words, so he could only softly pat his wife's back. Don't cry, don't cry. I'm back, aren't I? Sorry to make you worry. Woo woo. The woman was silent, only crying. Ning Yu Hong felt a bit awkward. He really didn't know how to comfort his wife. After a while, when Shi Lingrong's emotions calmed down a little, Ning Yu Hong helped her sit on the sofa in the living room. As soon as they sat down, Shi Lingrong suddenly changed her expression and spoke with a crying tone. You're back, but our daughter is missing again. A few hours ago, her instructor called me, saying Xiao Yan suddenly disappeared from the classroom. The situation is exactly the same as yours. Yu Hong, what is going on? Is it related to that voice before? Hearing this, Ning Yu Hong did not panic. Instead, he smiled faintly. Rong, don't worry, our daughter is fine. I met her in the game, and she is safe right now, she just can't come back for the moment. Game? What game? Is it the one from the strange voice before? Shi Lingrong asked anxiously. Why can't Xiao Yan come out? What's wrong with her? Ning Yu Hong wrapped his arms around Shi Lingrong's shoulders and spoke gently. Rong, don't be agitated. Trust me, our daughter is very safe, so don't worry. Tears brimming in her eyes, Shi Lingrong looked at Ning Yu Hong, seeing him nod slightly. Rong, I'll tell you the details later. Now, I need to go to the chief's house. Saying this, Ning Yu Hong stood up from the sofa, picked up his clothes from the hanger, and headed towards the door. Going to your chief's house now? Yes. It's very important, and I can't delay. Ning Yu Hong changed into his clothes and turned back to smile at his wife. Wait for me at home, Rong will be back soon. Okay. Shi Lingrong replied. She trusted her husband. Since he said their daughter was fine, then she was surely fine. In the underground parking lot, Ning Yu Hong jogged to his car, pressing the phone to his ear. Yu Hong? A steady male voice came from the other end, accompanied by some surprise. It's me. Director Shen. Do you have time now? I have something extremely important to report to you. I'm at the station. Come over immediately. Ning Yu Hong was taken aback, instinctively checking the time on his phone. You're at the station? It was almost 3 in the morning, how could Director Shen still be at work? He remembered today wasn't supposed to be Director Shen's duty. No time to waste. Hurry over. Understood. Please wait for me for 20 minutes. Ning Yu Hong replied, then hung up the phone. The car started, quickly leaving the community. When he arrived at the police station, the situation inside surprised Ning Yu Hong even more. The entire police station was brightly lit, with almost all personnel there. Everyone was busy, and hardly anyone noticed that he, who had been missing for a few hours, had returned. However, Ning Yu Hong did not think too much and went straight to the director's office upstairs. Arriving at the door of the director's office, Ning Yu Hong knocked on the door. Come in. A heavy voice from Director Shen Zhonghua came from the room, and Ning Yu Hong pushed the door and entered. Director Shen, I have important matters to report. Chapter 18, Illusory Dreams Weaving Sound. Inside the room was a man with slightly graying temples, a crew cut, dressed in a white uniform. Shen Zhonghua, Vice Mayor of Lingjiang City and Director of Public Security, a first-level police supervisor at the departmental level. Seeing Ning Yu Hong approach, Shen Zhonghua's pupils brightened. Without much greeting, he asked directly. Yu Hong. Is it about the game Divine Arrival? Ning Yu Hong was taken aback, instinctively nodded, then reacted quickly and asked. Director Shen. How did you know I was going to talk about the Divine Arrival game? Shen Zhonghua smiled, gestured for Ning Yu Hong to sit, and personally poured him a cup of tea. Your level in the game has already reached level 3? Ning Yu Hong was even more puzzled. He hadn't said anything yet, but Shen Zhonghua seemed to know everything about the Divine Arrival game. But Shen Zhonghua shouldn't have entered the Divine Arrival game. Even Ning Yu Hong himself couldn't ensure the method of entering the Divine Arrival game at this moment. Unless someone had already returned from the Divine Arrival game ahead of him to the real world. Director Shen, could it be that? You are not wrong. Shen Zhonghua nodded. An hour and 20 minutes ago, a soldier from the military in Tibet had already returned from the game. Military? Yes. Shen Zhonghua sipped his tea and continued, it's a young man in his 20s named Chen Rongxing. It should be noted that he shouldn't be considered military anymore since he discharged yesterday. But the weather in Tibet hasn't been good these past few days, so he stayed at the military district, wanting to wait for the weather to clear before returning home. He packed all his belongings, and his phone was returned to him. According to what Comrade Chen Rongxing said yesterday, he had nothing to do in his dorm room in the afternoon, so he decided to play a game, and then inexplicably entered the Divine Arrival game. Director Shen. Did he also say something like enter game or similar before playing the game? Ning Yuhong asked. Shen Zhonghua raised an eyebrow and asked back with a smile, are you too? I was quite surprised that a grown man like you plays games. I didn't expect you to shout before playing. What game are you playing? Ning Yuhong's face turned red. He didn't want to answer that question. Because the game he played was somewhat hard to admit, it was an old online game, Tianlong Babu. Director Shen, let's get back to business. Alright. Shen Zhonghua cleared his throat, and his expression became serious. After Comrade Chen Rongxing returned to the real world, he immediately informed his unit about the Divine Arrival game. Then it was passed layer by layer to the top. But you also know, such matters are too strange, and just Comrade Chen Rongxing's words cannot ensure the accuracy of the information. However, the higher-ups attach great importance to this information, so they ordered all government agencies in Longsha to be on standby, waiting for someone to confirm Rongxing's statement. Yu Hong, now tell me about the Divine Arrival game. Ning Yuhong was silent for a few seconds, then began to recount everything about the Divine Arrival game, starting from the moment he inexplicably entered the game, the situation he saw after entering the game, and everything related to the Divine Arrival game. Shen Zhonghua quietly listened, his expression changing constantly. After almost 20 minutes of narration, Ning Yuhong took a sip of tea. Director Shen, this is all I know about the Divine Arrival game. I wonder if there are any discrepancies with Comrade Chen Rongxing's description. Shen Zhonghua thought for a moment, then slowly spoke. Overall, it's pretty much the same, only certain details have some discrepancies. For example, the novice village he is in is not called Moon Shadow Town. The town is called Twilight Town, and the first level monster is not a rooster, but a hyena. This should be related to your geographical location when you entered the game, it's not a big deal. As for the others. Shen Zhonghua suddenly looked up at Ning Yuhong, his gaze a bit teasing. Comrade Chen Rongxing should be stronger than you. I know, after all, he came out more than an hour earlier than me. No. Shen Zhonghua shook his head, what I mean is not this, but the profession. Comrade Chen Rongxing said his profession is a hidden profession, sword immortal. And you, my Captain Ning, you are just an archer profession. Although I haven't played the game, the archer profession should be pretty normal, right? Ning Yuhong's eyes widened in shock, he is actually a hidden profession? Shen Zhonghua shrugged, Comrade Chen Rongxing said so. Ning Yuhong fell silent, but inside he felt a bit dissatisfied. Director Shen, even though I am just an ordinary profession, my talent level is strong, I have an S-level talent, 9 layers of arrows. Comrade Chen Rongxing also has an S-level talent. Clear heart of the sword. Ning Yuhong gritted his teeth, feeling even more upset in his heart. Suddenly, Ning Yuhong thought of something and smiled. Director Shen, although my profession is just an ordinary one, my daughter is also a hidden profession. Hearing this, Shen Zhonghua's eyes widened, your daughter is also in the game? Yes, she has only been in the game for a few hours. Then why didn't Ling Rong tell me? Is it because I didn't find you, and she doesn't trust me anymore? Forget it. Ling Rong is not wrong. Even if she told me about Xiaoyan, we would still be helpless. So, what profession is that girl Xiaoyan? Ning Yuhong grinned, somewhat showing off as he replied. Hidden profession, illusionist, S-level talent, dream weaver sound. What abilities does this profession have? Illusionist. It's kind of like a magician, but with low attack power, more of a support type. Shen Zhonghua slammed the table heavily, his face full of enthusiasm. He was older and had not played many games, so he didn't fully understand Ning Yuhong's explanation of the illusionist. But enough to excite him. Good. Although I don't really understand, this is the second person in Longsha with both profession and talent at S-level. Yuhong, wait for me a few minutes, I'll notify above right now. Now that we have confirmed the authenticity of the Divine Arrival game, it's time to prepare. After saying that, without waiting for Ning Yuhong to speak further, he picked up the phone on the table and began dialing. Shen Zhonghua, get me the city committee. Shen Zhonghua, get me the municipal government. Shen Zhonghua. A series of calls were made, and it took more than 10 minutes to finish. After hanging up, Shen Zhonghua looked up at Ning Yuhong, his expression grew serious. Director Shen, what happened? The situation is not very good. According to the information received, players from other countries are also gradually returning to the real world. The country with the most returning players is Oldme, and it is known that there are already 4 people. Moreover, the highest level one has already reached level 4. The higher-ups have organized personnel to prepare to enter the game, and Comrade Chen Rongxing has also been approved to return to the squad to lead the strategy for the Divine Arrival game. Sigh, we are still a step behind. Chapter 19 Official Notice. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy. Ning Yuhong and Shin Zhonghua both had dark expressions. Ning Yuhong had experienced the game firsthand, and he knew very well what the arrival of the Divine Arrival game meant. Although Shin Zhonghua had not entered the game, being in a high position, he could easily understand the issues involved. Yuhong, the world is about to change. Shin Zhonghua sighed. Not to mention anything else, just the condition of exchanging gold coins for lifespan you mentioned is enough to drive people crazy. Today's social economy will be gradually destroyed by the Divine Arrival game, and even morality and law will continuously collapse. To put it more broadly, perhaps one day the world structure will change because of this game. What a pity, we have just started and are already a step behind. Ning Yuhong also fell silent. He knew that Shin Zhonghua was right. Suddenly, Ning Yuhong thought of something and asked in confusion. Wait, Director Shin. Comrade Chen Rongxing mentioned the person Yueying. I am in the same novice village as Yueying, so he should also be from Lingjiang City, right? He is already level 6. Doesn't that mean we're ahead? When it comes to this, Shin Zhonghua felt somewhat helpless. Before Ning Yuhang returned to the real world, a high level of Longxia had already learned from Chen Rongxing that there was a person named Yueying. However, at that time, they were not sure about the authenticity of the game god's arrival, so they did not take it seriously, but deep down they had a hope. After Ning Yuhang returned to the real world, Shin Zhonghua confirmed the existence and strength of Yueying from him. And he also learned that Ning Yuhang was actually in the same novice town as Yueying, which means Yueying is also from Lingjiang City. At the very least, he lives in Lingjiang City. But according to the news brought by the two of them, Yueying had not been seen by anyone in the game for 6 hours, so he should have long returned to the real world. However, during this time, Lingjiang City had not received any reports about the god's arrival game. Yuhong, do you think there is a possibility? This Yueying may live in Lingjiang City, but he might not be one of us in Longxia? Director Shin, do you mean Yueying is a foreigner? It's not impossible. No way? Why not? Lingjiang City's foreign population reaches 500,000. No one can say exactly which country he is from. And didn't you also say that? It seems like no one has seen Yueying's true face. This situation seems to further prove that Yueying is not from Longxia. Ning Yuhong opened his mouth but ultimately kept quiet. Shin Zhonghua's words made a lot of sense. No one has seen Yueying's appearance, thus, it's impossible to tell which country he is from. A level 6 player who far surpasses the others, can solo kill level 5 bosses and even has obtained a golden item. If he is from Longxia, that's fine, but if he is from another country, then Longxia players' progress in the God's Arrival game will slow down significantly. But you don't need to worry, I have already sent someone into the town to watch for Yueying. As soon as he appears, we will shamelessly get close to him. We must figure out his true identity. Ning Yuhong nodded, seeming to see this as the only shameless method available now. You should go back now. Have a good rest. Come to the bureau tomorrow afternoon. You are now the second strongest player in Longxia, and the burden ahead will be heavy. Be prepared. After hearing this, Ning Yuhong immediately stood up and saluted, his expression serious as he said. Director Shin, Ning Yuhong will follow all orders from the leadership. But I don't need to rest, I have to return to the game. My daughter is still inside. I need to help her level up to 3, or she won't be able to return to the real world. Yes, yes. Shin Zhonghua suddenly understood. Then this. It is estimated that these two have been together for 12 hours. As for what they were doing together, Zhang Lang did not want to know. After getting up and washing up, Zhang Lang didn't want to make breakfast, so he simply ordered 2 meals to fill his stomach. Anyway, money in the future is no different from waste paper, keeping it is useless. While waiting for breakfast, Zhang Lang lay on the sofa, ready to see the situation regarding the game Divine Arrival. In the previous life, on the early morning after Divine Arrival descended, players had already returned to the real world. The officials quickly confirmed the authenticity of the Divine Arrival game and called on the public to enter the game. They even set up a special thread on Weibo to discuss the Divine Arrival game, which attracted many people to join. In his past life, Zhang Lang had also entered the Divine Arrival game after seeing these threads with those two idiots. Sure enough, when Jiang Lang opened Weibo, the top trending topic was the Divine Arrival game. Clicking in, he saw that netizens had already posted millions of replies. The pinned post was released by the officials. Announcement. 1. After investigation by DZY, it has been confirmed that the Divine Arrival game is real, and everyone can enter the game. 2. The rules about death and loss of life in the game have been verified. Please consider carefully whether to enter the game if you are over 60 years old. 3. The rumor that currency can be exchanged for life is true, but it requires a huge amount of currency, and no one has exchanged life yet. Based on announcement 2, please consider carefully whether to enter the game. For players who have entered the game and successfully returned, please voluntarily go to local law enforcement to register your profession and talents, non-mandatory. The government will provide substantial subsidies for players with hidden professions and A-level talents or above. 5. After research, DZY has decided to establish a special organization in each province and city called Divine Generals. Players with hidden professions and A-level talents or above can apply to join. The benefits are generous. 6. Please familiarize yourself with the early strategies of the Divine Arrival game. Click the attachment to view. 7. 8. 9. Looking for the player in the Divine Arrival game with the nickname Moonshadow. If this player sees this, please contact us or the local law enforcement department quickly. Also, the public is encouraged to provide relevant information, and a generous reward will be given upon verification. 10. All of the above announcements will not be deleted. Announcement 6 will be updated irregularly, and Announcement 9 will depend on the actual completion status to decide whether to end. Chapter 20 Return to the game. Jiang Lang chewed his cheek, his expression very strange. In his previous life, the officials did issue similar announcements, but at that time there were not so many lines. Jiang Lang remembered that there were only about 5 or 6 lines. There was no strange announcement searching for Moon Shadow. Looking at the 9th announcement, Jiang Lang felt there was something odd, as if he was on the official wanted list. He would not actively expose his identity to the officials, otherwise, who knows what outcome that might lead to trouble galore. However, in the Divine Arrival game, he could prove his identity as a citizen of Long Nation a little, which could serve as an explanation to the Long Xia officials. Continuing to look at other posts, Jiang Lang found that many players had entered the Divine Arrival game and returned to the real world. Why not eat meat porridge? Level 3 warrior looking for a team, target small skeleton, leaving at 10, weaklings please stay away. Little Hammer 80, looking for a team with similar strength, I am a B-level talent healer. Lee Big Cannon, is anyone killing rabbits? The convoy is 1 short. Love eating cilantro, why kill the cute soft bone rabbit? Can't you kill the clucking chicken instead? Not clean ears, my brother, our area's beginner monster is actually a zombie. 13579, and so what? My friend from Old Me told me that their area's beginner monster is also a zombie. All votes fly general, brothers, who exactly is Moon Shadow? Does anyone know? I might be the protagonist, successfully joined Divine General. Divine Arrival Encyclopedia, Extra. Breaking news. A player in District 106, Longxia, has obtained a divine item, serial number 15687 Fortune and Happiness Golden Bell. Yay, what is a divine item? Jiang Lang looked at the messages on the chat interface, his expression changing constantly. Especially since others had also obtained divine items. But this is normal, there are a total of 20,000 types of divine items. If he can obtain it, others can too. Jiang Lang had never heard of this divine item and didn't know its specific effects. From the name, it should be related to the currency obtained from killing monsters, right? District 106, is that Roncheng? Jiang Lang muttered to himself when someone knocked on his door. Breakfast is here. A few soup dumplings and a bowl of tofu pudding, this is the humble breakfast of a master. After quickly finishing his meal, Jiang Lang decided to return to the game. More than 10 hours had passed, he wasn't sure if anyone had surpassed his level. Just as he was about to enter the game, he suddenly seemed to remember something and paused. He took out his phone and called someone saved as uncle. Unfortunately, the call did not go through. In his previous life, Jiang Lang, while with those 2 idiots, did not think about his uncle's well-being. Jiang Lang didn't even know when his uncle entered the game. It was only after returning from the game, God's Descent, to the real world that Jiang Lang received a call from his uncle, who urged him to enter the game quickly, saying he had been waiting in the real world for a long time. His uncle was just an ordinary mage in God's Descent, but his talent was quite decent. A-level talent, trio. In just over 10 hours in the game, he reached level 3, and in his area, he was among the top players. However, after the game fused with the real world, his uncle sacrificed himself during a dungeon raid. This was something Jiang Lang found hard to forget. At that time, his uncle had invited him to enter the dungeon, but Lu Ruyun, that idiot, was scared and didn't want to go. Jiang Lang refused his uncle's invitation. Looking back now, if he had gone into the dungeon with his uncle, perhaps his uncle wouldn't have died. Damn it! Jiang Lang cursed, filled with regret. But in this life, he was reborn, and Jiang Lang naturally would not see his uncle appear and the results of the previous life. After all, his uncle was his only relative in this world. Unfortunately, the call didn't go through. His uncle probably hadn't returned to the real world yet, so he could only reach out to him in God's Descent. Enter the game. As Jiang Lang's voice fell, his figure gradually disappeared again. Returning to God's Descent, Jiang Lang felt that the game scenes felt more familiar. He opened the chat interface and entered the Longxia region chat room, leaving a message. Moonshadow, please contact me as soon as possible if the player with the nickname CPDD in District 78 sees this. His uncle was not in Linjiang City but in a second-tier city in Sichuan Province, corresponding to District 78 in the game. However, his uncle was not from Sichuan, he was from northeast China, just living in Sichuan. His uncle's name was Feng Chang, only 11 years older than Jiang Lang, and he was just 35 years old. Feng Chang's temperament was not at all calm, similar to someone in their 20s. He also liked to play games, or he wouldn't have a nickname like CPDD. Of course, from this nickname, one could see that his uncle was still unmarried. In God's Descent, nicknames are unique, so Jiang Lang wasn't worried about anyone impersonating his uncle to contact him. But the unavoidable happened. After Jiang Lang sent this message, he instantly received nearly 1,000 private messages. These people are really bored. Jiang Lang rolled his eyes and set it to only receive private messages from his uncle. The results were not satisfying. Among the thousands of private messages, there was no news from his uncle. Probably busy killing monsters. Jiang Lang didn't mind. Anyway, now in God's Descent, one wouldn't truly die. The life of the old uncle is not in danger. Closing the interface, Jiang Lang first came to the statue stall to take a look. The things he had on sale were doing quite well. The silver-grade equipment was already gone, he didn't know who bought it, even the 3 starter gear pieces were also sold. In the game, God's Arrival, when there is no Slayer status, the chance of players dropping equipment upon death is very low, but it's not zero. Those 3 starter items might have been bought by some unlucky player. However, various materials haven't sold much, which is normal, as secondary professions have not appeared yet. Jiang Lang transferred the currency he earned from selling goods at the stall into his backpack, totaling only 97 copper coins. Under the envious gazes of the surrounding people, Jiang Lang stepped towards the town gate. Today he planned to stay in the game longer and level up to level 10. But this meant he couldn't aim for the little skeleton anymore, he needed to kill higher level monsters. However, just after taking a few steps, 3 players approached him. These 3 players did not hide their faces, and there were no expressions on their faces. Jiang Lang paused his steps, yet he felt no worry in his heart. In the newbie town, players are forbidden from killing each other, so these people could not do anything to him. The 3 stood in front of Jiang Lang, and the leading middle-aged man suddenly saluted, then said in a deep voice. Hello, Moonshadow, I am Lin Hu, the captain of the criminal investigation team of the Linjiang City Police, my game nickname is Tiger. I have a few things to confirm with you, it won't take much of your time, I hope you cooperate. Chapter 21 Official Roadblock. Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit amused. The Linjiang City Police actually sent someone to block him at the town gate, it seemed they really wanted to confirm his identity. I understand your intention, so I'll make it simple, I am a legal citizen of Longsha, not a foreigner. Lin Hu frowned, he was not satisfied with this statement. Jiang Lang did not reveal his appearance, and just by his word alone could not prove that he was from Longsha. From Jiang Lang's exposed skin, one could tell he is of the yellow race, but there are many yellow races, Japanese, Koreans, and Indians are all yellow races, and they are not necessarily good people. Mr. Moonshadow, can you please show your appearance? Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to confirm. Jiang Lang shook his head in refusal. Seeing Lin Hu's expression was not quite right, Jiang Lang smiled and said, Captain Lin, I am the kind of person who avoids trouble, I don't want to attract attention. I can assure you that I am from Longsha, as for whether you believe it or not, that is up to you. I can also guarantee that I will not maliciously harm any Longsha person. Of course, if someone is foolish enough to take action against me, I will not hold back. Lin Hu's expression improved a lot, a person who can say such things should not be a foreign JD. Even though this is still just Jiang Lang's word. But Lin Hu faintly believed that Jiang Lang was indeed from Longsha. Alright. Can you tell me your profession and talent? Assassin profession, and the talent is only C grade, double strike. Lin Hu's mouth twitched, he had an expression of disbelief. He believed in the assassin profession, after all, many players had seen Jiang Lang when he used stealth. Currently, besides the assassin profession, there are no other professions that have stealth-type skills. But C grade talent? Nonsense? Can a C grade talent solo kill a level 5 boss? Lin Hu completely did not believe it. You see. I told you, and you don't believe it. After that, you still ask. I truly have C-grade talent, heaven and earth can bear witness. Jiang Lang spread his hands and said innocently. Lin Hu stared hard into Jiang Lang's eyes, with years of criminal investigation experience, he found no signs of lying in Jiang Lang's gaze. Unless this person has very strong mental strength. If he definitely did not lie. Then the last question. Did you obtain the divine object? Yes. Jiang Lang did not lie this time, nor could he lie. Since Lin Hu asked this, it meant the authorities already knew about the strange noise when the divine object dropped. When the Chicken King was defeated, hundreds of eyes were watching. Jiang Lang simply could not lie. What is it? Can you take it out for us to see? Jiang Lang flipped his hand, and a book-like object appeared in his palm. Record of Mountains and Seas. Lin Hu's eyes widened as he examined the divine object, and the two young policemen behind him also stretched their necks. In the next second, the three of them simultaneously let out a gasp. Wow! Sequence 21? Ranked so high? What a pity, like the sets in online games, it loses much power without the other pieces. Lin Hu struggled to calm the turmoil in his heart. Do you have other divine objects related to it? Lin Hu asked with eager hope. How is that possible? Jiang Lang rolled his eyes and said impatiently. Captain Lin, do you think divine objects are like cabbages? I guess the divine objects obtained by players in Longshare right now probably don't exceed 10. How could I possibly have others? Do you think I'm a lucky fish? Lin Hu gave an awkward smile, feeling a bit embarrassed. He didn't dare to say that Jiang Lang's estimate of 10 was already too many. Currently, there are only 4 known divine objects in the Longshare region. With Jiang Lang's divine object included, there are only 5 in total. Among the 4 divine objects, the highest ranking one is only ranked 1069. Moonshadow actually brought out a divine object ranked 21. The difference is not just a little. Well. Stop. Jiang Lang's eyes widened, and he raised a hand to stop Lin Hu's next words. He put the divine object back in his backpack, cautiously watching Lin Hu. You aren't suggesting I hand it over to the country, are you? Sorry, I don't want to. Besides, I don't plan to join any organization. Being a wild player is just fine for me. Don't waste your breath. Lin Hu opened his mouth, cursing inwardly. How did this kid know what he was going to say? To be honest, Lin Hu did intend to buy the divine object from Jiang Lang on behalf of the country. This was also an order from above. If encountering a high-ranking divine object and the seller has the intention to sell, all official personnel can negotiate. But before he could say anything, Jiang Lang had already figured out his meaning and rejected it. From the sound, he should be a young man. How come he is so clever and cunning? You really don't want to think? This divine object is useless in your hands. If you give it to the country, we might quickly gather the other divine objects. Of course, we won't let you suffer. We won't just offer you $500 and a certificate. For a divine object ranked 21, I think, the set price from above is 100 million. RMB? Jiang Lang asked. That's right. Lin Hu's gaze was fiery as he looked at Jiang Lang, eagerly waiting for his nod. This is 100 million, Lin Hu couldn't believe anyone wouldn't be moved. However, Jiang Lang's next words made Lin Hu's eyes widen in shock. Not selling. 100 million RMB? I thought it was 100 million gold. Captain Lin, you don't think money in the real world will still be useful in the future, do you? Lin Hu frowned tightly. What do you mean? How could it not be useful? Jiang Lang scoffed, pointing around as he spoke. Here, there is food and drink, and one can even buy a lifespan. Aside from not having a place to stay, what aspect is not better than the real world? As he spoke, Jiang Lang paused, looking directly at Lin Hu and continued. Captain Lin, if I guess correctly, those businesses and tycoons in the real world should already be secretly using RMB to buy game currency, right? What's the ratio? Lin Hu's pupils contracted, and his gaze at Jiang Lang was filled with shock, as well as a bit of admiration. This young man was too clever. He was right, although the game god's arrival had only just arrived less than 2 days ago. But some powerful companies and wealthy individuals have secretly begun to prepare. The arrival of the game Divine Arrival is like the beginning of an entirely new era, but this windfall does not exist in the real world. Ordinary people cannot even touch the situation of the upper class. Lin Hu suspected that the young man in front of him might be a rich second generation in the real world. Captain Lin, you haven't mentioned any ratio. 1 to 100. Too low. Jiang Lang shook his head. Is that still low? Lin Hu exclaimed. 1 copper coin can be exchanged for 100 renminbi, and 1 copper coin only requires killing a gugu chicken. A player, no matter how weak, can obtain several copper coins in Divine Arrival in a day, right? That's several $100s. How many people in the real world can earn several $100s a day? 99.99% of people can't do it. It can be said that the arrival of the Divine Arrival allows most ordinary people to turn their financial situation around, but Jueying actually said this ratio is low. How about 1 to 1,000? Captain Lin, just watch, soon this ratio will reach what I said, or even more. Jiang Lang smiled. In the previous life this ratio persisted until the 2 worlds merged. The exchange ratio of the 3 currencies in Divine Arrival is all 100, which means 10,000 copper coins can be exchanged for 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin can buy 1 day of life from special merchants. This equates to 10 million in real-world money. 10 million can buy a day of life. That's nothing for the wealthy. Chapter 22 Lu Ruyun. Jiang Lang, with insufficient talent level, declined Lin Hu's repeated invitation to join the Divine Generals team, coming alone to the Wild Plains. In the last life, the official organization was also established, absorbing many powerful players. The requirements for joining the Divine Generals organization are very high, and A-level talent is just the threshold. The powerful Divine Generals are either hidden professions or players with S-level talents. Famous strong players like Never Bend and Little Wild Cat, Chen Ronxing are almost all members of the Divine Generals organization. In other words, this is an organization established by the official Dragon Xia to gather strong talents, and anyone meeting the conditions can join. Of course, Jiang Lang meets these requirements, but this life he does not plan to join any organization, nor does he plan to join any team or guild in the game. Too troublesome. With swift steps, Jiang Lang's movement speed increased significantly. Soon, he crossed beyond the range of Koan Gu and the little skeleton, entering deeper into the Wild Plains. Here there are even more powerful monsters, killing them will provide more experience. Jiang Lang remembers that there is a monster here with a peculiar mechanism, Clay Doll. It is a monster that ignores magical attacks. Perfect for a player like him who wields a melee weapon. Soon, Jiang Lang arrived at the territory of the Clay Doll. The ground was no longer the desolate land of the little skeletons but a patch of black muddy swamp. The Clay Doll was right beneath this swamp. As soon as Jiang Lang stepped forward, bubbles began to rise in the swamp a few meters away. A few seconds later, a half-meter-tall brown mud cocoon emerged from the swamp. This creature is not humanoid but jar-shaped, with no hands or feet, and facial features on the sides of the jar. Clay Doll. Type, In Spirit. Level, 8. Health, 460. Attack, 270. Defense, 0. Strength, 22. Agility, 9. Spirit, 27. Skill, Soul Whale. Remarks, once a collection of a certain high-level monster, the reason it has developed intelligence is unknown. Though its movement speed is slow, be careful of its magical attacks. Its level is even higher than the Chicken King, but its health, strength, and agility are not as good as the Chicken King, while its spirit attribute far exceeds that of the Chicken King. Jiang Lang curled his lips. The divine arrival gain was still as treacherous as ever. Although the notes provided some hints, they did not point out that the Clay Doll is immune to magical attacks. If a wizard class encounters this, they might suffer greatly. But for him, it was completely fine. He, apart from the poisoning skill having magical damage, most of his attacks are physical damage. Damn! Jiang Lang took out his dagger, and as he stepped forward, he subconsciously activated the stealth skill. The clay golem did not have a concealment skill. The moment Jiang Lang went invisible, the golem lost its position. But against the clay golem, Jiang Lang's stealth skill was actually of no use. Because the clay golem is the first monster with area of effect attack skills that new players encounter. That's right, the skill Soul Whale is AoE damage and doesn't even need to confirm the target's location. Soul Whale releases a sound that disturbs the target's soul, dealing 80 plus attack power *3 magical damage to all targets within a 10-meter radius. At this moment, a faint dark light flickered at the opening of the clay golem's jar, signaling it was about to use a skill. Jiang Lang's actions quickened, almost unleashing all his speed. In the second before the dark light burst forth, Jiang Lang stabbed his dagger into the clay golem's crooked mouth. 930. Killed level 8 monster clay golem, gained experience *20, copper coins *10. Swift hands triggered, gained golem fragment *1. The golem only had 430 health points, unable to withstand Jiang Lang's strike. As long as he reached the golem's front before it released its skill, Jiang Lang could easily kill it without taking damage. The only flaw is that like the little skeleton, this thing usually hides underground, only revealing itself when you enter its attack range. And the golem's attack range is 10 meters, he can't be sure how many golems are beneath the swamp within that range. 1 or 2 is fine, but if there are more, even with Jiang Lang's speed, he cannot deal with them all at once. I still lack area damage skills. Jiang Lang sighed, feeling a bit helpless. Whether as a warrior or an assassin, both classes have relatively few area damage skills, especially in the early game. To obtain area damage skills for these two classes, one can only rely on luck. Swift hands, work harder. Forget about the divine items, let's get a few area damage skill books. And lucky +1, do your job well. Jiang Lang silently prayed in his heart. If other players knew Jiang Lang's thoughts, they would probably give him a big nosebleed. What others crave but cannot attain, Jiang Lang wishes to exchange for an area damage skill. Although killing monsters is troublesome now, there's no better way to avoid it. Jiang Lang began his journey to continue leveling up. Meanwhile, in Moon Shadow Town, Lu Ruyun and Sun Zi appeared one after the other in the town square. But both of their expressions were not good, as if they had lost their parents. What should we do? Z, just the two of us can't possibly kill those monsters. Lu Ruyun said with a mournful face. She and Sun Zi had only entered the Divine Arrival game at 8 in the morning, a few hours later than other players. As for why they didn't enter when the game launched yesterday, of course, they had other matters to attend to. Last night, after Sun Zi picked Lu Ruyun up from school, they went to a high-end restaurant in Lingjiang City for dinner. Then, Sun Zi suggested watching a movie together, and Lu Ruyun did not refuse. Even Sun Zi didn't expect Lu Ruyun to agree, as she was Jiang Lang's girlfriend. However, Lu Ruyun accepted without a second thought. Sun Zi had always had a bad habit of liking someone else's girlfriend, and had been eyeing Lu Ruyun for quite some time. Now that Lu Ruyun had given this opportunity, Sun Zi of course would not refuse. After the movie, Sun Zi continuously tried to push Lu Ruyun's boundaries. Yet he discovered something even more surprising: Lu Ruyun accepted very easily. What followed was like water flowing smoothly. They played all night at a high-end hotel. I never expected Jiang Lang to be this kind of person. Until the next day, when I woke up and saw the official announcement, I pretended to call Jiang Lang, but after receiving no reply, the two of us finally entered the game. After familiarizing ourselves with the game, we chose the same professions as in our previous life, wizard and priest. Our talents also inherited the levels from our past life, B rank and D rank. But when we wanted to team up with others, we were rejected by other players. We entered the game quite late, and the stronger players simply didn't take us seriously. The average players might accept Lu Ruyun, but they could not accept Sun Zi, a D-rank priest. Naturally, Lu Ruyun would not choose to abandon Sun Zi, as her goal in dating Jiang Lang was to get closer to Sun Zi. Now that she had finally achieved her goal, Lu Ruyun obviously wouldn't give up easily. With no other option, the two of us could only choose a team where our levels were also one, and which was stronger than us. Chapter 23, Finding a Booster. Just now, the two of us were successfully abandoned by our teammates, dying first in Kunga's mouth. According to logic, a B-rank wizard and a healer should be the ones that other team members need to protect. But Lu Ruyun and Sun Zi were just too terrifying. On the battlefield, Lu Ruyun was timid, unable to cast even a single skill properly. Sun Zi was even more embarrassing. As a D-rank talent, he could only restore 11 health points to his teammates each time. Healing Light, all healing effects increased by 1%. The priest's basic skill is Healing Art, which can restore 5 plus Spirit *1 health points each time, with a cooldown of 6 seconds. Sun Zi's initial spirit power is only 5 points, so with the bonus from the talent, he can only restore 11 health points at once. This is vastly inferior compared to other priests. After several tries, the teammates finally couldn't take the two oddballs anymore and kicked them out of the squad. The two of them flitted around to several other small teams, and the results were the same. Until just now, this was the 4th time they had died. And the experience gained was only 22 points. Lu Ruyun sent out a party invitation in the chat interface, but unfortunately, no one responded. Even the members from her previous small team mocked her, telling other players that these two were a burden. Lu Ruyun felt intense rage, yet she did not dare to say anything. Zigu, what should we do? Should we just quit the game? Lu Ruyun looked at Sun Zi eagerly, not wanting to stay in the game any longer. Hearing this, Sun Zi frowned tightly and sternly scolded her. Are you a pig? The official announcement clearly stated that you can only choose to leave the game after reaching level 3. How can we leave now? Also, we have already died 4 times. We lost 4 years of life. How do we earn that back once we exit? Lu Ruyun was taken aback by Sun Zi's look. She had never seen him angry before. Usually, when Sun Zi looked at her, he had a gentle smile. Then what do we do now? Sun Zi's brows furrowed even deeper, feeling a bit troubled inside. From a rich second generation with billions in assets, how did he end up with a D-rank talent? Lu Ruyun, someone who could easily climb into a man's bed, could obtain a B-rank talent, while what right did he have to only get a D-rank? Thinking of the disdainful looks from those teammates before, Sun Zi's heart was filled with anger. Damn! The angrier Sun Zi became, the more he couldn't suppress the curse. But right now, there was no good way out. They couldn't leave the Divine Arrival game until they reached level 3. Sun Zi took a few deep breaths and thought of a solution that was still acceptable. Let's keep recruiting teammates. Still looking for teammates? Those players ignore us. Recruit. Sun Zi gritted his teeth and said, have you heard of boosting? Let's find strong teammates to level us up. I'll pay. RMB? Lu Ruyun subconsciously asked. Damn. What else? Copper coins or gold coins? Do you have any or do I? Sun Zi was about to explode with anger. At first, Lu Ruyun seemed pleasing to Sun Zi, but after interacting, she felt that Lu Ruyun was like a shark. Zigu, don't be angry, I'll send a message right now. How much money? Sun Zi didn't want to have a huge fight with Lu Ruyun. After all, she was still considered Jiang Lang's girlfriend. And about Jiang Lang, Sun Zi felt that he must have already entered the game Divine Presence in advance, and he must be developing much better than the two of them right now. Sun Zi had previously sent a message looking for Jiang Lang, but had received no response. In Sun Zi's heart, as long as they found Jiang Lang, he could help them level up. Jiang Lang couldn't possibly ignore his own girlfriend and good brother, right? But before contacting Jiang Lang, Sun Zi could only spend money to let others help them level up. 1 million from level 1 to level 2. 2 million from level 2 to level 3. So much? Not too much. I can afford it. Just send. Lu Ruyun was somewhat unwilling, as in her view, this money would all be hers in the future. Sun Zi had already said that he would marry her in the future, but not right now. Because Sun Zi still needed to communicate with his family. Lu Ruyun could understand, after all, wealthy families always behave like this. At this moment, besides Sun Zi's way of speaking, there was no other option. Lu Ruyun could only reluctantly send out a message recruiting people to level up. Money stirs the heart is an eternal truth. Not long after Lu Ruyun's message was sent, many players began to respond. Choose carefully. Pick a powerful team. Okay. Lu Ruyun replied attentively, and not long after, she suddenly looked at Sun Zi. Zigu, there's a 3-person team that is the strongest, all 3 are level 3, with roles as warrior, archer, and priest. They said they could take this job, but there's a condition. What condition? Sun Zi frowned and asked. They said they would only help us level up, and all the rewards dropped from killing monsters would belong to them. And we have to follow their commands. If we don't listen and die, they won't be responsible. Damn it! I spend millions to negotiate with them? Change people. Sun Zi's face was very grim. When had this rich second generation ever suffered such humiliation? Lu Ruyun indeed looked troubled and cautiously said. Zigu, this team is the strongest and has the best conditions. The other teams are offering similar conditions, and some even want us to give up the copper coins we earn while leveling. Sun Zi opened his mouth. He truly did not expect that there were even more shameless people. Having to hand over copper coins earned while leveling, did they think they couldn't survive? Sun Zi did not know that outside, money had begun being used to buy game currency. And those players who had reached level 3 had already returned to the real world, knowing about this. For them, helping Sun Zi level up was just convenient, allowing them to gain experience in copper, while also making some RMB. Except for Jiang Lang, no one knew that the real world and the Divine Presence game would eventually merge. Most people were still thinking about preparing some expenses for the real world. As for not allowing Sun Zi to participate in the dropped rewards, it was naturally because of the divine item. The outside world's officials had confirmed the existence of divine items, a powerful tool that everyone was eager to pursue. What if they were the lucky ones who could get a divine item from killing Kuan Gu? Damn it! Agree to him! Sun Zi roared in frustration. Right now, this was the only path before him. If he didn't agree, who knew how long it would take to return to the real world? Sun Zi was even more resentful of why he only got a D-level talent and chose the priest profession with no combat ability. At the same time, he felt even more urgency to find Jiang Lang. If Jiang Lang was here, he definitely wouldn't ask for millions just to help him level up. Sun Zi decided to return to the real world and immediately went to Jiang Lang's house to find him, waiting for Jiang Lang to return from the game. Chapter 24, Blind Box. In the 56th area of the God's Arrival game, the Novice Town, Other Shore Town, 2 players' figures appeared in the town. Both of these men are around 30 years old. One can tell from their outfits that one is a warrior and the other a mage. At that moment, the expressions on their faces were very complex, a mix of excitement and a hint of hatred. The moment their figures solidified, 3 nearby players hurriedly approached them. Yang team, Changgu. Were you also killed by that boss? The one speaking was a female mage, Jianro. When she saw the 2 appear, her expression immediately fell silent. The other 2 were also males, and seeing the current scene, their faces also did not look good. Ha ha ha. No. The boss was killed by me and Fengchang. Thank goodness for Fengchang. If he hadn't hit 3 skills in a row at the end, we would really have died in that crocodile's mouth. Killed? Jianro looked at the 2 in shock, and then, confusedly asked, then why did you and Changgu appear at the resurrection point? Not just Jianro, but the other 2 team members were also extremely puzzled. Yang Lingkong hurriedly made a hush gesture, and his eyes cautiously scanned around. His actions made Jianro and the other 3 even more curious. Young team, what's going on? Archer Lu Qi asked in a low voice. The 5 of them had entered the God's Arrival game as soon as it officially launched. Coincidentally, they were the closest to each other at that time, and after a simple discussion, they decided to form a small team to level up. Though they were all ordinary professions, none of their talent levels were below B rank. Especially Yang Lingkong and Fengchang, as well as Jianro, these 3 were all A rank talents. Only Lu Qi and the assassin Zhang Lei and the team had B-ranked talents. However, Yang Lingkong and the others did not mind the two, so they teamed up to level up together. With 2 B ranks and 3 A ranks, plus being a full 5-member team, their strength was among the best in the entire other shore town. Since entering the game until now, there had not been a single casualty among the 5. In just over 6 hours, their levels had risen to 3. Lu Qi originally planned to return to the real world to rest, and Feng Chang had the same idea. But the captain Yang Lingkong and the other two wanted to continue leveling up. After discussing, Lu Qi and Feng Chang also chose to stay. The 5 of them continued to level up in the wild, spending a few more hours to raise all their levels to 4. But just as the 5 were preparing to return, they unexpectedly encountered a boss. Unlike the boss in the Moonshadow Town, the novice monster in Othershore Town was the Killing Crocodile, and the 5-level boss was of course the Killing Crocodile King. Originally, Lu Qi and Zhang Lei intended to flee, but the remaining 3 were prepared to defeat the boss. In Moonshadow, you can solo a boss at level 5. Can't our 5 level 4s kill a boss? If we die, it's just losing a year of life. I'm the oldest at 36, I'm not worried, so why are you scared? What if we kill the boss and get some rewards? Then we will be rich. At least a piece of silver-grade equipment, right? Even if we're unlucky, the experience and gold are definitely real. These were Yang Lingkong's exact words, and after hearing them, Lu Qi and Zhang Lei were also somewhat swayed. In Moonshadow, you can solo a boss at level 5, so their configuration shouldn't be bad. Moreover, Yang Lingkong was right. What if they dropped some rewards? That would be a big gain. Even if the 5 split it, everyone could gain quite a bit. The 5 of them quickly discussed tactics and then began the fierce battle with the boss. But they still underestimated the terrifying power of the boss. Player health of thousands and extremely high attack power is simply incomparable to players. The 5 could only choose the kite tactic. Yang Lingkong and Lu Qi held the line, while Feng Chang and Zhang Lei dealt damage from the back, and Jianro constantly healed everyone. With their well-coordinated teamwork, the 5 still managed to whittle the boss down to just over 200 health points. However, the price was also tragic. Lu Qi was the first to exit, followed closely by Zhang Lei, Jianro, leaving only Yang Lingkong and Feng Chang still alive. After the 3 revived in the small town, they anxiously waited for Yang Lingkong and the other 2. Unexpectedly, they finally saw the 2 appear at the revival point. Thinking the 2 had also been killed by the boss, they were surprised when Yang Lingkong said they had killed the boss. Yang team, tell us. Jianro urged, feeling a little excited inside. Yang Lingkong looked around again, then whispered. This is not a place to talk, let's go to somewhere less crowded. Everyone followed Yang Lingkong to a more secluded spot in the small town, and he did not continue to hold back. His face sparkled with immense excitement, and Feng Chang couldn't help but laugh heartily. In the shocked gazes of the other 3, Feng Chang pulled out a golden light sphere and cradled it in his palm. What is this? Jianro and the others widened their eyes, even Lu Qi and Zhang Lei's bodies trembled slightly. Divine object. We obtained a divine object. Yang Lingkong shouted excitedly. The existence of divine objects was not a secret nowadays, and Lu Qi and the others naturally knew what it represented. They just never expected such a big opportunity would fall upon them. It was said that killing a level 5 boss would yield a divine object, and now they had obtained one too. Which crocodile king dropped it? Jianro's eyes sparkled, but she was not looking at the divine object, she was looking at Feng Chang. Yes. I also didn't expect we could obtain a divine object. Truly, heaven favors us. Then how did you guys revive at the revival point? Zhang Lei asked curiously. Since the 2 had already killed the boss, they should have entered through the main gate. How could they revive at the revival point? Unless. Damn it. Someone played us. Yang Lingkong cursed angrily. Those bastards didn't help us while fighting the boss, but the moment they saw the divine object, they didn't hesitate to attack Feng Chang and me. We had no chance to fight back and were killed. Fortunately, the divine object was stored in Feng Chang's backpack, so it didn't drop upon death. We just lost a year of lifespan. But a year of lifespan for a divine object, I feel like we still made out big. Yang Lingkong laughed heartily, and his anger vanished when the divine object was mentioned. I didn't get a chance to look at it before dying, let's see what it is. Feng Chang also said, full of excitement. Everyone naturally had no objections and began to examine the golden light sphere in Feng Chang's hands. Serial 19112 blind box. Type, divine object. Effect, a treasure chest full of unknowns, can be opened once every 10 levels, and will yield random grade rewards. Including but not limited to equipment, skills, and other treasures or even monsters. Chapter 25, Foolish Nephew is Moonshadow? After seeing the effect of the divine object, the 5 exchanged glances. Good news, their team had obtained a divine object. Bad news, they currently had no use for this divine object. Moreover, the reward was not guaranteed to be anything useful, it might even be a monster. Is this a blind box? This is Pandora's magic box, right? Jian muttered. The faces of the others did not look good either. After a moment of silence, Yang Lingkong was the first to break the deadlock. Everyone, how do you think we should handle this divine object? As soon as he spoke, the other four looked at him with confusion. This blind box is currently useless to us, and you've seen the effect. Even if we used it, it's not guaranteed we'd get something good. In other words, this is gambling. What I mean is, why not sell this divine object to other players and exchange it for useful items we can actually use? Focus on strengthening our power. As long as we improve our strength, maybe in the future we'll gain more and better divine items. And even though we are a small team, there is only one divine item. Once it is opened, deciding who gets what will hardly be fair. It's better to directly exchange it for things that enhance our strength, fully arm ourselves. Feng Chang and the others frowned slightly, all contemplating Yang Lingkong's words. After a moment, Zhang Lei was the first to raise his hand in agreement with Yang Lingkong's opinion. I agree. Then I agree too. The item is brought back by you and Changgu. If you agree, I have no objections. Jian said. Everyone's eyes fell on Feng Chang. Feng Chang scratched his head and smiled. I'm fine with anything. Then let's exchange it for other items and split them among us. Just right, after I go out, I still need to contact my nephew. I don't know if that kid has entered the game. If he's not talented, I still need to help him. Just turn my share into copper coins. Alright. Let's do it this way. Yang Lingkong and the others didn't ask Feng Chang what his nephew's name was. After all, they had only known each other for just over 10 hours. Talking about game matters was fine, but when it came to personal matters, they felt a strong sense of boundary. But Yang Lingkong suddenly smiled bitterly. Is there a specific price for divine items nowadays? Even if there is, can players nowadays afford them? Mentioning this, everyone fell silent again. So far, no one has seen anyone selling divine items, and even if there were, no one would have that many copper coins. Yang Lingkong certainly didn't want a divine item to sell for hundreds or thousands of copper coins. So what should we do? Jian asked dejectedly. Let's keep it for now anyway. No one has reached level 10 yet. If we can't sell it, we'll wait until level 10 to open it ourselves and then sell. No. The highest level right now is Moon Shadow at level 8. Zhang Lei suddenly said. Right. Jian eyes suddenly lit up upon hearing this, turning to look at Feng Chang nearby. Changgu, previously Moon Shadow was looking for you in the chat interface. Do you know Moon Shadow? Moon Shadow is looking for me? What does he want from me? Feng Chang looked puzzled. I don't know. Jian shook her head. I only saw he sent a message looking for a player named CPDD. I remember your nickname is this. Changgu, do you know Moon Shadow? Lucci asked curiously, and Zhang Lei beside him wore a similar expression. I don't know him. Feng Chang was even more confused. After entering the game, I haven't added anyone as friends except for you guys. I haven't even spoken in the chat interface. Is it possible he is a friend from the real world? As a lawyer, Jian quickly thought of the key point. Feng Chang still shook his head. I didn't contact anyone before I entered the game. Even if he were my friend, he wouldn't know my nickname in the game. After hearing Feng Chang's explanation, everyone fell silent. This fact was truly strange. Moon Shadow is in the newbie town of Zone 6, which seems to correspond to the real-world Lingjiang City. Zhang Lei opened the chat interface and quickly found the area that Moon Shadow's town mirrored in the real world. Feng Chang opened his mouth, and after a long while, he slowly said, Lingjiang City? Are you sure it's Lingjiang City? He was from the north, but had only lived in Sichuan province. And he didn't have any friends in Lingjiang City. He only knew the family of his late sister. After his sister and brother-in-law passed away, he only knew one person in Lingjiang City. His nephew, Zhang Lang. No way. Feng Chang mumbled, filled with disbelief. That nephew he considered a bit slow-witted could actually be the top player Moon Shadow in the game Divine Descent? As for why he thought Zhang Lang was slow-witted, it was because of the relationship between Zhang Lang and Lu Ruyun. Zhang Lang had taken Lu Ruyun to Sichuan province for a few days, accompanied by a rich second-generation kid named Sun. As the host, Feng Chang naturally wouldn't let his nephew lose face, and he entertained a few guests well, also taking them to have a good time in Sichuan province. However, during their fun, Feng Chang noticed that his nephew's girlfriend and a rich second generation seemed a bit off. At any time and place, their gazes would intertwine. Anyone who wasn't blind could see that these two had something going on, but his stupid nephew didn't notice. Feng Chang subtly reminded Jiang Lang a few times, but Jiang Lang seemed not to take it to heart and continued to speak for the two of them. From that moment on, Feng Chang thought his great-nephew might be an idiot, unable to see such a simple matter. But now, his silly nephew might actually be Moon Shadow? Feng Chang found it hard to accept. Suddenly, he shuddered. What if Jiang Lang really was Moonshadow? Wouldn't he be played to death by that pair? As an uncle, he certainly couldn't watch his nephew jump into the fire pit. Chang Guo? Do you really know Moonshadow? If you do, it would be easy. We can sell this divine object to him. As the current highest-ranked player, he must have many good things. Jian Rou said with flashing eyes. I don't know him. Fang Cheng decided not to reveal Jiang Lang's identity for now, especially since it wasn't confirmed that Jiang Lang was Moonshadow. However, Jian Rou's words reminded Fang Cheng. What if the silly nephew really was Moonshadow? Selling that divine object to him would be the best, and he could buy some advanced gear he didn't need from him. No. Not right. The word buy was unnecessary. They say a mother's brother is like a father. I'm his real uncle, it's only proper for him to honor me with some things, right? Fang Cheng didn't feel embarrassed at all, since giving those things to him was better than giving them to Jiang Lang's girlfriend and the rich second generation. The compensation from his sister and brother-in-law wasn't much, and over the years Jiang Lang was in school, he had contributed quite a bit, paying for tuition and living expenses. Asking him for some useless equipment, skills, and items was not a problem at all. Fang Cheng grinned, opened the chat interface, and sent a message to Moonshadow. CPDD, I'm Fang Cheng, your old uncle. Reply quickly, reply quickly. Chapter 26, The Giant Salamander of the Corruption Swamp. Kill the level 8 monster clay figurine, gain experience points *20, copper coins *10. Swift hands triggered, gaining assassin skill, shadow clone dance *1. Kill the level 8 monster clay figurine, gain experience points *20, copper coins *10. Swift hands triggered, gaining equipment crimson staff, silver level, *1. Jiang Lang mechanically slaughtered the clay figurines. Seeing the two prompts appear, a hint of expression finally showed on Jiang Lang's dull face. It's hard. Too hard. After a few hours, he had only risen from level 6 to level 8, and he still needed a huge amount of experience to reach level 9. The main problem was that the clay figurines hid underground, making them hard to find, and you never knew how many clay figurines would suddenly pop out from the swamp beneath your feet. Jiang Lang only had 10 health points, and if he wasn't careful, he could die here. Even with his utmost caution, he still couldn't avoid getting hurt. That time, 4 clay figurines suddenly emerged from the swamp at once. Even if he pushed his speed to the limit and killed 2 clay figurines in a very short time, the remaining 2 still managed to inflict damage on him. Jiang Lang could only be extra careful, walking almost right on the edge of the swamp so that he could avoid simultaneous attacks from multiple clay figurines. Additionally, the extra rewards he gained from swift hands weren't great either. Almost all of them were useless materials, with little experience points, and not a single advanced equipment or item in sight. There were quite a few silver-level equipments, but none of them were usable by Jiang Lang. Until just now, the prompt rang out, this was the only item he could actually use. Jiang Lang kicked the remains of the clay figurine aside and checked the skill book he had obtained. Shadow Clone Dance, create 3 shadow clones that last for 60 seconds, with a cooldown of 300 seconds. The clones inherit all attributes and talent states of the body, immune to physical attacks, and withstand 500% magic damage. At the end of the skill, the clones turn into black mist covering the battlefield, within a range of 10 meters. Targets in the black mist will be blinded. Jiang Lang's eyes lit up, it was actually a cloning skill. The assassin class has many core skills, like stealth and double strike. But Jiang Lang felt that cloning was truly the core skill of assassins. The assassin class is known for its high attack power, and cloning could showcase this even more. Especially for Jiang Lang, who has the bloodthirsty crazy sword, his attack power was higher than that of ordinary assassins. The clones he created could also inherit extremely high attack power. Moreover, Jiang Lang found that the shadow clone was different from ordinary cloning skills. Ordinary clones look exactly like the body and cannot be distinguished by the naked eye. But the shadow clone dance creates shadow clones. In simple terms, the clones are made from shadows. Unlike ordinary clones, shadow clones can actually be immune to physical damage, a clever trick that ordinary clones do not possess. As for taking 5 times the magic damage, Jiang Lang didn't mind at all. His movement speed was very fast, and general magical attacks couldn't hit him. Even area damage. Jiang Lang was not very concerned. The shadow clones inherit all the attributes and talent states of the body, meaning they inherit the talents of the bloodthirsty crazy sword and the resolve of the trap squad. In other words, after using the shadow clone skill, he would have 3 shadow Jiang Langs with 10 health points each. However, these 3 shadow Jiang Langs could only withstand 2 magical attacks at most. It's just that the cooldown time is a bit long, 5 minutes to use it once. What a pity that the newbie village doesn't have items to enhance skills and talents. Jiang Lang shook his head in regret. In the game Divine Descent, there are items that can enhance talents and skill levels, but those items can only be obtained after leaving the newbie town. Jiang Lang felt that the Shadow Clone Dance was definitely a divine skill, and if it could be upgraded to S level, it would certainly be stronger. But without it now, Jiang Lang could only suppress the regret in his heart for the time being. Continue working. After learning the skill, Jiang Lang prepared to continue killing mud puppets to level up. He planned to level up to level 10 today before returning. However, after walking for some distance, Jiang Lang suddenly stopped. Something felt off around him. He had walked 100 or 200 meters away from his original spot, yet not a single mud puppet had appeared. Something's wrong. Jiang Lang squinted, his gaze serious as he stared at the swamp ahead. The swamp seemed to have undergone a great change, as the once calm surface suddenly bubbled with mud bubbles the size of palms. Jiang Lang furrowed his brows and then his eyes widened. He remembered. In addition to mud puppets, there existed another type of monster in this swamp. To be precise, it should be a boss. A level 10 boss, the corrupted swamp giant salamander. Jiang Lang instinctively wanted to back out of the swamp. When he had fought the mud puppets earlier, he had lost some health, and now his health was not looking good, only half. 5 points. At this health, Jiang Lang did not want to confront a boss. However, he was already a step too late. As he just turned to leave, the swamp behind him suddenly began to boil. Gurgle gurgle. One by one, mud bubbles burst, accompanied by a rancid stench. In the next second, the swamp not far away suddenly exploded, revealing a massive figure in Jiang Lang's sight. It was a creature about 10 meters long, looking somewhat like a lizard. Its entire body was dark brown with deep green patterns. Perfectly blended with the swamp sludge, it looks like a massive piece of rotten wood. Its skin is smooth and slimy, secreting a thin layer of toxic mucus on the surface, which looks quite disgusting. Its limbs are short and thick with webbing, and its wide, flat tail continually splashes the swamp, sending mud and water flying. Its head is broad and flat, its snout square, filled with dense, sharp teeth, and its eyes are murky dark yellow. Corrupted swamp giant salamander. Race, beastkin. Level, 10. Health, 5,000. Attack, 450. Defense, 1. Strength, 45. Agility, 33. Spirit, 24. Skills. Bite assault, ambush from underwater for a surprise bite attack on the target, causing physical damage, with a 30% chance to apply corruption, inflicting physical damage equal to 0.5 times the attack power over 5 seconds. The corruption state can refresh continuously. Turbid spray, spray murky water mixed with sludge and toxins in a 50-meter range ahead, blinding and applying corruption to hit targets for 5 seconds. A target in stealth hit will briefly reveal itself for 5 seconds. Tail swipe, swing the wide tail to sweep the surrounding 6-meter range, causing a knockback effect. Targets swept into the swamp will be stuck in the muck for 1 second, unable to move. Corrupt liquid eruption, triggers upon death, causing toxic bubbles to rise on the water surface in an 8-meter radius, exploding after 1 second to inflict high magic damage equal to 10 times attack power for 10 seconds. Chapter 27, Shadow Clone Dance. Corrupted swamp giant salamander. A boss with both physical and magical damage, area attacks, control, and negative status effects. Moreover, it has a bit of defensive properties. Starting from level 10 bosses, all future bosses will have defense attributes. In the Divine Presence game, even a little defense can reduce damage by 1%. It may not seem like much, but new players generally have low strength. A 1% reduction means more attack chances, and what can happen during that time is understandable. Jiang Lang swallowed hard. His attack was strong, but his current health was not healthy. And he was a melee class, while the giant salamander had large area damage skills. One misstep could cost him a year of life. However, he was already targeted by the giant salamander. Even though his agility far surpassed that of the salamander, the giant still had long-range attack capabilities. Now, the distance between them made escaping seem very difficult. Glancing at his current state, Jiang Lang narrowed his eyes. Player nickname, Moon Shadow. Class, Warrior/Assassin. Level, 8. Experience, 1365/6000. Attack, 1010, 770 agility plus 20 dagger plus 220 bloodthirsty blade. Health, 5. Defense, 0. Strength, 35. Agility, 77. Spirit, 19. Luck, 1. Talents, Will of the Charge, S, Stone Skin, D, Double Strike, C, Luck, X. Skills, Intimidation, D, Stealth, D, Poison Coating, D, Shadow Clone Dance, B. Divine Artifacts, Swift Hand, Bloodthirsty Blade, Strange Tales of Mountains and Seas. Equipment, Secret Silver Dagger, Silver, Beginner Leather Armor, Bronze, Magic Cloak, Gold, Gale Boots, Gold. Others, slightly omitted. The giant salamander only had 5,000 health points, but his attack power had already exceeded 1,000. Even with the salamander's 1% damage reduction, it didn't seem to make much difference for him. What is 1010 minus 1%? 999.9? The Divine Presence game does not have decimal point damage, so 999.9 is equal to 1000. Still only needing 5 attacks to defeat it. It seems he can fight? Without the Shadow Clone dance skill, Jiang Lang might have turned and left. But now with this skill, Jiang Lang felt like he could definitely give it a try. The Shadow Clone could inherit all his current statuses, even if his health was not healthy. But the Shadow Clone is physically immune, the giant salamander's normal attacks could be completely ignored. 5 health points could easily withstand one magical attack from the giant salamander. As long as he wasn't wiped out, he could gain 3 seconds of time. In 3 seconds, Jiang Lang could definitely land another hit. Jiang Lang tightened his grip on the dagger, his gaze fixed firmly on the giant salamander looming not too far ahead. The corrupted swamp giant salamander's murky yellow gaze locked onto Jiang Lang, letting out a deep rumbling from its throat, its slimy body slowly writhing on the surface of the swamp, splashing large amounts of murky water. It seemed to sense the threat from this little bug in front of it. Before Jiang Lang could take the initiative, the wide kissing part suddenly lifted, and a foul-smelling wind mixed with poisonous mist rushed toward him. It was actually the first to unleash the impure water spout. The 50-meter attack range instantly enveloped Jiang Lang, as muddy water mixed with dark green poison poured down like a torrential rain. Jiang Lang's eyes sharpened, and the boots under his feet glowed with a faint azure light as the extreme speed granted by 77 points of agility erupted. His body shifted to the left like a ghost, narrowly escaping the direct impact of the muddy water. Here it comes. Not only was Jiang Lang unafraid, but he also grinned widely. Shadow energy burst forth around him, and 3 identical dark shadows instantly took shape. With the same height and build as Jiang Lang, each illusion held a secret silver dagger, but all 3 shadows were pitch black, completely concealing their features. Shadow Clone Dance. Go! Jiang Lang shouted in a low voice, but instead of moving forward himself, he allowed the Shadow Clones to lead the charge. The 3 Shadow Clones formed a triangular formation, rushing toward the slime giant salamander. This creature was immune to physical damage, making it the perfect bait. The giant salamander's bite ambush was meaningless against them. But the giant salamander was clearly not a softie. Seeing 3 prey rushing towards it, its thick tail suddenly swung around. The tail slash swept in with a sound of breaking air, and the powerful wind nearly broke the reeds in half. The leading Shadow Clone couldn't evade in time and was struck hard by the half-meter wide tail, instantly distorting its figure. However, the next second, the Shadow Clone's body shook and once again turned into Jiang Lang's form. At the same time, he used the force of the impact to leap onto the giant salamander's back, the sharp dagger piercing into the gaps of its dark brown scales, unleashing a wave of dark green foul juice. 1000. The crimson damage numbers exploded above the giant salamander's head. Ah! The giant salamander roared in pain, its massive body suddenly rolling, causing the swamp surface to erupt in mud waves several meters high. The Shadow Clone that had just completed the attack was pinned beneath it, its figure disappearing from Jiang Lang's view amid the friction of scales. But Jiang Lang knew the Shadow Clone had not dissipated, it was simply blocked by the giant salamander's massive form. Meanwhile, the other 2 Shadow Clones had rushed to the sides of the giant salamander. The left Shadow Clone leaped up, aiming the dagger straight at the giant salamander's eye, but it abruptly turned its head to dodge. Its razor-sharp teeth grazed the Shadow Clone's side, not causing any damage but knocking it off balance. The right Shadow Clone seized the opportunity, the dagger accurately stabbing into the soft flesh where the giant salamander's forelimb connected to its torso, dealing another -1000 damage. The giant salamander was completely enraged, its massive body thrashing wildly, turning the swamp surface into boiling muddy pools. It suddenly plunged its head into the water, and the next second leaped out from beneath the first Shadow Clone, spraying water everywhere as its bite ambush viciously sank its sharp teeth into the clone's shoulder. Physical attacks were ineffective against the Shadow Clone, but the poison on the giant salamander's teeth transformed into a wisp of green mist, drilling into the Shadow Clone's body. With a sizzling sound, the Shadow Clone's body was as if corroded by strong acid, its health instantly dropping to 0, dissipating into a cloud of black mist. Physical immunity did not guard against magical poison. Jiang Lang watched everything clearly from among the reeds, his heart tightening. Now was not the time to hesitate, the remaining 2 Shadow Clones were still distracting it. Now is the moment. Jiang Lang suddenly charged out from the reeds, pushing the speed of his wind boots to the limit, his body almost transforming into an afterimage, rushing straight toward the giant salamander's unguarded underbelly. The giant salamander had just shredded 1 Shadow Clone and was about to turn to deal with the remaining 2 when it suddenly sensed a threat behind it, its thick tail sweeping around again. The force of the tail slash nearly sent Jiang Lang flying. But Jiang Lang had already predicted this, and he abruptly kicked off a floating log on the swamp surface, leaping into the air, narrowly avoiding the tail and stabbing fiercely at the giant salamander's belly with his dagger. A sharp pain made the giant salamander let out a deafening roar. It wildly twisted its body, trying to shake Jiang Lang off. But Jiang Lang's dagger was like a nail stuck in a rock. His left hand clung tightly to the gaps in the giant salamander's scales, his body pressed against its slimy skin, letting mud and water splatter all over him. At that moment, the left shadow clone seized the opportunity while the giant salamander was distracted and lunged forward again, plunging the dagger fiercely into the area around its eye. The fourth damage number jumped up, and the giant salamander's health instantly dropped to 1,000 points. This strike completely enraged the giant salamander. It suddenly shook its head, aiming its mouth at the left shadow clone and spewed out a green column of water. The impact, accompanied by magical damage, brought the shadow clone's health to 0 in an instant, turning it into black mist and dissipating. Chapter 28 Solo Kill. Another godly item. The remaining right shadow clone took advantage of the moment the giant salamander smashed its companion and maneuvered from the side, accurately stabbing the dagger into its soft underjaw. 1000. All 5 attacks hit, and the giant salamander's health bar on top of its head instantly hit 0. But the near-death giant salamander still erupted with its final ferocity, a large amount of dark green venom suddenly surging from within, and the surrounding swamp, within an 8-meter radius, instantly bubbled with dense toxic bubbles. Corrosive liquid eruption triggered. The continuous magical damage with an attack power multiplied by 10 was enough to kill any fragile class in a short time, let alone his 5 health points. Jiang Lang's pupils shrank suddenly, and without hesitation, he released the dagger and quickly retreated. The last shadow clone was enveloped by the toxic bubbles and instantly suffered the aftermath of the giant salamander's death. This divine item is completely useless to him. Why not sell it? A hint of hesitation flashed across Jiang Lang's face. After all, it is a divine item, and probably very few players can afford it right now. Or should I exchange it with other players for some other divine item? Jiang Lang looked at the series of gathering badge and felt it was a bit low. This divine item has a high requirement for player strength improvement, perhaps only team leaders or players preparing to establish a guild would be interested. Jiang Lang thought for a while but came up with no good solutions, so he could only put the gathering badge in his backpack to gather dust. Let's see the rewards dropped by the giant lizard. Jiang Lang grinned and slowly walked to the place where the giant lizard's body had disappeared. There wasn't much on the ground, only a platinum-colored light orb quietly lying there. This is a platinum-level item. Jiang Lang's eyes lit up, hoping that it would be something he could use. But when he picked it up, Jiang Lang's expression immediately fell. He felt that the reward he received from this boss kill was not friendly at all. Healing Fan, Platinum level. Type, Weapon. Level, 12. Spirit plus 55. Equipment effect, your healing and shield effects increase by 30%. Note, become a great healer. It all starts with a fan. A platinum level weapon, but unfortunately, it's for the priest profession. Jiang Lang tried to calm down his emotions, taking quite a while to recover. A divine item, a platinum level weapon, he can't use either. The only clear benefit he gained from this boss kill might just be the level increase. Nothing else. Sell it. Just sell everything. Jiang Lang cursed in displeasure and prepared to continue leveling up. In the marsh, the only boss is the giant lizard, and it takes an hour to respawn. Jiang Lang planned to level up while waiting for the giant lizard's respawn, hoping to maybe kill it again to get better rewards. The previous battle had given Jiang Lang great confidence. As long as he seized the opportunity, he could defeat the giant lizard without taking any damage. Just as Jiang Lang was about to continue leveling up, a notification sound of receiving a message suddenly rang in his ears. Jiang Lang was stunned. He had blocked all messages from strangers, only allowing messages from a player nicknamed CPDD. He had heard a few messages while fighting the clay figurine before, but he had ignored them since he was being attacked. At this moment, the message could only be from his uncle. Jiang Lang puzzledly opened the chat panel and immediately his eyes flickered. The message was indeed from CPDD, and the content of the first message confirmed it was his uncle. CPDD, it's me. Your uncle. Reply quickly. Reply quickly. CPDD, where are you? Are you dead? CPDD, answer me. You can't really be gone? But your name is still on the leaderboard. CPDD, damn. Did you kill the boss again? A total of 4 messages, spaced out over an hour. Jiang Lang smiled broadly and hurriedly replied. Moon Shadow, uncle. Am I awesome or what? It seemed that the other side had been staring at the chat interface. As soon as Jiang Lang sent the message, he replied instantly. CPDD, damn. Is that really you, Jiang Lang? Moon Shadow, what else? Didn't you answer if I'm awesome or not? CPDD, awesome. No doubt you are my nephew. You didn't let me down. Jiang Lang looked speechlessly at his uncle's reply, filled with disdain in his heart. But he felt extremely excited inside because, after all, this was a living uncle. Chapter 29, Divine Item Exchange. In District 56, the other side town, Fengcheng was trembling with excitement. He certainly wasn't shaking like Jiang Lang because his nephew was alive, it was because the number one on the leaderboard, Moonshadow, was truly his nephew that excited him. If this gets out, who in the whole God's Presence game would not give him some respect? Beside Feng Chang, Yang Lingkong and others looked at him with confusion. When Feng Chang first contacted Moonshadow and didn't get a reply, the others planned to exit the game first. But Feng Chang firmly refused. It has to stay in the game. After asking Feng Chang, there was still no answer. Feng Chang only said there was something he must confirm. Although everyone was filled with confusion, there was also deep curiosity. They too wanted to know why the top player on the leaderboard was specifically looking for Feng Chang. Now, seeing Feng Chang's excited expression, they had some vague guesses in their hearts. Chang good, did Yu Ying reply to you? Jian Ro blinked and asked. Replied. Feng Chang answered without lifting his head. The four members of the team had shining eyes, and Yang Lingkong impatiently stepped forward and spoke quickly. Then hurry and ask if Yu Ying can buy our divine item. Feng Chang nodded, this was something they had discussed before. If anyone could buy the divine item in their hands now, it would be the high-level Yu Ying. Of course, this was in the game Divine Descend. If Yu Ying couldn't afford it either, they would have to choose to sell it for real-world money. CPDD, Lang Zi, my uncle has a divine item obtained from boss battles. But our team currently doesn't need it. We're planning to exchange it for other items to boost our strength. Are you interested? After Jiang Lang read it, his eyes flashed, and he carefully looked again before confirming the text on it. His uncle actually obtained a divine item? In the previous life, his uncle didn't obtain a single divine item before being killed by a monster. Was his uncle's fate changed? Why? Because of his rebirth? But since his rebirth until now, he hadn't contacted his uncle at all. Jiang Lang was confused and could only explain it as a butterfly effect. But how could his uncle want to sell the divine item? Didn't he know its value? Jiang Lang was indeed very interested in the divine item. If the divine item his uncle had was useful to him, he could completely exchange it for the gathering badge. It's just that he didn't know what the rank of his uncle's divine item was, the gathering badge rank was too low. But after all, it was his uncle, as long as the difference wasn't too much, how could he not let him take a little advantage? Yu Ying, are you sure you want to sell the divine item? Don't you know the value of that thing? CPDD, I'm not a fool, of course, I know. But we have no use for it. Jiang Lang thought for a moment and first shared the panel of the gathering badge with Feng Chang, adding a message. Yu Ying, I also have a divine item, see if you can use it, and share the attributes of your divine item with me. If they're both suitable, we'll trade. Feng Chang and Bian Intown's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the message Jiang Lang sent. Jiang Lang actually wanted to trade a divine item for a divine item? This was something he had never thought of before. Feng Chang's expression was also seen by the other four teammates. Yang Lingkong made a gesture to Jian Ro, and Jian Ro nodded and asked. Chang Ge? What's going on? Is it that Yu Ying doesn't want to buy our divine item? Or? Feng Chang, coming to his senses, hurriedly waved his hand. No. He plans to trade a divine item for a divine item I'll share with you. The four received the title share sent by Feng Chang, and after looking, they all had shocked expressions. Yu Ying wants to exchange this divine item with us? What are we waiting for? Yang Lingkong's face was extremely excited. Yes. The entire team increases 20% in all attributes, we can all benefit. I think we should trade. The rank is over 17,000. Our divine item is only 19,000 plus, will Yu Ying agree? Jian Ro's expression was somewhat worried. Feng Chang smiled mysteriously, it's only 2,000 apart, I'll persuade him. Everyone was skeptical, but when they thought about how Yu Ying actively looked for Feng Chang in the chat interface, a little hope rose in their hearts. Under everyone's hopeful gaze, Feng Chang dove back into the conversation with Jiang Lang. CPDD, title share. CPDD, Lang Zi, how about I trade this with you? Although the rank is not as high as your divine item. But adapt to you. You are number one on the ranking, strong in power. Only you can use this divine object. Moreover, this is not a one-time divine object, it can be used many times. You struck gold. Jiang Lang's lips twitched after reading this. Moonshadow, did you use your supermarket sales skills on me? Even so, Jiang Lang was indeed a bit tempted by the divine object in Feng Chang's hands. Compared to the gathering badge, the blind box in Feng Chang's hand was more useful to him. At level 10, he could receive a reward once, and there was a chance to obtain other divine objects. It was hard not to be moved. Even though there were some significant side effects, they were negligible compared to the potential rewards. Moreover, he had this, luck, talent. Even though Jiang Lang had not discovered the wonders of luck up to this point, Zhou Shiren once said, existence is reasonable. Jiang Lang firmly believed that luck would indeed bring fortune. CPDD, I am your old uncle, what's wrong with you suffering a bit? Cut the crap. Let's trade. Jiang Lang shook his head at his old uncle's gang-like words, feeling a bit amused. He didn't continue to dally with Fong Chang and directly sent a trade request. Fong Chang immediately accepted. Jiang Lang placed the gathering badge in the trade slot, then thought for a moment and added some unused silver-grade mage equipment. After the trade was successful, Jiang Lang suddenly thought of a question. Since his old uncle's fate line had changed, would his profession and talent also change? Just as Jiang Lang was about to ask, Fong Chang sent a message voluntarily. CPDD, I haven't even told you, and you're sending your old uncle some equipment. Good nephew, your old uncle surely didn't treat you in vain. But how did you know I am a mage? Moon Shadow, I guessed. Don't you choose mage in other games too? What's your talent? Jiang Lang casually said, while also probing for information about Fong Chang. CPDD, A-grade talent, trio. What do you think, Longzi? Your old uncle is impressive, right? Jiang Lang asked a few more questions, then squinted his eyes. Sure enough, his old uncle's fate line had changed, but not much. His old uncle's profession and talent had not changed from the last life, but the teammates had changed. From their previous chats, Jiang Lang learned that Fong Chang's current teammates were different from the last life. Moonshadow, I don't know what your teammates are like, or if I can trust them. But I must remind you, old uncle, sometimes human hearts are scarier than monsters. You need to be more observant and judge people carefully. Divine objects must stay in your own hands. CPDD, damn. I'm your old uncle. Are you teaching me how to behave? Moonshadow, just remember that. I need to continue leveling up, I'll practice when I return to the real world. By the way, don't expose my identity or our relationship? CPDD, why? Moonshadow, you don't need to worry about junior matters. CPDD, humph. You wait to taste the sole of my shoe. Jiang Lang smiled slightly and did not continue to reply. In the last life, his old uncle died in a dungeon, and he was left with no relatives that could talk. This time, he absolutely wouldn't let his old uncle die again. Arguing and bickering with his old uncle was also pretty good. Chapter 30 Level 10, Unlocking the Blind Box. Fong Cheng closed the chat window with Jiang Lang, his face filled with joy. Yang Lingkong and the others felt a joy in their hearts and hurriedly asked, how about it, old Fong? Did Moon Shadow agree to the exchange? Fong Cheng proudly raised his chin, smugly saying, since I spoke up. Even Moon Shadow has to give me some face. Tisk Jinro let out a sneer, looking at Fong Cheng with some suspicion. Brother Chang, what exactly is your relationship with Moon Shadow? You guys aren't really friends in the real world, are you? Fong Cheng remembered what Jiang Lang said about not exposing their relationship and immediately laughed awkwardly. I don't know him. We just get along well. Others naturally did not believe this. If the two really didn't know each other, then why did Moon Shadow actively look for Fong Cheng? Moreover, why would he exchange a divine object ranked lower in the series? But since Fong Cheng didn't want to say anything, they had no intention of digging deeper. In their hearts, it was already clear that there was a secret relationship between Fong Cheng and Moon Shadow. And for them, this was not a bad thing, but rather a tremendous blessing. Since old Fong doesn't want to talk, let's not ask. Let's just pretend this never happened. Yang Lingkong concluded. Jian Ro and the others nodded in agreement. After thinking for a moment, Yang Lingkong continued, you all know the effects of the divine item we obtained. There are some things we need to agree on in advance. The four of them looked at Yang Lingkong, waiting for what he would say next. First of all, the divine item was obtained through Old Fong. What I mean is that this divine item will be kept with Old Fong. The team leader will be Old Fong, and if we plan to establish a guild in the future, Old Fong will be the president too. Do you all agree? Jian Ro and the others exchanged glances and nodded. Without the relationship between Fong Cheng and Moon Shadow, they wouldn't have been able to acquire this divine item at all. This was a fact, and everyone naturally had no objections. The second thing is, you've seen the effects of the Gathering Badge. This is a divine item that enhances team strength. If, in the future, any of us decides to leave the team, the divine item will not be reassigned to you, it can only be converted into an equivalent value of items. What do you all think? This time, aside from Jian Ro immediately nodding, Zhang Lei and Lu Qi did not agree right away, but instead remained silent with their heads down. After a few seconds, Zhang Lei suddenly asked, Young team, if someone leaves, will it be split evenly? Of course. Yang Lingkong nodded, the divine item was obtained with our lives. It should naturally be shared equally. So, are you planning to leave the team? That's not what I meant. Zhang Lei smiled awkwardly, it's just that my talent level is not as good as yours. I'm afraid I might hold you back, and you would kick me out of the team. Zhang Lei is right, I actually have that worry too. Lu Qi said with an embarrassed smile. Yang Lingkong's expression soured as he looked at the two with displeasure. Is that the kind of person you think I am, old Yang? I tell you, I would never do that. As long as you don't leave on your own, you will always be part of our team. Lu Qi's face lit up with joy as he quickly said, Thank you, Yang team. I definitely won't leave the team. That would be foolish. Zhang Lei hesitated for a moment and also nodded, Yang team. I won't leave either. Yang Lingkong smiled, suddenly remembering something and pointed awkwardly at Feng Chang nearby. Right now, my say doesn't count. In the future, all team decisions will be made by old Feng. Also, don't call me Yang team anymore. Just call me Yang Gu or old Yang. The three of them smiled and cupped their fists towards Feng Chang, shouting loudly, Feng team. Feng Chang was changing into the silver-grade equipment his nephew had given him. Upon hearing their words, he waved his hand dismissively. Stop it, brothers. What team nonsense? Everyone's eyes widened in shock, staring intently at the equipment on Feng Chang. Brother Chang, is this silver-grade equipment? Did Moon Shadow give it to you? Jian Ro asked in astonishment. Ha ha. Feng Chang grinned with pride, Moon Shadow thinks our divine item is better than his, so this is the difference he gave me. Oh wow. But it's all mage equipment. It's not something you can use. But don't worry, I'll ask him for some gear you all can use later. The four of them exchanged glances, and in their hearts, they became even more certain that there was an unspoken secret between Feng Chang and Moon Shadow. Otherwise, how could he afford to exchange for divine items at a loss and give Feng Chang platinum-grade items for free? Their minds were set on one idea, as long as they stayed alive, they would remain part of Feng Chang's team. After all, behind Feng Chang was Moon Shadow, the top big shot in the game god's arrival. Brothers! Our strength has increased a lot. Old Feng even has silver-grade equipment now. I propose we go upgrade again? Yang Lingkong raised an eyebrow and asked. As soon as this proposal was made, it received unanimous agreement from the other four. Let's go. Prepare the potions. Even if we encounter the boss again, we can defeat him once more. Feng Chang's gaze was extremely determined. His strength had greatly improved, and with the experience of defeating the boss, he was filled with confidence now. Then let's set off. The few of them exchanged glances and walked directly toward the direction of the merchant in the town. Outside Moonshadow Town, in the marsh. Zhang Lang pulled the dagger out of the clay puppet's body and grinned. Killed level 8 monster clay puppet, gained experience *20, copper coins *10. Quick hand triggered, gained additional experience *20. Level up, your level has risen to level 10, gain strength +2, agility +2, spirit +1, free attribute +1. Quick hand triggered, gained additional all attributes +1. Global announcement, player Moonshadow from Zone 6 reached level 10 first, gained 100 reputation points. Finally level 10. Zhang Lang put away the dagger and stretched his body hard. After acquiring the skill, Shadow Clone Dance, Zhang Lang's speed and safety in killing the puppet increased significantly. When encountering multiple clay puppets at once, Zhang Lang used his shadow clones to assist in killing them. During the time it took to level up from 9 to 10, his health remained at 5 points without taking any damage. Opening the panel, Zhang Lang allocated his free attribute to strength again and nodded with satisfaction. Player nickname, Moonshadow. Class, Warrior/Assassin. Level, 10. Experience, 10/10,000. Attack, 1110, 830 agility +20 dagger +260 bloodsucking mad blade. Health, 5. Defense, 0. Strength, 43. Agility, 83. Spirit, 21. Luck, 1. Talent, Courage of the Charge, S, Stone Skin, D, Double Strike, C, Luck, X. Skills, Intimidate, D, Invisibility, D, Poison, D, Shadow Clone Dance, B. Divine Items, Quick Hand, Bloodsucking Mad Blade, Strange Tales of Mountains and Seas, Blind Box. Equipment, Mithril Dagger, Silver, Beginner Leather Armor, Bronze, Magic Cloak, Gold, Gale Boots, Gold. Others, omitted. With an attack power of 1110 points, Zhang Lang was still quite satisfied. Yet, it seemed like the weapon should be changed. The silver-level Mithril Dagger only added 20 points to attack. Amidst many items that increased attack power, it seemed out of place. Zhang Lang planned to take it back and buy a suitable weapon. For now, he prepared to open a blind box first. Opening his backpack, Zhang Lang's gaze fell on the blind box. Open. Chapter 31, Garbage Comes Knocking. Blind box opened, gains silver level item, skill upgrade scroll *1. Quick hand triggered, gains silver level item, skill upgrade scroll *1. Skill upgrade scroll? Zhang Lang's eyes lit up, he naturally knew what this item was. From the name, it was clear its function was to upgrade skill levels. However, under normal circumstances, such an item is obtained by killing monsters outside the novice village. Unexpectedly, it was found in the blind box. Jiang Lang flipped his hand, and two identical silver-white scrolls appeared in his hand. Skill upgrade scroll, silver level. Type, item. Effect, can upgrade silver level, C, and below level skills by 1 level. Jiang Lang shook his head regretfully. It's a pity it's just a silver level item and can't upgrade Shadow Clone Dance. After thinking for a while, Jiang Lang decided to upgrade the two skills Invisibility and Intimidate. Invisibility is also considered a core skill of the assassin class. After leveling up, it can even achieve continuous invisibility. Intimidate is a control skill, and its function goes without saying. Use. A flash passed, and the two scrolls in Jiang Lang's hand suddenly vanished, and then nothing happened. But Jiang Lang knew that the skill level up had been completed. Intimidate, C can release battle intent to the target, up to 2 targets can become rigid, duration 3s, cooldown 9s. Invisibility, C enter invisibility state, duration 8s, cooldown time 16 seconds. Attacking will break invisibility state and add 50 points of physical damage. The effect of the Intimidate skill increased by 2 seconds, cooldown reduced by 1 second, and the number of targets increased from 1 to 2. The duration and cooldown time of invisibility both decreased by 1 second. As for the additional damage, it's just not worth mentioning. Monsters after level 10 have seen an increase in health, and some have even gained defensive attributes. 50 points of damage are about as effective as a tickle. Moreover, his current attack power isn't much worse than 30 or 50. Closing the panel, today's goal has been completed. Jiang Lang decided to return to the real world to rest. Without hesitation, Jiang Lang walked directly towards Moonshadow Town. The monsters encountered along the way were all easily dealt with by Jiang Lang, and the damage numbers in the thousands left other players amazed. After returning to the town, Jiang Lang first went to his statue, putting all the equipment and crafting materials he didn't need on the market. This included that platinum-level healing fan. Platinum-level weapons generally sell for between 100 to 200 silver coins, which is 10,000 to 20,000 copper coins. Today's players probably don't have that many copper coins. Anyway, no one can afford it, so Jiang Lang chose to sell it for the maximum price. Not for any other reason, just to show off. Wealth without showing off is like wearing splendid clothes at night. After doing all this, Jiang Lang chose to log off directly. In room 701 of the Happiness Community in Lingjiang City, Jiang Lang's figure appeared in the living room. After ordering takeout, Jiang Lang turned on the lights in the living room, then slumped on the sofa, waiting for the delivery rider's arrival while scrolling through short videos. At this moment, outside the building in the community, two figures showed surprise on their faces. Lu Ruyun grabbed Sun Zi's arm excitedly, shouting, "Zi Gu! The lights are on!" Jiang Lang must have come back from the game. Sun Zi took a heavy breath, her face also filled with surprise. After they had leveled up to 3, they returned to the real world to find Jiang Lang. Unfortunately, Jiang Lang was not home, and the key that had been kept under the doormat was also missing. The two couldn't enter Jiang Lang's home and could only wait outside the door. However, September in Lingjiang City was still unbearably hot, and the corridor was extremely stuffy. They could only choose to wait for Jiang Lang outside the community, but it was already night, and the lights attracted a lot of mosquitoes, leaving them with many bites. But they couldn't leave. This community was decades old and had no parking spaces. The Maybach that Sun Zi drove had nowhere to park, so the two could only look up motionlessly at Jiang Lang's window. At the moment when the lights turned on, they had already been waiting outside Jiang Lang's home for nearly 5 hours. Not only had they held their heads up for 5 hours, but they had also fed mosquitoes for 3 or 4 hours. Let's go. Once we get in, I must give him a good talking to. Damn it. How could he make me wait for several hours? He really has gotten too full of himself. He used to be the one waiting for me. Sun Zi gritted her teeth and cursed, preparing to complain to Jiang Lang later. Lu Ruyun kept nodding beside her, but inside she felt somewhat anxious. She had already climbed into Sun Zi's bed, and according to her original plan, she should ridicule Jiang Lang when she saw him. But while waiting for Jiang Lang, Sun Zi told her not to do that and to continue pretending to be Jiang Lang's girlfriend. According to Sun Zi, if Jiang Lang was very strong in the game, the two of them would still need him to help them level up. Furthermore, Sun Zi had not hidden her special preference, only with Lu Ruyun posing as someone else's girlfriend could she like her. Otherwise, with so many beautiful women around, who was Lu Ruyun? After hearing this, Lu Ruyun was still somewhat incredulous. She never expected Sun Zi to be such a person. But it was too late to turn back. She was unwilling to give up on a rich second generation that she had worked so hard to win over. She could only endure the discomfort in her heart. The two went upstairs, and Sun Zi signaled Lu Ruyun to knock on the door. Lu Ruyun could only comply and knocked on the door, her heart racing wildly. There is a feeling of guilt like a thief. In the room, Jiang Lang was startled by the knock on the door. So soon? I know I ordered a fast delivery, but this is too fast, right? Filled with doubt, Jiang Lang walked over and opened the door, and the sight of the two figures made his expression darken. Honey, why did you take so long to open the door? Lu Ruyan said with dissatisfaction, and as she spoke, she squeezed past Jiang Lang into the room. Where's the key at the door? Why is it missing? Jiang Lang ignored Lu Ruyan and looked at the smiling and kind-faced Sun Zi. Hi. Lang Zi. Why did you just get back? Did you enter the divine game? Jiang Lang squinted his eyes, and instantly recalled the faces of the two from his previous life just before his death. What's wrong, Lang Zi? Sun Zi raised an eyebrow and asked. Just as Jiang Lang was about to reply to Sun Zi, he heard Lu Ruyan's voice from behind. Jiang Lang. Why are you still standing there? Let Zi go in. Jiang Lang curled his lips, his expression showing no sign of discomfort. Yes, come in. Although he didn't know what the two were here for, Jiang Lang decided to play with them for a while. Both of them were already on his list of people to deal with, but before that, it seemed nice to mess with these two fools. Chapter 32, Tricking. There's water in the fridge, help yourself. Jiang Lang casually said, then sat down on the sofa. Lu Ruyan looked at Jiang Lang in disbelief. Before, whenever she came to Jiang Lang's rental house, he would run around to prepare everything for her. Not to mention getting water, even the slippers at the entrance had to be ready for her. Now he was sitting on the sofa, letting her get her own drink? Lu Ruyan felt angry, but she couldn't directly lose her temper. Instead, she felt uneasy, thinking maybe Jiang Lang had discovered something. Forget the water. Lang Zi, Yun, and I haven't been able to contact you for almost 2 days. Did you enter the divine game early? Sun Zi didn't care about these trivial matters and directly voiced his doubt. Jiang Lang didn't hide it and nodded. Sun Zi and Lu Ruyan exchanged a glance, and both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Jiang Lang was indeed one of the players who entered the game early. Didn't that mean his strength had surpassed theirs, the later players? This trip hasn't been in vain. Sun Zi thought to himself. Now what he needed to do was persuade Jiang Lang to team up with them to level up in the game. To say persuade wasn't quite right, he and Jiang Lang were best friends, and Lu Ruyan was Jiang Lang's girlfriend. As long as he asked, Jiang Lang wouldn't refuse. Lang Zi, we couldn't reach you before, so Yun and I went into the game together. I'm a priest, and Yun is a mage, but my talent level is only D, while Yun has a good talent level of B. Since you've entered the game early, you must be stronger than us. How about we form a team? Jiang Lang suddenly understood. From Sun Zi's words, it was clear that their professions and talents were the same as in the previous life. Their purpose in coming here was again to make him continue being a fool like in the past. Jiang Lang planned to have some fun with the two. Sure. I was just worried about not having anyone to team up with. Jiang Lang feigned a surprised expression. Yun is my girlfriend, and Zigu, you are my best brother. We should team up together. You won't mind being with me, right? Lu Ruyan opened her mouth, feeling something strange about Jiang Lang's words. But Sun Zi frowned. He didn't know if Jiang Lang was doing it on purpose, calling him directly by his name, Sun Zi. He had warned Jiang Lang not to call him Sun Zi. But the most important thing wasn't the name, it was Jiang Lang's words that gave Sun Zi a bad feeling. What did he mean by being worried about not having anyone to team up with? What did he mean by them not minding being with him? Didn't Jiang Lang admit that he entered the divine game early? How can you say something like this? Unless. Langzi, what is your current level? What about your class and talent? Jiang Lang had an awkward look on his face, scratching his head and chuckling dryly as he said. Yun, grandson, you are all my closest people, and I won't hide anything from you. I did accidentally enter the game on the first day, but I am just a warrior class with only C-level talent. Don't laugh at me, my level just reached level 3, so I've been in the game the whole time, that's why you couldn't contact me. Seeing Sun Zi's face getting darker and darker, Jiang Lang felt extremely pleased inside. However, he had no intention of letting Sun Zi off. Watching him suffer was a form of revenge. Old son, what's that expression on your face? You wouldn't look down on me, would you? Jiang Lang pretended to be unhappy and said. We have a friendship as classmates, and we've been good brothers sleeping in the same dormitory for 4 years. Don't forget that when you skipped class, I was the one who helped you answer questions. Also, I have C-level talent, you only have D-level. If anyone should look down on someone, it should be me looking down on you. Besides, Yun is my girlfriend, she will definitely stand by me. Right, Yun? Jiang Lang looked at Lu Ruyan. This was the first serious gaze he had after his rebirth. Lu Ruyan's face looked terrible, as if she had eaten a dead fly. But she couldn't refute Jiang Lang's words. After all, Sun Zi said not to fall out with Jiang Lang, leaving Lu Ruyan with only a grimace. Honey, what nonsense are you saying? You and Brother Z are the best of friends. How could Brother Z look down on you? Right, Brother Z? Lu Ruyan looked at Sun Zi. This was different from what they had anticipated, and she didn't know what to do, so she could only leave the decision to Sun Zi. Jiang Lang didn't give Sun Zi a chance to speak, intending to pour more fuel on the fire and disgust him further. Old son, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said those things. With our relationship, you definitely wouldn't look down on us. Let's team up to make a name for ourselves in the game. What do you think? Look. Look at your head. Useless. Before Jiang Lang could finish, Sun Zi suddenly stood up and pointed at Jiang Lang, cursing loudly. I thought you would be strong by entering the game early, turns out you are even weaker than me. Garbage. Useless. Although I have only D-level talent, I have money. Jiang Lang. You probably don't know that now you can exchange money for copper coins, do you? My family has plenty of money, I can completely use money to buy eternal life. I can also hire people to help me level up. Team up? Team up with trash like you? Don't dream about it. Seeing Sun Zi's furious expression, Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow. Is he breaking down? In his past life, after he gained A-level talent, Sun Zi had stuck to him like glue. Now he finally showed his true colors? Jiang Lang's face darkened. Sun Zi. What do you mean? You don't want to take me with you? What about our brotherhood? I have no friendship with you, do you want me to support you? Do you think you deserve it? Jiang Lang feigned an exasperated look, his finger trembling slightly as he pointed at Sun Zi. Sun Zi. Since you disregard our feelings, I, Jiang Lang, am not someone who enjoys putting my warm face against a cold rear end. Yun Yun and I don't need your help. From now on, let's sever all ties as if we were never acquainted. Yun Yun? Sun Zi suddenly laughed heartily. In Jiang Lang's shocked gaze, he pulled Lu Ruyun in and even kissed her on the cheek. Jiang Lang. Yun Yun is already mine. You? A useless bum like you is not worthy of having Yun Yun? Jiang Lang stared in disbelief at Lu Ruyun. Yun Yun, is what he said true? Lu Ruyun didn't answer, only bowing her head silently. Her heart was in chaos. Didn't they agree not to expose their relationship? Why is it like this again? You've already torn your face, and you're still pretending? Take one last look at your ex-boyfriend, and from now on, you belong to me. Seeing Lu Ruyun fall silent, Sun Zi sharply rebuked her. Hearing Sun Zi say this, Lu Ruyun felt no more guilt or unease in her heart. She suddenly raised her head, facing Jiang Lang with a cold smile on her pretty face. Sorry, Jiang Lang, I only pretended to be your girlfriend to get closer to Zigu. You don't really think a broke loser like you can attract me, do you? Jiang Lang opened his mouth, and the next second roared at the two of them with blood-red eyes. Two bitches. I see you both for what you really are today. Get lost. Get out of here. Powerless rage. Zigu, let's go. I don't want to stay in this pigsty. Sun Zi wrapped her arm around Lu Ruyun and turned to leave, not forgetting to mock Jiang Lang one last time. The door slammed shut with a bang, and Jiang Lang looked at the closed door, suddenly laughing. Finally let those two bitches reveal their true selves, and now he wouldn't have to worry about them bothering him again. Lu Ruyun and Sun Zi had to die. Unfortunately, the sacred game couldn't completely kill other players right now, it could only make them lose some lifespan. But with their lifespan becoming shorter, that could be considered a torment for the two, right? When the game and reality completely merged, that would be the moment both of them would truly die. Chapter 33, Instance. After leaving Jiang Lang's house, Sun Zi looked very unhappy. This was completely different from the result he had imagined, and he found it hard to accept. Beside him, Lu Ruyun bit her lip, glancing nervously at Sun Zi, her heart full of anxiety. Earlier, Sun Zi had mentioned his special fetish. Now that he had fallen out with Jiang Lang, would she be kicked out? She had worked hard to climb onto Sun Zi's bed, and Lu Ruyun didn't want to be kicked out just like that. Zigu, what do we do now? Lu Ruyun asked softly. As soon as she spoke, Sun Zi snapped at her. Ask. How the hell would I know what to do? Lu Ruyun trembled at his words, her face full of bitterness. Indeed, Sun Zi was losing patience with her. She seemed to have already thought about what would happen next. But the expected situation didn't occur. Sun Zi suddenly cursed under his breath and then let out a long sigh. What else can we do? I didn't expect Jiang Lang to be useless. We can't rely on him at all. Our best option now is to continue finding someone to train for us. But that's not a long-term solution. My family is wealthy, but we can't spend it all on the game. As Sun Zi spoke, he suddenly stopped and looked at Lu Ruyun, his expression softening a bit. Yun Yun, you have B-class talent, that's not too weak. In the future, put in some good effort and work hard to improve. I won't mistreat you. Lu Ruyun was stunned for a moment before nodding heavily. Sun Zi hadn't abandoned her. Not only that, but he also wanted her to work hard to improve her strength. Although Lu Ruyun understood the implicit meaning in Sun Zi's words, which meant helping Sun Zi level up after improving herself, she didn't feel like she was being used as a tool. After all, hadn't Sun Zi already given her assurance? In Lu Ruyun's eyes, this was Sun Zi acknowledging her identity. I understand, Zigu. I will work hard. Lu Ruyun smiled sweetly, tightly hugging Sun Zi's arm. The two left the community and got into Sun Zi's Maybach. The next morning, Jiang Lang woke up from bed. He instinctively opened his phone to check for news about the Divine Presence game in the real world. His rebirth had changed his uncle's fate, and Jiang Lang was uncertain if other things would also change. Entering the official thread, the messages on it refreshed dozens to hundreds of new messages every minute. Jiang Lang glanced through it and found nothing particularly useful, but many people were discussing him. Wife, look at me, brothers finally hit level 5, which is basically half a month of shadowing. Did I just see a hallucination? What status do you have to compare with Moonshadow? Killer Lee's lunchbox, the Slaughtertown lacks heavy tanks, departure at 10. Level requirement above level 4, B-grade talent is fine. Red Center, seeking a strategy guide for the level 4 monster Drought God Rhinoceros. LPL disband, woke up to a collapsed world. I'm only level 3, and Moonshadow has already reached level 10. Bald head doesn't wash, does anyone know if Moonshadow is male or female? I want to have a baby with him. Jiang Lang was about to log out when a sudden message caught his interest. This is a pinned message from the official account of Lingjiang City. Lingjiang City Law Enforcement Bureau, breaking news. A dungeon has been discovered in Moonshadow Town, and officials have already sent people in, but the progress of the strategy is not ideal, with many casualties in the team. The officials remind players in Moonshadow Town to assess their capabilities and not to blindly enter the dungeon. Moreover, if any player named Moonshadow sees this message, please contact us as soon as possible. Once this message was released, it was followed by a wave of discussions about the dungeon among players. Gentle knife, dungeon? What is a dungeon? Tomato not tomato, bro. Don't go. I went in and died within 2 steps. Cold young man from First Street, what kind of dungeon is it? Can any big brother explain? What are the entry requirements for the dungeon? Restless heart, I looked around, why is there a dungeon only in Zone 6? There's no news of a dungeon even abroad. Lingjiang City Law Enforcement Bureau, it is speculated that the requirement for the dungeon to appear is that a player in the area reaches level 10. This dungeon is a team dungeon, and the entry-level requirement is level 5. The currently known information indicates that the dungeon contains a large number of small monsters and elite monsters, with levels not lower than level 8. The difficulty of the strategy is very high. We remind all players again to assess their capabilities. After reading this, Jiang Lang closed the interface, his eyes flickering. The Lingjiang City officials guessed correctly, a dungeon will randomly appear once a player in a certain area reaches level 10. However, discovering a dungeon is not that simple, this thing is peculiar. Unlike online games with fixed entry points, it is randomly random. A stone by the roadside in the game might be the entrance to the dungeon, it could also be an inconspicuous monster that triggers the dungeon. In other words, encountering a dungeon has nothing to do with strength, entirely relying on luck. Whether the Lingjiang City officials encountering a dungeon was a stroke of bad or good luck is uncertain. The rewards for strategizing a dungeon are quite generous, not to mention, the chance of obtaining divine artifacts greatly increases. Jiang Lang was very interested in this dungeon but also felt some difficulty. The Lingjiang City officials stated that this is a team dungeon, and you can only enter by forming a team. In the game Divine Coming, dungeons are divided into solo dungeons and team dungeons. Solo dungeons, as the name suggests, are only for single players. But team dungeons have specifics, the minimum number of entrants is 5 players in a team, and there's no upper limit. If he wants to get involved in this dungeon, he needs to form a team. Also, Jiang Lang speculated about the official request for him to contact them, it's likely that they want to rely on his combat strength to strategize this dungeon. But then comes the question, how will the rewards be distributed after strategizing the dungeon? What if a divine artifact drops? Jiang Lang hesitated, unsure whether to contact the officials. After thinking for a long time, Jiang Lang decided to contact the officials first, but he didn't plan to team up with them. Jiang Lang felt that the reason they wanted him to contact them had 2 purposes. One was the aforementioned desire for his combat power, and the other was to verify his identity and position. After all, he had never revealed his true identity from beginning to end, perhaps the officials were also feeling uneasy. Jiang Lang decided it was best to inform the officials first. Even if we don't cooperate with them, we must express our stance to reassure the officials. As for the copy, Jiang Lang already has a plan. He intends to find 4 pawns to enter the copy with him. The role of the pawns is, of course, to meet the requirements for entering the copy. Besides experience and copper coins, Jiang Lang won't give them anything. The official of Linjiang City has said that the small monsters in the copy are all level 8, and the stronger elite monsters and bosses will only be higher. The experience that the pawns can gain won't be little, so many people will surely be willing. Chapter 34 Cooperation? Thinking of this, Jiang Lang did not hesitate and directly chose to enter the game, his figure appearing in Moonshadow Town. He looked around and quickly spotted a few familiar figures from before. These people were none other than those who blocked him in the game before. Jiang Lang remembered that the deputy captain of the Linjiang City Police Department seemed to be named Wang. Jiang Lang walked straight towards the three, smilingly greeting them. "Captain Wang, I heard you were looking for me, I'm here." Lin, who looked at Jiang Lang with a complicated expression and said helplessly, "You are quite cautious, actually choosing to contact us in the game. Did you really want to avoid exposing your identity?" Most people, after seeing the message from the official, would probably directly contact them online. However, Jiang Lang didn't respond at all, instead choosing to enter the game to contact them. Fortunately, Lin who thought of this and waited for Jiang Lang in the game. As expected, he waited for him. Jiang Lang smiled slightly and continued, "What does Captain Wang mean? Why chat online when we can meet? This is to prove my sincerity. Does proving sincerity require hiding your face?" Lin who said with a half smile. "Follow me. Our captain is waiting for you. Also, my surname is Lin." Jiang Lang was taken aback, feeling a bit embarrassed, and quickly apologized. He clearly remembered that his surname was Wang. Lin who didn't say much, leading Jiang Lang straight to the northeast of the town. After about half an hour of walking, they arrived at their destination, where a thick crowd appeared ahead, roughly counting there were hundreds of people. "This is the simple base we established. If you have any issues in the future, you can come here to find us." Jiang Lang nodded, acknowledging the information. Moonshadow Town is very large enough to accommodate millions or even more people. There are also many buildings in the town, taverns, weapon shops, armor shops, and other types of buildings. But strangely, there isn't a single place in town for players to rest. Of course, Jiang Lang knew very well that this was only temporary. Once players leave the novice town and enter other maps, there will be such buildings, and players can even spend gold coins to buy their own safe place. For now, if they want to stay in the game and rest, they can only sleep on the street or build simple shelters themselves. The choice made by the Linjiang City Police is the second option, and before them were simple shelters made of dry wood and stubborn stones. While Jiang Lang was observing, a tough-looking man walked out of the building. Jiang Lang's eyes narrowed as he recognized this man's identity. The strongest player from Moonshadow Town in the 6th area of his previous life, the player ranked within the top 20 of the game, Ning Jibu Wan. Ning Yuhong quickly walked up, smiling broadly as he extended his hand toward Jiang Lang. "Hello, Moonshadow. I am Ning Yuhong, the captain of the criminal police team in Linjiang City." Jiang Lang extended his hand and shook hands with Ning Yuhong, Moonshadow. Ning Yuhong looked Jiang Lang up and down and did not feel dissatisfied that Jiang Lang did not disclose his real name. Ning Yuhong knew very well that if Jiang Lang wanted to reveal his real name, he would have done so long ago, and wouldn't wait until this moment. After they released their hands, Ning Yuhong got straight to the point. "You should have seen the message we posted, I'll get to the point. We contacted you mainly because we want you to lead the team to raid this copy." Jiang Lang had long anticipated this outcome, so there was no surprise. He slowly shook his head with a light laugh. "Captain Ning. I'm sorry. I don't plan to team up with anyone." Seeing Ning Yuhong frown slightly, Jiang Lang continued speaking. "However, I can promise you that after completing the dungeon, any items I can't use can be sold to you first at a discount." Ning Yuhong looked at Jiang Lang expressionlessly and asked, "What if a divine object appears?" Jiang Lang shrugged, indifferent, "Same. If I can't use it, I can sell it to you. Of course, I don't want money. You need to prepare enough currency. This shouldn't be difficult for the officials." Ning Yuhong weighed this in his mind. Previously, they had prepared for Jiang Lang to refuse them, and even considered that he might not show up at all. Now Jiang Lang had indeed declined their invitation, but he had at least appeared, which indicated his stance. The higher-ups had been secretly investigating Jiang Lang's identity, fearing that he was not from Longxia. Some even suggested that if Jiang Lang didn't show up today, he must be eradicated at the cradle. Even if it cost a lot of money and lost a lot of lifespan, it was worth it. At this moment, Jiang Lang's actions could silence some people. Although he agreed to the team request, he indicated that he could trade the items to the officials first, which was already the best outcome. "Then it's settled. I have one more question, how do you plan to enter the dungeon alone?" Jiang Lang chuckled, "It's simple. Just find a few players and make sure they don't die." Ning Yuhong opened his mouth, and after a long while, he finally spoke softly. "Then how is this different from teaming up with us?" Jiang Lang was taken aback and blinked. Ning Yuhong continued, "We invited you to team up just to enter the dungeon. It's not like we want to tie you to our officials. According to your idea, you could easily select 4 from our police force as, cannon fodder." Damn it. What he said was true. Jiang Lang felt foolish for his previous thoughts. Ning Yuhong was right, he could definitely find 4 people in the officials to use as tools. In this case, the result would be the same, and he could still gain the favor of the officials. It was his earlier thoughts that had influenced him. No wonder Jiang Lang was so resistant to collaborating with the officials. It was because, in his last life, some actions taken by certain officials were hard to speak of. Where there is white, there is black, it's just that those pests had not yet revealed themselves in this newly arrived divine game. Seeing Jiang Lang silent, Ning Yuhong thought Jiang Lang still didn't want to cooperate with the officials. Raising an eyebrow, Ning Yuhong continued. "If you really don't want to cooperate with the officials, I have a suggestion." This suggestion is just my personal request." "What is it?" Jiang Lang asked instinctively. Ning Yuhong smiled slightly, a bit embarrassed. "I have a daughter with a hidden class, illusionist, S-class talent, dream weaving sound. She is not an official member and can be used as a tool for you. You just need to protect her and ensure she stays safe in the dungeon." Jiang Lang thought for a moment and felt he could agree. In his last life, Ning Yuhong had strong capabilities, and he wouldn't be too bad in this life either. At this simple outpost, there were not only the Lingjiang police but also military and government personnel. There must be many people in more senior positions than Ning Yuhong, yet he was the leader of this outpost. This clearly showed that Ning Yuhong's strength was formidable. The divine game is not Jiang Lang's game alone, what happens later is still unknown to him. But it is certain that befriending a strong person brings him nothing but benefits. Moreover, Jiang Lang knew a bit about Ning Yuhong's character, he is not one of those pests. Now, selling Ning Yuhong a favor. For Jiang Lang, it was extremely simple, and it would also make the officials feel at ease. After a brief thought, Jiang Lang nodded. "Okay." A look of surprise appeared on Ning Yuhong's face, and he immediately turned to shout. "Xiao Yan! Come here for a moment." Chapter 35, Didn't you ask? Jiang Lang did not expect Ning Yuhong to be so straightforward. He was pondering who Ning Yuhong's daughter was. In the previous life, Ning Yuhong was famous, but Jiang Lang had never heard that he had a daughter with an S-level talent hidden profession. Such a top talent and profession player would definitely have a reputation. Moreover, he had a father in the top 20 of the leaderboard supporting him. However, Jiang Lang really could not remember who Ning Yuhong's girl was. Unless his daughter died shortly after the game and reality merged. As Jiang Lang was thinking, he caught sight of a tall girl slowly walking from behind Ning Yuhong. When he saw the woman's appearance, Jiang Lang's pupils suddenly widened. Ning Yan? Ning Yuhong's daughter is Ning Yan? As Lu Ruyun's roommate, Jiang Lang had seen Ning Yan, and not just once. He had even had a few meals with Ning Yan, of course, with Lu Ruyun and Sun Zi, it counted as a dormitory gathering. But Jiang Lang never knew Ning Yan's identity, that wicked Lu Ruyun never mentioned Ning Yan's family background. Who would have thought that this girl, even more beautiful than Lu Ruyun, was actually a hidden official second generation? In his previous life, Jiang Lang was puzzled. Ning Yan's looks were more perfect than Lu Ruyun's, yet he never heard any gossip about Ning Yan. Now everything made sense. With a father as the captain of the criminal police, ordinary boys wouldn't dare to harass Ning Yan. Jiang Lang observed Ning Yan, recalling his past life. In his previous life, after the game arrived, it seemed he hadn't seen Ning Yan at all. Lu Ruyun couldn't get in touch with her good friend either. Jiang Lang thought she hadn't entered the game. Now it seemed she must have hidden her identity. After all, a player with an S-level talent hidden profession would surely attract attention. But no matter how Jiang Lang thought about it, he couldn't recall any players in the previous life with the illusionist profession. At the very least, there were no players with the illusionist profession in the top 100 ranking. Did this woman die in the previous life? Jiang Lang felt a bit regretful. As Jiang Lang was observing Ning Yan, she was also looking at Jiang Lang. Her brows slightly furrowed, feeling a bit suspicious. Ning Yan always felt that the figure in front of her looked somewhat familiar, and not just vaguely familiar. She had previously heard the conversation between Yu Ying and her father. Yu Ying's voice also sounded familiar. But she couldn't quite remember. "Hello? My name is Ning Yan." Ning Yan gave up on recalling Jiang Lang's identity, extending her delicate hand in front of Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang gently shook it and quickly released it, smiling lightly. "Hello?" Hearing Jiang Lang's words, the familiar feeling in Ning Yan's heart grew stronger. She thought for a moment, looking directly into Jiang Lang's exposed eyes, her lips slightly parted. "Are you a student of Lingjiang Art College?" Jiang Lang's heart tightened, secretly thinking how sharp this woman's attention was. He wanted to change his voice, but felt that doing so would be too deliberate, so he simply laughed. I'm not. I graduated a long time ago. Ning Yan frowned again. Her social circle was very small, and the number of people she met daily wasn't many, other than teachers and classmates, just her parents. Someone who made her feel familiar must have been in contact with her at school. This Yuing in front of her was lying. However, Ning Yan did not intend to continue asking, since the other party didn't want to say, no matter how many questions she asked, she wouldn't get an answer. Next, she would follow him into the dungeon, and there would be plenty of time to find out his identity. Xiao Yan. From now on, you will follow Brother Yuing. Once you enter the dungeon, you will listen to Brother Yu Ying's instructions. Ning Yuhong spoke solemnly, then looked at Jiang Lang. I entrust my daughter to you. She knows all about the dungeon's details, you can ask Xiao Yan. As long as you obey. I can guarantee a 90% chance that he won't die. Jiang Lang replied. I trust you. Ning Yuhong nodded heavily. Jiang Lang wasted no words and turned to leave directly. Ning Yan waved at Ning Yuhong and followed him. Hurrying to Jiang Lang's side, Ning Yan quietly asked. Who do you plan to recruit for the remaining few? What? Are you going to recommend a few people to me? Jiang Lang replied while looking around. The news of the dungeon excited the players in Moon Shadow Town, even some players who weren't strong enough rushed out to join the excitement. At that moment, there weren't many players in the town. Jiang Lang looked around but couldn't find a suitable candidate. Even if they were tools, they couldn't be too weak. Jiang Lang didn't need them to have the ability to kill monsters, at least they shouldn't be killed by monsters in one hit. I have a few classmates whose talents are decent. If possible, I can contact them. Ning Yan said. Jiang Lang's heart shuddered, silently cursing in his mind. Damn it. Ning Yan's classmates wouldn't include the despicable Lu Ruyun, right? It wouldn't be impossible. If it was really Lu Ruyun, he could bring her into the dungeon. Of course, she couldn't expect any benefits. Players can kill each other in the dungeon. Jiang Lang could kill Lu Ruyun immediately after entering the dungeon. Let her get nothing. And lose a year of life. This plan is good, it'd be best to bring Sun Zi along. Are they your roommates? Jiang Lang asked. Yes. 2 are my roommates, one has a B-level talent as a priest, and one has an A-level talent as a mage. And another is the boyfriend of one of them, a warrior with B-level talent. Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow, it seemed Ning Yan's words didn't include Lu Ruyun. You only have 2 roommates? 3. Ning Yan paused and continued, but I don't want to contact that roommate. She has bad character. Jiang Lang became interested. What's going on here? Aren't Lu Ruyun and Ning Yan good sisters? How could Ning Yan say something like that? Could this be the legendary plastic sisterhood? They say girls' dorms are very interesting. I'm curious, can you tell me? Ning Yan turned to look at Jiang Lang, her expression full of disbelief. What? Can't men gossip? Or are you unable to say? There's nothing to say. Ning Yan pouted. I feel that my roommate has bad character. She clearly has a boyfriend but flirts with other boys. And I've seen her talking with other boys until midnight more than once. My family is very traditional, I cannot accept such behavior. Jiang Lang felt a bit embarrassed. Damn. If Ning Yan can see such things, he was still foolishly thinking there was no problem. Although Ning Yan didn't mention the man's name, Jiang Lang had guessed it was Sun Zi. You should know her boyfriend, right? Why not tell him? That's their business, why should I say it? But you just said it. Wasn't that you asking? Ning Yan widened her eyes. Besides, the world has changed, I don't want to contact that roommate anymore. And you don't know her, so it's okay to talk to you. Jiang Lang nodded, then spoke again. Contact the 2 roommates you mentioned and her boyfriend. Have them wait for us outside the dungeon. Chapter 36, Goblin Tribe. Towards the south gate of Moon Shadow Town, Jiang Lang followed Ning Yan all the way. During this time, Jiang Lang also casually asked about the dungeon's specific situation. This dungeon is in the territory of level 6 monster, Savage Blood Cow, and the person who discovered the dungeon was an old acquaintance of Jiang Lang, Lin Hu. Lin Hu's level had reached 5, a warrior profession, with B-level talent. Previously, during a team level up, he was knocked out by the Savage Blood Cow, and when he fell, he happened to grab a stone nearby. And this stone is the teleportation passage to enter the dungeon. After that, Lin Hu organized his teammates to enter the dungeon and investigate the situation, but not long after, the entire team perished inside. According to the information sent by Lin Hu, even the lowest level monsters in the dungeon are at level 8, and their numbers are overwhelming. A regular team is simply no match. As for the types of monsters in the dungeon, Lin Hu also described them. they are a kind of monster common in online games, goblins. Hearing this, Jiang Lang already had a guess in his heart. If the monsters are goblins, and it's still in the novice village dungeon, it should be the novice team dungeon, Goblin Tribe in the Caves. He had heard of this dungeon in his past life. Jiang Lang remembered that there were a total of 106 monsters in this dungeon, 100 ordinary goblins, 5 goblin elders, and 1 big goblin. The way to clear it is simply to kill all the monsters in the cave. Soon, the two arrived in the territory of the brutal blood cattle. There were many players nearby, almost all there to watch the excitement. Over here! Ning Yan suddenly shouted from a distance. 2 girls and a boy heard and rushed over with smiling faces. Yan, is what you said true? Moon Shadow is going to take us into the dungeon? One round-faced girl spoke first. She wasn't particularly beautiful but had an appealing look. Jiang Lang remembered the girl's name was Dong Siyuan. Ning Yan smiled and pointed to Jiang Lang beside her. When have I ever lied to you? See, the great god is right here. Jiang Lang nodded and softly said, Ning Yan should have told you the conditions already, right? Once you enter the dungeon, you don't have to do anything, just obey, and I can guarantee that you won't die. All drop rewards will go to me, the only things you can earn are experience and gold. If anyone is unwilling, speak up now so I can find others. The 3 readily agreed without any hesitation. Are you kidding? This is a dungeon that even the official can't conquer, the lowest level monsters inside are at least level 8. For them, who are only at level 5, this is free experience and gold, only a fool would refuse. Alright. Join the team. Jiang Lang said, pulling Dong Siyuan and the others into the team. Thus, a 5-person party was formed. Apart from Dong Siyuan, the other girl's name is Yi Hui, and the boy is Han Shaoan, He Hui's boyfriend. After the team was formed, Ning Yan led Jiang Lang towards the dungeon's teleportation passage. Nearby, many people had already noticed their conversation, whispering with envious looks. Although Jiang Lang concealed most of his data, his level and nickname could not be hidden. My god! The great god Moon Shadow. Why can they team up with the great god? Moon Shadow looks like a lecher. He actually gathered 3 girls. I see you are just jealous. Hey! You got that right. I am jealous. Am I not qualified as a B-level healer? Does B-level healing need to be more than just a few things? Did you see that woman? I heard she is the daughter of the official team leader. Hidden class. Jiang Lang ignored the whispers around him and followed Ning Yan to the front of the teleportation passage. Before him was an unremarkable stone, about the size of a palm. If Lin Hu hadn't accidentally touched it, who would have thought this stone was the entrance to a dungeon? Jiang Lang bent down and placed his hand on the stone. Information about the dungeon appeared before his eyes. Goblin Tribe in the Caves. Type, Team Dungeon. Number of players required, 5. Clear condition, kill all the goblins. Note, an abandoned goblin tribe. It is said that it might be because the tribe leader stole something. Enter the dungeon? Is everyone ready? Jiang Lang looked up at Ning Yan and the others. Seeing Ning Yan and the others nod, Jiang Lang chose to enter the dungeon without any hesitation. A wave of black light flashed, and the figures of Jiang Lang's 5-person group instantly disappeared. The surrounding crowd gasped in surprise again. They went in. They went in. I wonder if Moonshadow can clear this dungeon. Are you kidding? That's Moonshadow. The top player in the world. Why don't I know Moonshadow? I want to enter the dungeon too. I bet Moonshadow will die inside. Bro, are you sure that woman is the official leader's daughter? Or a hidden class? Damn. I never lie. My second uncle's third aunt's neighbor's nephew is in the official team, and he's a squad leader. So do you know what that woman is called? I think it's Ning Yan? People around were discussing, and the crowd was growing larger. These people came to see the excitement after hearing that Moonshadow was leading the dungeon raid. A party of 5 had just arrived. One man slightly frowned upon hearing the players' discussions. He looked at the girl beside him and asked. Ruyun, I remember your roommate is named Ning Yan, right? These 2 are none other than Lu Ruyun and Sun Zi, who re-entered the God's Arrival game. As for the other 3, they were hired by Sun Zi using cash. After hearing news of the dungeon, Sun Zi also wanted to come and see the excitement, but unexpectedly she heard a familiar name. Lu Ruyun's expression was not good. Although she did not see the specific situation, Lu Ruyun was sure that Ning Yan was among those who entered the dungeon with Moonshadow. The surname Ning is not common, and in Lingjiang City, there are even fewer people named Ning Yan. Moreover, from the players' words around, it was not hard to tell that besides Moonshadow, there were 3 girls and 1 boy who entered the dungeon. Lu Ruyun felt that the 3 girls must be her roommates. This was what made Lu Ruyun furious. Not only was Ning Yan the daughter of the official leader, but she also knew Moonshadow, even asking Moonshadow to bring her into the dungeon. She could handle entering alone, but Ning Yan brought along 2 other roommates without her. She is supposed to be the best friend of Ning Yan, okay? Ru Yun. We'll wait right here. Sun Zi said in a deep voice. If it's really your roommate Ning Yan, you must build connections with her when they come out. Lu Ruyun nodded, but her anger towards Ning Yan did not decrease. Don't worry, Zigu. We are the best friends. She will never refuse me. Chapter 37, The Thirst of Females. The vision was somewhat dark, and the humid wind wrapped in rust and rotten smell flowed out of the cave entrance. Zhang Lang's nose captured the danger signal before his eyes did. His fingers were gripping a dagger, and behind him was a smooth wet rock wall, with Ning Yan and the others spread out on his left and right. In front was a not too narrow passage, with torches hanging on both sides of the rock wall. The orange-red glow of the torches could only illuminate about 5 meters ahead, beyond that lay the thick darkness that could not be dissolved. Faint noises of strange cries and the dull sound of sticks hitting rocks could be heard from deeper within. It's so dark. There's no exit around us, how are we going to get out later? He Hui said softly, her voice trembling. Even though there was a level 10 expert beside her, this dark and cramped environment still terrified her. All dungeons have no exits, there are only 2 ways to leave. Zhang Lang's voice rang out. One is to defeat the final boss of the dungeon. After defeating the boss, a return teleporter will appear. Then I want to choose the second one. Dong Xian stuck out her tongue. Don't worry. Just listen to me, and I'll make sure you all don't die. Zhang Lang said lightly with a smile. Han Xiaowen, you are a warrior, you go in front. Ning Yan's voice carried a bit of timidity as she organized the formation. The big-built Han Xiaowen didn't say much and took out a huge shield covered with iron plates. Zhang Lang looked at the shield in Han Xiaowen's hand with some surprise. There are 2 kinds of weapons for the warrior class. Sword and shield. The shield weapon has almost no offensive ability, only able to fully serve as a meat shield to withstand damage for the team. So generally, warrior players will choose swords as their weapons, while players using shields are few and far between. Han Xiaowen is one of those rare warrior players. While Zhang Lang's thoughts wandered, Han Xiaowen had already walked to the front of the team. Zhang Lang reached out to pull him back, taking a step forward. You don't need to do anything else, just protect yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Yan's voice suddenly rang out. Be careful, something is coming. From the darkness sprang a group of squat green figures. They were ordinary goblins, about 15 or 16 of them. They stood only about 1 meter and 50 tall, their wrinkled green skin smeared with dirty blood and mud, some wrapped in tattered cloth, some completely naked, waving rusty short knives or sharpened wooden sticks in their hands. With drooping pointed ears, their small green eyes were filled with malicious light, and they were making a hissing threatening sound. Zhang Lang's pupils constricted, and data on the goblins appeared before his eyes. Ordinary goblin. Race, goblin. Level, 8. Health, 3000. Attack, 250. Defense, 1. Strength, 39. Agility, 40. Spirit, 22. Skills. Swinging clubs, the goblin swings its rough wooden club, causing attack power *3 physical damage to targets within 1 meter, while applying the unbalanced effect on the target, reducing their movement speed by 10% for 3 seconds. Stone throw, the goblin picks up stones and throws them at targets within 10 meters, causing strength *3 plus attack power *1 physical damage upon hitting the target. Female craving, when surrounded by female targets, all goblins enter a state of excitement, increasing their attack power by 200%. Note, these are low-intelligence creatures that become extremely fervent around females, be careful not to get captured. What a disgusting skill. Ning Yan muttered with a look of disdain. Zhang Lang naturally knew what skill she was talking about. Female craving. This is a skill possessed by all goblins, very unfriendly toward female players. I'm going in. You all protect yourselves. Zhang Lang said, stomping down heavily and charging out. With 3000 health, it's not low, he knew he would need 3 hits to kill it. But this was nothing for Zhang Lang. Ordinary goblins have no magical damage skills, his shadow clones can completely ignore them. With a thought, 3 pitch-black shadows suddenly appeared beside Zhang Lang. Under Zhang Lang's control, the 3 shadow clones rushed into the goblin squad. The passage was not wide, and the figures of the 3 shadow clones nearly filled the entire passage, while Zhang Lang only followed closely behind one of the clones. Faced with the oncoming shadow clones, the goblins immediately launched an attack. However, the clones are immune to physical damage, and the goblins' attacks only made the clones sway a bit, without causing them to disappear. Gaga. Goblins, being creatures of low intelligence, only intensified their attacks upon seeing that the shadow clones did not die. Zhang Lang was naturally pleased with this. With the several shadow clones holding them back, Zhang Lang rapidly harvested the goblin heads. -1099. -1099. Minus 1099. One after another, health reduction notifications flashed above the goblins' heads, and soon their numbers were halved. Ning Yan and the others watched this scene in a daze. Oh my god. Is he even human? Over 1,000 damage? Dong Siyuan's mouth was agape, her face filled with shock. There had been plenty of praise for Moon Shadow in the chat, but Dong Siyuan had always been skeptical. Having witnessed it firsthand, Dong Siyuan felt those people were too conservative. So cool. Really cool. Compared to Dong Siyuan's shock, Han Shaoan stared intently at the 3 shadow clones on the battlefield. Immune to physical attacks, aren't these clones better than being a meat shield? If I had known, I would have chosen the assassin class too. High attack power and so cool. He looked at Jiang Lang with an excited expression, her heart full of joy. Because the sound of game rules kept ringing in her ears. Kill level 8 monster ordinary goblin, you gain 50 experience points, 250, 25 copper coins, 100. Kill level 8 monster ordinary goblin, you gain 50 experience points, 250, 25 copper coins, 100. Killing one level 8 monster outside only gives 20 experience points, but in the dungeon, she could gain 50. And this was the result shared among their 5 people. Hui suppressed her joy, hoping there would be more monsters in the dungeon. She turned to glance at Ning Yan, who also looked shocked, and nudged Ning Yan's waist, revealing a mischievous smile. Yan, how did your dad convince Yuing to take us into the dungeon? Did he promise to marry you off to him? Ning Yan was in shock, and for a moment, she didn't hear what Hui said. The shock Jiang Lang gave her was too great. Her father had already reached level 7 and had been in that dungeon. But in her dad's description, their team only killed less than 10 goblins before being wiped out. Compared to Jiang Lang's current rampage, Ning Yan felt her father was so weak. No way, Yan? Did I guess right? Seeing Ning Yan staring blankly at Yuing without responding, Hui widened her eyes and said, "What did you say?" Ning Yan came back to her senses and instinctively asked. Hui grinned and repeated her earlier words, causing Ning Yan's face to turn red, then glared at her. "Stop talking nonsense." "I didn't." She looked at Jiang Lang moving among the goblin team, suddenly frowning, as a familiar feeling resurfaced in her heart. After hesitating for a moment, Ning Yan quietly asked, Hui, do you feel that Yu Ying's voice and figure are very familiar?" Hui blinked, stared at Jiang Lang several times, then shook her head. "No. There's no one I know who has a voice like that." Ning Yan did not respond, just continued to stare at Jiang Lang. The more time she spent in contact with him, the deeper that familiar feeling grew in her heart. Ning Yan was certain that Yuing must be someone she knew. Chapter 38 Cooperation. With a bang, the last goblin's body fell to the ground, and the 3 shadow clones had not yet disappeared. This meant that in less than a minute, Jiang Lang had killed 17 goblins. 7 or 8 light clusters were scattered on the ground, mostly below silver grade rewards, and Jiang Lang immediately lost interest. Looking at the few people pointing at the goblin's corpse, Jiang Lang shouted, then pointed at the light clusters on the ground saying, "You all pick some useful ones, just leave the rest for me." Ning Yan's pretty face flashed with surprise. This was a bit different from what Jiang Lang had said before. Previously, Jiang Lang had made it clear that aside from experience points and currency, he wouldn't give them anything else, yet now he was saying to choose useful gear. "Don't want it?" "Want it," Ning Yan quickly replied. "Why wouldn't they want free stuff?" The others exchanged glances and then walked forward to choose what they could use. But soon, a silence fell upon them. Except for Dong Xian, the priest, who took a silver-grade magic hat, the other 3 got nothing. The rewards in those light clusters were either items they couldn't use or equipment they already had. "Looks like your luck is poor." Jiang Lang shrugged and smiled. Ning Yan narrowed her eyes at Jiang Lang, as that familiar feeling returned. This shrugging gesture, she seemed to have seen it on someone before, but for a moment, she just couldn't remember. "Do you want to take a break for a while?" Ning Yan gave up thinking and asked. They had done almost nothing, and only Jiang Lang had spent energy. Jiang Lang thought for a moment and decided to rest for 5 minutes before setting off again. There were still quite a few goblins left. The Shadow Clone skill has not yet recovered from cooldown. Continuing forward might be a bit difficult. After all, it still lacks group skills. Otherwise, with his attack power, just a few skills would easily kill goblins. Ning Yan and the others had no objections to Jiang Lang's decision, as they were merely mascots. Everyone found a clean spot to sit on the ground, quietly waiting for Jiang Lang's decision. 5 minutes quickly passed, and with a command from Jiang Lang, the group continued moving forward. As several people ventured deeper into the cave, the passage began to widen, and the ground changed from a muddy dirt path to a rough stone road. Rudimentary graffiti began to appear on the rock walls on both sides, painted in red to depict goblins, along with some twisted symbols that looked like totems. After walking for about a few minutes, an open space suddenly appeared ahead, with a stone altar standing in the middle. Several white bones were stuck into the altar, and around it burned a dozen torches, illuminating the entire area. Jiang Lang quickly led everyone to hide to the side, cautiously observing the situation at the distant altar. Surrounding the altar stood a dense crowd of ordinary goblins, roughly 3 times the number they had encountered before. Among them was a slightly larger goblin. The Goblin Elder. The Goblin Elder was nearly 30 centimeters taller than the ordinary goblins, with a deeper dark green skin, and its face was covered in wrinkles, like old tree bark. Stuck in its head were colorful feathers and small animal bones, wrapped in thick animal skins, and it held a bone staff covered in intricate patterns. Its eyes were no longer the tiny black dots but shone with an eerie red light. Goblin Elder. Race, Goblin. Level, 12. Health, 5,000. Attack, 450. Defense, 1. Strength, 32. Agility, 34. Spirit, 52. Skills. Poison Marsh Spray. The Goblin Elder sprays green poison marsh from a moss-covered clay pot, creating a poison area with a radius of 5 meters. Enemies within the area suffer a poison effect every second for 4 seconds, dealing magic damage equal to Spirit *10, while reducing movement speed by 15%. Thornbind. The Goblin Elder chants a rough spell, causing thorny low bushes to erupt from beneath the target's feet, binding them for 1.8 seconds, during which the target cannot move and suffers physical damage equal to attack *3 per second. The thorns have piercing effects. Female Desire. The Goblin Elder craves the sight of females. When female targets are nearby, all goblins enter a frenzy state, increasing their attack by 300%. Jiang Lang's expression became serious. He did not expect these goblins to gather together, and there was also a Goblin Elder in command. The sheer number of ordinary goblins was too much. 10 seconds was not enough to kill so many goblins. Moreover, with the Elder nearby, this type of monster possessed area magic attacks, and the Shadow Clone with 5 times damage absorption could only withstand for 2 seconds. To completely kill these goblins, Jiang Lang could think of only one solution. First, take down the Goblin Elder. Only then could the Shadow Clone unleash its full power. But dealing with those remaining ordinary goblins was also a problem. It was probably impossible to kill them without taking damage. There are so many, what do we do, Elder Moonshadow? Dong Siyuan whispered. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow. His thinking was a bit narrow-minded. Now he wasn't facing these goblins alone, there were also Ning Yan and the others. Jiang Lang didn't need them to assist in attacking, helping with support would be good enough. Dong Siyuan, how many skills do you have? What effects do they have? Also, what is your talent? Me? Dong Siyuan was taken aback and quickly replied, I have 2 healing skills. One is the initial skill of the priest class, Healing, and the other is a D-rank skill, Shield of Compassion. My talent is A-rank Flow of Holy Light. You can reduce the cooldown of skills by 1/3. Jiang Lang's eyes brightened. Healing Spell is a basic skill of the priest profession, with a cooldown time of 6 seconds, able to restore 5 plus Spirit *1 health to teammates. Shield of Mercy is a shield-type skill that provides a shield equal to 10% of maximum health, with a cooldown time of 10 seconds. Jiang Lang's mind was already made up. His maximum health is only 10 points, any healing spell from a priest can fully restore his health. Plus, Dong Siyuan's shield, even though it only provides 1 point of protection, will allow Jiang Lang to withstand 1 attack. And Dong Siyuan has the Flowing Light talent, which reduces the cooldown of those 2 skills by 1/3. One is 4 seconds, the other is 6 seconds more. As long as everything is handled properly, he can completely stay at full health. Wait for my command. Do whatever I tell you to do. Okay. Dong Siyuan, though somewhat confused, didn't understand how a level 5 healer could help Jiang Lang. But since this was the big boss's instruction, Dong Siyuan couldn't ask any questions. Just keep protecting yourselves. Jiang Lang turned to Ning Yan and instructed, then turned to face the altar. Shield. With a low shout, Jiang Lang dashed out from the corridor while simultaneously casting his stealth skill. Dong Siyuan also quickly placed a shield on Jiang Lang. A conspicuous gray number appeared in the vision of the 4. Upon seeing this number, everyone couldn't help but widen their mouths. 1. The number on the shield was 1. What's going on? Dong Siyuan was baffled. Her skill couldn't be wrong, so there was only one answer. The big boss's maximum health was only 10 points? Everyone glanced at each other, all were well-educated individuals who understood the effect of Dong Siyuan's skills, and they easily arrived at this conclusion. Ning Yan's beautiful eyes flickered, she felt she had discovered something astonishing. Chapter 39, Toxic Trap. Jiang Lang naturally did not know the thoughts of the crowd, which was also something he couldn't hide. The goblins also do not have stealth or anti-stealth skills. At this moment, Jiang Lang had already sneaked past the ordinary goblins ahead and arrived beside the Goblin Elder at the back. Shadow Clone Dance. As Jiang Lang activated the skill, 3 dark shadows suddenly formed. Jiang Lang and the shadow clones simultaneously lunged at the Goblin Elder. The Goblin Elder had no idea that Jiang Lang was present by the time it realized, for daggers had already stabbed into its body. 1149. 1099. 1099. 1099. In just a brief moment, the Goblin Elder's health dropped to 554 points. Gaga GA. The intense pain caused the Goblin Elder to scream, possibly calling for nearby goblins for help. But Jiang Lang would not give the Goblin Elder time to react. With a loud roar, the intimidation skill was activated. The Goblin Elder's voice and movements came to an abrupt halt, and Jiang Lang once again slashed at the Goblin Elder's neck with a dagger. 554. Kill the level 10 creature Goblin Elder and gain 100 experience points, 550 copper coins, 250. Quick hands triggered, gaining the mage skill of Flame Dragon Dance. Jiang Lang had no time to check the rewards he had received. At the moment he exposed his form, the ordinary goblins around were already rushing in, yelling. There were too many ordinary goblins, and even though his attack power far exceeded that of an average player, he still needed 3 attacks to kill one. Under the overwhelming numbers, Jiang Lang and the 3 shadow clones quickly found themselves surrounded by goblins. 1099. 1099. 1. 1099. 1099. 1. A chaotic battle broke out, with numbers showing health reduction above the heads of Jiang Lang and the goblins. The only ones who did not take damage were the 3 shadow clones. Soon, Jiang Lang's health dropped to just 2 points. After taking another hit, Jiang Lang immediately shouted, "Dong Siyuan, heal me," and then put up the shield. A green light enveloped Jiang Lang. A green number appeared above Jiang Lang's head. +9. Immediately after, a gray number 1 appeared, indicating Dong Siyuan's shield was up. Jiang Lang's face lit up with joy, continuing to throw himself into battle. His agility was far beyond that of an ordinary goblin, plus he had 3 shadow clones to share the pressure. 9 health points plus 1 shield was enough to last through Dong Siyuan's skill cooldown. Moreover, as the number of goblins dwindled, Jiang Lang felt even more at ease. 1 minute later, the movements of the 3 shadow clones suddenly paused, then slowly dissipated. Only 3 goblins remained in the arena, while Jiang Lang still had 6 health points, and Dong Siyuan could always help Jiang Lang restore his health. After another 10 seconds, the last goblin's corpse fell to the ground, and only then did Jiang Lang let out a long sigh of relief. Come here. Choose the things you can use. After Jiang Lang spoke, he found that Ning Yan and the others did not move. Looking closely, Jiang Lang noticed that they were staring at him like monsters, especially Ning Yan, whose expression was as if she had seen some incredible creature. What are you dazed for? If you don't want it, I'll gather it myself. Jiang Lang urged. He knew exactly why Ning Yan and the others had such expressions, but he didn't want to explain much. Finally, the 4 gradually came to their senses and slowly walked over, still occasionally glancing at Jiang Lang. Ning Yan casually glanced at a few rewards but soon lost interest. She was a hidden class, illusionist, and suitable equipment for her was scarce. Since entering the game until now, Ning Yan wore just 2 pieces of newbie gear, nothing else. Ning Yu Hong was also looking for suitable equipment for Ning Yan. Even the upper management was helping to gather equipment across regions, but unfortunately, there had been no results so far. Jiang Lang understood this situation. For hidden classes to obtain suitable equipment, there was only one way. Rely on luck. Ning Yan walked up to Jiang Lang and tilted her head to look at him for a while. What should we do next? What do you mean? Jiang Lang asked, confused. Ning Yan pointed to the corpse of the Goblin Elder beside them and softly said, "Your strength is very strong, and your attack power is high. Those 3 clones should have inherited all your attributes. But, if I am not mistaken, those 3 clones should not be able to withstand magic attacks, right?" Jiang Lang's eyes flashed, secretly thinking that this woman was quite clever. Ning Yan blinked and smiled. I guessed right, didn't I? Otherwise, you wouldn't have killed the Goblin Elder so quickly. There should be other Goblin Elders later, possibly even more. What will we do then? Big guy, this dungeon doesn't seem to be as simple as you think. Jiang Lang fell silent. To be honest, he had indeed underestimated this goblin dungeon. He thought with his strength he could clear it quickly, but he didn't expect it to be so troublesome. Ultimately, it still boiled down to the flaw of not having any AoE skills. Otherwise, just a few skills could have cleared those dozens of goblins before. Jiang Lang decided to put purchasing AoE skills on his agenda. While he was thinking, Ning Yan suddenly stretched out her delicate hand to Jiang Lang, with a silvery light cluster in her fair palm. What is this? Assassin skill. Ning Yan looked into Jiang Lang's eyes. Although it's only D rank, it counts as an AoE skill. You should be able to use it. Jiang Lang's heart filled with joy as he hurriedly asked, how much? No cost. Ning Yan smiled radiantly. It's a gift. But in the future, if you get any equipment for the illusionist class, would you sell it to me first? Of course, no problem. Jiang Lang answered straightforwardly. So far, the only player he knew of in the illusionist class was Ning Yan. If he were to get any related equipment, who else would he sell it to if not Ning Yan? Deal. Jiang Lang took the light sphere that Ning Yan handed over and began to investigate. Poisonous trap. D can set traps with the invisibility attribute, up to 4 pieces. Will explode and release poisonous gas after being triggered by an active/target, causing magic damage equal to attack power *1 to targets within a 3-meter range for 4 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. The damage range of one trap is 3 meters, and if placed properly, it can create a poisonous area with a radius of 12 meters. This can be considered a group attack skill, albeit one that needs to be set up in advance. However, Jiang Lang has an invisibility skill, so he can safely lay traps without any threat. Thank you so much. Jiang Lang said sincerely. Although the skill is of low grade, it can save a lot of trouble and threat in the current situation. Chapter 40, Anti-Invisibility. After learning the newly acquired skill, Jiang Lang couldn't help but smile slightly. With this skill, when facing groups of goblins next, he wouldn't have to embarrassingly engage in close combat anymore. He looked up at Ning Yan, who had her arms crossed and was smiling slightly, her eyes filled with a hint of "I knew you needed this." Jiang Lang cleared his throat. "I really need to thank you this time. If we encounter an illusionist's equipment, I'll be sure to leave it for you first." Ning Yan was about to tease him when suddenly a series of rapid tat-tat sounds came from the depths of the passage, like countless feet quickly stamping on the stone slab. It was mixed with the goblins' peculiar giggly shouts, and the momentum was even stronger than the goblin group they had encountered before. Jiang Lang's expression changed. He immediately raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet and moved close to the rock wall toward the end of the passage. Behind the altar where they had just killed the goblin elder, there was surprisingly a wider passage, and green figures were surging out from it. Jiang Lang squinted and counted. There were at least 30 or 40 ordinary goblins in the passage. What sank his heart even more was that behind the goblin group, there were actually 4 large, robust goblin elders, each holding a carved bone staff, their dark green skin glistening, just like the one he had seen before. Given this number, it seemed like all the goblins, except the big goblins, had come. Jiang Lang whispered, activating the invisibility skill quietly, leaving behind a message. "You all stay here and don't move, I'll go lay the traps first. Dong Xian, keep an eye on my health and be ready to heal." Before his voice faded, Jiang Lang's figure had already merged into the darkness, with only the faint sound of footsteps vanishing in the passage. Taking advantage of his invisibility, he quickly circled behind the rock walls on either side of the passage, his gaze scanning the depressions in the ground. This was just right to hide traps and cover the path the goblins would undoubtedly take. With a flick of his finger, 4 faintly glowing green traps quietly fell to the ground, instantly blending into the surrounding shadows, with only he able to see the poisonous gas patterns faintly visible at the edges of the traps. That should do it. Jiang Lang returned to the group. Just as he deactivated his invisibility, the goblin group in the passage had already rushed to the altar, the leading goblin raising a short knife, preparing to pounce towards Ning Yan and the others. Jiang Lang's eyes sharpened, and he suddenly threw a stone, accurately hitting the head of the foremost goblin. Hiss! The goblin howled in pain, immediately turning its head towards Jiang Lang, causing the goblin group behind it to become agitated, the dense green figures rushing towards him. With a smirk, Jiang Lang intentionally stepped back 2 steps, just enough to lure the goblin group into the area covered by traps. As the last goblin stepped into the trap's range, Jiang Lang suddenly raised his hand, his mental power stirred, and the 4 poisonous traps, hidden in the ground, instantly activated. Bang! 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 4 soft sounds rang out as the pale green poison gas suddenly exploded from the ground, forming 4 toxic mist zones with a diameter of 3 meters. Almost all the goblins were completely shrouded. A series of damage numbers jumped above the goblins' heads. Ordinary goblins only had 3,000 health points and couldn't withstand 4 seconds of poisonous damage at all. After 4 seconds passed, all ordinary goblins fell straight to the ground. Only 4 goblin elders remained in the arena. What an impressive trap! Dong Siyuan's eyes lit up, and she immediately cast the Shield of Compassion on Jiang Lang, the gray one floating above his head. Jiang Lang ignored the astonished voices behind him and stepped forward, rushing toward the remaining goblin elders. The goblin elders had 5,000 health points, and after enduring 4 seconds of poisonous attack, not much health remained. Even though the cooldown for Shadow Clone wasn't up yet, Jiang Lang was confident he could kill these 4 monsters. Even if his health was reduced a bit, Dong Siyuan could immediately heal him back. Faced with the 4 somewhat enraged goblin elders, Jiang Lang did not hesitate at all. After losing 4 health points, Jiang Lang successfully killed all 4 goblins and returned to the team. Before Jiang Lang could say anything, Dong Siyuan cast a healing spell on him. Jiang Lang nodded appreciatively at Dong Siyuan, who smiled back gleefully. Just as Jiang Lang was about to say something, the entire underground chamber began to shake slightly, and stones from the altar crashed to the ground. Jiang Lang's expression changed slightly as he turned to look deeper into the passageway. There emerged a figure twice the size of an ordinary goblin. Covered in black scales, holding a rusty giant axe, with eyes as red as blood, it looked more terrifying than the combined 4 goblin elders. Big Goblin. Race, Goblin. Level, 16. Health, 10,000. Attack, 800. Defense, 2. Strength, 80. Agility, 60. Spirit, 65. Skills. Giant Axe Slash. The big goblin swings its giant axe and deals physical damage equal to attack power *3 to targets within 3 meters, with a 50% chance to apply the armor break effect, reducing the target's defense by 20% for 5 seconds. Furious Roar. The big goblin emits a roar, increasing its attack power by 250% and boosting the attack power of surrounding allies by 100% for 10 seconds. Regal Presence. The presence of the big goblin will put nearby goblins within a 50-meter radius into a frenzy state, increasing attack speed by 20% and making them unafraid of death. Female Urge. The big goblin craves the attention of females. When there are female targets nearby, the big goblin enters an excited state, increasing attack power by 500%. Note, the king of the goblin tribe, controlling all goblins deep in the underground, extremely hates intruders, especially those who kill its underlings. Jiang Lang looked at the big goblin's stats, his gaze unchanged. With 10,000 health points and 2 defense attributes, even he would need to attack a dozen times to bring it down. An attack power of 800 and 2 attack boosting buffs would certainly mean death for an ordinary player. But in front of him, even adding 2 zeros wouldn't matter. Spirit of the Charge was specially designed to deal with various powerful foes. Besides that, the other skills of the big goblin were of no real use. It only appeared after the goblins in the chamber were all dead. No wonder it was the dumbest monster around. Jiang Lang even felt that the intelligence of goblins was lower than that of a level 1 Kuan-gu. This is the boss? Hui's voice trembled as she instinctively took a step back. Ning Yan also put away her earlier ease, looking at the big goblin with a serious expression. But Jiang Lang just smiled, stepping in front of the 4 of them. Dong Siyuan, add the shield. You handle the rest as you see fit. Don't worry, big boss. Dong Siyuan's pupils flickered. Having already given Jiang Lang some health back, she was familiar with what skills to use and when. Can you do it? Ning Yan suddenly spoke, her tone laced with concern. Although she had seen Jiang Lang display extraordinary power before, now they faced a boss. Could Jiang Lang still handle it as easily as before? A man cannot say no. Jiang Lang smiled broadly, and his figure vanished from the view of the 4 people. Behind him, Ning Yan's face turned red as she softly spat, secretly cursing Jiang Lang for being no good. Jiang Lang moved quickly, and in his invisible state, he soon arrived beside the big goblin. However, just as his dagger was about to stab into the big goblin's body, the big goblin suddenly let out a fierce roar, raising the giant axe in his hand and looking towards Jiang Lang's position. Jiang Lang's pupils constricted, and he instinctively leaped back to increase the distance between them. His eyes were filled with confusion. Goblin didn't have skills to reveal invisibility or to go invisible, so how did the big goblin find him while he was still invisible? That axe clearly wasn't swung randomly, its target was exactly where he was. Your invisibility is useless. We can see you too. Ning Yan's voice rang out from behind, leaving Jiang Lang momentarily stunned. Chapter 41, 3 Choices. He turned back to take a glance, only to see Ning Yan and the others also looking in his direction. Jiang Lang's confusion deepened. How was that possible? As long as there were no anti-invisibility or breaking invisibility skills, even teammates couldn't discover an assassin's invisibility. How could Ning Yan and the others see him? The sound of wind whooshed in his ears as the big goblin swung the giant axe towards Jiang Lang again. Jiang Lang dodged once more, his gaze constantly sizing up the big goblin. He even looked at the big goblin's data panel again but still found no signs of an anti-invisibility skill. Jiang Lang shook his head vigorously, no longer thinking about this matter. It didn't matter whether he was invisible or not, he wouldn't miss that 50 points of attack power. It was just the sudden strange behavior of the big goblin that was different from his memories that made Jiang Lang a bit suspicious, wanting to find the anomaly. Since he couldn't find it, he could just fight it out. Jiang Lang stopped dodging and charged forward against the axe coming from the big goblin. The goblin was fast, but Jiang Lang's agility was even higher. In the split second the giant axe swung down, Jiang Lang dodged close to the big goblin and stabbed his dagger fiercely into the goblin's left rib. 1088. With 2 points of defense, Jiang Lang's damage to the big goblin was reduced a bit. But this small loss was insignificant, it was still a matter of 10 attacks. The big goblin howled in pain, and the giant axe slashed towards Jiang Lang's face with a whistling wind, the rust on the axe blade catching the cold light of the torch. Jiang Lang did not dodge again, instead, he took half a step forward, raising his left arm slightly. It wasn't a block, but more like he was actively welcoming the axe's blade. Be careful. Ning Yan's exclamation pierced through the chaos of the underground cave. Han Shaoan even instinctively tightened his giant shield, wanting to rush up to help, but Jiang Lang's back firmly blocked him. Clang! The giant axe struck heavily against Jiang Lang's left arm, and instead of the expected severed limb flying away, A-1 appeared above Jiang Lang's head. Although I've seen it before, I still can't believe it. Even a boss's attack could only cause him a bit of health damage? He Wei rubbed her eyes, doubting whether she had seen it incorrectly. The others didn't respond, they didn't know what to say either. On the battlefield, Jiang Lang also grimaced, although his arm wasn't severed, it did hurt. With a cold snort, Jiang Lang took advantage of the big goblin's pause in swinging the axe, his right-hand dagger already pressed against the big goblin's left rib. As the mithril dagger pierced into the opponent's body, the Yi poison skill quietly activated. 1088. The big goblin howled in agony, emitting a deafening roar, its scarlet eyes fixed on Jiang Lang, and another hand fiercely clasped towards his shoulder. Jiang Lang let the goblin grab his collar, he even deliberately leaned closer to the big goblin, using his left hand to press down on the goblin's arm, while his right-hand dagger once again stabbed into the same wound. 1088. 544. Another attack landed, and at the same time, the ongoing damage from the poison began to take effect. Its health was rapidly declining. The damage of 2 poison hits was equivalent to 1 attack, allowing Jiang Lang to endure 1 less hit from the big goblin. The big goblin clearly sensed that something was wrong. It gripped Jiang Lang's hand tightly, trying to fling him away, but Jiang Lang's fingers clamped down like iron claws in the gaps of its scales. Even as the giant axe struck him repeatedly, his dagger never stopped stabbing. -1. -1088. -544. The damage numbers flickered back and forth between the two, forming a strange rhythm. Jiang Lang's clothes had been cut in several places by the giant axe, but his exposed skin bore no wounds. Roar! The big goblin was completely enraged, suddenly opening its mouth and letting out a deep growl from its throat. Furious roar! Its body instantly swelled, and the muscles beneath the black scales bulged with veins, the giant axe in its hand glowing with a faint red light, the attack power directly boosted by 250%, reaching 2,800 points. However, this was of no use. The big goblin's giant axe swung down again, and this time the force was even stronger, the blade nearly grazing Jiang Lang's cheek. But the damage number above Jiang Lang's head remained a cold -1. Talent, he must have top-tier talent. Ning Yan murmured, her beautiful eyes locked on Jiang Lang's back. Jiang Lang had no time to care about everyone's astonishment. He could feel the big goblin's strength growing stronger, the hand gripping his collar was almost crushing his bones, yet his dagger kept stabbing faster and faster. Before long, the big goblin's health had dropped below 2,000 points, and the wound beneath its scales began to ooze dark green blood, releasing a pungent smell. Jiang Lang suddenly exerted strength, pushing away the big goblin's arm with his left hand, his right hand's dagger slicing through the air like cold light, accurately stabbing toward the big goblin's throat. -2,176. This strike dealt even more damage than before, triggering the double strike talent, which instantly emptied the big goblin's health. What? Oh my god. Hui, quickly slap me, I feel like I'm dreaming. Ning Yan's mouth slightly opened, her pupils trembling incessantly. She had already had a high opinion of Jiang Lang's strength, but did not expect him to keep giving her and the others greater shocks. 2176, is it really possible for a player to deal such high damage? Ning Yan had some doubts, but the facts were right in front of her. The corpse of the big goblin and the game rules prompt ringing in her ears were not fake. Kill level 16 monster big goblin, gain experience points 2,000, 10,000, silver coins 100, 500. Level up, your level has risen to level 9. Gain strength attribute +1, agility attribute +1, spirit attribute +2, free attribute +1. Clear the dungeon, no casualties among team members, evaluation S, all members receive a randomly chosen reward. Global announcement, Zone 6 players Moon Shadow, Qing Yan, Cian, Little Hui, Single Love Hui successfully cleared the dungeon. All team members gain 1,000 reputation points. The voice of the game rules faded away, and a transparent screen appeared in front of Ning Yan and the others. On the screen were 3 cards emanating strange patterns. Yan, what is this? It should be the 3-choice reward mentioned in the previous announcement, you just choose one. Ning Yan was also not clear, after all, it was her first time experiencing this situation. We all have rewards? But we didn't do anything. We felt a bit anxious inside. Moon Shadow hadn't mentioned that as long as they cleared the dungeon, everyone would have a reward. They had already gained enough. From entering the dungeon to clearing it, Hui had gained 7,500 experience points. She had just leveled up to 5, and now she was already at level 9. In addition, they also received 100 silver coins and several silver coins. Furthermore, except for Ning Yan, each of them received a few pieces of silver-level equipment. At this moment, with the situation they faced, none of them knew what to do. Choose the reward or give it up. Let's choose. Worst case, we can just hand it over to Moon Shadow after choosing, right? Ning Yan made a decision, her jade-like hand already raised, ready to touch a card on the light screen. Chapter 42, White Tiger. Kill level 16 monster Big Brother Goblin, gain 2,000 experience points, 10,000, and 100 silver coins, 500. Clear the dungeon, no casualties in the team, rated S, all members receive a random reward with 3 choices. Looking at the transparent light screen in front of him, Jiang Lang couldn't help but gasp, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He never expected such a reward to appear. Normally, the reward for clearing a dungeon only comes from a treasure chest, and the chest's level depends on the difficulty of the dungeon and the clearance rating level. There are also random 3-choice rewards, but they appear very rarely. In his previous life, Jiang Lang had participated in dungeons but had never encountered one, only hearing other players talk about it. Unexpectedly, in this life, his first dungeon granted such a reward. Is it because of luck? Jiang Lang didn't know, the best outcome had already appeared, thinking of useless things was pointless. His gaze fell on the card of the transparent light screen, and Jiang Lang thought for a moment before choosing the leftmost reward. This 3-choice reward is all random, and there is no way to tell what it is. The types of rewards are comprehensive and very friendly to players. Rewards include not only weapons, equipment, skills, and other items but can even produce divine artifacts. Even if a divine artifact couldn't be obtained, the rewards would still be related to the player's class. This means that as long as such a 3-choice reward is encountered, it is guaranteed to not incur a loss. The leftmost card slowly flipped over, revealing a pitch-black dagger. Jiang Lang's eyes lit up because the card was radiating a dazzling platinum light. This is a platinum-level assassin weapon. Swift hand triggered, extra random selection of 1 reward. The sudden prompt in his ear plunged Jiang Lang into a state of joy upon joy. The effect of Swift Hand activated at this moment. Jiang Lang's eyes were fixed on the front, watching as the remaining 2 cards flipped, with the rightmost card slowly revealing itself. An eye-catching golden gleam suddenly appeared before Jiang Lang's eyes. Obtain divine artifact, Classic of Mountains and Seas, White Tiger. A strong light burst from Jiang Lang's eyes instantly. Classic of Mountains and Seas, White Tiger. The divine artifact he had previously obtained, Records of Mountains and Seas, finally became useful. The transparent light screen gradually faded, and Jiang Lang immediately opened his backpack to check the effects of Classic of Mountains and Seas, White Tiger. Serial number 12, Classic of Mountains and Seas, White Tiger. Type, Divine Artifact. Effect, your total power attributes increase by 200%. Power attributes increase by 200%. If it weren't for Ning Yan and a few others nearby, Jiang Lang would have wanted to laugh out loud. He is a dual-class warrior and assassin, and the power attribute can also be considered as attack power. Previously, his agility attribute exceeded his power, so his attack power was displayed on the panel based on agility. Now with the White Tiger, his power attribute would leap. Moreover, the power attribute is also related to health, plus he has the divine artifact, Blood-Drinking Crazy Knife. The higher the power attribute, the higher his attack power. The divine artifact he obtained this time made Jiang Lang quite satisfied. Jiang Lang calmed his emotions and continued to check the platinum-level dagger. Perhaps very few players currently own platinum-level weapons, and if he hadn't obtained the White Tiger, he would have been overjoyed to get such a weapon. But with the White Tiger as a comparison, getting this dagger was not so exciting anymore. Pitch Black Dagger, Platinum Level. Type, Weapon. Level, 13. Attack plus 120. Agility plus 60. Effect, there is a chance to add a chaos effect when hitting a target, lasting 3 seconds. Jiang Lang nodded slightly to himself. He was also quite satisfied with this weapon. An increase of 120 in attack power is 100 points higher than the secret silver dagger he is currently using. As for the effect of the equipment, it is also very useful. Chaos is a debuff. To put it simply, a target in a chaos state cannot distinguish friend from foe. It's a kind of control skill. It's just that the words with a probability in the effect description left Jiang Lang a bit speechless. Whenever those 3 words appear in the description of any gear or item, the triggering probability is never very high. For example, his talent Double Strike. Players usually jokingly refer to the game Divine Arrival as being made by Ma Tang. After all, his company's games are famously known for their extremely low lottery probabilities. Jiang Lang replaced the dagger and then opened his panel. Player nickname, Moon Shadow. Profession, Warrior/Assassin. Level, 10. Experience, 7510/10,000. Attack, 2620, 1680 Agility plus 120 Dagger plus 820 Bloodthirsty Blade. Health, 10. Defense, 0. Strength, 155. Agility, 168. Spirit, 30. Luck, 1. Talents, determined to charge, S. Stone skin, D. Double strike, C. Luck, X. Skills, intimidate, D. Stealth, D. Poisoning, D. Shadow clone dance, B. Deadly trap, D. Divine item, Swift Hand, Bloodthirsty Blade, Strange Tales of Mountains and Seas, Blind Box, Strange Classics, White Tiger. Equipment, Pitch Black Dagger, Platinum, Beginner Leather Armor, Bronze, Magic Cloak, Gold, Swift Wind Boots, Gold. Others, omitted. This time in the dungeon, he didn't level up, but the 2 items he obtained still greatly enhanced his strength. However, his agility attribute still exceeds his strength attribute, which is somewhat unexpected compared to Jiang Lang's previous thoughts. But this isn't a problem. As long as he switches his leather armor to warrior equipment after leaving the dungeon, everything will be fine. Warrior equipment generally increases strength and health attributes significantly, and then there will be another wave of big boosts. In addition, Jiang Lang felt that his spirit attribute was a bit hard to look at. Even with the 20% all attribute bonus from Strange Tales of Mountains and Seas, his spirit attribute is still only 30 points. Compared to the 3-digit differences in strength and agility attributes, that's not negligible. Although his 2 class traits don't require too high a spirit attributes are still related to magic defense and magic attack power. There's no need to worry about defense, he has the talent determined to charge, so even with 0 defense, no one can kill him instantly. Of course, this is under normal circumstances. The game Divine Arrival also has some very strange monsters. They might not be very strong, but they possess some inexplicable skills. Commonly known as mechanism monsters. Jiang Lang knew there was a level 40 monster whose mechanism ignored any defense attributes of the player. There's also a level 60 boss, which possesses an even stronger mechanism, and could be considered a player's nightmare. This kind of boss can ignore player talents. If he encounters such a boss, determined to charge will be useless. At that time, having too low magic defense might become Jiang Lang's weakness. Jiang Lang does have some equipment that boosts spirit attributes in his backpack, but they are all silver level, and adding 8 or 10 points means nothing to Jiang Lang. After thinking it over, Jiang Lang decided to wait until later. Anyway, he couldn't encounter those monsters that ignore talents right now, and he could walk confidently in the novice village. Jiang Lang's gaze landed on Ning Yan and the others, and he saw them staring at him intently. Chapter 43, He Who Causes Trouble. Ning Yan and the others stared at Jiang Lang with eyes full of joy. But upon closer inspection, one could also see hints of worry and reluctance. Jiang Lang naturally knew why they were like this. For the fixed professional 3-choice rewards, the 4 of them must have received some amazing equipment or items. Big Brother Goblin is a level 16 monster, and the minimum reward for a 3-choice is at least gold level. Currently, players having gold level items might be 1 in 10, so it's no surprise that Ning Yan and the others had such complex expressions. After all, before entering the dungeon, Jiang Lang had agreed with them. Except for currency and experience, all rewards belonged to him, Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang thought he had done well by giving them those silver level equipments. However, because he obtained a divine item, Jiang Lang showed no interest in what rewards the others chose. Anyway, he doesn't need it. Of course, excluding divine artifacts. Questions still need to be asked. Moreover, Jiang Lang also planned to take a look at everyone's decisions. Would it be according to the previous agreement, or do they want to keep the rewards for themselves? Jiang Lang stepped forward, and the expressions of the 4 became increasingly tense. Han Shaoan occasionally raised his hand to wipe sweat, but he hadn't done any exercise since entering the instance, so there were no sweat stains on his forehead at all. He tightly held Han Shaoan's arm, her head down, but Jiang Lang still noticed her stealing glances at him. Dong Siyuan bit her lip, looking a bit embarrassed, her lips trembling, wanting to speak but stopping short. Ning Yan's expression was the most normal, she just stared straightforwardly at Jiang Lang, yet it was still possible to see a hint of tension deep in her gaze. Jiang Lang stopped 3 meters away from the 4 of them, quietly observing them. He said nothing, but even without speaking, he brought a great deal of pressure to the 4. After a full 7 or 8 seconds, the heavy atmosphere was finally broken. It was Ning Yan. She stepped forward, flipped her hand, and a ball of platinum light appeared in her palm. This is the reward I chose, a weapon for the Illusionist, class, Illusionary Glass Staff, Platinum grade. I'm not intentionally choosing an item of my class, but all 3 options were items for the Illusionist, class. Ning Yan paused, locking her gaze onto Jiang Lang's eyes as she continued. Earlier, we agreed that everything obtained in the instance belongs to you. Take this weapon. However, we had an agreement that any equipment I can use must be prioritized for sale to me. As Ning Yan spoke, her delicate hand reached out a bit. Jiang Lang did not hesitate at all, grabbing the light sphere and tossing it into his backpack. It was visibly clear that a trace of reluctance appeared on Ning Yan's face, but she quickly hid it away. Jiang Lang then turned to Dong Siyuan. Dong Siyuan pouted, also pulling out a light sphere and offering it before Jiang Lang's eyes, but the sphere in her hand was golden yellow. Here. My choice only has a golden grade item, a skill book for the mage class. I didn't change it. Jiang Lang naturally knew that Dong Siyuan hadn't changed her reward, she didn't have the means to do so. Still taking the reward from Dong Siyuan's hand, Jiang Lang noticed that Dong Siyuan's lips were so pouted they could hold a jug of oil. Her gaze remained locked onto Jiang Lang's arm as it was retracted, her eyes almost falling in. Jiang Lang couldn't help but chuckle, though his face showed no expression. He shifted his gaze to the little couple, Han Shaoan and He Hui. After nearly 10 seconds, the two still made no move, their eyes constantly drifting away instead of looking at Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang's face darkened, and he said in a deep voice, "Are you planning to keep the rewards for yourselves?" "No." Han Shaoan let out a dry laugh, just about to speak when He Hui tugged at the corner of his shirt. He Hui smiled brightly at Jiang Lang. "Big boss. Our choices are only golden grade, and they are both equipment for the priest and warrior classes. You are so strong. You definitely won't look down on golden grade items, and besides, you won't use them, so just give them to us." Jiang Lang nearly laughed out of anger. When did he not even consider golden grade equipment? The game, God's Arrival, has only been live for 3 days, and with the current progress of players, most are still wearing bronze and platinum grade equipment. Any golden grade item would spark a competition among players. He himself still equipped with a bronze grade leather armor. For He Hui to brazenly say he wouldn't even look down on golden grade equipment was absurd. Looking at He Hui's radiant and flattering smile, Jiang Lang felt somewhat disgusted. He had seen such smiles before, usually on shameless, greedy middle-aged women. Unexpectedly, a university student in her 20s like He Hui could show such a mercenary expression. Ning Yan and Dong Siyan widened their eyes in surprise, both of them never expected He Hui to do something like this. Ning Yan just wanted to stop He Hui from continuing to speak when Jiang Lang waved his hand, intending to interject. He looked at He Hui with a half-smile and said, "So you're saying you want me to give you a piece of golden grade equipment?" He Hui's heart trembled, Jiang Lang's tone gave her a bad feeling. But the temptation of golden grade equipment was something she couldn't resist, so after thinking for a moment, she still smiled and said, "Oh come on, big guy. Just give it to us. We are teammates after all. And I'm Ning Yan's roommate, her best friend. If you want to pursue Ning Yan, you better win over us roommates. How about this equipment as a gift for our first meeting?" A question mark appeared above Jiang Lang's head as he looked at Ning Yan with suspicion. He was trying to pursue Ning Yan? Jiang Lang wanted to know if this was a rumor made up by Ning Yan or if He Hui was just talking nonsense. Ning Yan was also taken aback by He Hui's words. She had only just met Jiang Lang today, and she didn't even know what he looked like. How could she suddenly be the one Jiang Lang was pursuing in He Hui's words? He Hui! Stop talking nonsense! Ning Yan shouted angrily. Before leaving, Ning Yuhong had told Ning Yan to build a good relationship with Moon Shadow. No matter what happened, they had to stand by Moon Shadow's side, right or wrong. Ning Yan deeply remembered her father's warning, and throughout the dungeon quest, she had always prioritized Jiang Lang. She never expected such a thing to suddenly happen after the quest ended. He Hui and the others were recommended to Jiang Lang by her, and Ning Yan was afraid He Hui's actions would make Jiang Lang blame her. She even worried it might involve her father. Thinking of this, Ning Yan felt angrier and couldn't help but shout again. He Hui! Hurry up and give the item back. That was what we agreed on. Why are you so greedy? Beside her, Dong Siyan's eyes were even wider. She felt like she had just stumbled onto a huge scoop. Moon Shadow was pursuing Ning Yan? Dong Siyan's eyes suddenly brightened, and even her previous reluctance about the golden grade reward was overshadowed by the sudden gossip. She was now eager to find out if what He Hui said was true. Chapter 44, The Outburst of Dong Siyan. He Hui's expression was somewhat unnatural, and she felt a flicker of resentment towards Ning Yan. She knew very well that Moon Shadow and Ning Yan didn't have anything going on. But as a good roommate, a best friend, a sister, shouldn't Ning Yan be standing by her side in this situation? Ning Yan was pretty, the daughter of an official leader, and the only one with an S-class talent. Both her status and background far surpassed hers. To Ning Yan, a piece of golden grade equipment might not mean much, but He Hui was just a B-class talented priest. Who knew how long it would take her to get a golden grade piece? Ning Yan was beautiful, powerful, and came from a strong background, while Moon Shadow was a man. She thought using these conditions to impress Moon Shadow would prevent him from taking back those golden grade items, but she never expected to be refuted and stopped by Ning Yan. He Hui felt the betrayal of her good sister, her heart filled with anger. I don't care. Once the equipment is in my hands, it's mine. You are ranked first, have a hidden class, and an A-class talent. Golden grade equipment means nothing to you. I'm just a priest with no attacking power, and I'm a girl, so what if the equipment is given to me? What's wrong with that? Moon Shadow, you're so famous and a man, surely you won't be this stingy? He Hui tilted her head to look at Jiang Lang, with a look that said she was making perfect sense. Jiang Lang snorted and raised an eyebrow. He never expected He Hui's true nature to be that of a strong female fighter. Jiang Lang had encountered many female fighters. He remembered that in his previous life, there was even a guild composed entirely of women, and every member was a master at boxing. These women shout slogans like equal rights for male and female players and no discrimination against female players, yet they follow a self-serving logic. For example, they advocate that women should not choose warrior careers and that male players should focus on protecting women when facing monsters. However, before the game arrived, these female fighters had already become targets of ridicule, treated like street rats by everyone. After the game launched, even fewer people paid attention to them. Jiang Lang remembered that the union quickly fell apart, and no other unions dared to accept its female players, who soon faced extinction. He Hui was clearly one of the female fighters. Did you know she was like this before? Jiang Lang looked at Ning Yan and Dong Siyuan, pointing at He Hui. I didn't know. Ning Yan shook her head. Dong Siyuan looked down on He Hui with disdain. Wow. He Hui, you are actually a fighter. Don't say you know me from now on, I won't admit you are a girl. Hearing Dong Siyuan's words, Jiang Lang almost burst out laughing, biting his tongue hard to hold it in. Female fighters are indeed so disgusting that not only men feel nauseated, but women also feel extremely uncomfortable. Clearly, Dong Siyuan was a girl with a normal perspective. Jiang Lang admired Dong Siyuan with a glance. Dong Siyuan. You are sick. He Hui's defenses crumbled a bit, she felt she had done nothing wrong. I contributed when we entered the dungeon, without me and Xiaowan, could you have entered the dungeon? I just took the reward that belonged to me, what did I do wrong? Before Jiang Lang could speak, Dong Siyuan had already begun to retort. My god. He Hui, don't you have any shame? All three of us were called by Yen Yen, to put it nicely, Yen Yen is kind, thinking of us sisters. To put it bluntly, we are just here to make up the numbers. It could be you, me, or whoever, it could be anyone. You contributed? You haven't even pulled out a weapon since entering the dungeon, what effort did you put in? Just using your mouth? Ah. Oh my god. I'm going to be so angry. Yen Yen. I want to hit her. Dong Siyuan's more furious she got, and she even started rolling up her sleeves. Jiang Lang's mouth twitched, he didn't expect this round-faced girl, who seemed gentle, to actually have a violent temper. Is he from the north? Jiang Lang asked quietly beside Ning Yan. Ning Yan was comforting Dong Siyuan, hearing Jiang Lang's words, she nodded. Siyuan is from Longjiang. Let's not talk about this matter is my fault. You can solve it however you want. Ning Yan's expression showed some regret. Any way you want? Even killing them? Ning Yan's throat moved, and after a long pause, she nodded. Though it didn't sit well with her, He Hui was brought by her. If He Hui hadn't said that thing before and returned the reward to Jiang Lang, Ning Yan could have said a few good words for He Hui. But now. He Hui clearly acted like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, wanting to claim the reward for herself, not having a proper viewpoint. Ning Yan surely needed to give Jiang Lang an explanation. Beside her, the struggling Dong Siyuan stopped moving upon hearing their words. Big brother, are you really going to kill her? Dong Siyuan shrank her neck. He Hui was indeed infuriating, but Dong Siyuan just wanted to beat her up. However, Jiang Lang said he would kill them, and Dong Siyuan, who had not fully accepted the arrival of the game, found it hard to accept. But seeing Jiang Lang's expressionless face, Dong Siyuan understood that he wasn't just saying it for fun. Across from them, He Hui's pupils contracted sharply but soon returned to calm. She wore a cold smile, looking at Jiang Lang with disdain. Still ranked first? You can't even bear to give up a piece of equipment, I see you as just a loser. Kill me? Anyway, I won't die. The equipment is still mine. When I resurrect, I'll definitely spread the word about your actions. Let the people in the game world and the real world know what kind of person Moonshadow really is. Then you have to make it a bit more villainous. Otherwise, I'll give you a bad review. Jiang Lang chuckled lightly, the dagger already appearing in his hand as he slowly approached He Hui. Only the team leader has the option to choose whether to leave once the instance is over. Jiang Lang would not choose to leave, so He Hui and the others could only stay quietly in the instance. Watching Jiang Lang approach step by step, a trace of fear finally flashed in He Hui's eyes. Although she would not die completely, dying once would cost her a year's lifespan. Which is more important, a year's lifespan or a piece of golden grade equipment? He Hui felt that the golden grade equipment was more important. She was just a B-level talent priest, neither high nor low among the players of Moonshadow Town. With this piece of golden grade equipment, her power would greatly increase, making it easier to join some powerful teams, and better level up. As long as her level and power increased, she could buy her lifespan with currency. A year of lifespan for a piece of golden grade equipment. Worth it. He Hui glared at Jiang Lang, shouting fiercely, trash. Useless. Lower rank man. Just wait, I will definitely ruin you. Looking forward to your little essay. Jiang Lang smiled slightly, leaping forward, the black dagger suddenly slicing across He Hui's neck. Minus 2620. Crimson numbers floated up, the once legendary fighter He Hui died for the first time. Jiang Lang would naturally not let He Hui off easily, his things were not so easy to take. To think she could use a year's lifespan to cover her mistakes was just dreaming. In Jiang Lang's heart, He Hui had already climbed onto the same list as Lu Ruyun and Sun Zi. Chapter 45, Accusation. As He Hui's figure slowly disappeared, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became a bit heavy. Ning Yan's eyes flickered, Dong Siyuan covered her mouth, both of their faces filled with surprise, as if they didn't expect Jiang Lang would really kill He Hui. On the contrary, Jiang Lang's face showed no expression. After 7 years of gaming life in his previous life, killing someone was as easy as pie for him. Jiang Lang shifted his gaze to Han Shaowen. This boy, who had only spoken one word from the beginning, suddenly changed his face. As soon as Jiang Lang looked over, he did something unexpected for the three of them. He plopped down on his knees, repeatedly banging his head against the ground, crying out loudly. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I actually didn't mean to take the reward for myself, it's all He Hui's fault. She is just like that, usually Puang me, I wanted to break up, but she always threatened me with suicide, I couldn't do anything. I can give the reward back to you, just asking the big guy to let me go. I don't want to lose my lifespan. Jiang Lang raised an eyebrow, not expecting He Hui to not only be a fighting expert but also an extreme romantic. It's rare to see both situations in one person. Hand it over. Jiang Lang said softly. Han Shaowen didn't dare hesitate at all, hurriedly taking out the reward that didn't belong to him from his backpack. It was still a golden yellow orb of light. Jiang Lang's eyes brightened as he took it. Heavenly armor, golden grade. Type, armor. Defense +1. Health +2000. Strength +5. Effect, when your health exceeds 5,000 points, it adds an extra 2,000 points of health. This is a piece of equipment specifically for increasing health. Normally, a golden grade item would at least increase 20 points of basic attributes, yet heavenly armor only increased 5 points of strength. But the additional 2,000 points of health made up for the lack of attributes, and the equipment effect was also quite good for Jiang Lang. Although the added defense attributes seemed to be of little use. With the battlefield will talent, as long as it wasn't a mechanism monster, any target could only cause him 1 point of damage. Jiang Lang shook his head, exchanging the Longworn beginner leather armor for the Tiangang battle armor. Player nickname, Moonshadow. Profession, warrior/assassin. Level, 10. Experience, 7510/10,000. Attack, 3710, 1730 strength +120 dagger +1860 bloodthirsty blade. Health, 10. Defense, 1. Strength, 173 open parenthesis 43 +5 close parenthesis times 3 times 1.2. Agility, 168. Spirit, 30. The strength attribute exceeds the agility attribute. The classic of mountains and seas, White Tiger, truly a divine object ranked 12th. With a significant increase in health, Jiang Lang's attack power soared to 3,710. Now, in a duel with his brother Goblin, it would only take 3 attacks to kill him. But unfortunately, the armor's effect did not trigger. Big guy. Can you spare me? Han Shaowen's voice rang out, his face filled with hope as he looked at Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang said nothing, just stepped forward and raised his hand, the dagger slicing across Han Shaowen's neck. 3710. Han Shaowen fell slowly, his eyes filled with disbelief. He did not understand why, having apologized and returned the reward, Jiang Lang still chose to kill him. Not only Han Shaowen, but also Ning Yan and Dong Xiyin were left dumbfounded. However, they did not question him, but both marked Jiang Lang as someone not to be messed with. This man seemed gentle, but in reality, he was a ruthless killer. Jiang Lang glanced at Han Shaowen's corpse, a cold snort rising in his heart. Those who do wrong must be punished. If apologizing made everything right, that would be too easy. Yet, since Han Shaowen had returned the reward, Jiang Lang did not plan to target him in the future. He was also a pitiful person, encountering someone as strange as He Hui. Shaking his head, Jiang Lang turned his gaze back to Ning Yan and Dong Xiyin. Ning Yan's delicate face tensed, while Dong Xiyin took a half step back. Seeing their expressions and actions, Jiang Lang felt amused. Don't be afraid. I'm not unreasonable. You two haven't done anything wrong, I won't kill you. The two women's tense expressions did not change, staring intently at Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang didn't mind and continued. I will keep that equipment for you. After leaving the dungeon, feel free to contact me if you want to buy it. Ning Yan's face turned a bit awkward, she did not expect that after such an incident, Jiang Lang was still willing to sell the equipment to her. Of course, Ning Yan wouldn't give up this opportunity, quickly nodding in agreement. Okay. What about me? Big guy, can you save that skill book for me? I'll buy it once I save enough money? Dong Xiyin blinked her big eyes at Jiang Lang, her hands begging. However, Jiang Lang shook his head. The skill book is not possible. I have a friend who is also a mage, I need to give this skill book to him. The friend he mentioned was of course his uncle, who was also a mage. Jiang Lang would certainly keep mage-related items for his uncle. Dong Xiyin's expression darkened, and she said in disappointment, all right. Ning Yan blinked, sensing a different implication in Jiang Lang's words. Jiang Lang said he would give it to his friend, not sell it to his friend. A single word made a world of difference. Let's go. Jiang Lang was unaware of Ning Yan's thoughts, feeling a stir in his heart and choosing to leave the dungeon. The three figures slowly faded into nothingness, disappearing after just a few seconds. In the hollow dungeon, no living beings remained, only the strong scent of blood from the goblin's death and a faint stench. Outside the dungeon, on the plain, players who came to watch the excitement still hadn't left, the number was even greater than before. The game rules announcement had rung out just over 10 minutes ago, yet Jiang Lang and the others had not reappeared. Haven't they already cleared the dungeon? Why aren't they out yet? Those few won't have died inside, right? Impossible, I suspect they've found something incredible and are splitting the spoils. Oh my gosh. Everyone look at the leaderboard. The top 5 are all players from our Longsha. Ah. Those few are really lucky. Why don't I know the Great Moonshadow? Otherwise, I would be the second on the leaderboard now. Luck? What a joke. Brother, didn't you pay attention to the chat interface? Among those who entered the dungeon with Moonshadow, one is Ning Yuhong's daughter. The other 3 are her friends. Do you know who Ning Yuhong is? The official leader. You think it's just luck? The truth is, it's all about using power and status. Is that so? It seems that in the game, some things are not something us common folks can touch. What did you think? Players discussed passionately when suddenly a cry was heard. Brothers, quick look at the chat interface. A female player is accusing Moonshadow, it seems she was one of the players who entered the dungeon with him. As soon as this was said, other players became interested and quickly opened the chat interface to see what was going on. Chapter 46 Little Essay. Xiao Hui, everyone, I am one of the players who entered the dungeon with that trash Moonshadow. Don't think he is a good person. He is actually trash. He killed me and my boyfriend in the dungeon. The reason was just for 2 pieces of gold equipment. These 2 rewards were obtained by my boyfriend and me. What does it have to do with him, Moonshadow? I admit I didn't contribute much in the dungeon, but could he have entered the dungeon without me? Not to mention the rewards were directly given to my boyfriend and me by the rules, why should a thief like him take them? However, the fact is Moonshadow not only wanted to rob my equipment but also insulted me verbally, even tried to humiliate me. If I hadn't fought back fiercely, he would have succeeded, and in his rage, he killed me. Friends, sisters, I actually didn't want to say these words, after all, I am a girl. But I really couldn't hold back. Even if I face everyone's pointing fingers in the future, I must expose Moonshadow's true nature. I hope everyone stays away from Moonshadow in the future, and I also ask the officials to stand up for me and my boyfriend. Punish Moonshadow and give me justice. Hui's little essay instantly caused a stir in the game. What she posted was not just in the regional chat interface, but also in the Longshare chat interface. For a moment, all players saw Hui's message and began to discuss it. Not eating cilantro, sister, I feel for you. I used to think of Moonshadow as an idol, but didn't expect him to be such a person. I really learned something. Gentle yet decisive stepmother, I knew Moonshadow wasn't a good thing, and it turned out to be true. Feel for you, sister. Mingyu, God. Moonshadow is actually this kind of person? Where is the official? Don't they care? Leopard, why hasn't Ning Yuhong spoken? I heard his daughter also entered the dungeon with Moonshadow and hasn't come out yet. Has she already been, by Moonshadow? The world is scary, really? You believe this woman's one-sided claim? Gentle knife, I didn't expect that what happens in the real world would appear in the game. Waiting for the reversal. CPDD, who is spreading rumors about Moonshadow? If I see you, I'll beat you. Genro, I don't believe Moonshadow is that kind of person. Yang family troops, same here. Godly knowledge, I am consulting on the related situation, everyone wait for me. The chat interface was filled with discussions about Hui's comments, and soon those supporting Hui and those believing in Moonshadow began to argue. The area around the dungeon teleportation array was the same. Somewhere in the crowd, Sun Zi furrowed her brow. I remember this Hui is also your roommate, right? Lu Ruyan said but her face was full of disdain. Hui was also her good sister, she definitely wouldn't lie. She had admired Moonshadow before, but didn't expect him to be such a person. But at the same time, Lu Ruyan felt a bit pleased. Ning Yan entered the dungeon with her 2 roommates but did not notify her. Now that He Hui has encountered this situation, Ning Yan has an unavoidable responsibility. Moreover, the players are saying those things. He Hui was almost insulted by Yu Ying, and Ning Yan and Dong Xiyan have yet to appear. Most likely they have already fallen victim to Yu Ying's treachery. In Lu Ruyan's view, this is the punishment Ning Yan receives for not bringing her into the dungeon. On the other side of the crowd, Ning Yuheng's face was as dark as water. He arrived here shortly after Yu Ying entered the dungeon, waiting for Ning Yan and the others to return. Unexpectedly, he awaited the people but instead heard of such an incident. Ning Yuheng felt a bit worried in his heart. Although he had little contact with Yu Ying, deep down, he didn't believe Yu Ying was that kind of person. However, the dungeon clear announcement had sounded a dozen minutes ago, but his daughter had not returned. Especially after seeing some players' remarks, even if Ning Yuheng didn't want to believe, there was a hint of anxiety and anger in his heart. He opened the chat interface to send a message to his daughter but received no reply. Once entering the dungeon, the chat interface would be sealed by the rules. Ning Yuheng had been in the dungeon before. He knew this action was just a fruitless effort. However, with worry in his heart and as a father, Ning Yuheng still made this seemingly useless move. Listening to the whispers around him and the occasional scrutinizing glances, Ning Yuheng's expression grew increasingly grim. Yu Ying, if you really did something to Xiao Yan, even if I die in the game, I will not let you off. Ning Yuheng silently shouted in his heart, his sharp gaze fixed firmly on a stone on the ground. Time flew by, and for Ning Yuheng, every second was a torment. Suddenly, the stone glimmered slightly with light, and then 3 figures slowly materialized. Wow! A stir of murmurs and exclamations erupted around. Jiang Lang, who had just appeared, slightly frowned. The noise didn't sound like a welcome for their return. Before he could think further, a figure rushed over quickly. Jiang Lang instinctively grasped his dagger, but that figure didn't rush towards him. Instead, it charged directly in front of Ning Yan. Xiao Yan, are you okay? Did he do anything to you? Jiang Lang looked at Ning Yuheng, filled with confusion. What did this mean? Ning Yan also gazed at her father in bewilderment. What could Yu Ying do to him? Dad, what are you talking about? Ning Yuheng didn't respond, his gaze appraising Ning Yan up and down for a long time, then he exhaled deeply. From Ning Yan's mood and clothing, he could see no signs. Nothing had happened as he had imagined. As long as you're alright. As long as you're fine. Ning Yuheng forced a smile awkwardly. Beside them, Jiang Lang frowned tightly. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, he could sense it was not a good thing. Big shot. He Hui is slandering you in the chat. Saying you almost insulted her. Dong Xiyan suddenly spoke up, her round little face filled with anger. She had sensed something was off and opened the chat interface, immediately discovering He Hui's previous remarks. Jiang Lang suddenly understood and also opened the chat interface to take a look, followed by a cold sneer. That woman truly kept her promise. Saying she would ruin his reputation, she immediately wrote a little essay. But was this tactic too low? If the Divine Descent game hadn't arrived, He Hui's remarks might have troubled Jiang Lang to some extent. After all, some dim-witted people couldn't tell truth from falsehood. Wherever there's a group, they would follow. But now that the Divine Descent game has arrived, everything is based on strength. He Hui's slander had no effect on Jiang Lang at all. Perhaps He Hui would also slander him in the real world, but Jiang Lang had never exposed his identity in reality. Those fools wouldn't even have the chance to open a box against him. As for the game world, of course, it would be solved in the way of the game world. Chapter 47, Just Make Her Wish She Were Dead. Yu Ying, I'm sorry, my words a moment ago were a bit reckless, please forgive me. Ning Yuheng apologized with a sincere face and bowed to Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang waved his hand dismissively. He understood Ning Yuheng's feelings, it was nothing serious. Moreover, Ning Yuheng had shown great restraint and did not immediately shout for violence against him, but instead first inquired about Ning Yan's situation. For a father who was anxious as fire, this was already quite good. How do you plan to resolve this matter? Seeing Jiang Lang did not care, Ning Yuheng felt relieved and asked how to handle He Hui's slander. Jiang Lang let out a cold laugh. I will handle the matters within the game myself, you all can take care of the situation outside the game. Isn't this already slander? For someone like He Hui, Jiang Lang's plan was to bury her underground. He wanted her to have a hard time in both the game world and the real world. If we can prove she is indeed slandering, our police can take corresponding measures against her. But you know, with the game Divine Arrival around, measures like imprisonment are no longer effective. Jiang Lang nodded. If we are talking about who benefits the most from the arrival of the Divine Arrival game, it's definitely those criminals who have violated the law and are already imprisoned. They can enter the game anytime, anywhere, and their cells no longer restrict them. Of course, when these people return to the real world, they will still appear in their cells. But for these long imprisoned offenders, the ability to enter the game is already a great result. The authorities have also taken corresponding measures. For some seriously offensive criminals, even if they enter the game, they will still be wanted by the authorities and find it equally difficult to move. And for some lesser offenders, the authorities have corresponding solutions as well. As long as they do not commit any further crimes in the game, or make corresponding contributions, they can even get reductions in their sentences. When the time comes, they can leave their cells. Jiang Lang naturally understood these situations. Just a slanderous crime, even if punished in the real world, wouldn't take much time. Not to mention that the game world is going to be the mainstream in the future. As long as a person wants to live, it's impossible not to enter the Divine Arrival game. He just wanted to make He Hui uncomfortable. Turning to Ning Yan and Dong Siyuan, the two women instantly understood. Dad. I can testify. Ning Yan said seriously. I can too. Dong Siyuan also looked determined. Not only do I want to testify, but I also want to expose He Hui's ugly face. It's really infuriating. Ning Yuhong nodded. With two witnesses, they could take action against He Hui in the real world. Thank you. Jiang Lang smiled and expressed his gratitude, then opened the chat interface and sent a message. Just the punishment in the real world is not enough, he wanted He Hui to also be unable to survive in the game. Yueying, now announcing a full kill event. Target, He Hui. Nickname, Little Hui. Reward, for each kill of the target, I can reward 1 silver grade item, or equivalent currency. For killing the target 10 times, a gold grade item or equivalent currency will be awarded. For the final kill of the target, a platinum grade item or equivalent currency will be awarded. This event will last indefinitely until the target is dead or does not appear in the Divine Arrival game. Once the message was sent, all players went wild. Kill event? A kill event initiated by players themselves? This should not be considered a kill event. This was clearly a bounty order. Moon Shadow. What are you doing? Ning Yuhan looked at Moon Shadow with a serious face. He is a criminal police officer, an official person. If Jiang Lang releases this kind of news in front of him, Ning Yuhan cannot pretend not to see it. Dying once would lose a year of life. Although He Hui has distorted views, she should not be punished so severely. Moreover, the reward Jiang Lang offered is extremely generous. Killing once can get a silver level item, 10 times can get a gold level item. There is even a final blow reward, which can get a platinum level item. Even he feels tempted by such rewards, let alone other players. One can imagine what He Hui's future situation will be after Jiang Lang releases this news. But as an official, Ning Yuhong cannot let this happen. Moon Shadow. You are hiring someone to kill. Ning Yuhong shouted in a serious voice. Jiang Lang, however, smiled slightly. Captain Ning. I do not agree with what you said. This is a game, not the real world. If He Hui does not want to die, she can completely choose not to enter the Shenlin game. Then the news I released has no effect at all. Ning Yuhan looked at Jiang Lang sharply. In his eyes, Jiang Lang is simply twisting words. Although the Shenlin game has only existed for a few days, most people have already seen the reality. The currency system in the real world has begun to collapse, replaced by currency in the game. Not to mention, the game allows players to increase power, even by life. The existence of Shenlin will overturn the entire world. Anyone with a little intelligence knows that in the future, what matters is not how much property, how much savings, or what rights one has in the real world. It will be the level in the game, the quality of equipment, wealth, and strength that matter. If He Hui does not enter the game, she can only become the lowest level person. Moon Shadow. I hope you think carefully. Your actions will only make He Hui suffer more than death. I want her to suffer more than death. Jiang Lang grinned. Ning Yuhong's eyes widened. He did not expect Jiang Lang to show no concealment of his thoughts. Captain Ning. Times have changed. The laws you now follow no longer apply to the game world. For example, today, if a player dies at the hands of another player, did they report it to the police? Did you identify them as a murderer? And in the future, when players from other countries kill Longwa players, what will you do? Catch them with international law? Don't talk nonsense. You should know that is impossible. Captain Ning, the game has its own rules. Stop judging today's world with old ideas. I will say something unpleasant. Maybe soon, the rights and status you have in the real world will be worthless. In the game world, only true strength gives real rights. Ning Yuhong was speechless at Jiang Lang's words. Just as Jiang Lang said, since Shenlin arrived, there must have been many killings between players. Not to mention whether they are murderers. In any case, the officials have not received any reports of being killed in the game. Even the dead players do not think the others broke the law. What right do you have to label the killer guilty? Law can only restrict people in the real world, not players in the game. The game has its own rules. Ning Yuhan looked at Jiang Lang deeply. This man sees the arrival of Shenlin very clearly and thinks far ahead. It seems even the higher-ups do not think as far as Moon Shadow. Ning Yuhang sighed deeply and said in a low voice. Then do as you wish. P.S. New book data is very important. Please add to bookshelf and give a good review. Everyone comment. Chapter 48, Falling Out of Best Friends. Ning Yuhan knew he couldn't change Jiang Lang's mind, so he could only sigh helplessly. Jiang Lang was also happy about this and, after greeting a few people, prepared to leave. At that moment, 5 figures rushed towards them. Yan, it really is you. A surprised voice rang out. The newcomers were Lu Ruyun and her teammates. Ning Yan's pretty face changed slightly. She didn't expect to run into Lu Ruyun here. She looked up at Lu Ruyun, a hint of disdain flashing deep in her eyes. Next to Lu Ruyun were 4 men. 3 of them she didn't know, but the last one seemed familiar. His name was something like Sun Zi. A rather peculiar name. But Lu Ruyun's boyfriend was not among them. You entered the game too? Where's your boyfriend? Ning Yan asked knowingly, just to irritate Lu Ruyun. After what happened with He Hui, Ning Yan's opinion of these 2 roommates had dropped to rock bottom. He Hui, who seemed normal on the surface, turned out to have twisted values, and Lu Ruyun's behavior made it clear too. Ning Yan didn't want to interact with such people. Sure enough, after hearing Ning Yan's words, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Lu Ruyun's face. Jiang Lang's talent isn't good, so he doesn't plan to enter the game anymore. By the way, Yan, you didn't even let me know you entered the dungeon. Aren't we best friends anymore? I'm so sad. Lu Ruyun hurriedly changed the topic. Oh. So you changed boyfriends? Ning Yan said, her gaze sliding across Lu Ruyun's arm hooked around Sun Zi's, her disdain bare and obvious. Lu Ruyun's expression froze instantly, and she subconsciously let go of her hold on Sun Zi. She wanted to explain something, but Ning Yan suddenly interrupted her. Enough. I don't want to hear your made-up stories. I saw you chatting with this person late at night multiple times. Isn't this fulfilling your desires? I don't want to have too much contact with someone like you. Just leave. Lu Ruyun's face changed, looking at Ning Yan in disbelief. Yan, what are you saying? You know what I'm saying. Before Ning Yan could speak, Dong Xian scoffed. Like Ning Yan, she didn't want to interact with He Hui or Lu Ruyun. I remember this guy is your ex-boyfriend's good buddy, right? You, so disgusting. Lu Ruyun, you were only dating Jiang Lang to get close to this Sun guy, right? Don't think we can't see through that. Only your ex-boyfriend, that fool, can't see it. I don't want to be friends with someone like you. To me, you're not much better than He Hui. Get lost, or I'll hit you. Dong Xian put her hands on her hips, her face full of anger. What happened with He Hui had truly infuriated her, and she couldn't view the morally questionable Lu Ruyun as she once did. You too. Lu Ruyun pointed at the 2, trembling with anger, her hands and feet feeling cold. She never thought Ning Yan and Dong Xian would say such things. She was just using some means to pursue her own happiness. What was her fault? Sun Zi suddenly stepped forward, raising his hand to wrap around Lu Ruyun's shoulders, looking a bit displeased at Ning Yan and the other girl. Since we all know each other, you 2 beautiful ladies have gone a bit too far. Lu Ruyun seemed to have found a supporter and straightened her back instantly, her eyes glistening with tears but filled with pride. Yan, Xian, I originally wanted to explain things to you well, but you guys are too much. I broke up with Jiang Lang peacefully, and Brother Zi is sincere about me. You just can't stand to see me happy. Sincere? Dong Xian almost laughed, stepping forward, nearly leaning into Lu Ruyun's face. Who was it that cried about being poor in the dorm every day, saying the lipstick Jiang Lang gave you was not classy enough, and then turned around to like and comment on Sun Zi's social media? Who was it that hid on the balcony to make phone calls at midnight? How can it stretch for several hours? Lu Ruyun, do you think we're blind to your little schemes? This statement hit Lu Ruyun like a slap, leaving her face instantly pale. She instinctively clutched Sun Zi's arm, her voice trembling. You're talking nonsense. It's Jiang Lang who lacks capability. Is it wrong for me to pursue a better life? Not wrong, but you shouldn't step on others' genuine feelings as a stepping stone. The silent Ning Yan suddenly spoke, her voice low but piercing. She glanced at Lu Ruyun, whose tone was filled with disdain. Enough. I don't want to waste more breath on you. Leave. Lu Ruyun's face flushed slightly, and she opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. She originally planned to approach Ning Yan and then get to know the boss of Moon Shadow, but she didn't expect Ning Yan to turn against her right away. And that Dong Siyuan even seemed to want to rip off her clothes. There were quite a few players around, and Lu Ruyun could clearly hear their whispers about her. Sun Zi looked quite bad as well. His plan had fallen through. But he didn't want to give up. Casting a dark look at Lu Ruyun and Dong Siyuan, he turned to Moon Shadow standing in the back. Boss. My name is Sun Zi. Can you take me to level up? I can pay. Since those two came, Jiang Lang hadn't said a word, but now he finally understood their purpose. Wanting him to take them to level up? That was a pipe dream. What makes you think I would help you level up? Get lost. Jiang Lang mocked without holding back. Upon hearing this, Sun Zi's face turned a shade of liver color. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Are you sure? I am a member of Jiangling Group. I'd advise you to think carefully before you speak. Sun Zi no longer concealed his identity, directly threatening Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang scoffed coldly. The Jiangling Group was Sun Zi's family business and one of the top companies in Lingjiang. If the game hadn't come, Sun Zi's status might have scared Jiang Lang. But everything was different now. For Sun Zi to try to suppress him with his real-world identity and power was nothing short of wishful thinking. Get lost. I don't want to waste my breath. Jiang Lang sneered as he glanced at Sun Zi. Sun Zi clenched his fists tightly, not expecting Moon Shadow to show him no respect. I'm not just freeloading. Didn't I say I would pay? Alright. Don't think that just because you ranked first in the game, you can act recklessly. I'll show you what the power of capital is. Just wait. Jiang Lang's face showed no emotion as he shrugged, then I'll wait. Then, he changed the topic with a sneer, but I don't like threats. Were you just threatening me? Sun Zi's face slightly changed, and before he could speak again, Jiang Lang's figure suddenly vanished. Moon Shadow. Ning Yuhong shouted. He had been silent all this while, just not wanting to get involved in the younger generation's issues. He had heard their entire conversation and knew Lu Ruyun and Sun Zi's identities. One girl, ruthless in her pursuit of a higher lifestyle, the other a somewhat arrogant rich second generation. Although both had flaws, they weren't fatal. Besides, this was in front of him. However, Ning Yuhong's words came too late. A scarlet number appeared above Sun Zi's head, and his figure slowly faded away. But it wasn't over. The game has its own rules. And this is the grudge between Yueying and Lu Ruyun, yet it was Sun Zi who first threatened Yueying. He shouldn't interfere. So refreshing. A playful voice came. It was Dong Siyuan. This round-faced girl looked at Jiang Lang with excitement in her eyes, appearing very thrilled. Big shot. You are so handsome. It should be like this. What is that Sun person? What age are we in to still play these tricks of using status to oppress people? If he dares to threaten you, you should kill them. If you don't take action, I won't be able to hold back. Jiang Lang looked at Dong Siyuan, his eyes showing some surprise. He had interacted with this girl a few times, and in Jiang Lang's impression, Dong Siyuan had always been a rather gentle girl. But previously in the dungeon facing He Huiji and now, Jiang Lang found that Dong Siyuan was not as gentle as she appeared. Her personality is actually very free-spirited, and deep down, she is quite fierce. Thank you for your praise. But I have no intention of letting them off that easily. Jiang Lang grinned. Dong Siyuan's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly asked, what else do you plan to do? Jiang Lang was silent, simply opening the chat interface and sending the previous activity he had used with He Huiji again. Only this time, the targets were changed to Lu Ruyun and Sun Zi. The message was sent, and the chat interface erupted again. Epsilon Satface Omicron asterisk, sigh. Ning Yuhong sighed deeply, staring at Jiang Lang, but he said nothing. Jiang Lang did not think he had done anything wrong. In dealing with the two scum, Lu Ruyun and Sun Zi, Jiang Lang felt he hadn't done enough. Sun Zi was different from He Huiji. He Huiji was from an ordinary family, and after being chased, she would soon pose no threat and only death awaited her without any chance to gain strength. But Sun Zi had the support of the Lingjiang group, which was very wealthy. In this current time, money still held some power. Sun Zi could easily use money to hire people to help level up and buy equipment. He wouldn't die that easily. Jiang Lang just wanted to make Sun Zi and her backer, the Lingjiang group, bleed a little and solve Sun Zi and Lu Ruyun when the game and reality merged completely. Seeing that there was no excitement left, nearby players began to disperse. Ning Yuhong and others also prepared to leave. Thank you for this dungeon. Xiao Yan just told me about the situation and the rewards from the dungeon. We still can't afford the price of a platinum level equipment. I need to go back and discuss it with the higher-ups. I hope you can hold it for us. Of course, I promise Ning Yan. Jiang Lang nodded. Thank you. Ning Yuhong expressed his gratitude sincerely. A platinum-level illusionist equipment would greatly enhance Ning Yan's strength. But that price was not something he could afford. However, Ning Yuhong didn't mind, he had the entire Longsha behind him. Though Ning Yan was not considered an official person, she was an elite hidden class with an S-class talent. The higher-ups placed great importance on Ning Yan and were researching to have her join the Divine General Organization and lead a small team. Now that a platinum-level illusionist equipment appeared, the higher-ups would definitely help Ning Yan secure it. Xia Yan, Siyuan, let's go. Ning Yuhong nodded at Zhang Lang, then called out and turned to leave. Big shot. May we meet again. Dong Siyuan waved her hand with a smile, then pouted, looking hopefully at Zhang Lang. Can that skill book really not be left for me? Sorry. I'll prioritize selling it to you when I have something suitable in the future. Zhang Lang chuckled. Then okay. It's a deal. Dong Siyuan giggled and turned to run towards Ning Yuhong, seemingly saying something to him. Ning Yan also waved at Zhang Lang, goodbye. Goodbye. Zhang Lang replied before turning to leave. But before he could walk a few steps away, Ning Yan's voice called out to him again from behind. Zhang Lang. Thank you. No need to ask. Zhang Lang instinctively replied, but before he could finish his sentence, his steps froze in place. He blankly turned to look at Ning Yan, only to see her staring straight at him. You. Bye. Without giving Zhang Lang a chance to speak, Ning Yan turned and walked away. As Ning Yan turned, a slight smile curved on her lips, feeling both surprised and shocked inside. She had always felt that the voice and figure of Yue were familiar, someone she must know. But she never thought about who it was. Only after Lu Ruyan appeared and Jiang Lang made another shrugging gesture did Ning Yan finally recall that familiar feeling. She hadn't interacted much with Zhang Lang, but she clearly remembered that he always made that shrugging gesture. At that moment, Ning Yan had already confirmed that Yue was Zhang Lang. But Zhang Lang not wanting to hide his appearance anymore showed that he didn't want to reveal his identity. Moreover, Lu Ruyun and Sun Zi were also there, so Ning Yan didn't immediately expose Zhang Lang's true identity. Now, after her probing, the result was indeed as she guessed. Yue was Zhang Lang. Yue was actually Zhang Lang. Ning Yan suddenly found it amusing, wondering what expression Lu Ruyun would have after knowing Yu Ying's identity. That woman was truly short-sighted. Ning Yan also did not plan to expose Zhang Lang's identity, not even to her father. What if she upset Zhang Lang because of this? This secret she would help Zhang Lang to keep hidden. Behind Ning Yan, Zhang Lang still stood there in a daze, his gaze somewhat vacant. Damn, careless. He had reflexively responded when he heard his name, not expecting it to be a trap. When did that woman Ning Yan recognize his identity? She wouldn't let this matter slip out, would she? Zhang Lang did not want to reveal his identity, it would be very troublesome. It was like winning 5 million, who knew if strange relatives and friends would come to disturb him, asking for upgrades or items. And there was his uncle. If people knew his identity, they would quickly find out his relationship with Fang Chang, and his uncle would also not have peace. Zhang Lang thought about it and decided to remind Ning Yan, telling her not to expose her own identity. He opened the chat interface and quickly sent a message to Ning Yan. They had added each other as friends before entering the instance. Now Zhang Lang's friend list only had 3 people. Uncle Fang Chang, Ning Yuhong, Ning Yan. Yue, please don't expose my identity. I thank you very much. Ning Yan quickly replied. Xin Yan, let's see how you perform. Yue, I'll give you a 50% discount on platinum equipment. Gritting my teeth.jpg. Xin Yan, deal. Happy spinning in circles.jpg. Chapter 50, Targeting Yue? In the simple base built by the town officials, Ning Yan sat at the table, feeling somewhat lost. On their way back, Ning Yuhong seemed to have received some news, his face changing dramatically, and his steps quickened a lot. After returning to the town, without further ado, he dragged her and Dong Siyuan to this place. Ning Yan glanced at the other people in the room and had a vague suspicion in her heart. There weren't many people in the room. Besides her and Dong Siyuan and Ning Yuhong, there were 3 older men. One of the men Ning Yan had seen a few times, apparently the superior of her father, the head of Lingqing Police, Xin Zhonghua. The other 2 men Ning Yan had never seen before. But judging by their aura and seating, they should also be officials and of high status. Yuhong, this is Director Wang Lin from the Provincial Hall, who will be responsible for all matters of the God-coming game in Zone 6. This is Li Shi, you should have met him, I won't introduce him further. Ning Yan was shocked, not expecting that their statuses were so high one after another. But what were these big shots calling her and Dong Siyuan for? Ning Yan was full of confusion, but such an occasion was not something a junior like her could inquire about. Just quietly listen. Ning Yuhong greeted the 2 and then turned seriously to Xin Zhonghua. Director Xin, is the message you sent me true? Is someone going after Yue? As soon as these words were spoken, Ning Yan's pretty face changed instantly. Is there really someone who dares to target Jiang Lang? Who is so bold? Yes, it has been confirmed. Shen Zhonghua nodded gravely. Let Director Wang explain the details to you. Wang Lin cleared his throat, looked around, and slowly began to speak. Everyone here knows that the Godly Arrival game has landed not just in Longsha, but all over the world. This world was never a solid peace, there have been conflicts between countries to some extent, and Longsha is no exception. The arrival of the Godly Arrival game simply provided another location and method for these conflicts. Yue Ying's power currently ranks first among all players in the world, and naturally, some cannot stand to see him succeed. Ning Yuhong's pupils contracted as he exclaimed, Director Wang, do you mean those coming for Yue Ying are from abroad? Exactly. Wang Lin nodded seriously. The reports received from above indicate that several countries have secretly contacted their people in Lingjiang, aiming to restrict Yue Ying from gaining more power in the game. The Godly Arrival game has been active for several days, and countries have gradually learned more about it. The regions in the real world that enter the game are different and cannot enter other regions. For example, players in the capital city at the time of the game's arrival will still appear in the corresponding game area of the capital when entering the game, even if they go to another city. Are they crazy? Or are they looking for death? Yue Ying is the strongest player in District 6, can their people possibly be his match? Ning Yuhong sneered, feeling it was somewhat unrealistic. Yue Ying is currently the strongest player, how could those foreign JDs lurking in Lingjiang possibly challenge him? If they had that ability, why would they let Yue Ying become the number one on the leaderboard? One person might not be a match for Yue Ying, but what about 10, 100, or even more? Wang Lin countered. They are not just one person trying to deal with Yue Ying but an alliance formed by several forces. Besides, according to intel, they have brought a divine object to target Yue Ying. Divine object? Ning Yuhong gasped. Yes. We are still unclear about the exact effects of this divine object, but we know it is ranked 30 and called the Cursed Doll. From the name of this divine object, it's easy to see this is not a good thing. Yue Ying is strong, but can he withstand the attacks of dozens or even hundreds of people plus a top-ranked divine object? Ning Yuhong's expression turned strange. He recalled the terrifying numbers that appeared above Lu Ruyun and Sun Zi when Jiang Lang killed them. 3,700. It was clear that this was not damage that a normal player could inflict. Ning Yuhong felt that even if other players possessed divine objects, they might not achieve such terrifying power. Moreover, Yue Ying also has a divine object, and its rank is quite high, a fact known to the officials. Yet, it seems that Yue Ying's divine object is currently of no use. But even so, with his strength, he should be able to face dozens of people, right? Ning Yuhong had great confidence in Jiang Lang. He described the situation when Jiang Lang killed Lu Ruyun and the others, immediately causing shock on the faces of the three, except for Ning Yin and Dong Xian. 3,700? Yuhong, are you sure you weren't seeing things? Was it really 3,700? Shen Zhonghua's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Director Shen, why would I lie to you about this? Ning Yuhong said somewhat unhappily. Many players were present at that time, they all saw it. My daughter and her classmates were there too, if you don't believe me, ask them if I lied. Shen Zhonghua and the three immediately looked towards Ning Yan and the two girls. Dong Siyuan kept nodding like a little chick pecking at rice, and Ning Yan also slightly nodded. His strength is very strong. And it's frighteningly strong. In the instance, he only dealt about 1,000 points of damage to the monsters, but after leaving the instance, he levels up several stages. Once this was said, everyone present was shocked again. From 1,000 damage to 3,700 points? Has Yue Ying taken drugs? Ning Yan, right? I'll call you Xiao Yan. Please describe to me what happened in the instance. Ning Yan had no reason to refuse and narrated completely what had happened once they entered the instance. She even described in detail how Yue wanted to take the treasure for herself and later smeared Jiang Lang. As Ning Yan described, the expressions of Shen Zhonghua and the four changed continuously. Especially Ning Yuhong. He had also entered the instance. Unfortunately, he couldn't even kill all the goblins he first encountered and died in the instance. Now, hearing about Jiang Lang's impressive performance in the instance, Ning Yuhong suddenly felt that he and Yue Ying seemed not to be in the same divine arrival game. Soon, Ning Yan finished describing the situation in the instance, and the room fell into silence. Everyone was awed by Jiang Lang's strength. Wang Lin looked gently at the table, his gaze shifting. You said you all received rewards from the instance, Xiao Yan, and you got a platinum-level piece of equipment. Yue Ying's damage increased from 1,000 to 3,700 points. Doesn't that mean he also got a platinum-level item, or even a higher level? Or perhaps, a divine object? Chapter 51, I know Yue Ying. Ning Yin shook her head slightly, saying, Uncle Wang, when we received our rewards, they were all hidden, and we couldn't see what others received. I understand. Wang Lin said quietly, then suddenly laughed. Although I knew Yu Ying's strength was strong, I didn't expect him to be this strong. 10 points of health, losing at most 1 point of life each time, with 3,710 attack power, and a clone that ignores physical attacks. Hiss. Is this really an assassin class? I know many assassin classes, but I've never seen one like this. But in that case, it seems we really don't need to worry about his safety. After all, who is the knife and who is the fish still remains uncertain. What Director Wang said is right, we indeed underestimated him. I didn't expect such a talent to appear in our Lingjiang city. Li Shu Yuan laughed. He was very happy. Yu Ying is one of Lingjiang city's own, and as the leader of Lingjiang city, Li Shu Yuan felt proud. However, after hearing Li Shu Yuan's words, Wang Lin frowned. Mayor Li. Regarding Yu Ying's identity, has your Lingjiang city investigated his real identity or not? Li Shu Yuan's smile stopped abruptly, and he let out a dry laugh. Director Wang, it's not that we are doing nothing, it's just that this kid is too cunning. After the Divine Arrival game descended, he hasn't made any comments online. The only time he contacted Bureau Chief Shin and the others was also in the game. It's not that we can't investigate, it's that we really can't find anything. There are some people online claiming to be Yu Ying's relatives and friends, but after investigating, all of them were fake. That kid is dead set on not revealing his identity, and we have no way around it. Wang Lin's expression suddenly darkened. He stared at Li Shu Yuan coldly and said, "How can you confirm Yu Ying is from Lingjiang City? Is he from Longxia? By guesswork?" Wang Lin paused, looked around, and spoke word by word. "Everyone, I need to inform you of something. The upper authorities maintain a high level of suspicion regarding Yu Ying's identity. As long as Yu Ying does not reveal his formation, his identity will remain in doubt. I won't hide it from you, the upper authorities sent me here not only to oversee Lingjiang City but also to expel those outsiders. The purpose is to investigate the true identity of Moon Shadow. If it is discovered that Moon Shadow is not from Longxia, you all know what to do." Li Shu Yuan and the others exchanged looks, not expecting Wang Lin had such a task to carry out. They did not doubt Wang Lin's words, but if Moon Shadow truly was not from Longxia, how should they deal with him? After all, Moon Shadow is currently the strongest player. It seemed Wang Lin noticed Li Shu Yuan's question and chuckled lightly. If it really comes to that, you don't need to worry about how to handle Moon Shadow, the higher-ups have already made plans. Li Shu Yuan nodded slightly and stopped asking. At this moment, Ning Yan raised her hand, and her gesture instantly attracted the attention of Wang Lin and the others. "What's wrong, Xiaoyan?" Wang Lin asked with a friendly expression. For this girl with a hidden profession and S-level talent, the higher-ups valued her greatly as well. This time, she was appointed to oversee Lingjiang City, and besides having him handle foreign forces and investigate Moon Shadow's identity, they also wanted to protect Ning Yan and help her grow stronger. "Uncle Wang, I can confirm that Moon Shadow is from Longxia. You don't need to waste effort focusing on him." "What? Really? Xiaoyan? Are you sure?" Li Xiuyuan, Xin Zhonghua, and Ning Yuhong all exclaimed in surprise. How did Xiaoyan determine that Moon Shadow is from Longxia? "This is not a joke," Wang Lin said seriously. Ning Yan bit her rosy lips and replied softly. "Uncle Wang, I wouldn't joke about something like this. Because Moon Shadow is someone I know." As soon as her words fell, Wang Lin suddenly stood up, his expression grave as he stared at Ning Yan. The other three were equally shocked, and Dong Siyuan's mouth hung open as she stared at Ning Yan. "Xiaoyan, you know Moon Shadow? Who is he?" Ning Yan shook her head. "Sorry, Uncle Wang, I promised Moon Shadow not to reveal his identity." Wang Lin stared at Ning Yan for a moment, then sat back down. "All right. Since that's the case, I won't ask anymore. But you really know Moon Shadow?" Ning Yan nodded heavily. Wang Lin let out a long breath and then laughed heartily. "Great. Great. Moon Shadow is indeed one of us from Longxia. The higher-ups can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Xiaoyan, you really helped a lot. If it weren't for what you said, the higher-ups would have to spend considerable effort dealing with Moon Shadow's identity issue. I won't say what specific measures we would have taken, it's not needed now." "Thank you, Xiaoyan." Ning Yan hurriedly waved her hand, feeling slightly relieved in her heart. Fortunately, Wang Lin did not continue to press about Moon Shadow's true identity, otherwise, she really would not know how to explain. Now that both matters are resolved, let's talk about the last issue. Wang Lin was in a good mood, and a smile spread across his face. "Ning team leader. You should have heard about the establishment of the Divine Generals, right?" Ning Yuhong was taken aback, then nodded. "Director Wang, I know about this. Bureau Chief Shin has already received many applications to join the Divine Generals department, but they are still under review." "Yes. That's the thing," Wang Lin interjected. How Divine Realm games will develop in the future is unclear to anyone. The purpose of forming Divine Generals is to gather powerful and talented players, preparing for unforeseen situations in the future. At the same time, it is to be ready for future encounters with other countries. According to news from overseas, various countries are starting to form similar organizations, including hidden professions, S-level talents, and even players with divine treasures. Especially the Heaven organization established by the Bald Eagle, where the strongest player is called Silas Thorne. His hidden profession is Necromancer, with an unknown S-level talent, level 8, and currently ranks 6th on the leaderboard. If it weren't for Moon Shadow bringing Xiao Yan and the others into the dungeon, he would now be ranked 2nd. Not only that, this player has also acquired a highly ranked divine treasure. Ranked 8th, with the specific name and effect unknown. Before we sat here, there was news that Thorne was also conquering a dungeon. When he comes out, he might be even stronger. Besides, there are many strong players from other countries, and these people are the threats we will face in the future. Wang Lin said, turning to look at Ning Yan and continuing to speak. Xiao Yan, you are currently the strongest and highest level player in Zone 6, with the best profession and talent. One of the purposes for sending me here is to assist you in the Lingjiang City Divine General Organization. You are the leader of Divine General, and I, your father, and this young girl will all join you. Chapter 52, Sequence 8, Light and Darkness. Kill level 12 monster Mighty Pig Demon, gain experience *50, copper coins *100. Swift hand triggered, gain Bloody Pig Bone *1. Level up, your level increased to 11, gain strength +2, agility +2, spirit +1, free attribute +1. Swift hand triggered, gain additional all attributes +1. Looking at the tall pig-headed man fall down, Zhang Lang helplessly pouted. After separating from Ning Yan and others, he came to this place to level up. At this moment, more than an hour had passed, and he had only increased his level from 10 to 11. Even though his strength had significantly improved after the dungeon, the monsters after level 10 also became difficult to deal with. Moreover, the experience given was very low. The level 12 pig-headed man rewarded less experience than the level 8 goblins in the dungeon. If only someone could discover a dungeon. Zhang Lang murmured. The experience gained in the dungeon is much more than in the wild. Unfortunately, encountering dungeons requires luck. Zhang Lang put away his dagger, added his free attribute point to strength, and then opened his panel. Player nickname, Moonshadow. Profession, warrior/assassin. Level, 11. Experience, 260/20,000. Attack, 3,920, 1870 strength plus 120 dagger plus 1930 bloodthirsty knife. Health, 10. Defense, 1. Strength, 187. Agility, 172. Spirit, 33. Luck, 1. Talent, charge into battle, S, stone skin, D, double strike, C, luck, X. Skills, intimidate, C, stealth, C, poison applying, D, shadow doppelganger dance, B, toxic trap, D. Divine items, swift hand, bloodthirsty knife, classic of mountains and seas, blind box, classic of mountains and seas, white tiger. Equipment, jet black dagger, platinum, magic cloak, gold, gale boots, gold, celestial armor, gold. Others, slightly. Leveling up by 1 increased his attack by 210 points. Zhang Lang nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, a notification sound for receiving a message came to his ear. Zhang Lang opened the chat panel and found it was a message from Ning Yan. Xingyan, Zhang Lang, be careful in the future. I heard that foreigners are preparing to deal with you. And they are bringing divine items. Sequence 30, Cursed Doll. Zhang Lang frowned slightly. He had thought about this kind of situation, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. In the previous life, some foreign forces targeted players from Longxia. But it did not happen in Zone 6, it targeted Chen Rongqing in Zone 72. Moreover, the timing doesn't match. Zhang Lang remembers that in the previous life, those foreign forces targeted Chen Rongqing after the game had existed for more than 10 days. Now, the game has only descended for a few days, but those people have already acted? And they are targeting him? And they are bringing divine items? In his previous life, Zhang Lang had never heard of the cursed doll, nor did he know its function. It seems that his rebirth has changed many things. However, Zhang Lang did not care. As long as it was not a rule-type divine item that could kill him in one hit, he would not be in too much danger. If those people come, Zhang Lang would not be soft-hearted. Moonshadow, thank you very much. Zhang Lang sincerely expressed his gratitude. Xingyan, the authorities are currently investigating your identity, so I told them about our acquaintance, but did not reveal your true identity. Besides, I have now joined the Divine General Organization, and Dong Xian has joined too. Do you want to join us? Zhang Lang was not surprised by the first part of Ning Yan's message. As long as his identity was not exposed, that was good. As for the invitation to join the God General, Jiang Lang refused without a second thought. Moon Shadow, congratulations, esteemed God General. But I'm sorry, I don't want to join any forces or organizations. Ning Yan, resting in the official area, shook her head at Wang Lin and the others nearby. Uncle Wang, he refused. Wang Lin looked disappointed inside. I had already guessed. If he wanted to join, he would have accepted when Lin who first invited him. Xiao Yan. Tell him that it's okay if he doesn't join. However, the higher-ups hope to maintain a relationship with him, and if Dragon Summer players encounter difficulties, they hope he can lend a helping hand. Ning Yan nodded and repeated Wang Lin's words. Jiang Lang remained expressionless upon hearing this. Although he didn't plan to have much contact with the officials, he also did not intend to go against them. The establishment of the God General significantly increased the official power, and even after the game merged with reality, the official remains one of the strongest forces. Jiang Lang thought for a moment and responded. Moon Shadow, no problem. If I have good items in the future, I will sell them to you first. If you get good items, you can sell them to me. If there are dungeons or similar, you can also come to me for help. Of course, you can't get it for free, you have to pay. Ning Yan described Jiang Lang's words to Wang Lin, who let out a cold snort. This guy really can't take a loss at all. After a pause, Wang Lin continued, Xiao Yan. Agree to him. But with one condition. If you obtain divine items in the dungeon, the ownership of those divine items belongs to the officials. It can't be like before when you gave everything to him. Seeing Ning Yan's new message, Jiang Lang thought for a moment and agreed. Are divine items that easy to obtain? Getting a divine item as a reward from 100 dungeons could be considered extremely lucky. Xing Yan, I hope we can cooperate happily, and I will contact you if needed in the future. By the way, there's one more thing, the officials hope you maintain your ranking on the leaderboard. Let the name of Dragon Summer be known. I know you're strong, but other players from different countries are also no joke. My ranking with CN has already dropped to 3rd and 4th. The person who pushed us down is very strong and has the divine item ranked 3rd. Please pay attention, this person may be your strong rival. Moon Shadow, understood. Closing the chat interface, Jiang Lang's brow furrowed tightly. A divine item ranked 8th? Jiang Lang remembered that in his last life, only 3 divine items made it into the top 10 rankings. The highest was the divine item ranked 3rd, the God-slaying sword, in the hands of Chen Rongxing. The divine item ranked 6th, the heart of the ancient god, was in the hands of an unknown female madman. And there was the divine item ranked 8th. Jiang Lang recalled it seemed to be called Light and Darkness, wielded by a player named Soren, a white-headed eagle. Soren was very strong and was a leader among the white-headed eagles. Before he was reborn, Soren was ranked 3rd on the leaderboard. First was naturally Chen Rongxing, and second was that female madman. Jiang Lang did not expect Soren to obtain the divine item ranked 8th so early. He opened the leaderboard, and indeed, the second ranked was Celis Soren. Chapter 53, The Dark Forest. Level Leaderboard. 1. Moon Shadow LV11. 2. Celis Soren LV10. 3. Jing Yan LV9. 4. CN LV9. 5. Only Love Wisdom LV9. 6. Xiao Hui LV9. 7. Xiaobai Zhaiji LV9. 8. Qin Rongxing LV9. 9. Bella LV8. 10. Honghu LV8. 11. Jiang Lang squinted at the top 10 of the leaderboard. Indeed, the second was Soren. Besides that, Ning Yan and the others were still on the list, even the woman He Hui was present. But he had already posted a personal activity against He Hui, and her ranking would soon disappear from the leaderboard. Han Shaowen was the same. The 7th-ranked Xiaobai Zhaiji looked like a simple person, the 9th-ranked Bella, and the 10th-ranked Honghu, Jiang Lang had never heard of them. It seems his rebirth truly stirred the wings of a butterfly. Some people's fates are already different compared to his last life. At this moment, those who can make the leaderboard are not weak, they likely have hidden jobs or S-rank talents, and may even possess divine items. Of course, He Hui, Han Shaowen, and Dong Siyuan are the exceptions. What puzzled Jiang Lang was that there was no madwoman's nickname on the leaderboard. Lu. This madwoman's nickname consists of just one word, Lu. Her actions are pure slaughter. No matter if it's monsters or players, anyone who encounters her will be killed. And until Jiang Lang was reborn, no one knew this woman's true identity. All they knew was that she was an archer, and her talent was unknown. Some said she might be a lunatic, others claimed she was actually an NPC created by the Divine Presence game, specifically causing trouble for players. However, Jiang Lang believed that this madwoman could be from Longxia. Because he had once encountered Lu while hunting monsters with the 2 annoying women, Lu Ruyun and Sun Zi. At that time, Jiang Lang clearly remembered that he was battling with monsters when an arrow suddenly shot in from afar. That arrow instantly emptied Jiang Lang's health. If it weren't for his death blow talent, he would have died then. It's important to know that this was after the game merged with reality, where dying as a player meant true death. At that time, Lu seemed surprised that she didn't kill Jiang Lang, leaving behind a curious remark before leaving. That was pure Longxia language, not the translated version through game rules. Therefore, Jiang Lang suspected that Lu was actually a Longxia person. Now that Lu is not on the leaderboard, Jiang Lang guessed that her strength in the early game likely wasn't very strong. She may have gained her powerful strength only after acquiring the Heart of the Ancient God. Her madness might also be a side effect of the Heart of the Ancient God. After all, some divine items greatly enhance player strength, but also come with very powerful side effects. Blind boxes are a simple example. Jiang Lang took another glance at the leaderboard before closing the interface. Right now, everyone is still in the novice stage, and they have yet to encounter one another. In his past life, Jiang Lang could only look up to Suon. In this life, he intended to arm wrestle with Suon and Lu. If he encounters her in the future, Jiang Lang also plans to settle the score for the arrow from his past life. A head of a pig monster suddenly spawned not far from Jiang Lang. With a thought, he created 3 shadow clones to kill it. Giant strength pig demon isn't a very strong monster. Aside from having 2 defense points and nearly 10,000 health points, it has no outstanding features. The experience rewarded from such monsters is too low. Jiang Lang has already begun to look down on them. Ning Yan wants him to maintain the top spot on the leaderboard to showcase Longxia's prestige. As a true Longxia person, even if his ancestors might be Xiangnu, Jiang Lang doesn't want players from other countries to look down on Longxia players. He plans to hunt higher-level monsters. Jiang Lang looked toward the distant woods. The area of that forest is vast, almost seeming endless. At this moment, it is noon in the game, and the sun shines on the land, but inside the forest, it is dark and shadowy. The dark and gloomy forest. This forest's name signifies that you've really arrived at the core area of the novice zone. The lowest level monsters there are at least level 15. Moreover, unlike the monsters in the wild, which have their own spawning areas, the monsters in the dark and gloomy forest do not have fixed zones. Players might encounter various types of monsters simultaneously. In his last life, Jiang Lang suffered quite a bit in the dark and gloomy forest, and he still feels uneasy about it now. But thinking about it, in his last life, he didn't have the strength he has now. Moreover, with Lu Ruyun and Sun Zi, 2 lagging burdens, gone, he should be able to handle the situation in the forest. After considering, Jiang Lang decided to take a trip into the forest. Since he had made up his mind, Jiang Lang had no hesitation. With a step forward, Jiang Lang sprinted into the dark and dense forest. The moment he entered the dark forest, sunlight was immediately sliced into small patches by the thick tree canopy. As soon as he stepped into the woodland, a damp smell of rotting leaves hit him right in the face, mixed with an indistinct fishy odor. The fallen leaves underfoot were piled up to half a foot thick, making a soft rustle sound when stepped on. Jiang Lang did not dare to be careless and cautiously continued forward. After walking less than 100 meters, 2 ghostly green spots of light suddenly lit up from the bushes on the left. Jiang Lang paused, swiftly sidestepped and concealed himself behind a giant tree that could be hugged by 3 people, activating the stealth skill. Sizzle. A sharp sound of claws scraping echoed as 2 monsters, the size of wolves with a dark purple tough fur, sprang out. Their heads looked like a mix of a fox and a bat, drool dripping from their corners, and their front claws gleaming with a metallic cold light. Dark Claw Demon Fox. Race, Beast Tribe. Level, 15. Health, 8,500. Attack, 920. Defense, 4. Strength, 125. Agility, 188. Spirit, 76. Skills. Tier, the Dark Claw Demon Fox uses its sharp claws to deal damage equal to 1.8 times its attack power to a single target, while also adding the tear effect, causing a continuous loss of 1 health per second for 5 seconds from attack power. Stealth, blend into surroundings and enter a state of invisibility for 10 seconds, cooldown for 20 seconds. In stealth, movement speed is increased by 20%, the invisibility effect is removed upon attacking or being attacked, and the first attack while invisible deals double damage. Shadow Strike can be activated in stealth mode, instantly teleporting behind the target to deal 2.5 times attack damage. If the target is slowed or stunned, an additional armor break effect is applied, reducing defense by 30% for 4 seconds. Demon Fox Charm, cast a charm on a single target within 30 meters, making the target unable to act for 2 seconds, only effective on male targets. Note, the lurking hunter in the dark forest, with speed and stealth abilities, especially adept at ambushes against male targets. Jiang Lang scanned the monster's attributes, his eyes showing no emotion. This was the lowest level monster in the dark forest, but it was no easy opponent. The monster's skills revealed that the Dark Claw Demon Fox was like an assassin among monsters. It also had the ability to become invisible and deal double damage. Moreover, it had an extremely powerful control skill, Charm. The only advantage for Jiang Lang was that the demon fox had no magic damage skills. Jiang Lang focused his thoughts, and 3 identical shadow clones suddenly appeared out of nowhere and charged toward the 2 Dark Claw demon foxes. Chapter 54, Fool. One of the Dark Claw demon foxes immediately noticed the existence of the shadow clone, letting out a roar as it lunged toward the clone. However, the other one's figure suddenly vanished. Stealth. Jiang Lang, also in stealth, felt a chill. He now had no skills to counter or break invisibility, unable to detect the hidden demon fox. Similarly, the demon fox couldn't detect him while in his invisible state. However, the demon fox's invisibility lasted 10 seconds, whereas his stealth skill only lasted 6 seconds. Even with the effect of the magic cloak, it would only last 6.6 seconds, far inferior to the demon fox. But Jiang Lang had long been prepared. The shadow clones he summoned earlier were just bait. The demon fox that was not invisible had already died at the hands of the shadow clone. Its attacks couldn't harm the shadow clone at all. With only over 8,000 health points, the demon fox simply couldn't withstand the assaults of the 3 shadow clones. At this moment, the 3 shadow clones stood dumbly on the ground, waiting for a hidden attack under Jiang Lang's command. Suddenly, a cool breeze blew past. The hidden demon fox suddenly appeared behind one of the shadow clones. Its dark claws swept across the shadow clone, which only swayed slightly and then solidified again. A level 15 monster already had a decent level of intelligence, at least not comparable to the lowly goblin intelligence. Seeing that the shadow clone had received no damage, a flash of pink light flickered in the eyes of the fox demon. Charm. One of the clones instantly stood still, stopping all movement. At the same time, the fox demon was rapidly retreating. Jiang Lang would naturally not give the fox demon a chance to escape. With an angry roar, Intimidate was activated. The fox demon's figure suddenly stiffened and fell to the ground from midair. The other 2 clones wasted no time and directly stabbed into the body of the fox demon. 3763. 3763. As Jiang Lang activated Intimidate, he also moved. He was not far from the fox demon, and in just 1 second, he was by its side. After upgrading, Intimidate now lasts for 2 seconds. There was 1 second remaining. Without hesitation, the pitch-black dagger directly lunged toward the fox demon's eyes. 3813. Crimson damage numbers appeared above the fox demon's head, and its figure slowly began to fade away. Congratulations, you have killed level 15 monster Shadow Claw Fox Demon, gained experience *200, silver coins *2. Swift hands triggered, gained equipment Sharpened Dagger, silver level, *1. Jiang Lang deactivated his invisibility, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. 100 experience points and 2 silver coins, pretty good. Monsters in the Dark Forest no longer drop copper coins, only silver coins. 2 silver coins are equivalent to 200 copper coins, much more than wild monsters. What excites Jiang Lang the most is the experience points. 1 fox demon increases 200 experience, he only needs to kill 100 fox demons to level up. Moreover, with swift hands, this number will decrease somewhat. There are even higher level monsters in the forest, killing them can yield greater experience. Jiang Lang felt that leveling up 2 or 3 times today would not be a problem. Of course, the danger level is also higher than in the wild. It is precisely because he has extremely high attack power and clones that ignore physical attacks that killing these 2 fox demons is so simple. If it were any other ordinary player, they would probably die at the hands of these 2 fox demons. Not to mention, the fox demon's invisibility skill is already a challenge. Let alone the strong control skill of charm these 2 fox demons possess. But still, his skills were superior, he chose to use the clones as bait, not giving the fox demon a chance to use charm. Otherwise, if he revealed himself to fight the fox demon directly, he would likely be standing there taking hits for 2 seconds. Picking up the rewards dropped by the fox demon, he casually glanced at it, it was also a piece of silver-level equipment. Jiang Lang had no interest at all and tossed it into his backpack. The forest would no longer drop bronze-level equipment, in the future, Jiang Lang would get plenty of silver-level gear. However, these pieces of equipment are not entirely useless. He released a pursuing task against Lu Ruyun and the others, and these silver-level items are just right to serve as rewards. After handling everything, Jiang Lang continued deeper into the forest. In the real world, at the Jiangling Group conference room in Lingjiang City, Sun Zi sat with a gloomy expression, while Lu Ruyun was somewhat frightened. The reason is simple. Across from them sat a man in his 50s, this man is Sun Zi's father, Sun Qiqian. After the 2 were killed by Jiang Lang, they saw the bounty promotion Jiang Lang released, witnessing the hungry eyes of other players in the town, they quickly chose to return to the real world. Upon returning, Sun Qiqian's call came, asking them to come over. Now, 30 minutes have passed since they entered this conference room, but Sun Qiqian has not spoken a word, and his face has been frighteningly dark. Lu Ruyun's heart raced, this was her first time meeting Sun Zi's father. She had thought it would be a pleasant event, but she did not expect such a tense atmosphere. Suddenly, Sun Shitian slammed the table hard, staring Lu Ruyun into a shiver. Idiot. How did I end up with such an idiot like you? Who is Yuing? The current number 1 on the leaderboard. And you dared to threaten him using your real-world identity? Didn't I tell you on the second day after the game arrived that the game Divine Arrival would be the new mainstream of this world? You should be making friends with people like him, not threatening them. Sun Zi. Is your head full of shit? Sun Shitian's chest heaved with rage, his breath heavy. He had his own channels for news in the Divine Arrival game, and the moment Sun Zi clashed with Yuing, he knew about it. On the second day after the game Divine Arrival arrived, Sun Shitian got some information through various channels. From now on, all countries would focus on the Divine Arrival game. His Jiangling group was somewhat decent in Lingjiang City, but compared to all of Longsha, it was nothing. After learning about the plans from above, Sun Shitian also started preparing to enter the Divine Arrival game. Unfortunately, his luck was bad, and he could only choose a regular basic profession, finally settling on a warrior. His talent was also trash, only D rank. He had hoped Sun Zi could stand out, but to his disappointment, Sun Zi was just like him, a regular profession with D rank talent. In order to progress in the game, Sun Shitian didn't hesitate to sell shares to get other players to help Sun Zi level up. But he never expected that Sun Zi would do such a thing. Threatening Yuing. He had spent countless money and promises to establish relationships with strong players. But Sun Zi's actions ruined everything he had done. After Yuing posted the bounty hunt, many of the top players Sun Shitian had contacted withdrew, saying they would no longer help him or Sun Zi increase their strength. This made Sun Shitian so furious that he wanted to slap Sun Zi to death for being such a disaster. Chapter 55, The Tree Stands Out in the Forest. Sun Zi's face flushed red. As a grown man, he was being scolded so harshly. It made him uncomfortable. Seeing Sun Shitian still yelling at him, Sun Zi couldn't bear it anymore and interrupted. Dad. That's enough. Was I doing it on purpose? Wasn't I just trying to get to know Ningyan through Ruyun and get closer to Yuing? Who knew that Yuing would be so disrespectful? It's as if I have a huge grudge with him. And Ningyan isn't any good either. She's supposed to be best friends with Ruyun, but she didn't even help her out. Hearing Sun Zi say this, Sun Shitian glanced at the quiet and silent Lu Ruyun. He understood a bit about his son's girlfriend. In the game, he knew exactly how Ningyan and Dong Xian described Lu Ruyun. Before the game arrived, Sun Shitian wouldn't hesitate to make Sun Zi kick such a woman out. But now, because of the trouble with Yuing, most players started avoiding them like the plague. Forget about forming a strong team, even a C-level talent squad wouldn't take them to level up. Lu Ruyun's character wasn't great, but she was definitely a B-level healer. She still had some value. Sun Shitian snorted coldly, "What's the use of saying all this now? Your actions have made it extremely difficult for us in the game. Face? Is your face that important? When I started from nothing, what humiliations didn't I endure? There were even people who made me crawl through their pants legs just to get a chance to cooperate with them. I didn't hesitate and crawled right through. Do you know what happened to that person now? His company couldn't even last half a year under my pressure. Later, he kneeled and begged me. I made him crawl 100 times using the same method before I let him go. Now, you're causing trouble with the number 1 ranked player for the sake of your so-called face. What do you expect me to do? Endure? Do we even have the ability or opportunity to regain our face?" Sun Shitian became more and more angry, unable to help but slam the table hard again. "Answer me." Sun Zi clenched his fists, filled with hatred for Yuing in his heart. But at this point, Sun Zi had no other choice. The bounty issued by Yuing was truly terrifying. He could still recall the wolfish gazes of other players looking at the two of them. "Dad. I know I was wrong. So what should we do now? You have to think of a way. Otherwise, the three of us will just have to stay in this small town for the rest of our lives." Sun Shitian let out a long sigh, his face pale, and he remained silent. After a long time, Sun Shitian slowly began to speak. "Right now, we have only 3 paths to take. First, apologize to Yuing. No matter what methods you two use, you must get Yu Ying's forgiveness. Second, I will look for opportunities above, see if I can help mediate. Third, if the first 2 methods are fruitless, we can only find a way to make Yuing completely disappear." Sun Shitian's face was filled with ruthlessness when he spoke of the third point. Sun Zi was taken aback. He didn't want to apologize to Yuing, nor did he want to ask someone for help to mediate. Among these 3 paths, he preferred the third. But did they have the ability to make Yuing disappear completely? "Dad. You mentioned the third path, do we have that strength?" Of course we don't. Sun Qitian responded blandly, but someone does. Sun Zi's eyes flickered. Dad. Do you mean we should find someone in the game to deal with Yuing? But right now, other people are keeping their distance from us. Moreover, the players from Zone 6 are simply not Yu Ying's opponents. Sun Zi thought this method was unrealistic. Those players in Zone 6 almost regarded Yu Ying as a god. It was a little wishful thinking to let them go against Yu Ying. Besides, Yu Ying was ranked first, rumored to have terrifying attack power. Dealing with ordinary players like them was like cutting vegetables. The few players from Zone 6 on the leaderboard had good relationships with Yu Ying, and they were still part of the official team. They probably wouldn't go against Yu Ying. When did I say we should find someone? Sun Qitian's face had no expression. The tree that is taller than the forest must be blown by the wind. Yu Ying's existence has caused many people's dissatisfaction, especially those foreign players. Based on what I have investigated, there is already a group preparing to curb Yu Ying's strength in the game. We just have to wait and reap the benefits. As long as Yu Ying is gone, our threat will also disappear. Sun Zi's eyes widened. Foreigners want to deal with Yu Ying? That's a good idea, but still, do they have that strength? Who knows? The fact that they dared to come means they have confidence. Sun Zi frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, then slowly spoke up. But Dad. The officials won't just ignore this, right? They won't help Yu Ying? Sun Qitian suddenly smiled sinisterly. The officials will definitely intervene. But they need the opportunity to do so. Dad. What does this mean? What do you think it means? It means there are also people up there who see Yu Ying as an eyesore. Son, this world is not full of good people. The officials are the same. Lu Ruyun and Sun Zi exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. There are also people among the officials preparing to deal with Yu Ying? This was incredibly good news for them. Great. Great. I hope they can act quickly. They must succeed. Sun Zi laughed heartily as if he could already see Yu Ying becoming a stray dog. But Sun Qitian let out a cold snort. Before we have a result, you two should keep a low profile. The first two methods I mentioned earlier must still be carried out. After that, you both quickly apologize to Yu Ying publicly online and in the game. The words must be sincere. I will also look for someone to help mediate. It would be best to calm Yu Ying's anger. Unable to calm down, I can only watch those people's methods. Sun Zi was very unwilling, but looking at her father's serious expression, she could only nod slowly. By the way, I found 3 teammates for you. You can enter the game to kill some low-level monsters. Is there anyone willing to team up with us? Sun Zi said in surprise. Sun Qitian sneered dismissively. His words are not an imperial decree. Does everyone in the world have to listen to him? Son, sometimes money can solve most problems. If it can't be solved, it just means the money isn't enough. Sun Zi suddenly understood. Sun Qitian's words were very clear. These 3 were players that his dad hired at a high price. The reward for killing the Moon Shadow was 1 piece of silver-level equipment each time. Even so, there were people willing to help them level up. Surely it was because Sun Qitian paid more. This was all their family's hard-earned money. As for whose sweat it was, it didn't matter. All this money was his inheritance, yet now because of Moon Shadow, a lot has been spent. Sun Zi's hatred for Moon Shadow grew even stronger. In her heart, she hoped those foreigners would definitely succeed. Chapter 56, The Visitor is Not Kind. Congratulations on killing the level 17 monster, Thorntree Spirit, gained experience *250, silver coins *3. Swift hand triggered, gain warrior profession skill book, charge *1. Level up, your level increased to 13, gain strength +2, agility +2, spirit +1, free attribute +1. Swift hand triggered, gain all attributes +1. Jiang Lang took a deep breath, a hint of joy appeared on his face. After several hours of constant fighting, he finally leveled up 2 levels again. Opening the ranking list, Jiang Lang squinted his eyes. Level ranking. 1. Moon Shadow LV 13. 2. Celis Thorn LV 11. 3. Xiaobai Zhaiji LV 10. 4. Chen Rongxing LV 9. 5. Qing Yan LV 9. 6. Si Yan LV 9. 7. 10. Hong Chen LV 9. In just a few hours, there had been a huge change in the names on the ranking list. Thorn also leveled up 1 level, closely following Jiang Lang. The 3rd place has also changed to Xiao Ri. Jiang Lang had never heard this name in his previous life. From Xiaobai Zhaiji's leveling speed, his talent level was likely not low, and he might even have a god-level item with a high rank. In the previous life, the top expert of Longxia, Chen Rongxing, also caught up, ranking 4th. Ning Yan and Dong Xiyan's ranks had fallen. He Hui and Han Xiaowen had even disappeared from the top 10, replaced by other players. Jiang Lang's gaze fell on the nickname of the player ranked 10th. Hong Chen. This guy was the second expert of Longxia in his previous life, second only to Chen Rongxing. Of course, if you count that mysterious female madman, Hong Chen could only be considered the third expert. Before Jiang Lang was reborn, Hong Chen was ranked 4th on the leaderboard. Having not seen Hong Chen's name earlier, now he had caught up. Jiang Lang had a good impression of Hong Chen. His actions were just like his nickname, wandering through the world. Apart from being seen during monster siege events, assisting Longxia in resisting attacks, it was almost impossible to see this guy's shadow at other times. This guy was a complete lone wolf, completely unaware of what he was doing in the game. Moreover, this guy was keen on various leaks, just like a tabloid in the entertainment circle. Much of the dungeon information and the ranking and effects of divine items, and who owned them, most of it was leaked by Hong Chen. Many players thus resented Hong Chen, and some speculated that he might possess divine items. But one thing is certain, Hong Chen is a good person. Gazing deeply at the ranking list, Jiang Lang muttered to himself. There is still a long way to go. The experts from his previous life were starting to slowly show their faces. Jiang Lang felt a lot of pressure. Shaking his head, Jiang Lang took out a palm-sized red potion bottle, opened it and drank it in one gulp. Beginner Life Potion. Using it restores 200 health points. Price, 50 copper coins. The monsters in the dark forest are strong, even he could not avoid suffering a lot of damage. For life potions like this, in just a few hours, Jiang Lang drank at least 4 or 5 bottles. However, at this time, another benefit of the bloodthirsty crazy blade was also evident. For him, with only 10 points of health, a bottle of basic life potion can fully restore his health. There are many levels of life potions, with the highest being the divine level life potion priced at thousands of gold coins. Gold coins. In the later stages of the game, buying potions is a big expense, some players simply cannot afford it. Of course, the amount of health restored is not comparable to that of basic potions. But for Jiang Lang, he doesn't need it at all. One bottle of basic potion is more than enough, saving him quite a bit of money. With his health fully restored, Jiang Lang allocated his free attribute points into strength, then took out the warrior skill he just acquired to check it out. Charge, D. After charging for 3 seconds, execute a linear charge that deals physical damage equal to attack power *1 plus strength *1 to a target within 10 meters. Cooldown, 5s. During the charge, speed increases by 200%, and the user is in an invincible state. Jiang Lang's eyes lit up. This skill can also be considered an area attack skill, but the range is a straight line. If he had obtained this skill earlier, the previous goblin dungeon would have been much simpler. Without hesitation, Jiang Lang learned it directly and then opened his panel to check his attributes. Player nickname, Moonshadow. Occupation, warrior/assassin. Level, 13. Experience, 50/60,000. Attack, 4355, 2160 strength plus 120 dagger plus 2075 bloodthirsty crazy blade. Health, 10. Defense, 1. Strength, 216. Agility, 182. Spirit, 37. Luck, 1. Talent, charge into battle, S, stone skin, D, double strike, C, luck, X. Skills, intimidate, C, stealth, C, poison application, D, shadow clone dance, B, deadly trap, D, charge, D. Divine items, swift hand, bloodthirsty crazy blade, mountains and seas chronicles, blind box, classic of mountains and seas, white tiger. Equipment, dark dagger, platinum, magic cloak, gold, gale boots, gold, heavenly battle armor, gold. Others, short. His attack power broke through 4,000. Jiang Lang grinned. At this rate of improvement, by level 15, his attack power should reach 5,000. He wondered what those foreign players planning to deal with him would use against 5,000 attack power. With his strength significantly improved, Jiang Lang felt a surge of confidence and even had the thought of encountering those foreigners immediately. However, the enemy is hidden while he is exposed. Jiang Lang did not know who wanted to deal with him, so he could only wait quietly. Glancing into the deeper part of the forest, Jiang Lang thought for a moment and decided not to go deeper. This time entering the game, he had gained a significant boost to his strength and spent quite a bit of time. It was time to go back and rest. With a thought, Jiang Lang turned around and walked towards the edge of the forest. Back in Moonshadow Town, Jiang Lang immediately chose to return to the real world. With a flash, Jiang Lang's figure slowly disappeared. Just a few minutes after he left the game, a dozen figures appeared one after another in the square of Moonshadow Town. These people's levels were between 7 and 8, which is considered average among players. However, their appearance made the surrounding players a bit unhappy because most of them were foreigners with blue eyes and blonde hair. Damn it! How can foreigners enter the game area of Longxia? Someone cursed, but soon his friend shut him up. Watch it. I feel these people are not here for good. Not here for good? What can they do? Can they kill me in the town? No way. Those foreigners must have bad intentions. I need to find someone to get rid of them. Chapter 57, Killing Intent. Lar. This person's voice was loud, and the surrounding players heard it clearly. Moreover, the Divine Arrival game has a built-in language translation function, allowing players who don't know other languages to understand what is being said. So, these foreign players also heard what this person said. A tall white man suddenly turned his head to glance at him, and then suddenly smiled. Lol, this Longsha person is really interesting. He seems to have a lot of hostility towards us, wanting to find someone to deal with us. But it's too bad and a bit laughable, he is only level 6. The surrounding foreign players burst into loud laughter, their group of 10, all at level 8, with their leader Lol at level 9. A level 6 player actually shamelessly said he wanted to find someone to deal with them. It was simply hilarious. Everyone looked towards a young woman at the front with blue eyes and blonde hair. She was the leader of this hunt for Moon Shadow. Lol. She wore a leather outfit that accentuated her appealing figure. But her attire also revealed her profession. Like Jiang Lang, she was also an assassin. Lol, what should we do? Lol's expression was emotionless. She didn't even glance at the person and coldly said, "Don't do anything useless. Don't forget what our mission is." Saying this, Lol turned to another female player in the team and slowly spoke. "Julie, investigate the location of Moon Shadow." The woman named Julie nodded, then slightly closed her eyes. A few seconds later, Julie suddenly opened her eyes and shook her head slightly. "He is not in the game." "Not in?" Lol frowned slightly, muttering to herself, "Seems like we came at the wrong time." She did not doubt Julie's words because Julie's profession and talent were extremely skilled at tracking targets. Julie was a hunter. This profession is not a hidden one, but it is also not one of the 5 basic professions, making it a special profession that very few players have. Moreover, Julie had an S-level talent, boundaryless tracking. Boundaryless tracking can track any living target, ignoring distance limits. This talent can track any prey, including players, as long as you know the player's in-game nickname, and it ignores distance. Since Julie did not find Moon Shadow's whereabouts, it meant that Moon Shadow was no longer in the game. Lol. I also contacted our scout. He said that before we entered the game, Moon Shadow just left the game. Lol nodded and slightly curled her lips. God wants him to live a little longer. We will go along with God's wishes. So what do we do now? A black male player in the team asked. Wait. Lol said coldly, there is a saying in Longsha, that being too eager will not get you hot tofu. Moon Shadow will definitely enter the game. We will wait in the small town until he enters the game, and then we will follow him. I know. This is called waiting by the tree stump for the rabbit in Longsha, said one player. Exactly. Lol chuckled softly, we are the hunters, and Moon Shadow is that little rabbit waiting to be slaughtered. Lol's gaze darkened as she looked into the distance, but her attention was immersed in her backpack. In her backpack, a pitch-black rabbit doll lay quietly in a compartment. This was their trump card for dealing with Moon Shadow. Sequence 30, Cursed Doll. Brother, I will not let Longsha people stand above you. Lol will kill him. In the real world, Jiang Lang did not continue to order takeout, he was preparing to enjoy a good meal today. After simply changing clothes, Jiang Lang pushed open the door and left. Leaving the community, Jiang Lang dove headfirst into a small, low-end restaurant. This small restaurant was run by a couple from Hunan, known for their spicy, numbing Hunan cuisine which Jiang Lang loved. It was said to have been open for 50 or 60 years, passed down from previous generations. Not only was it authentic, but it was also cheap and delicious. Nearby residents would often visit. In his last life, before meeting Lu Ruyun, Jiang Lang was a regular at this place. Later, after bringing Lu Ruyun once, Jiang Lang had never come back to this restaurant. The reason is that Lu Ruyun is very disdainful of the restaurant's environment, disdainful of the diners, and disdainful of the bad presentation of the dishes. At that moment, Lu Ruyun turned around with a long face and walked away. She warned Jiang Lang not to come to such a restaurant in the future, she felt it was embarrassing. After that, Jiang Lang never came again, and by the time night fell, he had almost forgotten the taste of this restaurant. Today I must have a good feast. Walking into the restaurant, there were not many diners inside, only 2 or 3 tables. Jiang Lang casually found a place and called the boss. Uncle Wang, I'll have a small stir-fried pork, a chopped pepper fish head, a plate of spicy chicken, and a seaweed and rib soup. A middle-aged man came out from the kitchen. He first frowned and looked Jiang Lang over, then suddenly appeared to recognize him. Hey! It's you! You haven't been here for a long time. Jiang Lang smiled awkwardly, I've been busy before, no time. Now that I have time, I quickly came to reminisce about Uncle Wang's cooking. Wang Hongliang didn't mind. In today's society, just living is difficult, who has time to eat out casually? Alright. I'll go make it for you. But you're alone? Yes. 4 dishes is too much for one person, you can't finish it. It's fine. Jiang Lang casually waved his hand, just make it. If I can't finish, I'll take it home for a midnight snack. Okay then. You sit. Wang Hongliang said this and walked to the counter to get a bottle of peanut milk and placed it in front of Jiang Lang. Since you are an old customer, Uncle offers this to you. Jiang Lang didn't refuse, he thanked him and accepted it. Wang Hongliang returned to the kitchen to cook, while Jiang Lang opened the milk bottle and started drinking. Compared to the battles and games, Jiang Lang prefers this simple life. Unfortunately, the merger of the game and the real world is inevitable, and this quiet life won't last forever. Jiang Lang glanced around the restaurant, thinking he didn't know how long this little shop would last. Sizzle. The sound of dishes hitting the pan arose, and he could already smell the fragrance. Since he couldn't change it, he would live diligently. Jiang Lang smiled slightly and quietly waited for the delicious food to be served. The voices of other diners were loud, but Jiang Lang liked this atmosphere. Suddenly, 2 men in their 30s, one tall and one short, walked into the restaurant, and the shorter man's face looked very unpleasant. Sisterly, the usual. Another box of Qingdao beer, cold. Jiang Lang glanced at the two, and from the short man's words, it was easy to tell that he was also a regular customer of this restaurant. Jiang Lang didn't originally pay attention, but the conversation between the two caught his interest. Chapter 58, Acting So Quickly? Damn it! A bunch of turtles hiding their heads. I'm so mad. As soon as he sat down, the short man gulped down a glass of beer and slammed the cup on the table. The tall man opposite poured himself a glass of wine, wearing a bitter smile. Xiao Jun, it's not that I want to say, I know what you're thinking, but those foreigners' levels are too high, we are simply not their match. Jiang Lang raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. Foreigners? Ever since Ning Yan told him that some foreigners wanted to target him, Jiang Lang has been very attentive to these words. Moreover, from the conversation between the two, it could be heard that they were also players in the game Divine Descent. Lingjiang City is a coastal first-tier city, and there are many foreigners who come here. After the game Divine Descent descended, these foreigners also entered the game. However, they also know that this is the Longxia region and usually act very low-key. Foreign players generally kill monsters to level up in the western part of Moonshade Town, rarely venturing to other areas. Did these two have a conflict with the foreign players? Jiang Lang continued to listen. Da Peng. I don't like what you said. Xiao Jun downed another glass of wine, glaring at the man opposite with displeasure. This is our Longxia. How can we let those foreigners step on us? They have to deal with the Moon Shadow. Who is Moon Shadow? The top expert on the leaderboard. Our Dragon Summer people. He is a benchmark for us Dragon Summer folks. The hero of Dragon Summer. Those foreigners want to deal with Moon Shadow. Can you stand for that? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lang squinted his eyes. Is the trouble coming right to me? Those people acted so quickly? Jiang Lang snorted coldly in his heart and continued to listen to the conversation between the two. I know you're angry. Who isn't angry? But their strength is right there. 10 of them, and the weakest is at level 8. We're at 6 or 7 levels. How can we be their opponents? Da Peng persuaded earnestly. But Xiao Jun looked unconvinced, his eyes wide with anger as he shouted. So what? This is Dragon Summer. Bullying our Dragon Summer people is unacceptable. We may not match their levels, but there are more of us. When we aided Korea, we had fewer resources, but we won through numbers, didn't we? Are we afraid of just a dozen of them? As long as we unite to target those foreigners, they won't even be able to leave the town. And they want to deal with Moon Shadow? It's simply a delusion. But when I mentioned this in the chat, not a single person supported me. Especially the 3 useless ones in the team, not a word from them. A bunch of rotten eggs. I can't stay in this team any longer. It's such a disgrace to our Dragon Summer players. Da Peng still had a bitter smile, slowly shaking his head. Xiao Jun, I understand your feelings, but others don't think the same way. Dying once will cost a year's lifespan. Who can bear that? And, haven't you noticed that the officials haven't made any moves? You said it yourself, Moon Shadow represents the face of Dragon Summer. Surely the officials know about this? Their silence means something. What does it mean? Xiao Jun was taken aback, asking suspiciously. Da Peng lifted his cup to take a sip, then extended 3 fingers, saying slowly. 3 possibilities. First, Moon Shadow doesn't want the officials to intervene. He wants to handle it himself. After all, Moon Shadow is the #1 expert on the leaderboard, level 10, and it said he deals thousands of damage with one attack. Dealing with level 8 or 9 players is like cutting vegetables, isn't it? Second, the officials know about this but don't care about Moon Shadow's life or death. But this chance is small. Everyone knows Moon Shadow has a good relationship with the officials. They wouldn't just watch him being threatened. Third, the officials know about this but can't help. They might be delayed by something or received some instructions. Of course, this is just my guess. Damn! Xiao Jun exclaimed in disbelief as he stared at Depeng. I can understand your first two scenarios, but is the third one even possible? Why not? Depeng sneered. Xiao Jun stared at Depeng for a moment before speaking up. I remember your dad seems to be in the City Bureau's criminal investigation team. Did you hear something? Depeng smiled. Don't talk nonsense, I already said it's just my guess. Xiao Jun looked unconvinced. Depeng's father is the captain of the City Bureau's criminal investigation team, so he must have heard something. But Depeng clearly did not want to say more. He had no intention of continuing this discussion. After letting out a long sigh, Xiao Jun slowly spoke. If what you say is true, it could go wrong. I hope Moon Shadow can teach them a lesson. That's not something we should be considering. Let's not discuss this. Come on, let's drink. Depeng raised his cup and clinked it with Xiao Jun's. Zhang Lang looked at the two of them with deep meaning in his eyes, his gaze flickering. Xiao Jun is an extremely patriotic person, as can be seen from his actions. A level 6 player, he even dares to call on others to deal with foreigners who are a few levels higher for the sake of the country's honor. Zhang Lang had a good impression of Xiao Jun. As for Depeng, this man's mind is very good at analysis. From the words of the two, it is not hard to hear that the official where Ning Yuhang is did not release any announcement about this matter. This is somewhat unusual. Zhang Lang has a bad premonition. But at this moment, having a meal is the most important. What foreigners, what conspiracies, all must step aside in front of delicious food. Right now, he has over 5,000 points of attack power. In the face of such strong power, all conspiracies and schemes are useless. Zhang Lang shook his head, no longer thinking about these matters. The dishes are here. Wang Hongliang quickly walked over holding a plate of red-colored dishes. Zhang Lang's eyes lit up as he sniffed the air. It's steamed fish head with chopped chili. Authentic steamed fish head with chopped chili cannot see the fish head, and the dish in Wang Hongliang's hand is just like that. A large plate where all you can see is red chili. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Zhang Lang smiled broadly in gratitude. Ha ha. You enjoy it, I'll go make you something else. After finishing his speech, Wang Hongliang turned and left. Before long, dish after dish of delicious food was brought to Zhang Lang's table. Zhang Lang ate heartily, completely forgetting about the foreigners' matters. After eating and drinking his fill, there were still plenty of dishes left on the table. Zhang Lang called Aunt Li to pack the leftovers, preparing them as a midnight snack for when he woke up hungry later. That's right, Zhang Lang planned to go back and take a nap first. Let those foreigners wait for him in the God's Arrival game. Back at the rental house, after washing up, Zhang Lang fell asleep immediately. And he did not know that at this time online, because of this matter, there had already been a huge uproar, creating a lively discussion. Chapter 59, Tiger and Mouse. On the post created by the official account of Longxia on Weibo, a large number of foreign players appeared. God is a girl, haha, number 1 on the leaderboard? I see it's just a turtle hiding its head. Second male gun in the Japanese server, number 1 on the leaderboard should be ours, the Great Sun Empire, only Zhai Ji is worthy of the first. Park Guochang, Moon Shadow stole our first place, he will receive due punishment. Sanjay, bastard, number 1 on the leaderboard is ours from India, we are the world's number 1. Deepika, bro, everyone stop arguing, Moon Shadow has already been scared and hasn't appeared in the game for hours. He is afraid. Julia, Rawl. We must kill Moon Shadow. Many foreign players rushed into Longxia's network, using words to insult Zhang Lang for not daring to show up. Of course, many Longxia players spoke up for Zhang Lang. Unfortunately, they quickly fell into a disadvantage. It was not that the combat power of Longxia players was weak, but the facts were right there. Every time Longxia players spoke up for Zhang Lang, foreign players only needed one sentence to leave the Longxia players speechless. Gentle one shot, Moon Shadow is afraid of you? A bunch of useless people. Jesse, eh? Then why doesn't he show up? India is the strongest, thought it was a tiger, but it turns out to be a mouse. Olivia, fool. A coward who doesn't dare to show himself. Just wait. Moon Shadow will soon drop on the leaderboard. Shall we? I hope foreign friends can punish Moon Shadow severely. CPDD, damn you. Wait until Moon Shadow comes out to see if you are still so arrogant. The online commotion was extremely lively, but Moon Shadow has not come forward to speak. As time passed, even some Longxia players began to doubt whether Moon Shadow was afraid. Another reason for this thought was that the officials had not come down to help Moon Shadow speak. At this moment, Zhang Lang was deep in sleep and completely unaware of such a big event happening outside. In Chuan Province, Fang Cheng kept calling Jiang Lang repeatedly with his phone. Unfortunately, no one answered. Damn it! What is this brat doing? Fang Cheng scolded angrily and then began dialing Jiang Lang's number again. In Lingshui City Police Department, Wang Lin, Li Xiuyuan, Xin Zhonghua, Ning Yuheng, and Ning Yan were sitting together. The atmosphere in the room was a bit heavy. The expressions on several people's faces were all dark and grim. Wang Ting. Why? Why doesn't the higher-ups allow us to support Moonshadow or even speak on behalf of Moonshadow? Ning Yuheng was the first to speak, looking at the foremost Wang Lin with a hint of anger and confusion. They received the news as soon as Lara and others entered the game. Ning Yuheng originally planned to lead the team to stop Lara and the others from targeting Moonshadow, but unexpectedly, before he even left the meeting room in the game, he was called back by Wang Lin. He thought Wang Lin had some kind of strategy, but what he got was indeed the order to prohibit support and assistance to Moonshadow. And apparently afraid that Ning Yuheng and others would not listen to the orders, all official players above level 7 were ordered to temporarily exit the game god's arrival. Ning Yuheng was full of confusion, but he couldn't refuse the higher-ups' orders, so he could only return with Ning Yan and others. At this moment, he finally couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. Facing Ning Yuheng's question, Wang Lin sighed deeply, his face showing a bitter smile. Yuheng. This order wasn't given by me, what good does it do for you to be angry at me? I am just following orders. Then who issued it? Ning Yuheng questioned, glaring. Just some ungrateful wolves, eating inside while digging outside. Wang Lin spoke with a grim face. Are there people up top who want to deal with Moonshadow? Xin Zhonghua let out a cold snort. Wang Lin responded with a hum. Where there are people, there is a world, where there is light, there is darkness, this is unavoidable. Moonshadow's existence not only blocks those foreign players but also interferes with the interests of some people. Moreover, since Moonshadow hasn't joined God's General, it's even easier for these people to act. But Moonshadow is a Longxia person. Are they helping foreigners to deal with their own people? Li Xiuyuan slammed heavily. Wang Lin sighed again, this matter, I did report to the higher-ups. But it was completely useless. The fact that Moonshadow is a Longxia person was said by Xiaoyan, the others here haven't seen it with their own eyes, so how could you expect the higher-ups to believe it? Perhaps they do believe it, but still, it's the same old story, Moonshadow's existence blocks some people's interests. Unless he steps forward and declares his identity publicly, the official side will not interfere in this matter. After finishing speaking, Wang Lin suddenly turned to look at Ning Yan, asking softly. Xiaoyan, it's not that Uncle Wang doesn't believe you. Are you really sure that Moonshadow is a Longxia person? Ning Yan's expression showed no change, only nodding firmly. I'm sure. He is a friend I know. Wang Lin's eyes flickered, and he didn't continue to ask. He believed Ning Yan's words, after all, he was not one of those people who turn heartless with a little power. We have to obey the orders from above, now we can only hope that Moonshadow can solve this himself. From Xiaoyan's previous description, Moonshadow's strength is very strong, he should be able to handle it. Everyone, please disperse. Wang Lin waved his hand and said helplessly. The crowd dispersed, and Wang Lin sat alone in the meeting room, gently tapping his fingers on the table, his face dark as water. I hope Moonshadow can bring surprise. In Lijiang community, Jiang Lang suddenly woke up with a start. He picked up his phone and saw that it was exactly midnight 12. What surprised him even more was that there were actually over 100 missed calls. Jiang Lang opened it and found that all the missed calls were from his uncle Fang Chang. Jiang Lang thought his uncle might have encountered something, so he hurriedly called back. In less than a second, the call was connected, and then Jiang Lang heard his uncle's roaring voice. Your father. You little brat, where the hell have you been? Why didn't you answer the phone? I'm about to go crazy. You, BBB, %, asterisk at, hashtag end. Jiang Lang's mother is Fang Cheng's sister, so when Fang Cheng scolded Jiang Lang, he would replace mother with father. Jiang Lang couldn't get a word in, only listening helplessly to his uncle's tirade. He scolded for a full 5 or 6 minutes. Fang Cheng finally let out a long sigh and slowly spoke. I thought you were done for. As long as you're fine, that's good. Now hurry up and get up, then jump into the game and give them a good thrashing. As for what happened, you can find out for yourself online. After saying this, Fang Cheng didn't give Jiang Lang a chance to speak and hung up the phone. Jiang Lang blinked, already having some guesses in his heart. He opened his Weibo and took a quick glance, the insults online were still relentless. Heh. Jiang Lang let out a cold laugh. Tiger? Mouse? Well, let's see who the tiger really is and who the mouse is. Chapter 60, I'm here. After putting on his clothes, Jiang Lang chose to enter the game Divine Coming. At this time, it was midnight, the number of players in Moon Shadow Town was still quite high, with a crowd bustling everywhere. Jiang Lang's appearance did not alarm the other players, as Divine Coming did not announce the entrance of high-level players. Moreover, there were many players, like Jiang Lang, who were hiding their faces. He was just one amongst the masses. After scanning the area, Jiang Lang did not see the foreigners mentioned by online users. However, he was certain that those people were still waiting for him somewhere in the town. Jiang Lang decided to reveal himself actively. Moon Shadow, I heard someone really misses me, now I'm here. As for how to find me, you can't possibly be this clueless, right? After sending this message in the chat interface, Jiang Lang immediately turned and walked towards the edge of the town. As soon as Jiang Lang's message was sent, the players in Moon Shadow Town erupted in chatter. No one expected Jiang Lang would actually dare to show up. I'm a Reborn, damn. I said, how could Moon Shadow be a coward? Isn't he here now? Zhao Curson, it's worth it for me to wait here for several hours in the middle of the night. Finally, there's something exciting to watch. 2nd Street Violent Boy, asking for Moon Shadow's location. Brothers, don't hide it. Let's all watch the excitement together. Divine Coming by Xiaoshang, investigating now. Players were buzzing with discussion, many stayed in the game just for the excitement. They didn't expect they would actually get what they were waiting for. Elsewhere in the town, Rail and others also saw the message Jiang Lang sent. He only said he entered the game but didn't mention his location? What a coward, it seems he is just bluffing and afraid we'll actually find him. Rail sneered and then looked at Julie. Julie suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze sparkling. Found him. He's to the south, just out of the town gate. Let's go. Rail commanded, and everyone rushed toward the south gate of Moon Shadow Town. As they moved, nearby players also stirred into action. They were calling friends in the chat. Low City Breakfast, brothers, those foreigners are moving. They're heading south. Crying with no place to cry, suspected Moon Shadow player spotted in the Southgate wilderness, moving fast, couldn't see clearly. Wang Erdeo, why does it feel a bit strange? As soon as Moon Shadow showed up, those foreigners moved. It's like they know exactly where Moon Shadow is. I told you to howl, what's it to you? Just follow and watch the excitement. Messages in the chat interface kept scrolling. 90% of the players, upon seeing the messages, ran wildly towards the south gate. In the wilderness near the south gate, Jiang Lang, who was running swiftly, suddenly frowned. Just now, he suddenly felt something was off, as if someone was watching him from the void. A hunter class? Jiang Lang muttered. In his past life, he had survived 7 years in Divine Coming, and although he wasn't exceptionally strong, he was still clear about most classes' abilities. Only the hunter class possessed tracking ability. However, hunter class players were rare, and Jiang Lang didn't expect that one of those targeting him would actually be a hunter. Let's see how long you can follow. Jiang Lang chuckled lightly and continued to run wildly. His destination was the dark and shadowy forest, where the terrain was complex and powerful monsters existed. Those foreigners should think carefully about whether they have the strength to enter the dark forest. 20 minutes later, Jiang Lang had already arrived at the outskirts of the dark forest. Compared to the daytime, the forest at night appeared even more terrifying. However, Jiang Lang didn't mind and pressed on. As Jiang Lang's figure disappeared at the entrance of the dark forest, Ral and her team of 5 arrived at the outskirts. The night wind blew through the dense treetops, producing a wailing sound, and faint growls of beasts echoed in the forest. The darkness swallowed the path ahead like thick ink. Damn it! He actually made it in here. Ral stared intently at the black, pitch-dark entrance of the forest, her fists clenched tightly, filled with unwillingness and dread. She knew well the dangers of the dark forest, just the outskirts held monsters of level 10 or higher. Although their small team was well-equipped and had a divine object. But the highest level among them was only level 9, rashly going deeper would be equivalent to sending themselves to death. But thinking of Jiang Lang's provocative message and the purpose of their trip, Ral's gaze grew fierce again. We can't let him escape. We've been tracking him for so long, if we give up here, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Beside her, the burly man Karun swallowed hard, instinctively taking half a step back, his voice carrying an almost imperceptible tremble. Ral, this place is too dangerous. Those monsters are not to be trifled with. If we encounter them in groups, we might not make it out. What are you afraid of? Ral interrupted him harshly, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. We have Julie's tracking ability. As long as we keep locking onto that guy's position, we can avoid those powerful monsters. And besides, the divine object I possess isn't just for show. As long as we don't encounter monsters above level 15, with our strength and that divine object, we can definitely handle it. Caron finally let out a sigh of relief. Okay then. Julie stood to the side, her eyes closed as she sensed the lingering aura in the air. Her delicate fingers moved gently, and suddenly, Julie opened her eyes brightly and said with surprise. He has stopped. Just 1,000 meters ahead in an open space, seems like he's waiting for us. Hearing Julie's words, Ralph's eyes lit up. She suddenly waved her hand, go in. Everyone stay alert, Karun and Brian lead the way, be careful to clear out the lower level monsters. The others protect Julie, we can't let her be disturbed. As long as we find Jiang Lang, we'll be halfway to success. Everyone exchanged glances, seeing hesitation in each other's eyes, but in the end, fear was overridden by the lure of profit and Ral's authority. Karun and Brian tightened their grips on their swords, cautiously stepping into the forest, the only two warriors in the team. Ral and the others flanked Julie, moving slowly and steadily behind her. The deeper into the forest they went, the dimmer the light became, with only a few scattered moonbeams filtering down through the gaps in the leaves. The ground was covered with dead branches and fallen leaves, crunching underfoot, while the surrounding trees grew crooked, their branches like ghostly arms clawing in the darkness. Now and then, green, glimmering eyes flashed from behind the thickets, accompanied by deep, rumbling growls, keeping everyone's hearts in their throats. Left! Karun suddenly shouted, swinging his sword with a whoosh. The others reacted quickly. At the moment Karun spoke, the mage and the team began to cast their spells to attack. In an instant, flames, ice spikes, and wind blades rained down on the shadow. -526. -365. -868. In just a second, a shadow fell to the ground, and the stench of blood splattered on the earth. Laden did not strike, his eyes cold as he glanced at the corpse on the ground, a completely black leopard. Level 11 monster, Shadow Black Panther. Keep moving forward. Chapter 61, The Cursed Doll. No one dared to linger, quickly circling the corpse to continue ahead. Julie occasionally closed her eyes and then opened them again, reporting Jiang Lang's position. He hasn't moved at all. Confirmed. He is just waiting for us. Laden snorted coldly, a growing killing intent rising in his heart towards Jiang Lang. That man is toying with them. The group continued forward, encountering several monster attacks along the way. But due to the teamwork among them, those monsters were easily killed, preventing any loss of personnel. However, some people inevitably lost health. But in Laden's team, there was a priest, plus everyone had prepared many health potions in advance, so they quickly replenished the lost health. The only loss was their stamina. This was also Jiang Lang's goal. As the group continued, they did not know how long they walked, the trees around them became denser, and a damp, decayed leaf smell filled the air, causing Laden and the others to lose stamina more severely. Julie stopped again, suddenly opening her eyes wide, a sharp light flashing in them. Be careful. He is getting closer to us. Very fast. Laden felt a surge of joy, but then a threat of vigilance arose, and he immediately said in a low voice. Everyone, prepare for battle. That guy's profession is an assassin, and he has cloaking skills. Watch out for his sneak attack. From now on, follow Julie's commands. Attack with all your strength, do not give him any chance to react. The group nodded, tightly gripping their weapons, standing still. Suddenly, in the damp, decayed leaf smell, a faint smell of blood mixed in, and Julie's pupils suddenly constricted, her right hand tightening the hunting bow and pointing to the air 10 meters to the left. Over there. Lean, be careful. As her voice fell, a dark figure suddenly materialized from the void. Jiang Lang's cloak stayed shattered with the attack motion, his right hand short blade glowing with a dark green poison light, the effect of the poisoning skill. Lean was an archer. Upon hearing Julie's words, he reacted quickly, but just as he managed to draw half an arrow, the short blade pierced his throat. 4355. A scarlet and terrifying number appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and Lean didn't even emit a single scream before his body fell to the ground, his health bar completely zeroed out. 4,300? A bald man in the team screamed in shock. He held a staff in his hand, with a flickering light surrounding it. After seeing Jiang Lang's attack number, the light on the staff dimmed a bit. Damn! How high is his attack power? Jiang Lang's sudden appearance and instant kill of one person left everyone stunned. All eyes turned towards Jiang Lang in fear, and they unconsciously swallowed hard. This person is too terrifying. Laden's pupils also contracted, staring at Jiang Lang's figure, her dagger trembling slightly in her hand. Before coming here, Laden had great confidence in killing Jiang Lang. But after witnessing Jiang Lang's terrifying power, all that filled Laden's heart was deep fear. Is this really someone they can deal with? After killing one person, Jiang Lang did not continue to attack. He wiped the blood off the dagger, looking at Laden and the others with a light smile. What's wrong, everyone? You wanted to find me, right? Now that I'm here, why aren't you moving? No one answered Jiang Lang's words, and the scene suddenly became a bit awkward. Seeing this situation, Laden knew she could not let Jiang Lang continue to suppress them with his momentum. She bit her tongue hard and then shouted loudly. Everyone, don't be scared by him. His attack power is high, but he's only one person. Moreover, even if we die here, we won't really die. As long as we cooperate, we can definitely kill him. Kalen. Brian. Block him. Don't let him near the back row. Don't forget. We still have the divine item. Lol's words made everyone a bit calmer. That's right, death isn't real death, what is there to fear? And we have a divine item, and Jiang Lang is just one person, it is totally possible to kill him. Kill. Kalen and Brian exchanged glances, then they roared and charged forward, their two heavy swords slicing through the air towards Jiang Lang. Jiang Lang made no move, only smiled lightly as he watched Kalen and Brian. Kalen thought Jiang Lang had given up resistance and rushed even harder towards him. However, just when they were 5 meters away from Jiang Lang, a turn of events occurred. Boom! A violent explosion sound erupted, followed by a greenish toxin mist quickly filling the surrounding space. Toxic trap. Jiang Lang had long set 4 toxic traps, and where he stood was outside the range of 1 trap. The other 3 were also placed at other spots, just waiting for someone to step on them. Amidst the greenish mist flickered 2 bright red numbers, and when the mist cleared, Kalen and Brian were gone from the battlefield. But Jiang Lang frowned, because he saw the damage numbers that flashed above Kalen and Brian's heads were wrong. The damage formula for the toxic trap was magic damage equal to attack power multiplied by 1, lasting for 4 seconds. Normally, it should have been 4,355 points. Yet Jiang Lang clearly saw that the damage number that appeared just now was only 1,307 points. Jiang Lang squinted, as if he had thought of something. He opened his data panel and indeed, his panel had undergone significant changes. Player nickname, Moon Shadow. Class, Warrior/Assassin. Level, 13. Experience, 50/60,000. Attack, 1306, 4355. Health, 3, 10. Defense, 0. Strength, 65, 216. Agility, 56, 182. Spirit, 12, 37. Luck, 1. Except for the luck attribute, all his attributes had decreased by 70%. Divine item? Jiang Lang suddenly looked up at Lol, then his eyes narrowed. He saw a dark, shabby rabbit doll shadow appear behind Lol, its eye position flickering with scarlet light. As expected, this rabbit doll was the divine item mentioned in the information given by Ningyan. Rank 30, Cursed Doll. From the changes on the data panel, it wasn't hard to deduce the ability of this divine item. It weakens the attributes of the target. Jiang Lang felt a bit frightened in his heart, but didn't care too much. Even with a 70% reduction in attributes, it was enough to deal with these foreigners. After all, his attributes far surpassed those of other players. Jiang Lang squinted, staring intensely at the rabbit doll in Lol's hand. Now he wanted this divine item even more, its ability would have significant effects in battle. Having this divine item in Lol's hands was somewhat beneath its ranking, only in his hands could it achieve its maximum value. He hoped that when he killed Lol, this divine item would drop. Praise the god of luck. Jiang Lang whispered, stepping forward and rushing towards Lol's direction. He was determined to have this divine item. Chapter 62, Massacre. Jiang Lang's speed was fast, with extremely high agility attributes plus the speed boost from Gale Boots, he reached in front of Lol in the blink of an eye. Be careful! Someone in the crowd shouted, just as Jiang Lang caught glimpse of a fireball the size of a human head quickly approaching. But he did not dodge, and his dagger went straight for Lol's slender neck. As the blade brushed past Lol's neck, the fireball also struck Jiang Lang. Got it! The mage player was about to excitedly shout, but his voice suddenly stopped. Moreover, the entire team gasped collectively in shock. It was because the damage number that appeared above Jiang Lang's head was actually 1. Impossible! How could it be just 1 point? The mage player exclaimed in disbelief, his bearded face full of shock. Jiang Lang ignored the man's astonishment, instead, he looked at the frowning face in front of him. Lol had vanished. He did not succeed in killing Lol, the dagger attack only struck a shadow of Lol. A teleportation skill? Jiang Lang murmured to himself, scanning the area around him. Teleportation skills are the fleeting skills of the assassin class, it is not surprising that Lol, as an assassin, has such a skill. However, teleportation skills are quite difficult to obtain, one must say Lol was lucky. At the back of the crowd, Jiang Lang spotted Lol's figure, Lol was now about 5 meters from where she had been before. Jiang Lang thought to himself, it seems Lol's teleportation skill level is not very high. At this moment, Lol was also staring intently at Jiang Lang, her face pale and her heart racing. Jiang Lang was too fast, she had almost been killed by him. Fortunately, she had the teleportation skill, otherwise, she would have died under Jiang Lang's dagger. But what shocked Lol even more was the damage Jiang Lang had inflicted on their teammates. 1 point. That crimson number made Lol unable to believe it. Jiang Lang was only a few levels higher than them, how could his defense be so strong? Everyone be careful. This guy is a bit strange. He definitely has a damage-reducing item, such items must have a limit on usage, let's all attack together. Lal quickly composed herself and began organizing a counterattack with her team. Lal's words calmed the other teammates down, and they actively started to encircle Jiang Lang. Of course, Jiang Lang would not sit and wait. With a thought, 3 dark shadow clones suddenly appeared around him, charging straight for 2 archers and a priest in the team. The shadow clones were immune to physical damage, which was particularly useful against such physical damage classes. The priest had no damaging skills but might possess some skills to weaken targets. Having now incurred the state of the cursed doll, he naturally did not want to be weakened further. At the same time, Jiang Lang was not idle. After sending out the 3 shadow clones, he took out a health potion and gulped it down. The cursed doll had severely weakened him. He originally had only 10 health points, and now he was down to just 3. Having just taken damage from a fireball, his health was only sufficient to withstand 1 more hit. In contrast, Lal's team still had 8 members alive, needing to maintain their perfect health. With his health restored, Jiang Lang activated stealth and rushed toward one of the mage players in Lal's team. "Lucas! He's coming for you." As soon as Jiang Lang made a move, Julie reported his location. Jiang Lang frowned as he advanced. He felt like he had chosen the wrong target. This female player with the hunter class was a bit strange. She could actually sense his presence while he was invisible. Without any hesitation, Jiang Lang changed his direction and headed straight toward Julie. "Protect me. He's coming for me." Julie panicked, raising her crossbow toward Jiang Lang, but it was clear to see that her arm was shaking uncontrollably. Her teammates rushed toward Julie's direction upon receiving her warning. But at the same time, 2 screams rang out one after another. "Ah!" Lal and the others were taken aback, turning their heads to see only 2 of their teammates' lifeless bodies before them. "Everyone be careful. These shadows are immune to physical attacks. Peter and Carl died like this." The one speaking was the only male priest in Lal's team. His face was filled with panic. Less than half a meter in front of him stood Jiang Lang's shadow clone, dumbfounded. Under the shadow clone's feet was a 6-pointed star pattern of a magic circle. It was this magical formation that restricted the movements of the shadow clone. It was because of this magical formation that the mage player narrowly escaped disaster. However, this situation did not last long. After all, the mage player's level was only 8, and the duration of the skill was just a few seconds. When the time of the magical formation was up, the shadow clone instantly turned into a beam of black light, and with the mage player's terrified gaze, a dark dagger pierced into his chest. "Brian! Don't care about him. Quickly protect me. Attack 3 meters in front of me," Julie shouted. The members of the Laurel team also reacted and hurriedly protected Julie. Explosion fireball. Thunder strike. A lightning strike and a fireball shot towards Jiang Lang's position. Jiang Lang snorted coldly, stepped down to accelerate, easily dodging the 2 attacks. In the next second, Jiang Lang appeared in front of Julie, the dagger glinting coldly. "Laurel! Die! Holy charge!" Laurel suddenly appeared beside Julie, her weapon a small curved dagger, one of the weapons for the assassin class. She had not moved just to wait for the moment Jiang Lang made his move to attack him. On the other side, a man also appeared, clad in heavy armor, holding a knight's lance common in medieval Western times. He was a knight class player. The 2 attacked Jiang Lang simultaneously, one on the left and the other on the right. Jiang Lang's gaze tightened. With only 3 points of health, he naturally did not want to take these 2 attacks. "Ha!" With a loud roar, the intimidation skill activated. Laurel and the knight's movements suddenly halted. Without any pause, Jiang Lang's dark dagger directly stabbed towards Julie. "No!" Julie's fair face turned pale, instinctively pulling the trigger of her crossbow. -1. -1036. The 2 numbers appeared one after another, showing the figure of Jiang Lang standing still, while Julie slowly fell down, filled with fear and unwillingness. "Ah!" Boom! Another scream and an explosion sounded. One of the mage players self-destructed along with the shadow clone. The explosion was from another mage player who tried to escape but unfortunately stepped onto one of Jiang Lang's toxic traps, dying in the green poison mist. Among the 10 members of the Laurel team, only 2 remained. Chapter 63 Praise the Goddess of Luck. Assassin Laurel, Knight. Only 2 remained from the 10-member team. When the intimidation effect ended, Laurel's expression changed instantly upon seeing the situation, her pupils flickering. She did not continue to attack Jiang Lang, her figure hazily disappearing. Laurel chose to escape. It was terrifying. The man in front of her was not someone that just a few people could deal with. Even with an artifact to assist her, it wouldn't work. To deal with Jiang Lang required more people. Knowing she could not win and still choosing to fight would be foolish. A fool. Laurel was neither a fool nor an idiot, so she chose to flee. As Laurel ran, the knight player closest to Jiang Lang suddenly froze. The captain actually ran away? What should he do? He did not have a teleportation skill, and night players already had a weak speed. Even if he wanted to run, he couldn't escape. Please let me go. The night player showed no spirit of a knight, kneeling on the ground to beg Jiang Lang for mercy. Jiang Lang did not respond, only squinting his eyes, watching the direction Larl fled. He really wanted that cursed doll artifact, even if the chance was low, he could not let Larl escape like this. Moreover, Larl took people to ambush him. Now, when she couldn't win, she wanted to flee. How could there be such good things in the world? Jiang Lang didn't even glance at the knight, slightly leaning forward. 3 seconds later, Jiang Lang's figure shot out like a cannonball. Charge! Bang! The path for Jiang Lang's charge skill was towards the kneeling knight. The knight's figure traced a parabolic arc in mid-air, then heavily fell to the ground, motionless. The momentum of Jiang Lang does not decrease. With a 200% speed boost, Jiang Lang's already high agility attribute becomes even faster. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Lang caught up to Lair. Lair was still running away, filled with regret towards the knight in her heart. If it were possible, Lair did not want to flee. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. Just as she was thinking, Lair felt a wave of mighty wind roaring behind her. Before she could react, Lair felt a sharp pain throughout her body, as if she had been hit by a truck. The scene before her began to turn upside down, like a kaleidoscope. I'm flying. This was Lair's last thought, and then her consciousness fell into darkness. Jiang Lang's figure stopped, the faint golden light on his body suddenly disappeared, which was the effect of the body of tyranny. At this moment, Jiang Lang had a joyful expression, simply because things turned out exactly as he had expected. Lair's body had disappeared, replaced by a soaring golden beam. Divine object. Lair's death actually dropped a divine object. Praise the goddess of luck. Jiang Lang walked quickly to collect the golden light into his backpack, then began to check it. Sequence 30, Cursed Doll. Type, Divine Object. Effect 1, can be used on a single target, reducing the target's all attributes by 70%. Boss effect reduced by 50%. Effect 2, can be used on multiple targets, reducing target's all attributes by 30%. Boss monster effect reduced by 50%. Jiang Lang's mouth curved into a smile. Good stuff, very good stuff. Though it only has half the effect on bosses, it still can reduce attributes by 35%. With this divine object, he can completely achieve level-skipping kills on monsters. Again, praise the goddess of luck. Without the Slayer state, the chance of dropping items when killing players is very low. Let alone dropping divine objects. The events unfolding were far more in Jiang Lang's favor than he had anticipated. Aside from the luck talent kicking in, Jiang Lang couldn't think of any other reason for this result. He certainly did not have such good luck himself. It must be due to luck. Jiang Lang opened the panel and took a look. The panel's attributes had already restored at the moment Lair died. Jiang Lang focused on the luck talent section. Luck, X your luck value +1. A simple description that now seemed surprisingly complex. In his previous life, he survived in the Divine Coming game for 7 years, only obtaining a divine object just before death. After being reborn, in just a few days, he had already obtained 6 divine objects. If it weren't for luck kicking in, Jiang Lang truly couldn't imagine what the result would be. But unfortunately, Jiang Lang looked at the somewhat lonely number on the attribute panel, astonished. Player nickname, Moon Shadow. Class, Warrior/Assassin. Level, 13. Experience, 50/60,000. Attack, 4355, 2160 strength plus 120 dagger plus 2075 bloodthirsty blade. Health, 10. Defense, 1. Strength, 216. Agility, 182. Spirit, 37. Luck, 1. Talents, Ambush Spirit, S, Stone Skin, D, Double Strike, C, Luck, X. Skills, Dread, C, Stealth, C, Poisons, D, Shadow Clone Dance, B, Deadly Trap, D, Charge, D. Divine Objects, Swift Hand, Bloodthirsty Blade, Strange Tales of Mountains and Seas, Blind Box, Classic of Mountains and Seas, White Tiger, Cursed Doll. His level had reached level 13, with significant increases in all attributes. Only the Luck attribute remained unchanged, never increasing. The effect of Swift Hand, that increases all attributes by 1, does not boost the Luck attribute. I wonder if the Luck attribute can be improved. Jiang Lang muttered. A little luck attribute was already so lucky, what if it were 2 points or even more? Jiang Lang couldn't imagine, and currently, there was no way to enhance the luck attribute, so he could only give up. Shaking his head, Jiang Lang stared intently into the depths of the dense forest. After obtaining the cursed doll, Jiang Lang felt he could face some more powerful monsters now. The dark forest at night is extremely dangerous. In the last life, there were rumors that a type of spirit boss would spawn in the dark forest at night, and its power was very strong. Moreover, this type of boss had a very strong mechanism. Entering this realm will continuously reduce one's lifespan. Being killed by the boss will cause a loss of 10 years of lifespan at once. But the legend says killing such a boss has a great chance of dropping rich rewards, including divine items. However, the chance of encountering it is extremely low. Players who were fortunate to meet it all died at the hands of the boss. Now that I have obtained the cursed doll, Jiang Lang feels he should be able to take on this boss. After all, the Dark Forest still belongs to the beginner village area's range, even the boss shouldn't exceed level 20. With his current strength, he should be able to handle it. Even if he dies, it would only be a loss of 10 years of lifespan. Jiang Lang believes that exchanging lifespan for his strength should be easy. 10 years of lifespan is nothing serious. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Lang's gaze became resolute, and he stepped into the depths of the forest. Chapter 64, Cheers and Grumbles at the Resurrection Square. Moonshadow Town, even at this deep nighttime hour, is still filled with large numbers of players. Among these players, only a small portion entered the game to increase their strength. The vast majority are here just to see the excitement. Suddenly, several figures condensed at the Resurrection Square in the town, and someone gasped when they heard the sound. They're back. One of those foreigners has revived. This exclamation was like cold water meeting hot oil, instantly igniting the scene into a frenzy. It's those two warriors. Ha, they actually died together. I remember among those foreigners, there seemed to be only 2 players of the warrior class, right? With the warrior dead first, the rest won't have it easy. Still want to deal with Moonshadow? Don't even look at what you're worth. Is Moonshadow that easy to handle? I bet $10 it won't be long before someone else revives. Ha ha ha. Moonshadow is awesome. No wonder he's my idol. I've already sent the news to the national chat interface, let everyone enjoy it. People discussed excitedly, and the atmosphere was filled with joy. Ning Yu and her father, along with Dong Xian, were also among the crowd. After hearing this news, their faces all showed uncontrollable joy. Ning Yan excitedly shook her small fist, her eyes sparkling. She knew that Jiang Lang was not that easy to deal with. Yay! Dong Xian exclaimed, swinging her fist energetically. Ning Yuhan let out a low roar, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Great! As expected of my Dragon Summer's #1 expert. He should really teach those foreigners a hard lesson. After the excitement, Ning Yuhan turned to Ning Yan and Dong Xian, continuing. You two stay here and continue to watch the situation. I'll first let Wang Ting and Shinju know this good news. The 2 girls nodded in understanding, watching Ning Yuhan's figure slowly disappear into the game. According to the law of conservation, where there are joy, there are also sorrows. In another part of the square, some people looked extremely grim. These people are not Dragon Summer citizens but foreigners living in Lingjiang City. As foreigners, they naturally couldn't stand to see Dragon Summer people riding on top of them. After the news about Lara targeting Moonshadow spread, although these people did not publicly participate in the actions against Shadow, they were secretly cheering for Lara and others. Some even secretly provided various items to increase the chances of defeating Moonshadow. In their hearts, Lara and others would definitely solve Moonshadow, pulling him down from the top of the leaderboard. But unexpectedly, just an hour later, it is these foreign players, who died first. Looking at the gloomy faces of Kaylin and Brian, the foreign players' hearts were filled with resentment. Damn! How are they so useless? 10 people can't handle Moonshadow? Damn! The weapon Kaylin used was provided by me. I can't believe he died first. I wonder if my weapon dropped. Don't be discouraged. There are still 8 people left. Lara has a divine item ranked 30. We can definitely kill Moonshadow. But it seems Moonshadow has a divine object too. Can Ral and the others really defeat Moonshadow? Even if he has a divine object, he is just one person. We have 8 people. We will definitely succeed. Listening to the discussions around them, Karen and Brian's faces grew darker and darker. As the only 2 warrior class players in the team, their job was to act as the shield to absorb Moonshadow's damage. However, in reality, the 2 of them had done almost nothing and died in the explosion. They hadn't even used a single skill. Don't think about it. This is not our problem. That person's attacking power is too high. Even if it happens again, we still can't bear his attack. Karen quickly adjusted his mindset and even comforted Brian in return. Brian said nothing, just looking at the people around them pointing fingers, feeling very wronged and unwilling. These people know nothing and only blame them. If they had seen Moonshadow's terrifying power with their own eyes, would they still say such things? But now, the result had already occurred, and Brian did not want to explain too much. He sighed deeply and slowly said, Right now, I just hope Ral and the others can kill Moonshadow. Avenge us. They will definitely do it. Karen said with a firm gaze, I believe in Ral. And don't forget, Ral has a divine Before Karen could finish his sentence, his eyes fixed on a figure emerging nearby. There, a shadow slowly materialized, fear still in its pupils. Peter? You? Once again, Karen's voice stopped after only half a sentence. Because in the next second, two more figures quickly appeared. Carl. Yun. Karen and Brian's expressions turned grim. These three were the archers and the priest from their team. Damn. That guy is simply terrifying. He can create black shadows that are immune to physical attacks. Carl and I both died at the hands of those shadows. Peter cursed angrily. The same situation. The priest Ian said with a bitter smile. Karen didn't know what to say anymore. Just moments ago, he was confidently saying Ral and the others could definitely kill Moonshadow, but it felt so quickly like a slap to the face. It was just minutes since he and Brian were revived, and the team had already lost 3 more members. Ha! That's 5 now. Players from the nearby Dragonxia exclaimed in excitement. Ha ha ha. I told you these guys are like an ant trying to stop a car, how dare they challenge Moonshadow? Don't be careless. There are still 5 people alive. That leader woman with a divine object is still alive. So what? I think in just 3 minutes, there will be more people revived. Players babbled excitedly, while Ning Yan and Dong Siyuan were very thrilled to see the scene. Yen. Great. 5 of them have already died. Dong Siyuan's excited little face flushed, unable to stop jumping on the spot. Moonshadow is so strong. I really want Moonshadow to take us into a dungeon again. Since the last dungeon, my level has only increased by 1. As Dong Siyuan spoke, she suddenly changed the subject, blinking her big eyes at Ning Yan. Yen, who exactly is Moonshadow? Can you tell me? Ever since she found out Ning Yan knew Moonshadow last time, Dong Siyuan had been very curious about his identity. Unfortunately, Ning Yan had kept tight-lipped, and no matter how she asked, she got no answer. I promised Moonshadow not to reveal his identity, Siyuan, please don't ask. Ning Yan said with a serious expression. Oh. Dong Siyuan nodded slightly, feeling somewhat disappointed. She was just curious, she didn't want to do anything to Moonshadow. But since Ning Yan refused to say, Dong Siyuan lost the thought of continuing to ask. She quickly forgot about this matter and excitedly asked again. So Yen. If we encounter a copy, can you let Moonshadow lead us? I can't guarantee that. Chapter 65, The Loser's Endgame. The conversation between the two lasted only a few minutes, and the scene changed once again. Figures began to coalesce in the revival square, all members of the LOL team. 6, 7 now. 8. Hey, isn't that the foreigner with the special class? Seems like some kind of hunter class? That's right. I heard this big ocean horse has the ability to track targets. They relied on that woman to track Moonshadow. Now that she's dead, Moonshadow should be no threat. Brother, do you want to hear what you're saying? Moonshadow is not dangerous? 8 out of 10 people are dead. What threat could Moonshadow possibly pose? What we should worry about is those foreigners. Shut up. The 9th one has appeared. That person is a night class, right? Seems like only Westerners can choose this class. Our Dragon Summer players haven't encountered it yet. What's wrong with knights? I heard our country has the Sword Immortal class. Sword Immortal is way stronger than knights. Moonshadow is too strong. If it were me, I would have died long ago. Brother, a person must know their own limits. What level do you think you are to compare with Moonshadow? Ha ha ha. Only one captain left. I really want to know how these foreigners feel right now. Hey, can't you just look at their faces and find out? The atmosphere in the crowd was joyous, as the deaths of those foreign players brought great joy to the Dragon Summer players. One should know that the LOL team could be considered a top-tier team. 9 level 8s and 1 level 9, including 2 special class players, and they had god items to assist. With such strength, no player or team would dare to confront them head-on. Yet now, such a powerful team was left with only one survivor, all killed by Moonshadow alone. Every player was awed by Moonshadow's strength. In contrast to the excitement of the Dragon Summer players, the foreign players were mired in despair. Kalen and others wore dark expressions like the bottom of a pot, their last bits of hope completely shattered. They fully disregarded the mockery from Dragon Summer players and the denunciations from other foreign players. The 9 of them had lost. Lost completely. It's okay. LOL is not dead yet. There's still a chance to kill Moonshadow. Kalen took a deep breath and forced a smile. However, the night class player beside him let out a cold laugh right after he spoke. Chance? There won't be that chance. Just watch. LOL will soon join us. Hearing this, Kalen couldn't help but frown, looking at the knight with displeasure. Fuss. Why are you saying such things? We are a team. We should have faith in Lol. Damn faith. Fuss yelled angrily. Team? That bastard Lol used me as a shield and ran away. Why didn't she think we are a team then? Kalen widened his eyes, not expecting such things to happen after his death. Fuss you. Kalen wanted to say something else but was cut off by Fuss's impatient tone. He glanced around and then spoke coldly. Everyone, Lol is not a good captain, she can abandon me for her life, and she can easily throw any one of you away. Now I officially withdraw from this team, anyone who wants to leave can come with me. Fuss's words made everyone look at each other, but no one spoke. They gathered here not just because of their strong abilities but because Lol possessed the cursed doll item. This item could help them enhance their strength even better. If they left Lol, their growth speed would slow significantly in the future. Moreover, Moon Shadow Town is a game area of Dragon Summer, and they had already provoked Moon Shadow now. If they left Rail, it would be hard to survive in the game. After some consideration, not a single person chose to leave with Firth. Firth didn't mind at all and turned away decisively. He didn't go far but walked toward the gathering place of the Dragon Summer players, bowing at a 90-degree angle first, then sincerely opening his mouth to say, Dear friends of Dragon Summer, my name is Firth, I am an Englishman and a CEO of a company in the real world. My profession is Knight, and my talent is A-level, Holy Armor. I apologize for the matter concerning Moonshadow earlier. I have now withdrawn from Rail's team, and I ask all friends who know Moonshadow to relay my message. Firth will express his apologies for his previous actions, whether in real-world compensation or game-world compensation, I am willing to offer. I just hope Moonshadow doesn't come after me. I'm counting on my friends from Dragon Summer. After finishing, Firth bowed deeply again, then left the game swiftly. Hey! This foreign guy really knows the situation. He knows when to correct his mistakes. He doesn't know he's wrong. He knows he's scared. Exactly. Moonshadow can kill them once, he can kill them 10 times or 100 times. Look! The big shot has revived. A shout from the crowd attracted everyone's attention. In the center of the revival square, a stunning figure with a good figure slowly materialized. It was Rail. Good. Great. Moonshadow shows our might. Killed 10 alone. He's really the man I have my eyes on. Amazing. Hey! I've always thought this kid Moonshadow would be successful someday. Moonshadow. 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 The crowd suddenly cheered, the name Moonshadow echoed throughout the entire Moonshadow town. No one cared about Rail, who had just appeared. After all, who cares about a loser? Moreover, a foreign player. Kalen and the others felt hopeless as their last glimmer of hope was extinguished. After exchanging glances, the 8 of them gathered around, with Kalen speaking first. Rail. Don't be down. One failure doesn't mean anything. The strength of that Dragon Summer person was beyond our expectations. This time, we underestimated him. To deal with him, we can't rely on just the few of us, we need more manpower. He can face 10 of us, but can he face hundreds or even more? Next time we will gather more compatriots, plus your divine item, we can surely solve him completely. Rail didn't respond to Kalen's words, just staring vacantly ahead. It's gone. Her divine item is gone. The divine item she had worked so hard to obtain is gone. Thinking of previously assuring her brother that she would surely kill Moonshadow, now she not only failed but also lost her only trump card. How can she deal with Moonshadow without the divine item? Pull him down from the leaderboard? Rail's heart suddenly fell into silence. Kalen and the others were a bit confused, and after questioning, they received unbearable news. Everyone stood frozen as if struck by lightning, taking a long time to move. The divine item is gone. They chose to follow Rail because of the divine item in her hands. Now that the divine item is gone, is there still a need to follow Rail? Some suddenly thought of Firth, and a similar thought gradually arose in their hearts. Chapter 66, The Price of the Roadblock. After learning this unbelievable news, the members of Rail's team looked at each other. For a long time, finally someone couldn't accept this situation and made a choice like Firth. They followed Rail because of the divine item in her hands and the powerful people behind her. Now that the divine item is gone, even if the powerful people behind Rail are strong, in Dragon Summer, they cannot solve their immediate crisis, those powerful people cannot protect them at all. Now, they have already drawn the ire of Moonshadow. One can imagine how they would be treated in the game in the future. Even if Moonshadow doesn't take action, those Longsha players won't easily let them go. At this moment, choosing to withdraw might still offer a chance to ease the situation. With this thought, the RAL team suddenly disbanded, with only Calron and Brian remaining behind. In contrast to the collapse of the RAL team, the Longsha players were unusually excited. When they learned that foreign players were bringing divine items to confront Moon Shadow, everyone was filled with anger towards Ral and deep concern for Moon Shadow. Now that Moon Shadow had achieved a great victory, he not only proved his strength as the best player but also greatly boosted the morale of Longsha players. No matter what, Moon Shadow was a native Longsha person, which made the Longsha players feel proud. Of course, not everyone had a good opinion of Jiang Lang. I heard Moon Shadow has quite a few divine items, and now he's obtained another one. What luck! When he killed the Chicken King, there were already people confirming that Moon Shadow got a divine item. I heard he got one in the previous dungeon too. Now he has at least 3 divine items, or maybe more. Moon Shadow got a divine item in the dungeon? How do you know? I heard it. Otherwise, how could he be so strong? Bullshit. 3 divine items. I don't have even one. If he has so many divine items, why doesn't he share some with others? I think he's just a selfish little person. Right. Those divine items don't belong to Moon Shadow, they should be submitted to the country for distribution. Players discussed animatedly, quickly diverting the topic to Moon Shadow's divine items. Some people are like this, they cannot tolerate others doing well. In the crowd, Ning Yan and Dong Xian also heard the discussions among the players, their pretty faces slightly flushed with anger. Bastards! How can they say that? Moon Shadow gaining divine items is his skill, these people are really delusional. Dong Xian, pouting her little fists, glared fiercely at those boasting people, wishing she could go up and teach them a lesson. Ning Yan's expression wasn't very good either, but she wasn't as furious as Dong Xian. Instead, she smiled lightly to comfort her. Those people are just sour grapes, they can't reach the grapes, so they say they are sour. Xian, haven't you seen enough of it these days? Just look at the position of Divine General, how many people secretly say you and I joined because of my dad's connections? Dong Xian pouted, giving a proud cold huff. Ning Yan was right, ever since they joined Divine General, countless people had secretly said she joined because of Ning Yan's connections. Although Dong Xian didn't deny that there might be some truth in that. But she's not weak herself, okay? Level 9, B-grade talent mage, in today's Moon Shadow Town, she's considered one of the stronger players. Moreover, with Wang Lin deciding to help her buy that golden grade equipment from Moon Shadow, her strength would rise even higher. What's wrong with joining Divine General with such strength? Even if she joined Divine General, some people might have something to say. But what about Ning Yan? Ning Yan is a hidden profession with S-grade talent. She also hasn't escaped the rumors. Human society is like this, where there is light, there is darkness, and where there is praise, there is slander. There's no way around it. Let's go. We'll tell my dad about this news. Ning Yan said, then left the game with Dong Xian. There were still quite a few players in the Resurrection Square, and it took nearly an hour for them to disperse. However, by this time, the chat interface was already buzzing, filled with discussions about Moon Shadow. In the official conference room of Lingjiang City, the figures of Ning Yan and Dong Xian appeared in the meeting room. Before either of them could speak, Ning Yuhuang smiled and took the lead. Xiaoyan, there's no need to say anything. We all know the result. Ning Yan was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. Jiang Lang's explosive power had attracted a lot of attention, it was certainly not just a heated topic in the game, but also celebrated in the real world online. I thought I had already given him a high evaluation. I didn't expect to still underestimate him. Wang Lin, sitting in the front row, sighed. He never thought Jiang Lang could win, and do it so decisively. With an average level of 8, the team had 2 players with special talents, plus 1 divine item. With such a setup, any other player would meet with death. Even the current number 1 player, Chen Rongxin, could not do it. And Chen Rongxin was a hidden profession, the Sword Immortal. Moon Shadow was just an ordinary assassin. Before the result was in, Wang Lin had also not believed Jiang Lang could win in this conspiracy. But the reality had sharply widened his horizons. While Moon Shadow's victory is certainly great, it means some people won't be able to sit still. Wang Lin suddenly thought of something and sighed lightly. Uncle Wang, what does this mean? Ning Yan asked curiously. I mentioned before that Moon Shadow's existence blocks the path of many people. Some will not let him off so easily. Then why don't they target Chen Rongxin? Asked Dong Siyuan. Because Chen Rongxin is an official. He represents the official face. Ning Yuhuang answered. Exactly. Wang Lin responded. Comrade Chen Rongxin is official, but Moon Shadow is not. If he had clearly joined the official side, it would be different, but he hasn't, and has been hiding his identity. Some people will use this reason to cause trouble. As long as Moon Shadow does not expose his identity, and does not join the official side, this trouble will continue. The world of adults is truly dark. Dong Siyuan stuck out his tongue. Wang Lin smiled and continued. However, after this, those people may quiet down for a while. After all, even if they want to deal with Moon Shadow, they can't organize a team like the LAR team. Moreover, those people are in other regions, their hands can't reach Moon Shadow Town. They might do some small tricks, but it shouldn't be a big problem. However, it's hard to say what will happen in the future. Currently, most players are stuck at level 9, and when the teleportation array opens at level 10, those people definitely won't let it go easily. As Wang Lin spoke, he suddenly smiled and looked at Ning Yan. Xiaoyan, you should understand what I mean by telling you this, right? Ning Yan nodded softly. She understood Wang Lin's meaning. Now, in all of Moon Shadow Town, and even throughout Dragon Summer, as well as the entire game world, very few know that Moon Shadow is Jiang Lang. Ning Yan felt that apart from Jiang Lang's family, perhaps only she knew Jiang Lang's true identity. Wang Lin saying this in front of her was just to use her to convey the message to Jiang Lang. Ning Yan naturally would not refuse. But likewise, since Wang Lin could speak so frankly, it proved that the official side of Lingjing City was on Jiang Lang's side. At the very least, Wang Lin was on Jiang Lang's side. Wang Lin was a big shot at the provincial department, and his status was not ordinary. His attitude could greatly influence others' views. Ning Yan felt a little secret joy in her heart. She truly didn't want Jiang Lang to be targeted. I understand, Uncle Wang. Then we will head back first. Go ahead. As everyone dispersed, Ning Yan immediately logged back into the game as soon as she stepped out, notifying Jiang Lang of the news she had received. However, she didn't get a response. Soon, Ning Yan's figure returned to the real world again. But just as she appeared, Ning Yan saw her father looking at her with a strange expression. What's wrong, Dad? Ning Yuhong shook his head. It's nothing. Let's go home. Although he said it was nothing, Ning Yuhong's heart was not feeling quite right. Was his little darling too concerned about Moon Shadow? The issue of the RAL team and the cursed doll was something Ning Yan informed Jiang Lang about. Now that the meeting had just concluded, Ning Yan couldn't wait to tell Jiang Lang the news as soon as they stepped out. His daughter usually wasn't this eager when spending time with him, right? As Ning Yuhong walked ahead, he couldn't shake the growing unease. Ning Yan once mentioned that Moon Shadow was a friend she knew in the real world. His little girl knows it herself. Ning Yan's social circle wasn't large, she mostly interacted with classmates from school and relatives at home. The relatives at home definitely don't know Moon Shadow, Ning Yuhong had confirmed that long ago. In fact, many families have confirmed that Moon Shadow is not someone they know. After all, who wouldn't want to be friends or family with the top player in the divine game? So if Moon Shadow isn't a relative, he must be a classmate Ning Yan knows from school. But from Ning Yuhong's understanding, Ning Yan's friends were mostly girls, she rarely interacted with boys. Let alone being so concerned about a man. There's only one possibility. Ning Yuhong suddenly widened his eyes and couldn't help but stop and look back at his daughter. He felt like his little darling might be getting into trouble. Ning Yan was startled by Ning Yuhong's sudden stop, and beside her, Dong Siyuan blinked in confusion. Uncle Ning is acting strangely. Dad. What's wrong again? Ning Yuhong thought for a moment and decided to voice his doubts. Xiaoyan, tell Dad, are you dating someone at school? Is it that Moon Shadow? What? Before Ning Yan could answer, Dong Siyuan gasped in disbelief. She looked at Ning Yan with wide eyes, filled with shock and a bit of excitement. Xiaoyan. You actually have a boyfriend. Why didn't you tell me? And it's Moon Shadow. Aha. Dong Siyuan flailed her arms and shouted, and luckily they had already left the police station, otherwise, her words would definitely have caused a stir. Who is it? Who is Moon Shadow? Li Kaixian? Jiang Ruofeng? Shi? Or Yan Jin? Ning Yan opened her mouth slightly, looking confused at Dong Siyuan. Siyuan, who are those people? Dong Siyuan's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed. Playing dumb? Xiaoyan, are you playing dumb? Li Kaixian is the student council president at our school. Jiang Ruofeng is a top composer. Shi is a debuted boy group leader. Yan Jin is super rich. These four are the four great campus heartthrobs of Lingjiang Art College. And they've all pursued you. You actually don't know who they are? Stop pretending. Quick, tell me. Which one of the four is Moon Shadow? Dong Siyuan pressed on eagerly, she was way too curious. Little did they know, Ning Yuhong had already turned dark with frustration at that moment. His little darling was actually so popular at school? The four handsome boys were all pursuing his little darling? Damn. What do they have that qualifies them to pursue his little darling? Ning Yuhong stared intently at Ning Yan, wanting to know which of these four guys had succeeded. He wanted to know who Moon Shadow was. Ning Yan rolled her eyes at Dong Siyuan in helplessness. To be honest, she wasn't really familiar with the four people Dong Siyuan mentioned. Only Li Kaixian left her with a bit of an impression. After all, as an outstanding student at the art college, she would usually interact with the student council. But aside from Li Kaixian, she really had not much impression of the other three. These guys had indeed pursued her, but Ning Yan had never thought about that at all. She had simply rejected them and only met them once. Si Yan. Shut up. I don't have a boyfriend. Don't say nonsense. No? No. Dong Si Yan looked at Ning Yan with suspicion. Ning Yu Hong indeed breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want his little cabbage to be easily pushed by a pig. Then why are you so concerned about Yuing? He's really not your friend? Ning Yu Hong kept asking. Dad. Ning Yan pouted. I only know Yuing, he's not my boyfriend. He has a girlfriend. Ning Yan explained, but secretly added in her heart, but they just broke up. So who exactly is Yuing? Yeah. Ning Yu Hong wanted to catch some words, and Dong Si Yan echoed from the side. Dad. Are you trying to trick me? I won't say a thing. Ning Yan snorted, she wouldn't fall for such an obvious trick. Ning Yu Hang's old face turned red, feeling a bit embarrassed at being seen through. However, he didn't persist, knowing that Ning Yan was dating a boyfriend was enough. Xiao Yan. What does Yuing look like? Is he as handsome as Dad? How is he as a person? He's not bad. Ning Yan thought for a moment before replying, her mind flashing with John Lang's appearance, her face turning a bit red. John Lang's looks were indeed very handsome. Not good. Seeing his daughter's expression, Ning Yu Hang's heart trembled. But thinking that Ning Yan said Yuing already had a girlfriend, he relaxed. His daughter's values were still correct, she wouldn't do something like taking someone else's love. But the next second, Dong Si Yan's words made Ning Yu Hang's mood tense again. Yan. You're lying. Ning Yan looked at Dong Si Yan with confusion, full of bewilderment. Dong Si Yan smiled mischievously. If Yuing has a girlfriend, why didn't she bring her into the instance before? And besides us two, there are no other girls in the top 10 of the leaderboard. With Yu Ying's strength, he definitely wouldn't neglect his girlfriend and bring others to level up, right? So? Dong Si Yan put one hand on her waist, pointing at Ning Yan with the other and squinting her eyes. There is only one truth, no. 2. The first possibility is that you're lying, Yuing doesn't have a girlfriend at all. And the second one. Dong Si Yan's smile grew even more cunning. You. Ning Yan. You are Yu Ying's girlfriend? Facing Dong Si Yan's expression of I have seen through it, Ning Yan felt speechless. She only needed one sentence to shatter Dong Si Yan's guess. Going into the instance was arranged by my dad contacting Yuing. If I were Yu Ying's girlfriend, would I still need my dad to contact Yuing? Chapter 68, Life-Eating Barrier. On the other side, Jiang Lang had no idea how big a stir his actions had caused in both the game and reality, as he moved deeper into the gloomy forest. The gloomy forest is generally divided into 3 parts, the outer layer, the middle layer, and the inner layer. The part where he trained was the outer layer of the gloomy forest. Now he had reached the middle part of the forest, where the monsters had a minimum level of 15. But it must be said that the cursed doll, a divine object ranked 30th, really lived up to its reputation. With the effect of the cursed doll, he easily killed the monsters in the middle layer. As for the innermost layer of the gloomy forest, that is the boundary of the new player zone and the pinnacle of this world, the end. To continue leveling up, one must leave the novice town and enter the true divine game world. The monsters in the inner layer are all above level 15, though with the cursed doll, Jiang Lang felt he could handle it with his strength. However, this time the goal was that hidden boss. According to rumors from the past life, such a boss could only appear in the middle of the forest, so Jiang Lang didn't plan to go too deep. But rumors are still just rumors. In the last life, the players who truly faced this hidden boss had all died, leaving only fragmented whispers. The rumors only indicated the type of boss. Shape, name, level. 18th level hidden boss, a ghost-type monster, ghost ship. It is a wooden sailboat, 7 to 8 meters long. As for more specifics, like the boss spawn location, abilities, such information is completely unknown. Jiang Lang is just here to take a chance, whether he can encounter it depends on fate. With a clean and swift kill of a normal monster, Jiang Lang stepped forward to collect the dropped items, then continued searching for the boss's location. The dark forest at night is very quiet, but hidden within this quietness is a great threat. Jiang Lang dared not be careless, cautiously moving forward. After walking for about 20 minutes, Jiang Lang suddenly frowned. A cold wind blew by, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop suddenly. This is abnormal. The weather in the game Divine Presence keeps changing, but this situation does not include the newbie village. The newbie village always has clear skies and a bright moon, with a very stable temperature. The sudden temperature change made Jiang Lang's heart tense up. Jiang Lang tightened his grip on the dagger and continued forward with firm eyes. After walking a bit further, the temperature around seemed to drop even lower. Jiang Lang's mood was tense yet a bit excited. He felt he might encounter the rumored hidden boss. Sure enough, after walking a few hundred meters, Jiang Lang's steps paused, and his expression changed dramatically. There was no more path ahead. The originally dense forest had turned into a vast lake, one that stretched as far as the eye could see. Jiang Lang was even more convinced of his thoughts. In his previous life, he survived 7 years in the game Divine Presence, familiar with both the newbie village and the dark forest. The dark forest might have small rivers, waterfalls, or puddles, but definitely no lakes. And not one this large. This is not a lake that has always existed here, it is a lake evolved from the game's rules, changing the original forest terrain for the appearance of something. Moreover, the closer he got to the lake's surface, the lower the surrounding temperature became. Jiang Lang suddenly realized. The low temperature isn't just normal coolness, it is the breath of coldness. Ghost ship is a ghost-type monster, it is normal for it to change the surrounding temperature. Gazing at the calm lake surface, Jiang Lang did not discover any signs of a ship. He didn't know if it hadn't spawned yet or if the ghost ship was just out of sight. But since he was here and already encountered it, Jiang Lang naturally had no intention of leaving. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Lang decided to confront this legendary hidden boss. Cautiously taking a few steps forward, Jiang Lang heard a mechanical voice beside his ear. You have entered the range of the life erosion barrier, losing 30 days of life every minute. Jiang Lang's footsteps hesitated, and his expression turned serious. Although he knew there would be this debuff in places where the boss existed, the actual situation far exceeded Jiang Lang's imagination. Losing 30 days of life every minute. In 12 minutes, a year of life is gone. In an hour, over half a lifetime for nothing. Jiang Lang couldn't help but gasp in shock, but then thought, being killed by the boss would only cost him 10 years of life. If he couldn't win, dying here would at least reduce some unnecessary losses. Now the most important thing is to quickly find the location of the boss. Jiang Lang's eyes held some confusion. How did those players in his previous life deal with the ghost ship? Before him lies a lake, players from the newbie village likely had no flying abilities. Wouldn't they run into trouble in such a situation? How could they die at the hands of the boss? Jiang Lang looked at the calm lake surface, and a sudden guess appeared in his heart. Could it be that this lake allows free walking? Like Naruto? Jiang Lang felt there is a very strong possibility. In the last life, those players could not have easily died at the hands of the boss. Jiang Lang decided to give it a try. He walked to the edge of the lake, carefully stepping forward with one foot, and then his eyes brightened. It worked. As he suspected, the lake in front of him was walkable. Feeling the solid ground under his feet, Jiang Lang's heart suddenly gained confidence. He no longer hesitated and stood fully on the lake's surface. Just as he was about to search for the boss's location, a change occurred in the next second. The calm surface of the lake suddenly rippled, and then, hundreds of meters away from Jiang Lang, a massive creature slowly rose from beneath the water. It was a wooden sailboat, 7 to 8 meters long, with a pitch-black color. The wood that made up the boat and the mast was worn and decayed, as if eroded by extremely long years. However, there were no people on the entire boat, just the lonely wooden vessel standing there, with water dripping. Jiang Lang's gaze tightened, and data about the wooden sailboat appeared in front of him. Ghost ship. Race, Wraith. Level, 18. Health, 70,000. Attack. Defense, 5. Strength, 280. Agility, 120. Spirit, 195. Skills. Summon the dead. The ghost ship summons one cursed crew member every 10 seconds, up to 8 can exist at the same time, and crew members can be resummoned after 5 seconds of death. Life erosion barrier extreme, forms a more powerful life erosion barrier within 20 meters of the ghost ship, reducing target movement speed by 30%, decreasing attack hit rate by 20%, and causing a loss of 60 days of life every minute. Soul shield, the ghost ship uses its spirit power as a shield, reducing all damage taken by 40%, and also grants all surrounding cursed crew members a soul shield effect, reducing all damage taken by 40%. Cursed sail, the ghost ship raises its cursed black sail, causing all cursed crew members within range to inflict corrosive effect on their attacks, reducing the target's defense by 15% for 8 seconds. During this state, the ghost ship itself enters a void state, immune to all physical damage and control skills, lasting for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 15 seconds. Note, legend has it that the ghost ship is a creation of the undead, tainted by the deep sea's resentment while seeking the cursed god. Friendly reminder, the ghost ship itself has no desire to attack but will instinctively summon crew members to clear all living things within its sight. No target that has been singled out has ever recorded a survival. But be careful, don't get crushed by its massive hull. Chapter 69, Undead Creation. Looking at the data of the ghost ship in front of him, Jiang Lang's expression became serious. Although it was only level 18, its attributes were far superior to the level 15 Big Goblin. Especially in health, it was several times that of the Big Goblin. The defense attribute was as high as 5 points. This attribute is comparable to the ultimate boss in the novice village. The ultimate boss in the novice village only has a defense of 5 points. Truly a hidden boss. Fortunately, the ghost ship itself had no attack power, otherwise, with high health, high defense, and high attack, Jiang Lang felt it would indeed be difficult to deal with. He just didn't know how strong the crew members summoned by the ghost ship were. After all, it was a hidden boss, and Jiang Lang felt the strength of the crew members would not be too low. After taking a deep look at the ghost ship, Jiang Lang calmed himself down. The ghost ship didn't actively attack him after it appeared, instead, it wandered aimlessly in that small area. Sometimes moving forward a bit, and sometimes turning back as if it were a lost child. Jiang Lang guessed that perhaps it was because he didn't actively attack the ghost ship that it ignored him. But Jiang Lang's goal was to kill this ghost ship, so the calm situation would not last long. Since the other party didn't actively attack, he would have to strike first. Jiang Lang took a deep breath, stepping forward and rushing straight toward the direction of the ghost ship. As he moved forward, Jiang Lang activated the ability of the cursed doll immediately. The data of the ghost ship before him suddenly changed greatly. Ghost ship. Race, Spectre. Level, 18. Health, 32,500, 50,000. Attack. Defense, 3, 5. Strength, 182, 280. Agility, 78, 120. Spirit, 127, 195. The cursed doll can weaken all attributes by 70% to a single target, but against boss, its effect is only half, 35%. However, this situation was already quite good for Jiang Lang, as his chances of defeating the ghost ship had increased. Perhaps influenced by the cursed doll's weakening, the ghost ship also exhibited unusual behavior at that moment. Jiang Lang saw the ghost ship, which had been aimlessly drifting, suddenly turn around, its bow facing his direction. The next second, a whoosh sound came, and a tattered sail unfurled from the mast of the ship, causing the ghost ship's body to become flickering and indistinct. Cursed sail. Jiang Lang's eyes narrowed, knowing that the ghost ship had activated its skill. In this state, the ghost ship would fall into a void state, immune to all physical damage and control skills. How to fight this? Jiang Lang frowned tightly. Most of his profession skills dealt physical damage, with only poisoning and toxic trap having some magic damage. Fortunately, this state would only last for 10 seconds, but it had a cooldown of 60 seconds. No problem. Jiang Lang continued to rush towards the ghost ship, which did not stop its actions after raising the sail. Its body kept flickering with light and shadow, and suddenly, a figure appeared on the ship. The figure's height was similar to a normal person, but its appearance was completely different from that of a regular human. It was a skeletal frame, wearing tattered sailor clothing, holding a curved blade in one hand. Undead sailor. Race, abyssal undead creation. Level, 15. Health, 12,000. Attack, 1,000. Defense, 2. Strength, 100. Agility, 90. Spirit, 15. Skills. Corrupted Boneblade, the undead sailor's attack deals attack power *1 plus 350 points of physical and magical mixed damage, with a 30% chance to add a slow effect, reducing the target's movement speed by 15%, lasting 3 seconds. Wailing Grudge, the undead sailor emits a piercing scream, dealing attack power *0.5 plus 200 points of magic damage to enemies within 5 meters around him. Lasts for 1 second, cooldown time 10 seconds. Death Binding, after the undead sailor dies, he transforms into black mist to bind the target, immobilizing it for 1.5 seconds, during which the target cannot move or cast skills. After the binding ends, it deals additional attack power *10 magic damage. Note, a sailor who died on the ship while seeking a deity, who can understand his grudge? Friendly reminder, the undead sailor is not any real living entity, killing the undead sailor will not drop any rewards. Damn. Seeing the data of the undead sailor, Jiang Lang couldn't help but curse inwardly. Every undead sailor's attributes are higher than that of the big goblin. There were more monsters like this to come. But with Jiang Lang's current strength, dealing with these monsters would only take a few strikes, yet he didn't expect the undead sailor was not a living being. Jiang Lang initially thought he could let the ghost ship continuously summon the undead sailors, while he killed them to gain some experience. But he soon realized that the game rules did not allow him to exploit this loophole. What's the point of playing if I don't get experience? Killing the ghost ship is the main task. Jiang Lang abandoned the idea of farming experience and quickened his pace towards the ghost ship. The undead sailor on the ship also took action, suddenly leaping down from the ship, swinging his curved blade as he charged towards Jiang Lang while shouting. The blade sliced through the cold air, bringing a putrid wind straight to his face. The sailor's mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. Jiang Lang suddenly pushed off with his feet, moving far faster than the sailor, making him slide to the side like a ghost, avoiding the attack that barely missed his shoulder, with the blade striking the lake surface, sending a circle of black gas rippling out. A dead thing is still a dead thing, so many flaws. He lowered his voice, his right-hand dagger already wrapped in ghostly green toxic light, stabbing precisely into the gap between the ribs of the undead sailor. Sizzle! The damage number floating above the sailor's head made Jiang Lang furrow his brows. Too little. His level was still at 13, but his attack power had reached 4,355 points. However, this strike caused less than 2,500 points of damage to the sailor. Even with the sailor's 2 points of defense, the damage shouldn't be this low. Jiang Lang narrowed his eyes, looking at the sailor, then suddenly realized. He saw that a transparent dark light had appeared on the undead sailor at some point, enveloping him completely. Soul shield? Jiang Lang thought of one of the skills of the ghost ship. This skill must have weakened his damage. But with this, it would require 5 attacks to kill a sailor. Jiang Lang felt it was a waste of time, especially since the undead sailors would keep being summoned. This won't do. Jiang Lang's eyes flickered. After some thought, he changed the cursed doll's ability to area debuff. Although this would reduce the weakening effect on the ghost ship, if he didn't deal with these undead sailors first, it would be very difficult to safely kill the ghost ship. The shadow of a rabbit doll appeared behind Jiang Lang, and the panel data of the undead sailor before him was instantly weakened by 30%. Originally 12,000 points of health suddenly turned to 8,400 points, greatly increasing the speed of killing the sailor. Jiang Lang no longer hesitated and once again flew towards him. Chapter 69, A Tricky Mechanism. Consecutive prompts appeared showing decreased health, and the undead sailor's body was suddenly reduced to a pile of shattered bones on the ground. Its attributes weakened by the cursed doll didn't just include health and three-dimensional attributes, even defense was reduced by 30%. Jiang Lang's damage against the sailor became even higher. However, after the undead sailor died, Jiang Lang did not relax at all. He lightly tapped the surface of the lake with the tip of his left foot, and his figure suddenly flew backward. Binding of the dead, right? As soon as the words left his mouth, a mass of black mist erupted from the skeleton remains and rushed towards him fiercely. Jiang Lang's gaze sharpened. He tried to dodge with incredible speed, but this black mist pursued him relentlessly, like a curse that wouldn't let go. And it was incredibly fast. Before Jiang Lang could distance himself too far, he was already caught up by the black mist. The black mist transformed into a rope of shadow, binding him tightly. In an instant, Jiang Lang could not move. He carefully felt around and found that no skills could be cast. At that moment, the ghost ship glowed with black light again, the 10 seconds were up, and the second undead sailor appeared on the deck. When Jiang Lang looked over, his pupils involuntarily shrank. Because the second undead sailor that appeared was somewhat different from the first. Although his level was also 15, his three-dimensional attributes were all a bit higher than the first one. Let's hope every next one isn't stronger than the previous one? Jiang Lang mumbled as the binding effect faded away. 1.5 seconds wasn't a long time. As long as he wasn't overwhelmed during this period, he had no danger. As the binding time ended, Jiang Lang's eyes sharpened. He waved his right hand, and 3 traps shimmering with poisonous light quickly nailed into the lake surface. Poison trap, block the way. The second undead sailor had also jumped off the ghost ship and was charging straight towards Jiang Lang. When the undead sailor stepped into the range of the poison trap, Jiang Lang didn't stay idle. A deafening explosion echoed, accompanied by a green poisonous mist that enveloped the area, and Jiang Lang's furious shout rang out. Intimidation. The undead sailor's movements instantly froze, trapped for 2 seconds. Taking advantage of this gap, Jiang Lang's figure shot out like an arrow released from its bow. However, Jiang Lang did not charge towards the undead sailor. Instead, he bypassed the undead sailor and rushed towards the ghost ship. One poison trap could easily kill the undead sailor. He didn't need to waste time on the undead sailor. Killing the ghost ship is the most important thing. The moment he stepped into the 20-meter range of the ghost ship, the voice of the game rules sounded in his ears. You have entered the Fate Erosion Barrier, extreme range, movement speed reduced by 30%, attack hit rate decreased by 20%, losing 60 days of life every minute. The Fate Erosion Barrier, extreme had enveloped him, and Jiang Lang felt a heavy weight on his body, his movement speed significantly reduced. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Lang dashed forward and jumped onto the hull of the ghost ship. Shadow Clone Dance. 3 dark figures emerged around Jiang Lang, the shadowy daggers simultaneously lunging alongside him towards the deck of the ghost ship. At that moment, the sails of the ghost ship billowed up again, and the ship became blurry. Cursed sail, void state. Damn it! Of all times. Jiang Lang muttered under his breath but did not stop moving. The dagger glowed with a green fluorescence and plunged fiercely into the deck. His normal attack dealt physical damage, so attacking the ghost ship was futile at this moment. Only the 2 seconds of poison coating had magical damage. The next second, damage numbers appeared. 2362. 2362. The ghost ship had a defense attribute of 5, which was slightly higher than that of the undead sailors, so Jiang Lang's damage was somewhat reduced. But although Jiang Lang's attack succeeded, the attacks from the 3 shadow clones were in vain. The shadow daggers pierced the deck without displaying any damage notifications. At the same time, a sound of slicing air came from behind. The third undead sailor was summoned, and under the effective guardian spirit of the ship, its defense was reduced by 40%, making its health appear even more robust. Jiang Lang focused his mind, sending one clone to distract the undead sailor. He and the other 2 clones quietly waited. The ghost ship's void effect lasted for 10 seconds and had a cooldown of 15 seconds, he only had 5 seconds to attack. The shadow clone lasted for 60 seconds, which meant he had only 4 chances to attack within that minute. Within 60 seconds, the ghost ship could summon 6 undead sailors. He had only 3 shadow clones, and one was already sent to distract 1 sailor. He had 2 shadow clones left that could hold off 2 more undead sailors. The rest relied on him, calculating 3 attacks within a minute was already quite good. 3 attacks were simply not enough to deal with the ghost ship. Jiang Lang's heart sank. At this moment, he was within the range of the fate erosion barrier, extreme, losing 60 days of life every minute. He didn't even know how much life it would take to completely eliminate the ghost ship. Just as he was thinking this, a strange voice echoed, and Jiang Lang's face turned pale instantly. That voice was unlike anything a human could produce. It sounded like a murmur from another world, instantly blanketing Jiang Lang's mind in emptiness. -1. A red glow rose above Jiang Lang's head, and his health decreased by 1. The voice rang out for just an instant, but in that moment, Jiang Lang and all 3 shadow clones were attacked. The undead sailors, wailing grief. The shadow clones suffered 5 times the magical damage. This one hit immediately halved the health of all 3 clones. Jiang Lang's expression darkened even further. The shadow clones, like him, had only 10 points of health. If the next undead sailor used wailing grief again, all 3 shadow clones would vanish. This would increase the time needed for him to eliminate the ghost ship. If this continues, I will be drained to death. Jiang Lang finally realized what a hidden boss was. When it came to hard power, it should be quite easy to deal with. But this mechanism was what made it unbearable. Even without the shadow clones, Jiang Lang felt he could kill the ghost ship, he just would lose more life in the process. But right now, he didn't have any other options and could only endure silently. The third undead sailor at the back was dealt with by the shadow clone, dissolving into a cloud of black mist that enveloped the clone. The fourth undead sailor materialized, and as soon as it appeared, it rushed straight toward the bound shadow clone. At the same time, a whisper from the abyss echoed again in Jiang Lang's mind. Thump, thump, thump. 3 dull sounds came, and all the shadow clones vanished, turning into a vast black mist that enveloped the ghost ship. Jiang Lang's pupils contracted, cautiously on guard. Now, he would have to rely on himself to deal with the ghost ship. Chapter 70, Authority of God. The black mist shrouded the entire ship, and the pain in his mind made Jiang Lang stay wary of the undead sailor's attack. But what puzzled Jiang Lang was that the newly appeared 4th undead sailor did not attack him. What's going on? Jiang Lang was taken aback, looking through the black mist at the position of the undead sailor. He saw the undead sailor standing in the black mist, turning around like a blind person. Jiang Lang suddenly understood. The black mist that appeared was not the binding ability after the undead sailor died, but the black mist that emerged after the shadow clone was extinguished. This black mist could blind the target. He didn't expect it to work on the undead sailor as well. However, the black mist only lasted for 10 seconds, while the cooldown for the shadow clone was 5 minutes. There was no gain in time for dealing with the ghost ship. He still had to rely on himself. Jiang Lang sighed, tightening the dagger in his hand. The 10 seconds of black mist coincided perfectly with the 5 seconds when the ghost ship was in a window of opportunity. Without the interference of the undead sailor, he wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip away. Seeing the ghost ship entering the 5-second window, Jiang Lang focused, and fiercely stabbed the dagger toward the ship's railing. But this wasn't all. At the moment the dagger stabbed, Jiang Lang unleashed all the skills he could use. Invisibility. Poisoning. Deadly trap. Charge. Intimidate. Aside from Shadow Clone Dance, which was still on cooldown, Jiang Lang used all the skills he could. Damage numbers appeared above the ghost ship. Especially with the Deadly Trap skill, for traps continued to inflict damage for 4 seconds each. Just one deadly trap caused the ghost ship's health to drop by 1/5. Jiang Lang's face brightened. At this rate, with 4 more windows, he could completely deal with the ghost ship. 4 windows would only take a minute and cost him just 60 days of lifespan. Jiang Lang thought it was totally acceptable. However, things did not go as he wished. The moment the black mist from the shadow clone disappeared, the undead sailor attacked Jiang Lang immediately. At the same time, the 5th undead sailor also materialized. Jiang Lang cursed under his breath and hurriedly defended against the attacks of the 2 undead sailors. What shocked him even more was that the 5th undead sailor was even stronger than the 4th. Dealing with the undead sailors wasn't too difficult for him, but if he couldn't resolve it in 10 seconds, he wouldn't have time to attack the ghost ship during the window. Jiang Lang sighed inwardly, realizing that it was impossible to resolve the ghost ship in a short time. He had no choice but to wait until the Shadow Clone's cooldown was up to create a window of opportunity. He could only maintain the situation with just 2 undead sailors. When the cooldown was over, he would summon the Shadow Clone to hold off the undead sailors while he unleashed skills against the ghost ship. 2576. 2576. 1288. 5152. In the next 20 minutes, Jiang Lang used Shadow Clone Dance every 5 minutes while attacking the ghost ship. Although it took quite some time, the results were good. The ghost ship's health significantly decreased every 5 minutes. 2576. The last damage number floated from the ghost ship, and the game's rule prompt echoed in Jiang Lang's ears. Kill the level 18 hidden boss undead ghost ship. Experience points plus 10,000, coins plus 1. Trigger of Swift Hand, acquired the assassin class skill, Shadow Kill. Level up, your level has risen to level 14. Gain strength plus 1, agility plus 1, spirit plus 2, and free attribute plus 1. Trigger of Swift Hand, gaining plus 1 in all attributes. Global announcement, player Moon Shadow has first killed the hidden boss, gaining 2,000 reputation points. Global announcement, player Moon Shadow. Global anew. A smile of joy could not be stopped on Jiang Lang's face. He did not pay attention to the announcement of the rules, but stared wide-eyed at the dense forest before him. At the moment the ghost ship disappeared, the 2 undead sailors that were still there also vanished. The once vast lake surface instantly restored to the familiar dim forest. At this time, in the place where the ghost ship used to be, a towering golden light pillar, a platinum light ball, and a golden light ball appeared in Jiang Lang's sight. Golden light pillar. Divine object. The rumors were indeed true, killing the ghost ship could really drop divine objects. As for the other 2 light balls, under the illumination of the golden light pillar, they seemed less important. It was just midnight, and the soaring golden light pillar would definitely be very eye-catching. Many players still in the game would surely see it. Although this place was surrounded by a dim forest, most players did not have the strength to enter this area. But Jiang Lang did not want to be too ostentatious, so he quickly walked over and gathered all 3 rewards into his backpack. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Jiang Lang focused his attention on the backpack to check the properties of this divine object. Serial number 397, Divine Authority, Harvest. Type, Divine Object. Effect 1, when you kill any monster, you will randomly receive one of the highest quality rewards that the current monster can drop. This reward will be directly stored in the backpack. Effect 2, when you possess 12 types of divine authority, unexpected effects may occur. Current number of authorities owned January 12th. Seeing the effects of the divine object, Jiang Lang could not help but laugh out loud. Killing monsters will definitely drop the highest level reward that the current monster can drop. That means now, even if he casually killed a clucking chicken, the lowest drop would be a silver grade item. After all, the clucking chicken can only drop silver grade items at most. If it were the Chicken King, it would definitely drop a gold grade item. For sure. With this effect, anytime Jiang Lang casually kills a monster, his gain will be maximized. Although the item is random and might not be useful to him. But it can be sold for money. Whether in the real world or in the game world, currency is one of the most important resources. With this effect, he wouldn't have to worry about his lifespan in the future. As for the second ability, Jiang Lang frowned slightly after seeing it. Divine Authority turned out to be a set type of divine object just like Strange Stories from the Mountains and Seas. However, he had never heard of any divine objects of the Divine Authority type in his previous life. Not a single one. The rules are not humane, and the effects only state that gathering 12 types of authorities will yield unexpected results. Can't it just say it clearly? There are 20,000 types of divine objects, it's not easy to gather them. Not to mention to specially gather divine objects of the same type. Jiang Lang shook his head, but felt a tickle in his heart. Although he knew his fantasy was somewhat unrealistic, Jiang Lang still wanted to gather all 12 types of authorities to see what effect would occur. After all, this divine object is called Divine Authority. God. The Divine Coming game is definitely related to the divine. Divine Authority might also be related to deities. In his previous life, there was a rumor in the Divine Coming game that when a player reached level 99, a deity would descend. After a player kills the deity, they would become a true deity. Unfortunately, the highest level player from his previous life, Chen Rongxing, was only level 70, falling short by a great margin. Jiang Lang himself was only level 50. But in this life, he no longer had the burden of those 2 useless people. His own strength far surpassed his past life, and Jiang Lang was confident he could raise his level to 99. He wanted to see the legendary gods with his own eyes. Chapter 71, Generous Rewards. But now he was only level 14, far from level 99 by a wide margin. Jiang Lang shook his head, suppressing the unrealistic thoughts, and continued to check the remaining 2 rewards he had obtained. Talent Upgrade Scroll, Platinum Level. Type, Item. Effect, can upgrade A level or lower talents by 1 level. Damn. Jiang Lang instinctively blurted out a curse. He thought the reward might be weapons, equipment, or skill books, but he never imagined it would be a talent upgrade scroll. According to the situation in his past life, such an item shouldn't appear in the novice town. Only by entering the Divine Land would the talent upgrade scroll appear. Let alone it's a platinum level upgrade scroll. Could it be because the ghost ship is a hidden boss? Jiang Lang thought for a long time and could only come to this conclusion. Other than that, he couldn't think of why a platinum level talent upgrade scroll would appear in the novice town area. However, looking at the scroll in front of him, Jiang Lang was troubled. Upgrading talents below A level. He had 4 talents. Determination to Charge was a top-tier S-level talent, not needing an upgrade scroll. Double Strike was a C-level talent, and even if upgraded, could only reach B-level. Using a platinum upgrade scroll on it felt like overkill. As for Stone Skin, it was an even worse D-level garbage talent. It didn't deserve it. Besides, with Determination to Charge, the 5% damage reduction from Stone Skin was negligible. As for the X-level, Luck, Jiang Lang felt it was completely outside the realm of normal talent levels. Of the 4 talents, 2 were useless and 2 seemed like a waste of the scroll's potential, making Jiang Lang feel it wasn't worth it. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Lang's eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't need it, but someone else could use it. Uncle. Uncle had an A-level talent, Trio, which perfectly met the requirements for using the upgrade scroll. Moreover, Uncle was not an outsider, he was Jiang Lang's only relative in this world, so giving the scroll to Uncle wouldn't hurt Jiang Lang's feelings. Later, the game would invade reality, and the survival situation for human players would be very tough. With Uncle's strength increased, Jiang Lang felt more at ease. As for himself, he could just buy 2 low-level upgrade scrolls later. Having thought of a solution, Jiang Lang stopped thinking about the scroll and turned his attention to the other reward. This reward was a golden level weapon, with a level of only 10. Normally, Jiang Lang wouldn't pay attention to a weapon of this level, especially since he already had a platinum level dagger. However, the appearance of this weapon made Jiang Lang's eyes shine. Because this weapon turned out to be a small exquisite weapon. A small exquisite weapon refers to equipment that has average level and attributes but possesses very useful special effects. In online games in the real world, there are many similar pieces of equipment. For example, in the online game 8 Million Warriors Dungeon Adventure, there are many low-level pieces that have poor attributes but are quite expensive. The weapon Jiang Lang obtained was of this type. Thief's Staff, Golden Level, Universal. Type, Weapon. Level, 10. Attack plus 10. Strength plus 3. Effect, when hitting a target, it causes the target to enter a stun state with 100% chance, lasting 1 second. Just looking at the weapon's attributes, it is hard to imagine this is a golden level weapon, even a random silver level weapon adds a lot more attributes than this. However, once the weapon's effect kicks in, it instantly increases the value of this weapon 100-fold. 100% stun. Even though the time is only 1 second, if handled well, it equates to infinite stuns. 1 second is enough time to do many things, especially since the player's attack power isn't just limited to the bonus from the weapon. Spirits can increase attack power. Even if you do nothing for a while, just relying on the player's own attack power can kill the monsters. In other words, having this weapon means you have the ability to challenge stronger monsters one-on-one. It just takes some time. Jiang Lang nodded in satisfaction, he did not plan to sell this equipment. Even if he wanted to sell it, no player could afford it right now. In his previous life, the price of such a rare piece of equipment started at thousands of gold coins. Jiang Lang himself had hardly any gold coins now, let alone other players. Moreover, this is a universal weapon that all classes can use. Its price will be even higher. He swung the wooden stick, satisfied, and placed it in his backpack, then checked the last reward. Shadow Kill, be teleport behind the target to deliver a fatal blow, dealing attack power *2 physical damage to the target. The hit target will suffer from bleeding, losing attack power *0.5 physical damage every second. Each use of the skill allows a maximum of 3 teleports, with a range of 50 meters, cooldown time 60 seconds. Teleport. Jiang Lang's eyes widened in delight. If we talk about the core skills of the assassin class, there are really only 2. Stealth. Teleportation. Every assassin class player knows stealth, but teleportation is not something you can just obtain easily. After all, the teleportation skill doesn't just have incredible attack power, it is also very useful for escaping. The previous Ral had a teleportation type skill, and if it weren't for her low level and her speed attribute not being as good as Jiang Lang's, Jiang Lang might not have been able to catch her. However, Ralph's teleportation range seemed to be only 10 meters, far less than the distance of Shadow Kill. Without a second thought, Jiang Lang immediately learned the Shadow Kill skill. Then he opened his own panel to take a look. Player nickname, Moon Shadow. Class, Warrior/Assassin. Level, 14. Experience, 1300/80,000. Reputation, 3,400. Attack, 4565, 2,300 strength plus 120 dagger plus 2145 bloodthirsty blade. Health, 10. Defense, 1. Strength, 230. Agility, 185. Spirit, 40. Luck, 1. Talent, charge into battle, S, stone skin, D, double strike, C, luck, X. Skills, intimidation, C, stealth, C, poison, D, shadow clone dance, B, poison trap, D, charge, D. Divine items, swift hand, bloodthirsty blade, strange tales of mountains and seas, blind box, classic of mountains and seas, white tiger, cursed doll. Equipment, jet black dagger, platinum, magical cloak, gold, wind swift boots, gold, celestial battle armor, gold. Backpack, thief's wooden stick, talent upgrade scroll. Currency, 1 gold, 423 silver, 35621 copper. Remaining lifespan, 57 years. Seeing the lifespan remaining, Jiang Lang inhaled sharply. He had been in the life-devouring barrier for nearly 30 minutes, losing 60 days of lifespan every minute. 30 minutes equals 1800 days, nearly 5 years. 1 gold coin can buy 1 day's lifespan, 1,800 gold coins are needed to make up for the lost time. But thinking of the rich rewards he received, Jiang Lang didn't feel so distressed. Not to mention that just the value of that rare wooden stick completely offsets the loss of lifespan, and there's still a lot left over. Let alone the invaluable divine item and the other rewards. Jiang Lang shook his head, calming himself down, and decided to return to the real world to rest for a while. Chapter 72, Why should he? Jiang Lang returned to the real world, but other players were once again in an uproar. The reason is simple, they could not believe Jiang Lang had quietly accomplished such a significant feat again. He had just dealt with Ralph's team, and now he had killed a hidden boss. The game rules notification caused players who hadn't gone to sleep yet to discuss it, even those who had already rested were awoken by their friends and family and informed of the news. In the chat interface, it was lively. Lu Lingfeng, what the heck? Is Moon Shadow even human? Just now, he was facing a siege, and suddenly he kills a hidden boss? Kind-hearted and indecisive stepmother, what is a hidden boss? Top-notch, hidden boss, how should I explain that name to you? As the name suggests, the hidden boss is a hidden boss. The target is a natural fool, comparing people makes people angry to death, and I haven't killed a single boss, while Moon Shadow has already killed the hidden boss. Are we still allowed to live? Sky City, brothers, did you see the direction of the dark forest just now? A pillar of light shot up into the sky over there. You are not a fish, damn. A pillar of light? It must be a divine object. It must be a reward obtained by Moon Shadow after killing the hidden boss. By you, who is envious of me but won't admit it. Anyway, I'm not envious. Crazy.jpg. Indifferent, hahaha. Those players who have participated must be unable to sleep. Not only did they not kill Moon Shadow, but instead, they gave Moon Shadow a divine object, and now Moon Shadow has gained another one. They have even less chance now. Colorful Fox Uncle, brother, you guessed right. I just saw that woman leading the group secretly crying on the ground in the town. And Moon Shadow has so many divine objects already, he should hand them over. Not eating fat meat, hand them over? You better hand over your savings. The chat interface was bustling, with some feeling proud of receiving news and others guessing that Jiang Lang may have obtained a divine object and feeling envious. Of course, there were also those who were jealous because they couldn't have it. But among these players, 2 were not thinking about the reasons behind Moon Shadow's power, they were filled with resentment. Why? Why does he have such strong power? Why does he obtain another divine object? Why does he have this strength but doesn't take me to level up? We are all from Longsha, and I am not refusing to pay him. Why can he still humiliate me? In the southeast corner of Moon Shadow Square, 5 people sat together in a corner, and 1 man growled with a grim face. Among the 5, there were 4 men and 1 woman, and the levels were quite interesting. 3 of the men were at level 8, while the other man and woman were only at level 6. This man and this woman were none other than Sun Zi and Lu Ruyun. After Jiang Lang issued a kill order, Sun Zi and Lu Ruyun had not dared to enter the game. Upon hearing that foreign players wanted to encircle Jiang Lang, the 2 felt that Jiang Lang should not have time to deal with them, so they cautiously entered the game. The situation matched their expectations, all players were attracted by Jiang Lang's incident, and nobody paid attention to them. They couldn't afford to waste time, so right after entering the game, they quickly contacted Sun Shitian to recruit fighters for him. These three male players, though somewhat reluctant, wanted to stay in the town to watch the fun. However, Sun Qitian offered too much. For every level Sun Zi and Lu Ruyun gained, each of them would receive 10 million in rewards. The dropped equipment and items would all belong to them. Life was difficult for the three of them in the real world, and facing such a huge temptation, it was impossible not to be moved. After a simple calculation, the three took Sun Zi and Lu Ruyun out of the town. After 2 hours, they finally helped Sun Zi and Lu Ruyun level up by 2 levels. With 20 million in their hands, they planned to return to the town to rest, but as soon as they came back, they heard the announcement of the game rules. Immediately, Sun Zi's face turned grim as he kept growling, looking like he had rabies. Wang Bing glanced at Sun Zi, who was sitting on the ground with veins bulging, filled with disdain. Shark Arm Rich second generation, if you have this time, you might as well level up earlier instead of raging here. Isn't that delaying my chance to make money? I say, young Master Sun, you've been yelling for over 20 minutes. Is it enough yet? If you've had enough, let's hurry up. While it's still dark, the three of us can help you level up a few more times. If you're still here throwing a tantrum, once daylight comes, we three won't care about you anymore. Wang Bing was full of helplessness. Right now, who knows how many people are eyeing Sun Zi and Lu Ruyun like 2 pieces of fat meat. After all, killing just once can earn a silver level item from Moon Shadow, and killing 10 times can grant a gold level equipment. Slaughtering these two completely can even yield a platinum level item. If it weren't for Sun Qitian's some status in Lingjiang City, Sun Zi would have long been dead many times over. The three of them suppressed their fear to take on this task, but they didn't dare assist Sun Zi in leveling up during the day. They could only wait until night when most players were resting to dare to bring the two into the game. Moreover, today was an excellent opportunity, as the vast majority of players were distracted by people like Rawl, making it a great chance to level up. The young master with shark-like arms was not seizing this chance to level up, instead, he stayed here yelling and making a scene. Wang Bing looked down on such a person entirely. Sun Zi instantly became furious upon hearing Wang Bing's words, staring at him with a twisted face. I am incompetent and angry? You say I am incompetent and angry? Damn it! I am your employer, you are just a thug, how dare you talk to me like this? Sun Zi was already enraged about Jiang Lang killing the hidden boss, and now hearing Wang Bing's insult made him even angrier, with smoke rising from his 7 orifices. Damn! Wang Bing shouted softly. He showed no mercy to Sun Zi, getting up and kicking Sun Zi, who was sitting on the ground, causing him to tumble over. Watch how you speak, little brat. It's true I am just a thug? But it's your dad who begged me to come. Do you know what situation you're in now? Who else but us three dares to take on this task? Lu Ruyun had already helped Sun Zi up, but his face was a mix of green and red. Wang Bing was right, his father had begged many people who all refused. Only Wang Bing and his 2 friends accepted the job. Others were too afraid to provoke Moon Shadow, fearing he would come after them with a killing activity too. Wang Bing and his friends were not good people in the real world, doing some gray area work, daring and ruthless. Besides, since his father was willing to spend big money, Wang Bing and the others agreed to help them level up. If he angered Wang Bing, Sun Zi truly did not know who else would dare to help them level up under the threat of Moon Shadow. After thinking for a moment, Sun Zi quickly changed to a smiling face. Brother Bing. It's my fault. But I really can't stand it. I don't know that Moon Shadow at all, I just wanted to ask him to level me up, and he started a killing activity to chase me down. What did I do wrong? I'm not refusing to pay. Wang Bing let out a sneer, glancing at Lu Ruyun beside him. Although he hadn't witnessed the situation himself, he had heard the story from other players. This dumb rich second generation asking for help and getting refused, then shamelessly threatening them. Is that something a brain could come up with? And the woman next to him? She wasn't any good either. Originally had a boyfriend, but kicked him to climb into young Master Sun's bed, and now is sticking with him eating fried pancakes. 2 fools. Wang Bing cursed silently in his heart, then impatiently said. I don't care about your problems. Are we going or not? If not, us 3 brothers will go back to rest. You can continue howling here. Going. Sun Zi did not dare to delay at all, quickly getting up and smiling back. Chapter 73 Unknown Enemy. Waking up from sleep, it was already afternoon. As usual, he ordered a meal after preparing it, and Jiang Lang began to ponder the message he saw last night. Before returning to the real world, Jiang Lang checked the message sent by Ningyan. When he received this message, Jiang Lang was fighting the ghost ship, and at that time, he did not check it. After seeing the content of the message, Jiang Lang couldn't help but feel a heaviness in his heart. Xingyan, be careful, someone above has already started watching you. Because your existence is blocking other people's paths. Uncle Wang said that Lar and their action might have the suggestion of these people behind the scenes. But after what happened with Lara and the others, they should calm down for a while. The Lingjiang city government is definitely on your side, and if anything happens, you can contact me. We can help. Recalling the message that Ning Yan sent, Zhang Lang couldn't help but squint his eyes. The Uncle Wang that Ning Yan mentioned, he knew, was Wang Lin. It seemed he was the head of the provincial department. In the last life, he was also the one in charge of the official affairs in Moon Shadow Town. Zhang Lang remembered that this person didn't live long. Just a few months after the game invaded reality, he died in the monster siege. But it was undeniable that Wang Lin was an extremely righteous person. Because he died in the mouth of a monster to protect other players. His words should be true. However, what surprised and confused Zhang Lang was that there were actually people above who wanted to target him. Damn it! Indeed, darkness exists everywhere. In his previous life, Chen Rongqing had never heard of such a situation happening to him. Why is it targeting him this time? Thinking for a moment, Zhang Lang understood the reason. Chen Rongqing was an official, he was the face of the official, representing the highest combat power of the authorities. Even if someone wanted to target him, they had to consider whether they had the strength. Behind Chen Rongqing stood not just one person, but the entire Longxia government. He was different. As long as he didn't declare his allegiance to the official side, there would always be people trying to cause trouble over that issue. Zhang Lang thought about the words in Ning Yan's message, and his eyes couldn't help but turn cold. The encirclement of Lara and others might also be quietly orchestrated by these people. This is no longer darkness, this is treachery. This is betrayal. Although Zhang Lang didn't want to get involved in official matters, he still felt proud of being a Longxia person deep down. There are bad people among us. Though he is not a descendant of Yan and Huang, he is still a common citizen. Such bad people must be rooted out. However, this matter needs to be considered carefully. After all, he didn't even know who the other side was. Wang Lin was also the same, he couldn't even dare to say who was behind him. This situation also proved one thing, the other party's position is higher than Wang Lin's. That's why Wang Lin didn't dare to easily reveal the identity of the other party. Zhang Lang pondered in his heart, it seemed he hadn't heard of anyone in a higher position being a traitor in his last life, right? Could it be because he didn't obstruct others in his last life? So this person wasn't exposed? Thinking this way, the person they want to support must be someone of a high rank and great talent. Who could it be? Zhang Lang recalled the list of famous powers in his previous life. It seemed that apart from Chen Rongqing and Ning Yuhong, who were officially recognized, there were no other people with a close relationship with the authorities. However, in his last life, his status was low, and he didn't have much access to information. Maybe someone had a close connection with the authorities, but he just didn't know. Zhang Lang shook his head, no longer thinking about this matter. When soldiers come, block them, when water comes, damn it. With his current strength, as long as he doesn't encounter players with powerful artifacts surrounding him, where can't he go? But on the other hand, he must also be careful. He must hide his identity well. Never underestimate a person's hunger, especially the evil of those in high positions who have been corrupted by power. In the game world, they might not be able to deal with him, but who knows what they might do against him in the real world. Be sure to hide your identity well. Zhang Lang thought in his heart. Now, only two people know his true identity. The old uncle and Ning Yan. He had already reminded the old uncle, who definitely would not expose his identity. However, before, Zhang Lang had searched for the uncle in the chat interface. Many players saw this incident and it might be noted and exploited by someone with intention. The family situation is very simple, besides him and his uncle, there is no one else. As long as it is investigated, suspicion will fall on him. Zhang Lang worries that someone will use this matter to search for his identity. But this matter is easy to solve, he just needs to set off a few smoke bombs. For example, loudly searching for a few players in the chat interface, like Red Dust and Little Wildcat. The rest is up to Ning Yan. Zhang Lang thinks that Ning Yan probably won't reveal his identity. Moreover, on the surface, Ning Yan is also an official person, protected by Wang Lin and Ning Yuhong, so no one should dare to threaten her to reveal his identity. Not to mention, Ning Yan is one of the few hidden class players in Longxia, the official protection is not even enough. They shouldn't force her to do such a thing. There's not much to say, besides these two, no one knows his identity. As long as he waits until the game and the real world merge, Zhang Lang will not be afraid of revealing his identity. At that time, everything in the game can be used in the real world, and no one can threaten him. However, this will take another half a year, and even if he is anxious, he can do nothing about it. Now, all he can do is hide his identity while continuing to improve his strength. Though he is only level 14 now, Zhang Lang feels that the monsters in the novice town are no longer a threat to him. Even the final boss deep in the forest is the same. Zhang Lang is anxious to go to the real Divine Land, but unfortunately, the prerequisites for going to Divine Land have not yet been completed. The Divine Land is not somewhere one can just go. Each country needs to kill 10 ultimate bosses in the novice area to open the teleportation array to the Divine Land. It's useless for him to kill the final boss of Moonshadow Town alone. Given the current player's strengths, it will take some time to achieve this. No way. Jiang Lang was startled and suddenly thought of something. He was wrong. Since he has the ability to kill the final boss, he can completely help players from other areas kill their final boss. As long as someone reaches level 10 in each novice area, they can activate the teleportation array to other novice towns. The teleportation array of Moonshadow Town has not been opened yet, and Jiang Lang has not done this. After all, other towns don't have players who have reached level 10, even if he opens the teleportation array of Moonshadow Town, it would be useless. It's been a while since the last time he checked the ranking list. Those powerful players should have reached level 10, and some novice areas must have activated the teleportation array. Jiang Lang planned to finish his meal and enter the game to take a look. Just as he had this thought, his phone beside him started vibrating. Jiang Lang glanced at it and was a bit surprised. He felt like he had forgotten something, and upon seeing the caller ID, he suddenly remembered. Chapter 74 Uncle's Request. The caller was Jiang Lang's uncle, Fong Cheng. Jiang Lang had intended to contact his uncle to give him the talent upgrade scroll, but he forgot about it after waking up. Unexpectedly, his uncle called him first. The call connected, and Fong Cheng immediately erupted with an excited laugh on the other end. Ha ha ha. You kid or something else. Not only did you counter-kill Lair, but you also killed a hidden boss. I woke up and saw an overwhelming amount of discussions about you online. Alright. No wonder you are my great-nephew, you didn't bring me shame. Jiang Lang listened, feeling a bit exasperated, and couldn't help but retort. Uncle, I am out here fighting with enemies for my life, and you are at home sleeping? Are you really my uncle? Don't you worry about me at all? Fong Cheng didn't care at all about Jiang Lang's complaints and laughed. I believe you. Besides, what can I help with? I can only cheer for you in your dreams. Look, with me cheering for you in your dreams, didn't you win quite easily? Win easily? Jiang Lang curled his lips, as if it was indeed the case. Lar and the others really didn't cause him any trouble. Jiang Lang shook his head and suddenly remembered what his uncle had said before, feeling a bit odd. Wait a minute, uncle. I fought with Lar and the others late at night yesterday, and now it's afternoon. Have you slept for over 10 hours? Are you that tired? Fong Cheng on the other side snorted, sounding a bit displeased. That's not it. Am I the kind of person who does that? How could I sleep when you were fighting? I only slept after I got the news of your victory. Jiang Lang nodded in satisfaction. That sounded more reasonable. Then why did you call me? Well, actually, I do have something I need your help with. 2 things. Fong Cheng said, a little embarrassed. Jiang Lang became interested. What could these 2 things be? The day before yesterday, our team found a level 12 boss, but after a tough battle, we couldn't defeat it, and 2 teammates lost 10 years of their lifespan. I'm thinking of bringing you in to take down this boss, and you can pick the rewards first, and leave the rest for us. Jiang Lang's eyes flickered. His uncle and the others could now fight against a level 12 boss? But then he remembered that his uncle had a magical item that specifically boosted team members' strengths. He also knew about their team. Although their professions were ordinary, their talents were good. Including his uncle, there were 3 A-level talents and 2 B-level talents. This configuration was top-notch in any region, as S-level talent players were rare. Besides, with the Gathering Badge, Fong Cheng's team was also ranked well in Bayan Town. However, the levels of the few of them were a bit low. The last time Jiang Lang contacted Fong Cheng, they were only level 8. Now they dared to deal with a level 12 boss, so they must have improved in level. But Jiang Lang had intended to reduce his contact with Fong Cheng to avoid those hidden pests exploiting their relationship. If he went to Bayan Town to help Fong Cheng's team kill the boss, it would be hard for others not to guess their connection. So, Jiang Lang could only refuse Fong Cheng's proposal. Not only that, but getting to Bayan Town was also a problem. Only when players reached level 10 in Bayan Town could they activate the regional teleportation array. Fong Cheng must know this situation, so since he said this, did it mean his level had reached 10? Not yet. The 5 of us still lack some experience. But there are other players in our town who have reached level 10, an old lady with the nickname Flower Blooming Prosperity. Her last name is Li. Damn. Don't say, she's quite capable. It's said that in the real world, she is just an insurance seller, starting at 36, and before that, she sold vegetables in the market. In just 2 years, she swindled all her friends and family, recruiting many others, and after a year, she became a director. After entering the game, she gained an S-level talent and is now thriving with her husband, 2 sons, and a daughter. Everyone in her family also has good talents, with none below B-level. Now, Flower Blooming Prosperity is the strongest team in our area, and even we can only rank 2nd. By the way, they are also eyeing that boss. If you don't come, it might get stolen by them. Jiang Lang was a bit shocked after hearing this. A family's talent levels are all good? That was somewhat surprising. All players receive their talents randomly, and their family has good talent levels. They can only say that's good luck, nothing to envy. But with two teams of such strength, there is still a good chance to deal with a level 12 boss. Jiang Lang understood his uncle's inner urgency. However, on the other hand, he could not openly help Feng Cheng solve this matter. Jiang Lang refused Feng Cheng's request and also told Feng Cheng the information that Ning Yan had sent him. Feng Cheng immediately cursed loudly after hearing this. I damn his blood ancestors. Is there really such a shameless person in the world? Who is this person? Tell me, and I'll go chop him up. Jiang Lang looked speechless. His uncle was also a reckless character when he was young, with a fiery temper, getting into fights frequently, causing headaches for the family. It wasn't until Grandpa passed away that Feng Cheng calmed down a bit. Now hearing about such things, his old temper flared up again. I don't know exactly who the other party is, but he must have a high status. You don't need to worry about this, I can handle it. But I can't help you with what you said, and it might even bring the fire down on you. Sigh. Then this boss can only be handed over. Feng Cheng sighed. Jiang Lang, however, curled his lips and smiled, saying, Uncle, why are you panicking? I may not be able to go, but I can help you in other ways. The difference between you and the Blossoming Wealth team is just an S-level talent, right? I can give you an item that can raise your talent from A-level to S-level. With that, can you deal with that, boss? There's such an item? Feng Cheng exclaimed in surprise, then quietly asked. This item must be very valuable, right? Giving it to me? You don't need it yourself? I don't need it. It would be wasteful for me to use it. Giving it to you can maximize its value. Jiang Lang replied indifferently. All right then. Feng Cheng immediately accepted Jiang Lang's kindness. Although that old woman's talent is S-level, she is only a priest and doesn't have much combat power. Their team's strength is likely based on her healing ability for the other members. If my talent reaches S-level, she definitely can't compare. That boss will surely belong to us. After pausing, Feng Cheng continued, Longzi, the old uncle won't say thank you, that would be too fake. I may not have heard of such an item, but I can guess it must be quite valuable. If we get rewards from killing the boss, you can choose first. I know that the value of both is definitely not comparable, but who asked you to be my big nephew? You can take a little loss. Jiang Lang. Chapter 75 Male or female? Then let's wait until I finish dinner, and we can trade together in the game. Jiang Lang said. Okay. Then I'll hang up? Wait. Feng Cheng hurriedly interrupted. What's up? Is there anything else? Jiang Lang asked in confusion. Feng Cheng on the other end of the phone was silent, only laughing lewdly. Jiang Lang asked impatiently, is there really anything? Yes. That Longzi, the old uncle hasn't asked you for anything over the years, it feels a bit awkward to bring this up. Jiang Lang scoffed. Feng Cheng didn't ask him for anything, he just took it all. When their parents were still alive, they lived in the same city for a few years. The places they lived were very close, and Feng Cheng often came to Jiang Lang's house to mooch food. If it were just a freeload, that would be fine, but Feng Cheng also stole his pocket money, his snacks, and even his toys. At that time, 7 or 8-year-old Jiang Lang could not beat Feng Cheng and could only wipe his tears and complain to his mother. Then, Feng Cheng would be beaten by his mother, but he never changed and continued to steal. Later, after his mother passed away, Feng Cheng became Jiang Lang's only family. He changed completely, taking care of Jiang Lang with utmost attention. So nice. Recalling those past times, Jiang Lang couldn't help but smile slightly. Uncle, we are family, so just say what you need. Then I'll say it? Go ahead. Jiang Lang urged. I want to ask if you have any high-grade priest profession tools with you. If you do, could you please give me some? A question mark floated above Jiang Lang's head. Feng Cheng's profession is a mage, why does he need priest tools? He surely can't use them. The only possibility is that Feng Cheng wants to give them to someone else. Are you looking for an aunt? Jiang Lang's eyes brightened as he asked his guess. No. It's not my aunt. I'm just pursuing someone. Male or female? Jiang Lang asked cautiously. Feng Cheng lives in the capital of Sichuan province, everyone knows the local customs, so he had to ask. If it's a woman, that's good. But if it's a man, Jiang Lang decided to immediately sever uncle-nephew ties. No discussion. Damn it. I'm a big man from northeast China, do you think I'm gay? That can't be certain. Jiang Lang smirked. From what Jiang Lang knew, Fang Chang had only dated one girlfriend during school, he hadn't dated anyone else at other times. His mom worried a lot about this while she was alive. In his previous life, Jiang Lang had never seen him have a close relationship with a woman before his uncle died. Now he suddenly claimed to be looking for an aunt in the capital of Sichuan, he couldn't be too cautious. Who is it? Is it that girl named Jian Ro from your team? Yes. Hearing this answer, Jiang Lang finally revealed a smile. Fang Chang had told Jiang Lang before that the relationships among their small team were quite good. They had even met up in real life. They took photos and sent them to Jiang Lang. Among them, the only female, Jian Ro, Jiang Lang had naturally seen too. From the photos, she looked like a woman in her late 20s, very beautiful, and her profession was a mage. Uncle must want the mage tools to give to Jian Ro. But Jiang Lang didn't expect his uncle would actively pursue Jian Ro. What's the chance? Jiang Lang asked. He indeed had a very high-grade mage profession tool in his hands. A platinum weapon, fan of healing. After obtaining this weapon, Jiang Lang set up a statue stall, but it had yet to sell. If uncle needs it to give her, that would work too, provided his pursuit could succeed. Women's hearts are as deep as the ocean. Just looking at appearances won't reveal a person's true character. What if she's a woman like Lu Ruyun? Jiang Lang had to consider his only uncle carefully. It shouldn't be a big problem. Actually, she has a good impression of me, she even expressed her liking for me first. Jiang Lang curled his lips, feeling indifferent inside. This is useless. Previously, Lu Ruyun was the one who actively pursued him, but what was the result? I'm not naive. This is a lifelong affair. Moreover, your past experience is a warning. How could I not be cautious? Just talk, no need for personal attacks. Jiang Lang rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. Fang Cheng chuckled and continued to speak. Actually, I have already investigated her situation. It's quite good. She is a high school teacher in the real world, teaches language, and has won Outstanding Teacher twice. She dated 2 boyfriends before, and aside from that, there has been nothing. People who know her have good opinions about her. I think it will be fine. If you think it's fine, then it's fine. Jiang Lang replied. From Fang Cheng's words, this Jian Ro seems to be a person of good character. Just 2 boyfriends, that's hardly a lot. In today's society, not only 2 boyfriends, adding a 0 would still not be too many. Actually, I was with her last night, waiting for your news. Did you sleep together? Jiang Lang started to gossip. That's an adult matter, kids don't need to worry about it. Just tell me if you have any better tools, I want to give them to her as a gift. See? Jiang Lang silently cursed in his heart. Just now, he said he was pursuing, but they actually shared the same bed. Uncle is still that unreliable person. But Jiang Lang was also happy for his uncle. Compared to the uncle who was alone until death in his previous life, at least in this life, he found someone he liked. A platinum-level mage profession weapon, is it enough face? Are you serious? Fang Cheng's voice rose a bit. Do you think I am you? Always spouting nonsense? He. Lingzi, my uncle really didn't misjudge you. Since I was little, I thought you would surely do well when you grow up. So what should we do? Who told you to be my uncle? Let's trade together when we enter the game. Jiang Lang said helplessly, but his face was full of smiles. Okay. Well. That's settled. When we have time, let me meet my little aunt. In the game? Of course, in the real world. Jiang Lang replied irritably. In the game, his every move could be watched by other players. But in the real world, the risks are much smaller. No one pays attention to a fresh graduate, and no one would care about the itinerary of a small supermarket owner. Alright. I'll take her to Lingjian when we have time. Okay. That's settled. After hanging up, the smile on Jiang Lang's face still hadn't faded. He was truly happy for his uncle. The arrival of the game Divine Come changed the original world, and with the game's progress, who knows how many families would shatter and how many friends would be separated forever. To find love in such an apocalyptic world, even if death looms ahead, it is still a beautiful journey. Bang bang bang. The door was knocked on, and the meal was ready. Chapter 76, Jian Ro's Shock. After dinner, Jiang Lang contacted Fang Cheng again. After a brief discussion, they entered the Divine Come game. Jiang Lang gifted Fang Cheng the talent upgrade scroll, the healing fan, as well as some mage and priest equipment and items that Fang Cheng's teammates could use. He received a round of compliments from Fang Cheng. Closing the chat interface, Jiang Lang smiled slightly. There aren't many good nephews like him who think so much for their uncles, right? The Divine Come game should give him an Outstanding Good Nephew award. Shaking his head, Jiang Lang stopped thinking about these things and prepared to go to the dark forest to continue leveling up. He walked slowly out of the town, and the players he encountered pointed and whispered about him. Of course, it wasn't behind his back. It was just that the aftermath of the massacre of Ral and others, as well as the defeat of the hidden boss, hadn't dissipated yet. Some players with more courage, who had a flair for socializing, shouted out from a distance to ask Jiang Lang. "Big guy, awesome. You didn't let us Longsha people lose face. Awesome. We should fiercely crush those foreign folks' arrogance. What kind of thing dares to shout in our Longsha territory? Big guy. Where did you encounter the hidden boss? Was it fierce? Ying? I heard you got another divine object? Can you show it to us? Ying, big guy, you are my god. Can you take me to level up? I'm a B-level healer, you can do whatever you want with me. Get lost, you gay. Big guy, look at me. I can give birth to little Ying for you." Hearing the players around discussing, Jiang Lang's expression didn't change at all, waving his hand with a smile and continuing toward the city outskirts. On the other side, at the shore town of Area 72. Feng Chang looked at the pile of equipment and items in his backpack, his lips already grinning ear to ear. Jian was also by Feng Chang's side since they had slept in the same bed last night. A few minutes ago, Feng Chang had woken her from her sleep and hurriedly pulled her into the game. Feng Chang said he had a gift for her, but once they entered the game, he made no mention of it, instead chatting and laughing with someone else. "Old Feng. What exactly are you doing?" Jian couldn't help but ask. She had previously called Feng Chang Changge, but after last night's events, she changed her address. She truly liked Feng Chang, having secretly liked him since the first moment she saw him. Although Feng Chang is 7 or 8 years older than him, he looks handsome and does not give off the vibe of a messy uncle. Moreover, even though Feng Chang lives in Sichuan province, he is a genuine man from northeast China, possessing a unique humor that is characteristic of northeasterners. Jian likes interesting souls, and since Feng Chang fits her aesthetic, she hesitated for a few days before finally expressing her feelings proactively. Feng Chang did not disappoint her and accepted her active pursuit. In this era of games, Jian clearly understands that the world will change significantly in the future. There's a chance that she might die in a game one day. Finding a satisfying soulmate in a limited time makes Jian very happy. "Old Feng. You need to say something." Seeing Feng Chang still smiling mysteriously, Jian could not help but ask again. Feng Chang suddenly came back to his senses, looking at Jian with a grin. "Silly. What are you laughing at?" Jian rolled her eyes and lightly scolded him. Feng Chang didn't care, and the smile on his face became even more mysterious, making Jian feel somewhat puzzled. Then, right under Jian confused gaze, Feng Chang turned his hand and took out a platinum-colored orb, putting it into Jian hand. "Wife. Here you go. This is the first gift I'm giving you, and there will be more in the future." Jian blinked, instinctively looking at the orb in her hand. The next second, her pupils suddenly shrank. "This is platinum." Halfway through her words, Jian hurriedly covered her mouth, sneaking looks around to see if anyone noticed her earlier slip. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her earlier behavior, Jian finally felt relieved. But her heart was still pounding, unable to calm down. She stared blankly at the orb in her hand, eyes full of disbelief, shock, and surprise, muttering softly. "A platinum-level weapon?" Feng Chang did not reveal this matter to anyone else. After both expressed their feelings, Jian had already decided to wholeheartedly follow Feng Chang. "There's nothing wrong with meeting Feng Chang's family. I remember you said he is in Lingjiang City, right?" "I have never been to Lingjiang City. It's a perfect opportunity to have some fun." "Sounds good. After we deal with that boss, we'll set off," Feng Chang said with great enthusiasm. "Deal with that boss?" Jian was taken aback. "Old Feng, you're not talking about that level 12 boss, right?" "Of course." A look of helplessness appeared on Jian pretty face. "Even though you gave me a platinum-level equipment and our team's strength has improved. But I'm just a healer. My improvement doesn't greatly boost the team's combat power. It may not be enough to deal with that boss." Feng Chang said nothing, just smiled mysteriously, leaving Jian in confusion. "You didn't also get a platinum-level item, did you?" "Better than that." Chapter 77, Team Assembly. Under Jian puzzled gaze, Feng Chang took out another item. It was a rolled-up scroll. Feng Chang did not hesitate and directly unfolded the scroll to use it. A burst of white light enveloped Feng Chang, which vanished after just 1 second. Jian big eyes were filled with confusion. "Is it over? I can't see anything. This is better than platinum-level equipment? What is this?" "Talent upgrade scroll." Feng Chang replied boldly, his face unable to hide his excitement. He had already checked his attribute panel, and the talents section had changed greatly. Originally, Fong Chang's talent was A-level trio, but now not only had the level increased, but even the name of the talent had changed. S-level talent, Magical Quartet. Magical Quartet, as a single spell can simultaneously trigger 4 times the same skill effect, with each effect inheriting 100% power of the original skill, without extra mana cost, and can strike a single target or disperse to attack multiple targets. Or simultaneously cast skills of different elemental attributes. Fong Chang was overjoyed. Previously, the effective trio was that casting once was like casting 4 times. Magical Quartet not only increased the count but also allowed casting 4 different elemental skills simultaneously. Fong Chang was extremely happy. As expected of an S-level talent, it raised his strength significantly. The S-level talent is the highest level of talents for players currently. He had finally reached this height. Having a good nephew is great, but having a powerful nephew is even better. Fong Chang couldn't help but silently praise Jiang Lang in his heart, while also thinking about how to gain some benefits from Jiang Lang in the future. After all, he was Jiang Lang's uncle, and it was normal for uncles to ask for some benefits from their nephews, right? Fong Chang was content. Jianro remained silent for a long time, in a state of great shock. Talent upgrade scroll? What is that? Its effect can't just be its literal meaning, right? However, the rules of the divine game do not show the talents of other players on the data panel, so Jianro could not see Fong Chang's talent changes. Darling! Your talent upgraded? S-level? That's right. Fong Chang laughed heartily. I am now an S-level talent player. Magical Quartet. My new talent. Fong Chang explained the ability of his new talent to Jianro, leading to another gasp of surprise from her. At the same time, a greater shock arose in Jianro's heart. This shock was not directed at anything else, but at Yuing. Although Fong Chang did not actively answer his previous question, Jianro knew very well that this talent upgrade scroll was still given to Fong Chang by Yuing. The relationship between the two was closer than she had imagined. Jianro wanted to ask about the relationship between Fong Chang and Yuing, but remembering Fong Chang's earlier state, she dismissed that thought. But it's a good thing. It has been confirmed that Yuing is a man. Not thinking about this matter anymore, Jianro sighed. Now we have a chance to kill that boss. Before, they had fought that boss, and the result was that Lu Qi and Zhang Lei and the team lost 10 years of their lives. But they were not entirely unable to fight that boss, as they had taken away 2/3 of its health. Now, both she and Fong Chang had improved their strength, so dealing with that boss should not be a problem. Wife, do you think this is the end? I still have many good things. Fong Chang suddenly said. Jianro was confused, and Fong Chang smiled and said. I also got some equipment items for old Yang and the others, among which are a few golden grade ones. This time, we will definitely be able to completely kill that boss. More? Jianro was shocked again. In just a few minutes, Jianro didn't know how many times she had been shocked. What kind of close relationship does Yuing have with Fong Chang? Why is she giving him all the good things? Jianro suddenly thought of the rumors players had about Yuing. It was said that Yuing was not very old, seeming to be a young man in his early 20s. Could he be Fong Chang's illegitimate son? Jianro stared sharply at Fong Chang, making him feel a bit afraid. Although Jianro usually appeared to be a gentle woman, she was, in fact, a real Sichuan and Chongqing woman. There's no need to say much about Sichuan and Chongqing women, they are definitely fierce. Adding to that is Jianro's identity as a teacher, making her even more terrifying with double buffs. Fong Chang had seen Jianro explode before, scolding him, Yang Lingkong, and the 2 young ones, Lu Qi and Zhang Lei, to the point where they didn't dare to lift their heads. Why are you looking at me like that? Fong Chang pretended to be scared. Jianro let out a chuckle, giving Fong Chang an annoyed glance. What a character! Hurry and contact Brother Yang and the others. Let's quickly deal with that boss. So that old woman won't take the lead. Jianro said. She dismissed the thoughts in her mind and even found them amusing. Fong Chang is 35 this year, and even if Yuing is in his early 20s, the age difference makes it impossible for him to be Fong Chang's illegitimate son. Unless Fong Chang got some girl pregnant when he was still a minor. But Jianro believed that Fong Chang wouldn't do such a thing. She must be overthinking. Fine. Let's go back now. The two returned to the real world and immediately began contacting the team members. When Yang Lingkong and the others heard they had to deal with that boss, they all felt a bit like refusing. Especially Lu Qi and Zhang Lei. They had the lowest strength in the team, with only B-level talent. If there were casualties, the first to die would be the 2 of them. Since entering the game god's arrival, they had already died twice and lost 20 years of lifespan. And they didn't know when they could recover the lost lifespan. However, when they heard Fong Chang say that his talent level had improved, Jianro had also obtained a platinum weapon, and Fang Chang had gotten them powerful equipment. They were first shocked and then filled with joy. Damn it! Old Feng, wait for me, I'll get dressed and enter the game. See you at the base. Yang Lingkong excitedly said. Lu Qi, Sister Ro, you're not lying to me, right? I'm young and can't be deceived. Really? Then let's fight. Wait for me. Zhang Lei, Brother Chang. I trust you. I'm entering the game right now. Everyone hung up the phone, put down what they were doing, and quickly entered the game. Inside the game, the four gathered in a corner of the town, which was their designated meeting place. After receiving their own items from Fang Cheng's hands, the joy on Yang Lingkong and the others' faces couldn't be suppressed. Are you all ready? Let's go! With Fang Cheng's command, the five headed straight to the location of the boss. At the same time, at the location of the boss, another team was already preparing to fight the boss. Chapter 78, Confrontation in the Swamp. Every beginner town's map is completely different. Moonshadow Town's Forbidden Land is the gloomy woods, while the Forbidden Land of the other shore town is a place called Desolate Swamp. The boss that Fang Chang and the others want to deal with is found near the outskirts of the Desolate Swamp, named Withered Bone Beast Demon. By the time the five arrived at the swamp, many players had already gathered there. Yang Lingkong furrowed his brow slightly and muttered a curse. Damn! The Li family got here before us. The Li family refers to the player team led by Flower Bloom's Prosperity. Since the entire team consists of family members, other players call them the Li family team. Several hundred meters away from the swamp, the Li family's combat squad was already in position. A man who looks honest and simple stands at the front with a giant shield, clearly a warrior. Li Feng, a member of the Li family team, husband of Flower Bloom's Prosperity, with B-grade talent. Behind him stand two young men in their 20s, their appearance is strikingly similar, both holding daggers. The Li family's twin sons, Li Jiang and Li He, both assassins with A-grade talent. Behind the two brothers, a mother and daughter pair stood at the back. Indeed, they are Li Feng's young daughter and wife, Li Yu and Zhao Caifan. Li Yu's profession is an archer with B-grade talent. She pulls back her bowstring aiming at the boss. Zhao Caifan, shrouded in a gentle holy light, holds a staff in her hand. However, the five were not in combat, they seem to have just arrived, preparing to fight the boss. But the arrival of Fang Chang and his group instantly caused a stir among the surrounding players. It's the Fang Chang team. They actually came too. Hey! There's a good show to watch. I heard that this boss was fought by the Fang Chang team yesterday, but they didn't succeed. Now the Li family is also eyeing this boss. Do you think the two teams will fight? Definitely. If they fight, won't the Fang Chang team be doomed to fail? The Li family team is a well-known family squad in the other shore town. Although Li Feng and Li Yu have B-grade talent, the twin assassins' A-grade talent works in perfect sync, and Zhao Caifan's healing has never faltered. The Fang Chang team is strong too, but they don't have any S-grade talent players. If they really fight, the Fang Chang team will surely lose. I don't think so. Don't you know the Fang Chang team is a bit strange? Their dimensions are much higher than players of the same level. They surely have good equipment. I also think the Fang Chang team might not lose. Although the Li family has an S-grade talent Zhao Caifan, she is a healer, lacking combat power. Moreover, the Li family is a pure chopping knife team, easy to deal with. The comments of the onlookers rose and fell, their eyes shifting back and forth between the two teams, full of excitement and expectation. On the muddy ground of the desolate swamp, the mist swirled. The massive figure of the withered bone beast demon loomed in the nearby reeds, its low roars periodically echoing, staining the air with a sense of danger. The members of the Li family team clearly heard the noise and all turned to look. Zhao Caifan retracted the holy light she was about to unleash, frowning slightly, her gaze landing on Fang Chang with a hint of vigilance. She knows Fang Chang. Players from the other shore town are generally weaker than players from other beginner towns. The number of S-grade talent players doesn't exceed a few hands. A large portion of them are official players, and the rest are scattered players like them. The officials once invited Zhao Caifan to join the Divine Generals, but she refused the offer, wanting to bring her family along. Although Zhao Caifan is not a remarkable person, she would deceive friends and family for money. But she is very kind to her family. The officials did not allow Li Feng and the others to join Divine Generals, so Zhao Caifan also gave up on the idea of gaining benefits for herself. Although the Fang Chang team does not have any S-grade talent players, but their team was very strong. Especially in terms of attributes, it was quite odd. The entire team's level was clearly 9, but their three-dimensional attributes were much higher than others. Even she, who had already reached level 10, could not compare to any member of Fang Chang's team in terms of attributes. Zhao Caifan was still quite wary of Fang Chang's team. Fang Chang? Why are you here? Did you not already fight the boss before? Do you want to die again? As soon as Zhao Siphon finished speaking, Li Feng took a step forward. He slammed his giant shield down on the ground heavily, causing a dull sound that stirred up a cloud of dirt. Brother Feng, this withered bone beast demon is already being watched by our Li family team, and we got here first. You might as well change your target. His tone was still somewhat polite, but the hand gripping the giant shield had slightly tightened, obviously unwilling to back down easily. Li Jiang and Li He exchanged glances, quietly moving into position on either side of Li Feng. The daggers were drawn, glinting coldly, and the aura of the assassins instantly retracted, like a coiled poisonous snake, ready to strike at any moment. The two brothers were not only twins, but their talents were also exactly the same. A-level talent shadow kill combo, extremely troublesome. Once they teamed up, even A-level warriors had to retreat. Liu fully drew the bowstring, the arrow pointed directly at Feng Cheng's team, her crisp voice carrying a hint of arrogance. My dad is right. We're all ready to fight, and you come here to grab the boss? Isn't it too disrespectful? Yang Lingkong couldn't help but snicker, hefting his heavy sword on his shoulder, stepping forward to confront Li Feng. Respect? The boss in the game has always belonged to the strong. When has there ever been a first come, first served rule? You haven't made a move, so why can't we grab it? Jian Rou stood beside Feng Chang, a faint golden light radiating from her. A-level talent Radiant Festival. Her tone was gentle but her attitude firm. Sister Zhao, we are all here for the boss's drop rewards, let's just rely on our own abilities. There's no need to damage our friendship, but don't think we will just give up easily. Feng Cheng crossed his arms, his gaze sweeping over the formation of the Li family team, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Brother Li Feng, it's not that simple. This thing isn't just for whoever discovers it first, nor is it for whoever gets the position first. If we follow your logic, then we've already discovered this boss first. It should belong to our team, right? He paused, scanning Zhao Siphon and the others before continuing. I don't want to ruin the peace among us. We've already fought this boss once and gained some experience. For that, 2 of my brothers even lost 10 years of their lifespan. We came today to seek revenge. Could you all let us pass? Feng Chang spoke sincerely. If he could avoid conflict, he naturally didn't want to clash with Zhao Siphon. After all, the strength of the Li family team was not weak, and since they were both Longsha people, if they really fought, casualties would surely occur. No side would come out well. However, Zhao Siphon didn't think so. She was someone who could deceive friends and family for money. Asking her to give up the boss was no different from asking for her life. Killing the boss could drop divine items. Their Li family team didn't have a single divine item. What if a divine item dropped after killing the boss? Their team's strength would rise to a new level. Maybe with this divine item, they could discuss terms with the authorities and let Li Feng and Li Yu also enter the divine general. The arrival of the gods to Descend game changed the course of the world's development, but the original mindset had not yet shifted. In Zhao Siphon's mind, joining the divine general equated to getting a government job, providing security. Impossible. Don't even think about interfering with this boss. Zhao Siphon's expression was a bit sinister. After hearing this, Feng Cheng's expression darkened as well, and he muttered, so there's nothing to discuss? No need to discuss. Zhao Siphon snorted. You want this boss? You have to kill us first. Chapter 79, Fight for it. Hey! Feng Chang sighed. I didn't want to hurt the peace. After all, we are all from Longsha, and we're in the same area. But it seems now that Sister Zhao does not intend to back down. Since I'm in, I might as well test the power of my newly acquired S-level talent, Magical Quartet. As soon as the words left his mouth, 4 weak points of elemental light gathered at his fingertips. Red, blue, yellow, and green light intertwined. Although it was just a tentative display of energy, it made the surrounding air ripple. This scene immediately caused the onlooking players to erupt in uproar. Did I hear that right? Feng Chang said he just acquired an S-level talent? You heard it correctly. He definitely said that. Talents can still be obtained? I remember he was an A-level talent before, right? It really is an S-level talent. He can control 4 elements at the same time. That's just ridiculous. The twin assassins from the Li family are strong, but facing such area damage, they might find it hard to get close. Zhao Siphon's healing is good, but Feng Chang has now also become an S-level talent. His output has increased a level. This duel is going to be exciting. The surrounding players were in an uproar, but that was not the end. As Feng Chang revealed his S-level talent, Jian Rou and others also got ready for battle. Weapons and equipment appeared in everyone's hands or on their bodies, shocking the already stunned players even more. What the heck? Everyone's weapon is of golden level? Even most of the equipment is also at golden level? What's wrong with your eyes? The fan in Jian Rou's hand is golden level? That's a platinum level weapon. My goodness. A platinum level weapon? We don't even have one in our entire Bianan town. Is Jian Rose the first one? Where did they get such high-level equipment? Even Lu Qi and Zhang Lei have them. Do they get golden level items with a B-level talent? They should just give it to me. Fong team. Fong team. I want to join your team, give me a chance. I'm an A-level talent assassin. I can replace Lu Qi. Listening to the discussions around him, Fong Cheng's expression did not change at all. However, he was extremely excited inside. His good nephew made him stand out today. In the future, the whole Bianan town will spread rumors about Fong Cheng. The others were also very pleased. This kind of attention was something not everyone could experience. However, Lu Qi and Zhang Lei were also feeling a bit worried. Their talents were only B-level, and so many players wanted to replace them in the team. They were somewhat worried about being kicked out of the team. In contrast, Zhao Caifen's expression suddenly became serious, and she was also very confused. Many players knew Fong Cheng was an A-level talent, and this guy was not even the captain of the team before. No one knew why Fong Cheng suddenly became the team captain. But before, he was still an A-level talent, yet now he has leaped to an S-level talent. What is going on? And Jian Rou. That priest with only A-level talent surprisingly held a platinum-level weapon. That's a platinum-level weapon. There isn't even one platinum-level item in all of Bianan town. How does Jian Rou have it? A hint of greed appeared in Zhao Caifen's pupils. This is a boss, she definitely won't back down, which means battle is inevitable. What if she could kill Jian Rou when that platinum-level equipment drops? Even if the chance is slim, it is not impossible. Of course, Zhao Caifen knew very well what S-level talent meant. Especially for a mage like Fong Cheng, who can release 4 elemental skills at once, for their team that relied on close combat. Simply a nemesis. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Caifen decided to take a chance. Starting as a small vegetable vendor in a market, she climbed her way up to become the insurance director of a city, relying on her daring and bold spirit, right? Fong Cheng, don't be so arrogant. Zhao Caifen tightened her grip on the scepter in her hand, the holy light once again surrounding her. Our Li family team has worked together for many years, our understanding is not something your temporary team can compare to. If it really comes to a fight, who wins and who loses is still uncertain. Xiao Jiang, go. Li Jiang sneered, his figure flashing, turning into a blur, instantly closing in just a few meters from Fong Cheng, the shadow energy attached to his dagger dimming the surrounding light. What if you have S-level talent? As long as you let me get close, I can still kill you. Li He also moved in sync, circling from the other side, their actions mirroring each other, working together seamlessly. The aura of shadow kill combo had already locked onto Fong Cheng. Looking for death. Yang Lingkong shouted angrily, swinging his heavy sword, a sharp sword aura slashing toward Li Jiang, trying to stop his advance. Your opponent is me. Li Feng horizontally held his giant shield, blocking Yang Lingkong's sword aura, the tremendous force making both of them step back, leaving deep footprints in the muddy ground. The situation was suddenly tense, both sides on high alert, ready for battle at any moment. Jian Rou immediately raised her hand, a gentle holy light instantly covering Fong Cheng, Yang Lingkong, and Lu Qi as well as Zhang Lei, enhancing the attack and damage reduction of the three slightly. Lu Qi raised his bow, frost-laden arrows aimed at Li Yu. As long as the opponent dared to make a move, he could retaliate immediately. Zhang Lei then flashed his figure, disappearing into the nearby reeds, completely masking the aura of a killer, clearly looking for an opportunity. Once the battle broke out, he would launch a surprise attack on the Li family team's backline. Fong Cheng looked at the advancing Li Jiang and Li He without a hint of fear on his face, instead revealing a smirk of interest. Want to get close? Let's see if you have that ability. 4 points of elemental light at his fingertips suddenly surged, flames, frost, lightning, and wild winds intertwining to form a small elemental barrier, blocking in front of him. At the same time, with a wave of his other hand, 4 elemental arrows condensed out of thin air, shooting towards Li Jiang, Li He, Li Yu, and Zhao Caifen. The grade of these 4 skills was only D-level, not very powerful, but they precisely interrupted their attack rhythm. Damn! Li Jiang was forced to halt, sidestepping the elemental arrows, the shadow energy exploded, and he accelerated again toward Fong Cheng. Li He changed targets and rushed toward Lu Qi, clearly wanting to take out the opponent's archer first. Seeing this, Zhao Caifen immediately released her healing skill, a holy light falling on Li Jiang, while shouting to Li Feng. Honey, quickly activate the defensive formation. We need to take out their assassin and archer first. Li Feng nodded, his giant shield smashing back to the ground. A yellow-brown defensive barrier rose up, protecting all members of the Li family team inside. This was his B-level talent rock barrier. Seeing this, Yang Lingkong swung his heavy sword at the defensive barrier, making a loud clang, ripples spreading across the barrier, but it did not shatter. This defense is quite tough. Yang Lingkong frowned, swinging his sword again. With this little ability, you dare to block the way? Fong Cheng scoffed, the elemental energy at his fingertips suddenly surging. The previous tests were just appetizers, the true power of Magical Quartet was now about to be revealed. He did not hold back any longer, his hands abruptly waving forward, for streams of elemental force, several times thicker than before, erupted explosively. The crimson fireball carried a blazing momentum, the deep blue ice spikes brought bone-chilling cold, golden lightning tore through the air, and the emerald green wind blades spun and sliced. The 4 elemental skills were no longer scattered arrows, they were gathered into 4 devastating energy shocks, charging towards the Li family team. Not good. Quickly strengthened the defenses. Li Feng's face turned pale as he exerted all his strength to resist. The earthy yellow glow of the rock barrier intensified instantly, but under the impact of the 4 elemental torrents, it was like a mantis trying to stop a car. Boom! 4 loud explosions almost erupted simultaneously, and at the moment the elemental energy collided with the defense barrier, the dazzling light made surrounding players instinctively squint. Everyone heard a crisp sound as Li Feng's proud rock barrier shattered into pieces like glass, earthy yellow shards flying everywhere, unable to block even for a second. The shockwave from the shattered barrier sent Li Feng staggering backward, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The B-class defense talent collapsed under the full-force explosion of an S-class talent. Dad! Li Jiang and Li He exclaimed, wanting to turn back for rescue, but it was already too late. Fang Cheng's attack showed no signs of stopping. The advantage of the Magical Quartet lay in its relentless continuous output. The moment the first elemental torrent broke through the defense, he was already gathering the second wave of skills. This time, the 4 elemental skills did not concentrate their attack on the defense, but rather split precisely. Fireballs hurled at Li Feng, ice spikes targeted Li Jiang, lightning struck Li He, and wind blades aimed straight at the back row of Li Yu and Zhao Caifan. Spread out to avoid. Zhao Caifan shouted urgently, waving her staff to release a healing shield, but Jian Ro would never give her the chance. Jian Ro lightly raised the platinum-level healing fan in her hand, the gentle holy light flowing on the fan instantly spread out, triggering the effects of holy healing resonance and equipment passes at the same time. 3 rich holy lights enveloped Fang Chang, Yang Lingkong, and Lu Qi respectively, not only instantly replenishing any minor consumption they might have, but also adding a thick shield. This wave of all-around buffs came at just the right time, perfectly blocking Zhao Caifan's hastily released weak holy light, rendering the healing effect of the Li family team virtually useless. Zhao Caifan looked at the radiant fan in Jian Ro's hand, her eyes filled with jealousy and disbelief. Both being priests, her S-class talent was completely suppressed by the equipment gap, unable to match the speed of providing shields for her teammates like the others' group buff. Meanwhile, the front line of the Li family team had completely collapsed. A fireball hit Li Feng directly, igniting him in flames, the burning effect causing him to continuously lose health each second, unable to even grip his heavy sword steadily. Li Jiang had just dodged the ice spike, only to be struck by the following lightning, the deparalyze effect rendering him stiff, unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as the wind blade grazed his neck, his health dropping to 0, transforming into a white light to resurrect. Brother! Li He's eyes went wide with rage, wanting to rush towards Fang Cheng desperately, only to be blocked by Yang Lingkong. Yang Lingkong wielded a golden-level heavy sword, unleashing his A-class talent, Raging Blade Slash, with all his might, the sword light sweeping through with a piercing whistle. Thanks to Jian Ro's buff, his attack power jumped a tier. Li He's dagger barely blocked one strike but was shaken apart by the immense force of the golden-level weapon, nearly slipping from his hand. With your little power, you dare to ambush Lu Qi? Yang Lingkong shouted angrily, bringing his heavy sword down again, this time striking directly on Li He's shoulder. The armor-piercing effect of the golden-level weapon triggered. Li He's defense was like paper, his health instantly dropping to the bottom, vanishing into white light right after Li Jiang. In the back row, Li Yu could not sustain any longer. Her arrow had just been released when Lu Qi's golden-level ice arrow accurately hit her bowstring. Lu Qi was also enjoying the attacking boost, the power of the ice arrow surging significantly higher than usual. Crack with a snap, the ordinary bowstring broke directly, and Lu Qi's second ice arrow was already shot out, hitting her chest. A B-class talent sharpshooter was crushed under the dual pressure of golden-level equipment and buffs. There was no room for resistance, life points were instantly reduced to 0. In just 3 breaths, the Li family team had lost 3 members, leaving only the severely injured Li Feng and Zhao Caifan. Zhao Caifan looked at the disappearing family members around her, her eyes filled with fear and unwillingness. She desperately waved her staff, wanting to use her healing skill to save herself, but Zhang Lei, lurking in the shadows, seized the opportunity. Zhang Lei's golden-grade dagger gleamed with a ghostly light, activating his B-grade talent, Shadow Assault. He appeared behind Zhao Caifan like a ghost, the dagger pierced precisely into her vital spot at the back of her heart. Ah! Zhao Caifan let out a short scream, transforming into a beam of white light and disappearing. She never figured out, until her death, why, as a priest herself, Jian Ro's support ability could be so powerful, elevating the output and survivability of the opposing team to a higher level. In the end, only Li Feng was left. He looked at the emptiness beside him, knowing that all hope was gone, his eyes filled with despair. Gathering his remaining strength, he swung his heavy sword towards Feng Chang, intending to make a final struggle. Feng Chang shook his head, too lazy to take action himself. He merely raised his hand, and a faint fire element bullet gathered and shot forth, hitting Li Feng's forehead with precision. Bang! There was no earth-shattering sound, only Li Feng's body stiffening, before slowly collapsing. From the outbreak of the battle to the complete annihilation of the Li family team, it took less than 10 seconds. The entire desolate swamp instantly fell into a dead silence, only the rustling of reeds swaying in the wind and the distant roar of the bone beasts could be heard. The onlooking players stared wide-eyed, mouths agape as if they could fit a chicken egg inside, their faces full of extreme shock. Even the murmurs had ceased, leaving only the sound of gasping. Is this what it means to be crushed? 10 seconds to end the fight? My god! The S-grade talent, magical quartet, is so abnormal. 2 waves of quadruple skills in a row, the output just wouldn't stop. Goddess Jian Rose Platinum Grade, Healing Fan, is the key, right? She didn't attack at all, but healed her teammates to be both tough and capable of dealing damage. Group shielding and all attribute boosts, who can withstand such support? So this is the high limit of priests. With this Platinum Grade healing artifact, Feng Chang's team's survivability is completely maxed out, the Li family team's attacks can't even break through their defenses. Gold Grade equipment plus Platinum Grade support, this configuration is simply unbeatable. Although Lu Qi and Zhang Lei have B-grade talents, with the buffs, their output is fiercer than ordinary A-grade players. Earlier, they thought they could replace Lu Qi and Zhang Lei? Now it seems, with Jianrou's support, even C-grade talents can shine. Feng Chang's team is truly an all-around team, right? An S-grade explosive mage, a top-tier healing priest, 3 gold-grade outputs, no one in the Beyond Town can compete. The Li family team simply overestimated their strength. Fighting a team with such a configuration for the boss is just sending themselves to their doom. The discussions erupted again, even more fiercely than before, with all eyes on Feng Chang's team filled with awe. Especially the glances at Jian Rose, Healing Fan, filled with envy and caution. Everyone understood that a top-tier support that could elevate the entire team's strength to a higher level is far more terrifying than merely high damage output. Feng Chang retracted the elemental energy, his face showing not a hint of emotion, as if what he just killed wasn't a 5-member team, but a few small monsters. He glanced at the direction the Li family team had vanished, calmly stating, overestimating one's strength. Yang Lingkong shook the mud off his heavy sword and laughed heartily. What a thrill! With Jian Rou's support, fighting becomes easy. Talking so much nonsense with the Li family team was truly a waste of time. Lu Qi put down his bow, his earlier worries long gone, replaced by confidence. With Chang Ji's output and Roji's support, plus gold-grade equipment, I'll never have to worry about being replaced again. Zhang Lei also walked out from the shadows. The ghostly light on the dagger faded, the boss has been angered by the sounds of battle and is charging this way, get ready for a fight. Feng Chang nodded, his gaze fixed on the distant withered bone beast demon, a fleeting sharpness in his eyes. Now that the small fry has been cleared out, it's time for the main event. The 5-member team formed their battle formation once again, Yang Lingkong at the front, Jian Rou holding the Healing Fan, in the middle, Feng Chang and Lu Qi covering ranged attacks, while Zhang Lei lurked on the side, ready to ambush. This time, there were no obstacles. All eyes were on them, and everyone was eager to see if this luxurious all-rounder team could take down the level 12 boss, the withered bone beast demon. Chapter 81, Is someone selling divine artifacts? Deep in the forest of Moon Shadow Town, Zhang Lang wore a satisfied smile on his face. He flicked the blood from his dagger and smiled slightly at the slowly dissipating monster corpse in front of him. Congratulations on defeating the level 16 monster, Cruel Gopher, gaining experience *330, silver coins *2. Swift hand triggered, gaining an additional experience *330. Level up, your level has increased to level 15, strength +2, agility +2, spirit +1. Gain 1 free attribute point. Swift hand triggered, gaining an additional all attributes +1. Zhang Lang allocated his attribute points to strength and then opened his data panel. Player nickname, Moon Shadow. Occupation, warrior/assassin. Level, 15. Experience, 30/100000. Reputation, 3,400. Attack, 4,760, 2,430 strength plus 120 dagger plus 2210 bloodthirsty blade. Health, 8. Defense, 1. Strength, 243. Agility, 186. Spirit, 42. Luck, 1. Talent, Battle Intent, S, Stone Skin, D, Double Strike, C, Luck, X. Skill, Intimidate, C, Stealth, C, Poisoning, D, Shadow Clone Dance, B, Deadly Trap, D, Charge, D. Divine Artifacts, Swift Hand, Bloodthirsty Blade, Strange Tales of the Mountains and Seas, Blind Box, Compendium of Mountains and Seas, White Tiger, Cursed Doll. Equipment, Pitch Black Dagger, Platinum, Magical Cloak, Golden, Gale Boots, Golden, Celestial Armor, Golden. Other, Slightly. Jiang Lang nodded in satisfaction. After being in the game for 4 or 5 hours, he had managed to raise his level by 2. This speed was quite fast, considering each level now required tens of thousands of experience points to advance. But with the presence of the cursed doll, it was relatively easy for Jiang Lang to kill monsters. However, it wasn't without threats. Not long ago, Jiang Lang encountered a monster that spat toxic mist. He accidentally stepped into the mist's range, and his health quickly dropped. Bloodthirsty Blade and Battle Intent were a perfect combo in most scenarios, but against continuous damage, he felt a little vulnerable. Fortunately, even continuous damage couldn't drain his health in one go. At the very least, it would take a few seconds. Jiang Lang chugged health potions while quickly retreating from the toxic mist, and then seized the chance to kill the poison-spewing monster. However, this incident served as a reminder for Jiang Lang. From now on, he must be cautious when encountering players or monsters with continuous damage. In just a few hours, Jiang Lang not only leveled up to 15 but also gained countless benefits. He had at least killed hundreds of monsters. Thanks to the ability, God's Authority, Harvest, he received the highest quality items that monsters could drop for each one he killed. Unfortunately, the small monsters in the dim forest did not drop platinum level items, the highest was gold level. Now, Jiang Lang's backpack held 600 to 700 gold level equipment and items, not to mention a fair number below gold level. There were items usable by various classes, including many for the assassin class, but Jiang Lang had not switched them out immediately. In fact, there were quite a few special and hidden class items available, including one that a mage could equip. Currently, he has a total of 2 pieces of equipment for the illusionist class in his backpack. One was the platinum level weapon obtained in the Goblin Dungeon. A newly acquired robe, golden level. But I don't know what Ning Yan is thinking, having never contacted him to make a purchase. Jiang Lang thought for a moment and decided to return to the small town. After several hours of high-intensity battles, Jiang Lang was feeling a bit tired. He planned to go back to the small town to rest for a while, and to switch out his newly obtained gear. He left some of the other class items for his uncle, while he planned to put all the rest on the statue stall. Thinking of this, Jiang Lang couldn't help but smile widely. Those were several hundred golden grade items along with others, once put on sale, who knows what kind of storm it would cause. Jiang Lang could already imagine the situation to come. He would definitely become the focus of players' conversations again. However, he had experienced such things several times before and wasn't overly excited. After collecting the dropped rewards, Jiang Lang turned and left the dense forest. In the small town, the streets were crowded with people. The daytime small town was much busier than at night. Jiang Lang was somewhat surprised. There were way too many players in the town. What were they doing here at this time instead of leveling up? Could something interesting be happening? Jiang Lang's eyes flashed. He felt there was some gossip to uncover. He had originally planned to put his items on display, but seeing this situation, he couldn't help but slow down his pace. He opened the chat interface, and a look of shock flashed across his face. Indeed, something big had happened. And it was right in Moonshadow Town. Players in the chat were all discussing one thing. Someone was selling a divine item. This message had been posted 2 hours ago by a player named Zhang Shang. From the discussions and comments in the chat, Jiang Lang gradually understood the situation. This player, named Zhang Shang, was just a kid, currently only level 7. 2 hours ago, while leveling outside the town, he suddenly dropped a divine item while killing monsters. At that time, there were quite a few players killing monsters in the same area. In just an instant, Zhang Shang was attacked by surrounding players and died once. Fortunately, the divine item did not drop. Afterwards, the chat interface showed a message from Zhang Shang, announcing he was going to sell the divine item. The reason was that he couldn't use this divine item. However, Jiang Shang did not sell the divine item immediately, but instead announced an auction would take place in a few hours, to the highest bidder. As for why in a few hours, it was because this kid went to seek revenge on the players who killed him. The reason so many players remained in the small town was that they wanted to wait for Jiang Shang to come back and auction the divine item. Jiang Lang's eyes flashed with interest. Someone was actually planning to sell a divine item? Even Jiang Lang, who had lived 2 lives, had rarely encountered such a situation. That was a divine item. Each piece was unique, most could significantly enhance a player's power. Of course, not every divine item was suitable for every player. Moreover, many divine items possessed powerful debuffs that could even weaken a player's strength. Jiang Shang encountered an opportunity that most people would never dare to imagine, yet he couldn't bear the weight of this opportunity. I don't know whether to call him lucky or unlucky. Jiang Lang was very interested in this divine item, thinking it would be worth waiting for Jiang Shang to arrive. Chapter 82, Something Sinister? Jiang Lang found a stone bench close to the statue in the center of the small town and sat down, scanning the bustling crowd. Groups of players were discussing, mostly speculating about what kind of divine item Jiang Shang was selling and what sky-high price it might fetch. Some guessed it was a legendary weapon that increased attack power, while others bet it was an accessory with special skills, and some even insisted it was an extraordinary item that could enhance talent levels. Of course, there were also immediate rebuttals. It is guessed that Jiang Shang holds a divine item that might possess a powerful debuff ability, otherwise, ordinary people wouldn't easily sell such a treasure. All kinds of speculations have made Zhang Lang curious as well. In this atmosphere, as the news of the divine item for sale became more intense, the entire Moon Shadow Town grew even livelier. Zhang Lang even saw quite a few familiar faces in the crowd. Somewhere in the crowd, Ning Yu Hong and Ning Yan's figures appeared at some unknown time. When Zhang Lang looked over, Ning Yan waved a small hand in front of her chest. Zhang Lang also slightly nodded to Ning Yan, acknowledging her. In another place, several young men and women huddled together, with a young couple gazing at Zhang Lang's direction with a bit of awe. Zhang Lang recognized the identities of these two. They were the square lady he had met twice and her brother. In the southeast corner of the square, two groups of familiar faces stood quietly in place. These two groups seemed to be unwelcome, and other players kept their distance from them. And indeed, this was the case. Because both groups were people who had grudges with Zhang Lang. On the left was Larl's team. Though many members had changed, most of the faces Zhang Lang had previously killed were gone. On the right were three people, Sun Zi and Lu Ruyun. The last one was a middle-aged man in his 50s. Zhang Lang squinted his eyes, recognizing this person's identity. Sun Zi's father, Sun Chi Tian. Speaking of Sun Chi Tian, Zhang Lang was quite familiar with him. Zhang Lang didn't expect to see Sun Chi Tian here. Surely he was also greatly interested in that divine item. In his previous life, due to his relationship with Sun Zi and Lu Ruyun, this old man had also received many benefits from him. If Sun Zi and Lu Ruyun were the biggest vampires, then Sun Chi Tian would rank second. Both Sun Zi and Lu Ruyun were on his kill list, and so was Sun Chi Tian. Once the game and reality merge, it will be the demise of these people. Zhang Lang glanced at Sun Zi and Larl, showing no expression on his face. The town prohibited killing. Even if conflicts arose here, it was just wasting words, completely unnecessary. Time flowed slowly in the discussions of the players, and about an hour and a half later, the crowd suddenly stirred. A young man ran over, panting, with excitement on his face, shouting, "He's coming! Jiang Shang is coming!" As soon as he finished his words, a boy dressed in shabby armor, still with a bit of youthful innocence on his face, squeezed his way through the crowd. Zhang Lang glanced at him, and from his outfit, it was easy to tell this kid was a warrior class. However, Jiang Shang's condition surprised Zhang Lang a bit. His armor was covered in dirt and blood. It seemed he had just gone through a fierce battle. Yet, he wore a joyful smile, likely having avenged his earlier encirclement. A child of just over 10 years, only at level 7, surely could not go out alone for revenge. Jiang Shang was definitely not alone in his vendetta. Behind Jiang Shang followed dozens of children around the same age, and 7 or 8 adults of various ages. Upon seeing the appearance of these adults, Zhang Lang's eyes flashed. He recognized Jiang Shang's identity or, more accurately, his background. If nothing unexpected happened, Jiang Shang ought to be from the orphanage in Lingjiang City. He and the kids around him were all orphans from that orphanage. As for those adults, they were the staff of the orphanage. Zhang Lang recognized their identities because this orphanage had a big reputation in his previous life. Though no one from the orphanage held a special or hidden profession and there were no S-grade talents, they were incredibly united. Anyone who provoked a person from this orphanage, all will be punished by the revenge of the orphanage players. It sounds somewhat like evil forces, but in reality, all the players from the orphanage are very good people. They never cause trouble, and they even help those weaker players to improve their strength together. In short, everyone in the orphanage has a good reputation. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes. It seems the unity of the orphanage is starting to show. Jiang Shang can repay his grudge by relying on the unity of these people. Zhang Lang stared at Jiang Shang, who had now walked to the center of the crowd, standing right in front of the statue of Zhang Lang. Clearly only 13 or 14 years old, his face carries a mature expression that rivals that of a young man. He first cleared his throat, then smiled widely at the crowd, announcing loudly, "Thank you all for waiting for me. I was delayed for some personal reasons, but it's all resolved now." With that, Jiang Shang bowed to everyone, and then continued. "My name is Jiang Shang, and I come from the Lingjiang City Orphanage. I was lucky enough to obtain a divine object, but I have no use for it, so I plan to sell it. However, I don't know the value of the divine object. The director told me to sell it through auction. Highest bidder wins." As soon as Jiang Shang finished speaking, the crowd immediately began to murmur, along with some sneering from certain people. "Hey kid, a divine object is a good thing. But generally, a person wouldn't sell a divine object, right? I saw what you said in the chat interface before. You claimed you can't use the divine object in your hand. From what I know, all the divine objects that have appeared greatly enhance players' strength. How come the divine object you got is useless for you? There shouldn't be something fishy going on, right? That's right. Who in their right mind would sell a divine object? I think there must be a problem here. Is it even a divine object? The words of the crowd made Jiang Shang's face a little awkward. After all, he was just a 13 or 14-year-old child, facing doubts and slanders. He simply didn't know how to deal with it. Jiang Shang's expression became somewhat awkward, and he couldn't help but glance at the crowd. Jiang Lang followed Jiang Shang's gaze and discovered that he was looking at the director of the orphanage. Jiang Lang remembered that the old man seemed to be called Ding Mingyuan. Seeing Jiang Shang's unease, Ding Mingyuan immediately understood. He walked up to Jiang Shang and slowly began to speak. Everyone, I am Ding Mingyuan, the director of the Lingjiang City Orphanage. I can assure you that what Jiang Shang has obtained is indeed a divine object. However, this divine object, how should I put it, has some wickedness. Most people may not be able to handle it. That's why we plan to sell this divine object and exchange it for something that can enhance our strength. As Ding Mingyuan spoke, he scanned the crowd with a gentle smile on his lips. You might not believe my words, but you can trust the words of the official personnel, right? To not hide anything from you all, we have had prior contact with the officials, and they can verify whether what we are selling is indeed a divine object. As soon as these words were uttered, the players present immediately began to discuss among themselves. Now that the game, Divine Descent, has just arrived, morality and law have not yet collapsed too severely. Officials still represent justice and boundless power in the eyes of general players. In other words, most players still trust the officials very much. By bringing up the officials, Ding Mingyuan has dispelled the suspicions of most players. Some players suddenly turned to look in the direction of Ning Yuhong and others. Ning Yuhong is now the face of the official Moon Shadow Town, so naturally, many people recognize him. Captain Ning? Is what this old man said true or not? Chapter 83, Divine Authority Chaos? The eyes of the crowd focused sharply on Ning Yuhong, making Ning Yan and Dong Siyuan instinctively straighten their backs. As one of the officials stationed in Moonshadow Town and also the face of the town's official strength, Ning Yuhong's every word and action represents authority. His response directly determines whether this divine item auction can proceed smoothly. Ning Yuhong took 2 steps forward, his archer outfit enhancing his tall and upright figure. As his gaze swept across the crowd, a sense of majesty followed him. What Director Ding said is true. Prior to this, we have already confirmed the authenticity of the divine item. What Jiang Shang holds is indeed a divine item. This brief statement was like a huge stone thrown into boiling water, instantly calming half of the doubts. Players were in an uproar. The whispers of skepticism that had lingered just moments ago disappeared completely, replaced by even hotter anticipation. An officially certified divine item, even if it truly has maliciousness, is enough to drive people crazy. However, Ning Yuhong shifted his tone, his gaze landing on Jiang Shang, his tone becoming a bit more serious. The official can only confirm that this item is indeed a divine item. Its specific effects, additional limitations, and the maliciousness mentioned by Director Ding all belong to the nature of the item itself. The official makes no guarantees. Before bidding, please think carefully and act within your means. Jiang Lang's eyes flashed upon hearing this. Ning Yuhong's words not only gave face to Director Ding and Jiang Shang but also clarified the official's stance, avoiding subsequent disputes. However, it also indicated that the divine item in Jiang Shang's hands was indeed somewhat unusual. It might possess the so-called maliciousness mentioned by Ding Mingyuan. But to Jiang Lang, this only added to the mystery of the divine item. He became even more interested in this divine item. The other players felt the same way. The value of the divine item goes without saying. It is currently in a marketless stage. Everyone knows the power of divine items, it's just that no one has ever seen one sold. Even if there were, the price of a normal divine item could be sky-high, something ordinary players couldn't afford. But a potentially abnormal divine item might be priced a bit lower. I want to participate in the auction. How much money do you have? You want to participate in the auction? A divine item with maliciousness? I think that's just nonsense. It must require someone with great fortune to control it. Isn't that what all online novels say? When anything rare appears, ordinary people can't handle it, only the protagonist can. I'm not pretending. I am that protagonist. Actually, I am reincarnated. Damn it. We've got a fool. Hurry and call the mental hospital. Ning team. Don't start the auction yet. Someone has gone crazy over here. The scene instantly erupted, resembling a bustling marketplace in real life. Ding Mingyuan shouted a few times to get the boiling crowd to quiet down. Everyone, without further ado, let me first talk about the ranking and attributes of this divine item. The surroundings suddenly became quieter, even Jiang Lang perked up his ears to listen. This divine item's name is Divine Authority Chaos. Its effect is that every attack from the owner will add 10 times the mental strength as damage. But at the same time, there's a powerful side effect. The person who possesses this divine item will also take damage equal to 10 times their mental strength with each attack. Moreover, each attack will randomly incur a 1-second debuff, which could be dizziness, poison, armor breaking, in short, anything is possible. In addition, this divine item seems to be part of a set. The description says gathering 12 types of authority might lead to unexpected events. As for what those events are, I don't know. Once Ding Mingyuan finished speaking, the entire square went quiet in an instant. All the players exchanged glances, each of them harboring the same thought. Is this really a divine item? This is clearly a wicked item, right? Although the attack can add 10 times the mental strength as damage, the user will also shoulder the same damage. In other words, the higher the player's mental attribute, the greater the damage they would take. Roles like mages and priests, who have strong mental power. His own health was already very low. If he possessed this divine object, the result could be imagined. It was equivalent to killing someone while also committing suicide. Not to mention that each attack would randomly bear negative effects. The mental attributes of warriors and assassins were not high, and the negative effects were not something players wanted to endure. Imagine if an assassin was about to kill their target and suddenly got dizzy, what would happen? As for what Ding Mingyuan said about gathering 12 types of powers resulting in unexpected events, the players automatically disregarded it. Even if they could become gods after gathering them, it wouldn't stir their desires. Divine objects are not so easy to obtain, right? Moreover, they are all of the same type of divine object? After Ding Mingyuan finished speaking, the square remained calm for a long time. Players were whispering to each other. No way, no way. This is not a divine object. This is clearly a suicide tool. Is this really a divine object? The negative effects are really deadly. Whoever wants it can take it. I'm not planning to get involved. Just here to watch the show. Brother, I remember you are a waiter, right? You earn 3,000 a month. What right do you have to participate? Listening to the discussions around him, Ding Mingyuan's face flashed with a hint of embarrassment. At this moment, Jiang Lang's eyes shone brightly, his heart pounding. Damn it! Divine power? He never expected to encounter a divine object of the same type so soon. Although based on Ding Mingyuan's description, the effect of this divine object might not be so good. But that's for ordinary players. For Jiang Lang, who had determination in the fray, let alone bearing 10 times the damage of mental attributes. Even if it were 100 times, 1,000 times, or 10,000 times, in the face of determination in the fray, he would only lose a bit of health. The negative effects he would endure with each attack were a bit troublesome. But for Jiang Lang, it wasn't a big problem. Moreover, he had already obtained divine power, Harvest. He was one step closer to gathering the 12 types of powers. Jiang Lang hadn't thought about such things before, but now it seemed his luck attribute was at work. Praise the god of luck. Jiang Lang felt a rush of excitement. Since these people didn't want this divine object, then he would gladly accept it. However, just as Jiang Lang was about to make a bid, someone broke the deadlock first. I offer 3,000 silver coins. Jiang Lang immediately frowned. Another expert? 3,000 silver coins is not a small sum. Killing a level 15 monster can only yield 2 to 3 silver coins, so 3,000 silver coins would require killing around 1,500 monsters. Level 15 monsters only exist in the Dark Forest. The Dark Forest is not a place for ordinary players to enter. Currently, in Moonshadow Town, there are no more than 100 players who can go into the forest to kill monsters, and they need to form a team. Jiang Lang wanted to see who was so generous. Listening to the voice and looking over, Jiang Lang's eyes flashed, and then he came to a realization. The speaker surprised him but also made sense. Sun Qitian. Although Sun Qitian's level was only 5, he truly had that kind of strength. Who made him a famous wealthy man in Lingjiang City? 3,000 silver coins converted into real-world currency is only about 3 million, which is nothing for Sun Qitian. But Jiang Lang wouldn't hand over the divine object so easily, especially since it was Sun Qitian making the offer. If he wanted to buy this divine object, he might as well wait for the next life. Jiang Lang smiled slightly, ready to compete with Sun Qitian. However, just as the words were on his lips, he was interrupted by someone else. 3005. This divine object is mine. Chapter 84, The Dispute Begins. The speaker was Rael. This foreign woman's eyes were filled with determination, accompanied by heat, wearing an expression as if to say, this divine object is mine for sure. Jiang Lang's brow furrowed. He had heard quite a bit about Rael. It was said that behind this woman seemed to be a powerful force, possibly connected to significant figures. Jiang Lang had no doubt that Rael could produce 3,500 silver coins. After all, when Sun Qitian opened his mouth, it was 3,000. Lar's strength was even a bit stronger than Sun Qitian's. However, Jiang Lang did not expect these two to raise the price of the divine item directly to such a high level. The base price had reached 3,000. This price would make it impossible for many players to participate. Sure enough, many players gasped and looked at Sun Shitian and Lar with looks of wariness and displeasure. The Sun family is already a wealthy family in Lingjiang City in reality, and after entering the game, their financial strength has become remarkable. But according to the actual situation, the price of 3,000 silver coins was still too low. And it was not just a little bit low. Jiang Lang did not immediately follow up with a bid. After all, Lingjiang City is considered a first-tier city. Sun Shitian's strength is very great, but he is not invincible. There are still quite a few wealthy players like him. Furthermore, Jiang Lang glanced towards the direction where Ning Yuhong was. A divine item. Jiang Lang did not believe the officials would let this opportunity slip away. And as Jiang Lang expected, the reality proved him right. Although the base price was raised to a very high level and eliminated many players, still, many players with strong financial power entered the competition. 4,000 silver coins. This was a young woman, looking to be around 30, and her profession was a mage. From the discussions of the surrounding players, Jiang Lang learned the woman's identity. The only daughter of the steel tycoon in Lingjiang City, Zhao Yan. 5,000 silver coins. Another person spoke. The bidder was a remarkable middle-aged man. The head of the fast-moving consumer goods industry in Lingjiang City, chairman of Fij Group, Feng Kaiyuan. 8,000 silver coins. A steady male voice sounded. Ning Yuhong also joined the bidding. Hiss. Players around gasped in astonishment. In just a few seconds, the base price had skyrocketed from 3,000 to 8,000, a speed that shocked all players. Crazy, crazy. These people are all insane. Wow, wow, wow. 8,000 silver coins, how much is that? 800 million? I've never seen that much money even in a TV drama. Oh. I'm just a small company owner. I was hoping to find a bargain, but now it seems I'm glad I didn't participate. And this is just the first round of bidding. I guess the final price will definitely be even higher. Even higher? How high? 10 billion or 100 billion? Even if these people are rich, they can't possibly come up with that much money. Who do you think will end up with this divine item? Players were discussing enthusiastically. Most of them were ordinary people, who had ever seen an auction scene that easily went into the hundreds of billions. Perhaps only in stories do such things occur. Zhang Shang looked at the rising price, his face full of excitement, tightly clenching his fists. 8,000 silver coins, that is 800 million. This amount of silver coins is enough for the children in the orphanage to get good equipment and even buy some useful skill books, making it easier for them to level up in the future. Ding Mingyuan patted his shoulder, his eyes full of appreciation, yet there was a trace of barely perceptible excitement. He knew the price of the divine item could be high, but he did not expect it to be this high. 800 million. Their orphanage could significantly improve its strength now. Jiang Lang sat on the stone bench, his fingertips gently tapping his knees, never placing a bid. He was observing, while also waiting. 8,000 silver coins was far from the value that a divine item should have. He wanted to see what the bottom line of Sun Shitian and these people was. Jiang Lang had already regarded this divine item as his own possession. Even if he himself did not have 8,000 silver coins, or even more. But Jiang Lang had something others did not have. Nearly 1,000 pieces of golden-level equipment and items. The most ordinary piece of golden-level equipment was worth at least 20 silver coins, and slightly stronger ones were even more valuable. He now possesses over 800 pieces of gold-level equipment, which, even at the lowest price, are worth at least 16,000 silver coins. For Sun Shitian and others, trying to buy this divine item in front of him is simply impossible. Moreover, Sun Shitian and others are offering silver coins, but they will actually pay with real-world currency. Should he enhance his strength immediately with this equipment or deal with the devalued money of the real world? Jiang Lang believes Ding Mingyuan should be quite clear about this. So Jiang Lang is not in a hurry at all. Instead, he is quite interested in watching this grand spectacle unfold. 8,100 silver coins. Sun Shitian gritted his teeth and raised his bid, his sharp eyes fixed on Ning Yuhong. Ning, if it were at other times, I would surely give you this face. But not now. You also know that my little beast has offended someone and now cannot survive in the game. I only have this one son, I can't just watch helplessly. This divine item, although it has many issues, I must have it. We feel the same. Zhao Yan said with a light laugh. We are all smart people. We all know what the future world will be like. Ning, if it were before the game came, I could bid for this divine item and give it to you without issue. But now, it's not possible. My thoughts are the same as Xiao Zhao's. Ning, let's rely on our own abilities. Feng Kaiyuan also spoke up at the right time. Ning Yuhong's expression darkened a few shades. These people have considerable financial strength in the real world and have likely heard some rumors. The future will definitely belong to the divine arrival game. They no longer care about the face and power of the officials. Alright. Then let's rely on our own abilities. Ning Yuhong took a deep breath and then looked at Ral and others. And you? This is Longxia, do you also want to get involved? Ral, undeterred by the threat in Ning Yuhong's words, smiled slightly and spoke firmly. This divine item is ours. And you said it yourself, this is Longxia, we players struggle here. What's more? As Ral spoke here, his tone turned a bit cold, carrying a tinge of hatred. Moon Shadow took away what belonged to me. I want revenge. Boom. The crowd suddenly erupted, a wave of excitement crashing down. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Ral leading the charge to hunt down Moon Shadow has become common knowledge, and the results have spread like wildfire. Some speculate that Ral not only failed but also lost his original divine item. But this is just speculation, no one has seen it with their own eyes. Now that Ral has confirmed it with his own mouth, how can the players not be shocked? How many has he got? I'm asking how many? How many divine items does Moon Shadow have? Currently, it's confirmed there's one Rooster King and one from Ral, which makes 2. Previously, another divine item also appeared deep in the forest, and if all goes well, it would belong to Moon Shadow. After all, other teams don't have the strength to enter the forest, and let's not forget that was the same day Ral was hunting Moon Shadow. Damn! He actually has 3 divine items? I don't have a single one. He's over there. Chapter 85, is it okay to give it to my idol? A player's words drew the attention of everyone present towards Jiang Lang. The position Jiang Lang was sitting in was not too dark, in fact, many players had seen him long ago. However, not a single person came forward to greet him or curry favor. It seems his existence is like a contagious plague. Instead, many players occasionally glanced at Jiang Lang, after all, looking wouldn't kill anyone. Now the conversation has shifted to him, and all the players' attention is focused on Jiang Lang. He seems to have not placed a bid at all, right? Someone asked. Moon Shadow may be powerful, but his financial strength isn't. Exactly. Unless he's a rich man in the real world, he shouldn't have the chance to participate in this auction. But he has divine items. Can't he exchange them? Exchange a good divine item for one with such negative effects? Are you stupid, or do you think Moon Shadow is stupid? Listening to the discussions around him and feeling the gazes of players nearby, Jiang Lang slowly stood up. The player's eyes wandered along with Jiang Lang's movements. Sun Shitian frowned slightly as he looked at Jiang Lang, a hint of darkness flashing in his pupils but quickly hidden away. It was this guy who issued a hunting order against his son, making the entire Sun family uneasy. Behind him, Sun Zi and Lu Ruyan looked at Jiang Lang with a face full of hatred, their eyes blazing as if they wished they could skin him alive and crush his bones to ashes. But compared to the hatred of another person, the hatred of Sun Zi and Lu Ruyan was nothing. Lol. Not only had Lol died at Jiang Lang's hands, but she had also lost a divine item. That was a ranked 30 divine item. Moon Shadow. You should die. Lol couldn't contain the hatred in her heart, gritting her teeth as she glared at Jiang Lang and growled. Jiang Lang calmly glanced at Lol and chuckled, just now you said you wanted to take revenge on me, you're always welcome. But remember to bring your best gear and items, otherwise, I have no interest. Ah! Lol shouted angrily, he understood the meaning behind Jiang Lang's words. But here was Moonshadow Town, even if Lol was furious, she couldn't attack Jiang Lang here. Moreover, even if she could, whether she could defeat him was still a question. Jiang Lang's strength was definitely more terrifying than before. She had to endure. Endure until she obtained that divine item, then plot to kill Jiang Lang. That divine item was a must for her. Lol didn't think that any of the dragon representatives present could match her wealth, nor did the official side. As for Jiang Lang, he was just a strong player. Lol didn't think he could take part in the competition for the divine item. Are you going to get involved too? Ning Yuhong asked softly. It's an auction. Whoever has more money will get it. Jiang Lang shrugged. Ning Yuhong frowned, do you have that many silver coins? Based on his impression of Jiang Lang, this guy shouldn't be any tycoon or rich second generation. Jiang Lang definitely couldn't come up with billions. However, being the number 1 player in the game, the silver coins he had were not something ordinary players could compare with. I don't have. Jiang Lang said honestly. He had killed nearly 1,000 monsters in the dense forest, and the silver coins he obtained were only around 2,000. Plus some he had obtained earlier, he only had a little over 2,500 silver coins in his backpack. This amount was far below what Ning Yuhong and others were offering. Hearing Jiang Lang say this, Ning Yuhong, Sun Shitian, and others gradually let out a sigh of relief. They were genuinely afraid Jiang Lang would want to get involved. After all, he was the #1 player in the game, and people had to treat him cautiously. Ding Mingyuan also had a hint of loneliness and disappointment in his eyes. He knew Jiang Lang, who didn't know the reputation of Moonshadow. He thought Jiang Lang's presence might make the auction more heated, but unexpectedly, this guy admitted he didn't have that many silver coins. Ding Mingyuan could only place the results in the hands of Ning Yuhong and others, hoping they could offer more. More than 8,000 silver coins was already a lot, but who wouldn't worry about getting more? Among the players present, only one player showed no disappointment or loneliness. Instead, he was filled with deep excitement. This player was Zhang Shang. He looked at Jiang Lang with eyes full of excitement, his body slightly trembling with exhilaration. An idol. Moonshadow was his idol. Zhang Sheng entered the game only in the early morning of the third day after the God's Arrival game launched. By then, Jiang Lang's fame had already started to emerge. Later, leading people to clear levels, issuing hunting orders against Tiwi, countering foreign players, everything was etched in Zhang Sheng's heart. He also wanted to become a master like Moonshadow. He even planned to choose the assassin profession when selecting his job. Unfortunately, there was no assassin among the three professions, and Zhang Sheng could only choose to be a warrior. Now that Zhang Sheng can see his idol up close, how could he not feel excited? Moon Shadow. I am your fan. Zhang Sheng shouted. Oh? Jiang Lang was slightly taken aback. He never expected to become someone else's idol. The word idol should only belong to stars or respected people, right? Jiang Lang also had his own idol. Mr. Yuan, the father of rice. Looking at the ecstatic Zhang Shang, Jiang Lang smiled faintly and suddenly felt like teasing him. Am I really your idol? Yes. Zhang Shang nodded vigorously. Jiang Lang smiled even brighter. Then can you give this treasure to your idol, me? The scene instantly fell into silence. Everyone stared at Jiang Lang wide-eyed. Can it be done this way? They truly didn't expect Jiang Lang to say such a thing. Shameless. Ning Yan spat softly while also giving Jiang Lang a fierce glare. Moon Shadow. Zhang Sheng is still a child, you are deceiving a minor. Ning Yuhong couldn't stand it anymore and hurried to stop him, feeling differently about Jiang Lang now. Damn it. To demand a treasure like this. This guy is not a good person. Did he also deceive his own little cotton-padded jacket like this? Ning Yuhong instinctively looked at Ning Yan, remembering what she had whispered. You keep your distance from that kid. Question mark. Ning Yan was baffled. Ding Mingyuan's expression also changed slightly, instinctively pulling Zhang Sheng behind him with a look of resentment at Jiang Lang. Today's youth really can't be discussed. He has lived for 60 years and has never seen such a shameless person. Demanding it. This is a treasure, not a cabbage. Kid, you are joking. We won't be giving this thing away. While saying this, Ding Mingyuan tightened the grip on Zhang Sheng's mouth. This kid is simple-minded, he might really agree. Ha ha. Director Ding, don't be nervous, I was indeed joking. Jiang Lang laughed heartily, and Ding Mingyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. This is not a place for jokes. If you have no money, get lost. Don't disturb our auction. An untimely voice rang out, and the smile on Jiang Lang's face instantly disappeared. He turned to look at Sun Zi, narrowing his eyes. Sun Zi felt a chill run down his spine under Jiang Lang's gaze and instinctively took a step back. But he quickly adjusted his mentality, puffing out his neck to face Jiang Lang. Earlier, he had apologized to Jiang Lang in the chat box as per Sun Chi Tian's suggestion and sent messages for 3 days, but Jiang Lang didn't even reply. Sun Zi understood that the grudges between them weren't going to disappear easily. Since Jiang Lang wouldn't give face, Sun Zi wouldn't be a lamb to the slaughter. This is Moon Shadow Town, could Jiang Lang really kill him? What are you looking at? If you have no money, get out of the way. Sun Zi scolded again, but he felt his legs trembling while speaking. Jiang Lang did not respond to Sun Zi, only glancing around with displeasure and saying, What's wrong with you all? Why isn't anyone participating in the bounty I released? Is the reward too low? Never mind. After the auction, I'll update it, and the rewards will be even better. Please look forward to it. As soon as these words came out, Sun Zi's face turned ashen. Previously, he didn't dare to enter the game because of Jiang Lang's bounty. Even when he entered, it was sneaky in the dead of night. Now with the increased rewards, Sun Zi already imagined the situation he would face later. At that time, he'll probably not be safe even at night. Chapter 86, The Dimensional Strike of 800 Pieces of Golden Equipment. Sun Zi's expression kept changing, and even Lu Ruyun beside him was now pale. She and Sun Zi were considered allies. If Sun Zi got in trouble with Moon Shadow, she wouldn't fare well either. Suddenly, a trace of regret emerged in Lu Ruyun's heart. Regret for getting closer to Sun Zi for a better life. It's all the fault of the God Arrival game. Without the God Arrival game, she should be sitting in a sports car, carrying a bag worth tens of thousands, and dining in high-end restaurants. Unfortunately, the arrival of the God Arrival game shattered her original fantasy, and even the simplest days are gone forever. Kids, we are all Longsha people, why hold on to my son? I admit, my useless son has been spoiled by me, and he has offended you before. I, Sun Shitian, also have some status in Lingjiang City. Can you give me a favor and let this matter end here? Sun Shitian will definitely repay you. Suddenly, Sun Shitian spoke up, wearing what seemed to be a very sincere expression. Zhang Lang merely glanced at Sun Shitian casually and did not respond. What a joke, does he not know who Sun Shitian is? Ignoring Sun Shitian, Zhang Lang looked at Zhang Sheng again and slowly spoke. I want that divine object. Zhang Sheng's eyes lit up. If possible, he would rather sell this divine object to his idol. Gifting is definitely not without pay, not even to an idol. Of course, a low price wouldn't work either. Ding Mingyuan frowned slightly, looking at Jiang Lang with some disbelief and asked. How many silver coins will you offer? Although Jiang Lang was powerful, when it came to wealth, he probably couldn't compare to Sun Shitian and the official represented by Ning Yuheng. I don't have many silver coins. Jiang Lang answered without hesitation. Ding Ningyuan was stunned, he opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. He was a bit confused. Not many silver coins, wanting to scratch for face and get it for free? Even if he was the top player in the game, he had no real clout here. Just as Ding Ningyuan was about to refuse, he heard Jiang Lang continue. Don't rush. I haven't finished speaking. Before that, let me ask, how many kids and staff do you have in the orphanage? Ding Mingyuan was somewhat puzzled, but still honestly answered Jiang Lang's question. There are a total of 56 children, plus staff, there are a total of 72 people. Jiang Lang nodded, smiling as he pointed to the statue behind Jiang Shang. I may not have many silver coins, but I have many golden level equipment and items. That is my statue, and also my stall. You can choose 200 or 300 pieces of things from inside. Ding Mingyuan's eyes widened instantly, doubting whether he heard it wrong. 300 golden level equipment and items? The value of a single golden level item is at least 20 silver coins, 300 pieces would be 6,000 silver coins. Although this amount is not as high as what Sun Shitian and others offered, it is real stuff that can directly enhance strength. Compared to the real-world money offered by Sun Shitian and others, Ding Mingyuan wanted these equipment and items even more. Several hundred million or a few billion may be good, but it takes a long time to convert it into strength. Are you serious? Trading 300 golden level items for this divine object? I never lie. Jiang Lang smiled, showing his teeth. Boom. The crowd of onlookers immediately boiled over. 300 pieces of golden level equipment and items. How did Jiang Lang get them? Most players present didn't have a single golden level item, but Jiang Lang made a move with 300 pieces? Everyone looked at Jiang Lang in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. Even Sun Shitian and others widened their eyes, not expecting Jiang Lang to get involved in this way, trading items for items. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell, the God Arrival game would be the mainstream of the entire world in the future. While real-world money still has some value now, no one knows when it will turn into a pile of worthless paper. If they were Ding Mingyuan, they would also choose equipment and items over money. Not to mention, these are 300 pieces of golden level items. While everyone was shocked, Zhang Shang had already turned to check the things displayed at the statue stall. Then came a sudden gasp. Director! There are more than 800 items in here. We can freely choose 300 of them. I have my eye on a golden level long sword. There's even equipment for the beast tamer profession, along with skill books. And gear for special and hidden professions. Promise him. Quickly, promise him. Zhang Shang's words stirred the crowd into excitement once more. They had originally thought that there were only 300 golden level items at Jiang Lang's stall, which had already surprised them. But they never expected there to be as many as 800, with 300 items just being the tip of the iceberg. The players' gazes towards Jiang Lang suddenly became complicated. Especially Ning Yuheng, who had already thought highly of Jiang Lang's strength, but didn't expect it to exceed his imagination. These 800 golden level items surely weren't just picked up along the way, they were obtained by Jiang Lang defeating monsters himself. How many monsters did he have to kill to acquire so many valuable items? Ning Yuheng was filled with confusion. What do you say? You can let the people from your welfare institute choose freely. If you think 300 items aren't enough, then 400 items will do. Chapter 87, Threats and Heart-Piercing Decisions. Ding Mingyuan's hands trembled. To him, 300 items seemed like a lot. Their entire welfare institute had only about 70 people, meaning 300 items couldn't even be divided evenly. He had already prepared to agree, but unexpectedly Jiang Lang raised the offer. 400 items. How many could 400 items be divided among them? Everyone could get over 5 items each. It was too much to use up, simply too much. In his heart, 3 items per person would be enough, and the rest could be sold, which would also be a considerable income. We can choose freely? Regardless of value? Of course. Jiang Lang shrugged, appearing indifferent. He could see Ding Mingyuan's thoughts. He merely wanted to pick some high-value gear to sell. Though all 800 items at the stall were golden level, their quality was just average. There were no exceptional items like the thief's wooden stick. However, there were some nice things, such as equipment for hidden and special professions, or gear with certain profession core buffs. For example, the beast tamer equipment Jiang Shang mentioned. Jiang Lang remembered that item. Its attached bonuses increased the beast's attack and defense. The beast tamer's combat power was reflected in the wild beasts they commanded, and their attack and defense were the core of the beast tamer. This equipment counted as high value among the 800 items, normally priced above 100 silver coins. For average players, the price might seem high. But Jiang Lang didn't care for these items at all. Exchanging 400 golden level items for a divine item, especially one with set attributes, would clearly be a win for him. Moreover, Jiang Lang had already thought that if 400 items didn't satisfy Ding Mingyuan, he wouldn't mind giving him all 800. 800 items for one divine item was still a profit for him. Ding Mingyuan didn't show the greed Jiang Lang imagined, not asking for too much. He nodded repeatedly, the wrinkles on his face coming together. That's enough. 400 items will do. Can we choose right now? Choose freely after the trade. Jiang Lang replied with a broad smile. Ding Mingyuan's smile grew even brighter as he turned to Jiang Shang, still lost in the statue stall, and suddenly yelled. Jiang Shang! You little rascal! Hurry up and trade the divine item to Mr. Yueying. Those pieces of gear won't run away. Jiang Shang's thoughts were pulled away from the stall as he scratched his head and awkwardly grinned at Jiang Lang. Idle. I'll trade with you right now. As he said that, Jiang Shang actively walked towards Jiang Lang. However, he hadn't taken many steps when a deep voice emerged from the crowd. Director Ding. Aren't you supposed to think this through? I can offer 10,000 silver coins, which is worth much more than 400 pieces of golden level equipment. Saying this was Sun Shitian, his face extremely dark, still wanting to struggle a bit more. As soon as he spoke, the others chimed in again. Zhao Meiyan, I'll offer 11,000. Feng Kaiyuan, I'll offer 15,000. Lair, I'll offer 20,000. Sell it to us. Ning Yuhong, I'll offer, forget it. We won't participate. As Ning Yuhong spoke, he glanced at Jiang Lang, his eyes full of complexity. The shocks Jiang Lang brought him were simply too many. Since he met Jiang Lang, this kid had continuously surprised him. Clearly, everyone was participating in the same game called God's Arrival, but Jiang Lang seemed to be forever ahead of the other players. Whether it was level, strength, equipment, or divine items, this guy was always exceeding other players. The Lingjiang city officials had long decided to maintain a good relationship with Jiang Lang, so when Ding Mingyuan had reached a trade intention with Jiang Lang, Ning Yuhong no longer planned to get involved. What he was thinking now was whether he could get some good stuff from Jiang Lang later. After all, this kid might have a special relationship with his little cotton-padded jacket. Who knows, he might even become his father-in-law in the future. It's reasonable for a father-in-law to ask for some benefits from his son-in-law, right? Even if it's not a free gift, getting a discount should be expected, right? Ning Yuhong had already forgotten his previous unhappiness about his little treasure potentially being in danger, his mind only filled with the thought of 800 pieces of golden-level equipment. Sun Shitian and the others' words made Jiang Shang pause. He turned to look at Ding Mingyuan. Jiang Lang also furrowed his brow slightly, looking at Sun Shitian and the others with a cold gaze. Old rascal, even to this point, still wanting to meddle. He looked at Ding Mingyuan, waiting for his choice. Ding Mingyuan did not disappoint Jiang Lang. He smiled at Sun Shitian and the others, slowly speaking. Sorry, gentlemen, our orphanage's children are all not very strong. Compared to money, we prefer these equipments. Sun Shitian's face immediately turned cold, his eyes darkly fixed on Ding Mingyuan. He spoke each word carefully. Equipment is good, but you need a life to have it. Director Ding, you also said that the children in your orphanage are not strong. If one day they are killed in the wild and lose their equipment, it would be a waste. They are indeed unfortunate. Without a beautiful childhood, it would be better to take a few 100 million and live freely in the real world. Director Ding, think about it. This is several 100 million, enough for you and those over 10 people to live well for a lifetime. Why bother fighting and killing in the game? Ding Mingyuan's aging face lost its smile. He stared at Sun Shitian, his tone a bit cold. Are you threatening me, boss Sun? Not at all. Sun Shitian said lightly. Oh. I thought boss Sun was threatening me. preparing to send people to corner our orphanage's folks in the game. Since that's not the case, then no need for Boss Sun to overthink it. Boss Sun should think about how to deal with your big son's issue. Ding Mingyuan laughed heartily, then immediately shouted to Jiang Shang. Jiang Shang, go trade with Mr. Moonshadow quickly. Ding Mingyuan's words made Sun Qitian's face turn ashen. He really did mean to threaten Ding Mingyuan, but did not expect Ding Mingyuan to be unafraid, even hitting back at him about Sun Zi's issue. Jiang Lang's recent pursuit activity had made Sun Zi struggle in God's arrival. Earlier, he wanted to talk with Jiang Lang but was completely snubbed. He even declared he would raise the reward for the pursuit game. Sun Qitian understood that they had reached the point of no return with Jiang Lang. Glancing coldly at Jiang Lang, Sun Qitian growled, "Let's go." Since he didn't obtain the divine item, there was no need to stay here. How to say, Sun Qitian is also a prominent figure in Lingjiang City, and he doesn't want to become a laughingstock for other players in public. The figures of several people slowly disappeared, clearly indicating that they chose to exit the game directly. Zhao Meiyan and Feng Kaiyuan originally wanted to struggle a bit more, but upon hearing Ding Mingyuan's decisive words and the mockery directed at Sun Qitian, and seeing the tall figure with a hidden face nearby, both of them immediately lost their desire to compete for the divine object. With Yueying around, other people could only stand aside for this divine object. From what the two knew, Yueying was certainly not a good person. His reputation was built on killing monsters and players. If they recklessly continued to fight, they might also be met with some sort of chase event. The two exchanged glances, subtly communicating with each other before Feng Kaiyuan took the initiative to speak. Since that's the case, we won't compete anymore. Congratulations to Mr. Yueying for obtaining another divine object. Zhao Meiyan congratulates Mr. Yueying. Both of them smiled brightly, and Jiang Lang did not target their thoughts. These two understood the situation well, unlike Sun Qitian who was not in their league. Don't strike at those who smile. Jiang Lang also responded with a smile, "Thank you for your kind intentions, both elders. I still have a lot of good things at my stall. If you two don't mind, you can buy some later." "You're joking." Feng Kaiyuan laughed heartily. "Things from Yueying must be top quality. Once these 800 pieces of golden grade equipment are released, the entire game of Divine Arrival will stir up. Perhaps players from other regions will come to our Yueying town to buy equipment, and we will be famous again. After Director Ding finishes selecting, I will also buy some items to take back. Zhao, I remember you distribute teams based on group employees, right? You must buy more later. You won't have another chance afterwards." "Of course. Since I didn't get the divine object, I can't go back empty-handed, right?" Zhao Meiyan was also quite clever and immediately chimed in. "Just in time, Mr. Yueying gave us this opportunity. I must buy more equipment to enhance my strength." Jiang Lang squinted at Feng Kaiyuan. As expected of a savvy old hand running a large enterprise, speaking was quite pleasing. The two complimented him, not only praising him but also bringing in all the players from Yueying town. Jiang Lang expressed his gratitude to the two again, then looked at Jiang Shang. Jiang Shang grinned widely at Jiang Lang, his eyes full of brilliance, making Jiang Lang find it somewhat amusing. He never expected he would one day become someone else's idol. "Let's trade. Then quickly choose your equipment." "Okay, idol." After the transaction was completed, Jiang Lang did not immediately check the properties of the divine object but instead looked in the direction of Laer and his group. "Not leaving yet? Want me to treat you to a meal later?" Laer stared hard at Jiang Lang for a while before speaking word by word. "Yueying, I will kill you. I'll be waiting." Jiang Lang smiled slightly, "But remember to bring the divine object when you try to kill me. I won't have the desire to counterattack otherwise." "You?" Laer's face suddenly turned somewhat savage. The loss of the divine object was a pain that still lingered in her heart. Now that Yueying had obtained another divine object, it required much stronger strength to kill him. But Laer would not give up. As long as Yueying was alive, her brother would always be in a position of submission. This was a situation she and her country did not want to see. "Leave." With a low shout from Laer, they also exited the game. They did not dare to leave the town directly to improve their strength. Although they said they wanted to kill Jiang Lang, deep down they actually feared he would come out and kill them. Jiang Lang scoffed and showed no concern in his heart. If he could kill Laer once, he could kill her again. Moreover, his strength had since improved, making it even harder for Laer to kill him. "My lord Yueying, can we also go buy equipment later?" The voices in the crowd pulled Jiang Lang's thoughts back to reality. Jiang Lang smiled and replied, "Of course. Putting it on the shelves is for selling, otherwise, why would I put it up? And don't call me sir, just call me Moon Shadow." The crowd cheered, surprised that Jiang Lang was not as brutal as they had imagined. Instead, he was quite easygoing. "Can you give a discount?" I've been your fan for 10 years. John Lang looked at the person with disdain and snorted, no discounts. Don't talk about fans, even my dad would pay $6. The crowd erupted in laughter. This was a meme from before the game arrived, and many people were aware of it. While joking with the players, John Lang conducted a transaction with Ding Mingyuan. It took a full hour for Ding Mingyuan to select the 300 pieces of equipment he wanted. After expressing his gratitude again, Ding Mingyuan left the town with the members of the welfare institution, seemingly ready to test their newfound strength with new gear. The remaining people rushed to the statue stall, eager to check for suitable equipment. John Lang watched the scene with a smile, then turned to leave. He wanted to see the specific attributes of the divine item he had just obtained. Chapter 89, A Leap in Power. Sequence 402, Divine Authority, Chaos. Type, Divine Item. Effect 1, every attack will add mental power * 10 times damage. If the bearer is a priest, the healing effect increases by 10 times mental power. Also, the user will simultaneously receive mental power * 10 damage. If the bearer is a priest, then he will lose 10 times his mental power in health. Each attack will random suffer a 1-second debuff, including but not limited to dizziness, poison, stiffness, blindness, and other negative effects. Effect 2, when you have 12 types of divine authority, you may gain unexpected effects. Current number of authorities owned, February 12. John Lang smacked his lips. To be honest, having lived 2 lives, this was the first time he had seen a divine item with such severe side effects. Just like he knew about the Agility Curse Stone, which had substantial negative effects but also considerable benefits. In contrast, Divine Authority, Chaos, had more side effects than benefits. The only advantage was that it added 10 times the damage to mental power for attacks, which greatly enhanced the power of classes like Mage and Priest. But the downside was quite apparent, especially for priests. A healing spell could certainly revive teammates, but whether they could survive was another matter. At that point, they wouldn't be proper healers but rather suicidal poison healers. For Jiang Lang himself, this divine item did not significantly boost his power. His mental power attribute was only around 40 points, and 10 times that was just 400 points of damage, not very helpful. It could be said that this was the most useless divine item he had obtained so far among many. The only benefit was that he had acquired another divine authority item, bringing him one step closer to the mysterious grand prize. Jiang Lang shook his head, no longer thinking about this matter. He opened his backpack and decided to change his equipment. Besides, Black Dagger, Jiang Lang's other equipment was all at the golden level. However, the levels of Magic Cloak and Windwalker Boots were still at 5, which was somewhat outdated. Having obtained more than 800 pieces of equipment in the Dark Forest, there were naturally some Jiang Lang could use. He hadn't chosen to put these items on the shelves, keeping them all in his backpack. Jiang Lang began to change his gear. Cloudwalker Boots, Golden Level. Type, Equipment. Level, 15. Agility plus 30. Movement speed plus 20%. Effect, when your agility attribute exceeds 150 points, it further increases attack power by 100 points. Blood Pattern Ring, Golden Level. Type, Jewelry. Level, 14. Health plus 2000. Defense plus 1. Effect, when health drops below 20%, health will instantly revert to peak state and gain 1 second of invulnerability state, cooldown time 1000s. Thin Blade Bracers, Golden Level. Type, Armor, Assassin/Ranger. Level, 14. Attack power plus 70. Agility plus 40. Effect, when worn by an assassin class, it increases. 10 agility points added. As an archer, attack range increases by 100 meters. Dark Iron Belt, Golden Grade. Type, Armor. Level, 12. Health plus 1000. Strength plus 20. Effect, movement speed decreases by 15% when worn. There are 4 pieces of equipment that can be used, and Jiang Lang changed them one by one. The magic cloak does not conflict with the newly acquired gear, so Jiang Lang did not choose to change it. After changing all the gear, Jiang Lang's power was greatly enhanced. Jiang Lang opened the panel to check his current attributes. Level, 15. Experience, 30/10000. Reputation, 3400. Attack, 8840, 3170. Strength plus 190. Equipment plus 5080. Bloodthirsty Blade. Health, 10. Defense, 2. Strength, 317. Agility, 240. Spirit, 42. Luck, 1. Talent, Courage to Charge, S, Stone Skin, D, Double Strike, C, Luck, X. Skills, Intimidation, C, Stealth, C, Poisoning, D, Shadow Clone Dance, B, Toxic Trap, D, Charge, D, Shadow Kill, B. Divine Objects, Swift Hand, Bloodthirsty Blade, Tales of the Mountains and Seas, Blind Box, Classic of Mountains and Seas, White Tiger, Cursed Doll, Divine Authority, Harvest, Divine Authority, Chaos. Equipment, Jet Black Dagger, Platinum, Magic Cloak, Golden, Heavenly Fighting Armor, Golden, Cloud Stepping Boots, Golden, Blood Pattern Ring, Golden, Thin Blade Bracers, Golden, Dark Iron Belt, Golden. Backpack, Thief's Wooden Stick. Others, slightly. Jiang Lang's eyes sparkled. With just an equipment update, his power couldn't simply be described as enhanced. One should say it skyrocketed. His attack power jumped from less than 5,000 to 8,840 points. Now he could easily take down a goblin with just one slash. All this was due to the increase in health, and Jiang Lang was willing to call the Bloodthirsty Blade the Eternal God. But the shortcomings of the Bloodthirsty Blade were also obvious. Although there was the safety net of Courage to Charge, it was not all-powerful. Some mechanism monsters could completely ignore the effects of Courage to Charge, and aside from that, continuous damage could empty his health in a short period. For example, statuses like poisoning. However, he was still in the beginner stage, and there were no mechanism monsters present. Ordinary players and monsters found it extremely difficult to kill him. Currently, there was no need to worry. Jiang Lang grinned and decided to head to the Dark Forest to test his current strength. He also wanted to see how the negative effects of Divine Authority, Chaos, were determined. Was it that after causing damage to the target, it would suffer negative effects, or would it suffer just from the intent to attack? The statue stall was still bustling with activity. After glancing at it, Jiang Lang stepped away. However, before he could take a few steps, a notification sound of receiving a message rang in his ears. Jiang Lang was taken aback. He had very few friends, only Uncle, Ning Yan, and Ning Yu Hung. At this time, Uncle should be battling the boss and wouldn't be messaging him. So it could only be Ning Yan or Ning Yu Hung. Opening the chat interface, the message came from Ning Yan. Qin Yan, do you have time? My dad wants to meet you. It seems he wants to talk about that platinum-grade equipment. Jiang Lang's eyes flickered. The platinum-grade equipment obtained in the Goblin Cave had been in his hands for some time. Ning Yu Hong had not contacted him, and Jiang Lang thought Ning Yu Hong had decided not to buy it. Unexpectedly, now he brought up this matter. After a moment of thought, Jiang Lang understood the situation. It must be that Ning Yu Hong didn't buy the divine object, so he decided to purchase that platinum-grade equipment. Jiang Lang's eyes rolled. Looking at it this way, Ning Yu Hong probably had quite a few silver coins. That delusional glass staff might sell for a good price. Jiang Lang grinned and hurriedly replied to Ning Yan's message. Yuing, I have time. Are you at the official base? Qin Yan, yes. Yuing, I'm on my way. Chapter 91, When Drinking, I Let You Win. In a certain part of the town, Jiang Lang staggered over. This was a simple outpost built by the officials, surrounded by patrolling guards, making it impossible for ordinary survivors to approach. This was Jiang Lang's second time here, but there were no officials blocking him. The personnel responsible for patrolling saw him and were first slightly taken aback, then they nodded at him with smiles on their faces. Jiang Lang naturally responded with a smile, but internally he was secretly muttering. This is the benefit of having great strength. Even if he was unfamiliar with those patrolling personnel, they would still have a friendly attitude towards him. This feeling of being noticed wherever he went is nice, but over time, it becomes ordinary. Jiang Lang didn't pay much attention and walked straight inside. The official residence is very large, but it does not encompass all the locations of the NPCs in the town. This used to be an open area, and the official personnel inexplicably brought in a pile of stones to build a few simple meeting rooms. Before a stone house, Ning Yan was already waiting at the door. When she saw Jiang Lang, she smiled brightly. You are here, come with me. Jiang Lang nodded slightly and followed Ning Yan into the stone house. The stone house is small, but it is fully equipped. Inside, the space is divided into several rooms by stone blocks, and shadows can be seen in each room. Jiang Lang raised his eyebrows. He found that compared to his last visit, there had been significant changes inside the stone house. There were many rough pieces of furniture and daily necessities added to the rooms. Of course, these daily necessities were very different from those in the real world. They were made from materials in the God's Arrival game. Jiang Lang shook his head slightly. Others might not know, but he understood very well. No matter how well this place develops, it is useless. The novice town is merely a temporary resting place for players. The God's Arrival continent is the final destination for players. Even if a villa were built in the town, it would ultimately have to be abandoned. Let alone that in the future, the game and the real world would merge. After the merge, everything in the original world would be replaced and covered by the God's Arrival continent. Human civilization would rapidly vanish in a short time. However, God's Arrival is not completely devoid of humanity. Players can build or purchase shelters in the God's Arrival continent. Building oneself requires no resources. As long as there is time and effort, it can be done. Purchasing, on the other hand, costs a lot. Some powerful shelters require a significant amount of gold coins to buy, and those that are more secure have even more stringent requirements. For example, reputation points. Reputation points are an important attribute in the God's Arrival game. As previously mentioned, certain purchases of shelters, wearing high-level equipment, and even entering some dungeons require reaching a corresponding reputation level. In summary, in the upcoming God's Arrival continent, if players want to enhance their strength, reputation points are something that cannot be bypassed. In Zhang Lang's view, the officials developing bases in the town should better focus on improving their reputation points. However, he came to know this information because he lived again. Ning Yuhong and others did not know. He had a good impression of Ning Yuhong. This person wasn't a bad person in the last life. Zhang Lang decided to explain the importance of reputation points to Ning Yuhong later. Following behind Ning Yan, the two arrived at the innermost room of the stone house. There was only one person in the room, and it was Ning Yuhong. The moment he saw Zhang Lang, Ning Yuhong stared at him with a resentful gaze. I really didn't expect that divine object to fall into your hands. I'm curious, where did you get so many golden level equipments? Zhang Lang smiled without speaking and walked to sit down opposite Ning Yuhong. Ning Yuhong didn't get angry at Zhang Lang's attitude, instead, his eyes glimmered. Although Zhang Lang didn't answer, he already had a guess in his heart. What other items besides the divine object could have such abilities? I am even more curious how many divine items you have now. Ning team, your curiosity is too great. Zhang Lang said with a smile. Every divine object is unique, valuable, and can stir up bloodshed. Zhang Lang would naturally not reveal his secrets. Let's talk about the value of this equipment. Zhang Lang said, flipping his hand as a platinum-colored orb appeared in his palm. Illusionist profession weapon, platinum level, delusional glass staff. Beside him, Ning Yan's beautiful eyes sparkled, her gaze fixed on the orb in Zhang Lang's hand, unable to look away. She wanted it. Ning Yuhong was also shocked. This was the first time he had come so close to a platinum-level piece of equipment. There hadn't been a single platinum-level item in Lingjiang City up to now. Let's talk about the price. Ning Yuhong suppressed his shock and spoke calmly on the surface. The price is 1,000 silver coins. Zhang Lang said casually. Platinum-level items usually range between 100 to 200 silver coins. Of course, this refers to ordinary platinum-level items. Delusional glass staff is a weapon for the hidden profession illusionist, so its price should be higher. However, normally it wouldn't reach 1,000 silver coins, half that amount would be about right. But who cares, Ning Yuhong has money. He is backed by the officials and the entire Longxia. Are you kidding me? Ning Yuhong's eyes widened. He thought Zhang Lang might ask for a high price, but he didn't expect Zhang Lang to be so shameless. 1,000 silver coins, he actually dared to say that. 300. No more. Ning Yuhong said, I have investigated the prices of platinum-level equipment, and it definitely does not reach what you said. Even for a hidden professions weapon, 300 silver coins is enough. As Ning Yuhong spoke, he suddenly looked at Zhang Lang cunningly. Besides, with your relationship with Yan Yan, 300 should be too much. How about this? Give this equipment to Yan Yan. I will acknowledge your identity, and when we drink together in the future, I will let you have a bit. Although Ning Yan had rebutted his relationship with Zhang Lang last time, Ning Yuhong couldn't shake the feeling that something was off after returning home. On the contrary, Dong Xian's words made Ning Yuhong even more convinced. His little girl definitely has a special relationship with Yueying, far beyond just being acquaintances. Zhang Lang's eyes suddenly widened. No? What? He was already hesitant about 300 silver coins, and now it's for free? What relationship do I have with Ning Yan? What identity do I need you, Ning Yuhong, to acknowledge? Zhang Lang looked at Ning Yan with a puzzled face, wondering what she had told Ning Yuhong. At this moment, Ning Yan's cheeks turned red, filled with shame. Feeling Zhang Lang's gaze, Ning Yan wished she could dig a hole and hide in it. Unable to bear Zhang Lang's gaze any longer, Ning Yan bit her lip and suddenly raised her head, glaring at Ning Yuhong in anger and embarrassment. Dad! Don't talk nonsense! Ning Yuhong glanced at his daughter, shrugged his mouth, completely not believing her. Ning Yan's circle was very small, only school and home. She had even fewer male friends. According to Ning Yuheng's understanding, his daughter had no contact with boys at school. The only exception was the one in front of him, Yueying. If they weren't a couple, he, Ning Yuhong, would stand on his head while washing his hair. Ning Yuhong looked at Ning Yan and sighed inwardly. Alas, his daughter has grown up, and her elbow is turning outward. She would rather let her father suffer than let her boyfriend lose out. Chapter 92, 500 is 500. The more Ning Yuhong thought, the angrier he got, stopping Ning Yan from speaking with a look, and turned to Zhang Lang. What do you think of my proposal? Zhang Lang was still in confusion and disbelief, hurriedly shaking his head at Ning Yuheng's words. I don't think it's a good idea. What a joke. A platinum-level weapon for a hidden profession given away for free? His relationship with Ning Yan wasn't that close yet. Ning Yuhang's expression froze on his face, looking at Zhang Lang in disbelief. He rejected it. This kid probably doesn't plan to step into his home again. He glanced at Ning Yan. The pupils were filled with "Look, this is the man you chose." Ning Yan's expression was a bit awkward, but more than that, she felt ashamed of what Ning Yuhang had said earlier. She really did not expect her dad to have such thoughts. Clearly, she had already explained it before. Dad. We are just ordinary friends. When it comes to deals, let's just talk about the deal, without bringing up irrelevant things. Ning Yan exclaimed, yet deep inside, there was a faint sadness. Once the phrase ordinary friends came out, she felt a little lost in her heart. On the contrary, Zhang Lang nodded repeatedly, believing that what Ning Yan said was very right. A deal is a deal, what does feelings have to do with it? Can feelings help him sell the equipment for a good price? Can it help him improve his strength? Absolutely not. Ning team, let's negotiate the price properly. How about 800 silver coins? The effect of this weapon is very strong, buying it for Ning Yan will not be a loss. Hearing his daughter say this, Ning Yuhang still did not believe it in his heart, but he gave up on the idea of using their friendship to get the weapon for free. But 800 silver coins, Ning Yuhang felt it was still too high. 350. I don't have too many silver coins. Jiang Lang scoffed at what Ning Yuhang said. Ning Yuhang might not have enough, but behind him was the entire Longsha official. Could the official not gather a few hundred silver coins? If this piece of equipment could only be used by ordinary players, the official would definitely not spend much on it. But Ning Yan was different. She was one of the few hidden profession players currently in Longsha, and she had an S-level talent. Rumors have already spread saying that Ning Yan could be the second God General. Although any hidden profession or a player with a level or above talent can join the God General organization. However, each person's strength is different. The officials plan to establish 12 top God General positions to lead the other members of the God General organization. This situation had also occurred in the previous life. However, in the last life, the position of the second God General belonged to Ning Yuhang, not Ning Yan. As for the first God General, apart from Chen Rongxing, no other player could touch it. Now that Ning Yan might become the second God General, how could the officials not value her? Moreover, Zhang Lang did not intend to ask for too much, otherwise, even if he stubbornly insisted on 1,000 silver coins or more, the officials behind Ning Yuhang would agree. But Zhang Lang had no such intention. This was not just his game, it was the game of all humanity. After the game merged with reality, even though there were still frictions and disputes among humans, everyone was trying to survive in the game. If humanity wanted to continue existing, they needed the unity and cooperation of players. Ning Yan's strength increasing meant that Longsha's strength was increasing. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Lang also decided not to ask for too much. 500 silver coins, that's the lowest price. He stated the lowest price in his heart while looking at Ning Yuhang's expression. Beside him, Ning Yan was somewhat satisfied with this price, also looking eagerly at Ning Yuhang. Although she was a woman, she still held a high regard for the position of second God General. However, since gaining the illusionist profession and S-level talent, Ning Yan had not shown the corresponding strength. She simply lacked powerful equipment and skills. The illusionist profession was really too weak in the early stages. It was far inferior to Chen Rongxing's sword immortal profession. Many people outside had already questioned her strength, believing she was unworthy of the second God General position. After all, there were not just her and Chen Rongxing among Longsha's hidden profession players. When Ning Yan obtained the illusionist weapon, she had seen its attributes, which could greatly enhance her strength. Ning Yan wanted it and wanted to use true strength to shut everyone else's mouths. Ning Yuhang also understood the situation within, and without any hesitation, he immediately agreed as soon as Zhang Lang mentioned the bottom price. 500 is fine. It's a deal. Ning Yan's eyes lit up, her face full of excited charm as she said, "Thank you, Dad." Ning Yuhang smiled indulgently, "Don't thank me. I don't have that many silver coins." This is what those above meant. However, Yan, I need to remind you that some people above have their doubts about your abilities. Now that you have this equipment, you must prove yourself well, show that you have the capability to secure the position of the second Divine General. Slap their faces hard. I understand. Ning Yan gently nodded, her beautiful eyes full of determination. Ning Yuhang turned to look at Zhang Lang, and his gaze unconsciously carried a hint of bitterness. What are you staring for? Hurry up and trade. Zhang Lang was naturally happy to do so. After the two traded, Ning Yuhang transferred the illusionary glass staff to Ning Yan. A platinum-colored light cluster stretched endlessly in Ning Yan's hand, eventually transforming into a half-meter-long, rainbow-colored short staff. She stared eagerly at the staff in her hand, and it was clear to see that her beautiful eyes were filled with joy. Chapter 93, There are still many smart people. Illusionary glass staff, platinum level. Type, weapon, illusionist. Level, 13. Spirit plus 80. Effect, illusory invasion. Illusory invasion, when a target falls into your illusion skill, a layer of illusory mark will be added, lasting 5 seconds, with a maximum of 5 layers. During the existence of the mark, the enemy's defensive attributes decrease by 20%. When the mark disappears, each layer of the mark will cause a spirit shock to the enemy, dealing magical damage equal to spirit power *0.5 plus attack power *0.5. The more Ning Yan looked at it, the more she liked it, but her face quickly dimmed. Because the requirement to equip this weapon was something she still could not reach. The level to where the weapon was 15, she was only level 10 now. Dad. I'm going to find Si Yen to level up. Ning Yan said seriously as she looked up. Ning Yu Hong glanced at Zhang Lang. He originally wanted Zhang Lang to take Ning Yan to level up. After all, such an amazing fighter is hard to find. But upon recalling their previous conversation, and knowing Zhang Lang, he figured this guy would probably not agree. Even if he did agree, he would likely charge a fee. Ning Yu Hong immediately dismissed the thought and gently nodded to Ning Yan. Go! Be careful. Make sure to have a full team, especially bringing the best priest. Ning Yan nodded and then lightly nodded at Zhang Lang before turning to leave. She already couldn't wait to equip the illusionary glass staff. Seeing Ning Yan's figure disappear, Zhang Lang also didn't plan to stay any longer. He slowly got up from the chair and said softly, Ning team, I'm leaving too. Let's collaborate again when we have a chance. As he spoke, Zhang Lang turned to leave. However, Ning Yu Heng's voice rang from behind him. Wait a moment. I have something I want to discuss with you. Zhang Lang paused, turning back with suspicion to look at Ning Yu Hong. Sit down. Ning Yu Heng's expression no longer held the previous bitterness, instead, it turned stern and serious. Zhang Lang, filled with suspicion, sat back down, wondering what Ning Yu Hong wanted to say. My next words do not represent myself, but rather the intention from above. I'm just a messenger. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lang straightened his posture. The intention from above? What could they possibly want from him? They wouldn't ask him to surrender divine artifacts, right? Absolutely not. No way. Zhang Lang had already made up his mind that if Ning Yu Hong made a request like that, he would turn around and leave. There would be no need to cooperate with the authorities anymore. Fortunately, the situation he imagined did not happen. Ning Yu Hong picked up the cup of water on the table, taking a sip before continuing. There are a total of 691 novice towns in the Longsha area, but players' strengths vary greatly. There are some better areas, like Shangjing, Tianai, and Yangcheng, and then we have Lingjiang, where the player's general strength is quite high. However, the players in some smaller regions are not strong. According to previous statistics, currently there are only 83 new player towns across various regions with players above level 10. The rest haven't even opened the regional teleportation array. Jiang Lang listened, confused. What exactly did Ning Yu Hong mean to express? Could it be that he wanted him to help other regional players improve their strength? He couldn't do that. Not for any other reason, but because of the teleportation array. That thing is two-way. Only when both regions have opened the teleportation array can they communicate with each other. In a single situation, it is absolutely impossible. Seeing Jiang Lang's thoughts, Ning Yu Hong smiled and explained. Let me finish. It is speculated that beyond the new player towns, there is a broader world. So some people doubt whether to go to this world. They also need to open similar teleportation arrays? Jiang Lang's eyes flickered. There are indeed many smart people in this world. Surprisingly, someone guessed this situation. What Ning Yu Hong said is not false, but is actual. To enter the Divine Land, you really need to go through the teleportation array. Moreover, the appearance and use of this teleportation array also have requirements. It requires players to kill the final boss in the new player town before the teleportation array to the Divine Land will appear. As for using it, the restrictions are even more. First, players need to reach level 20, and secondly, each teleportation consumes 1 day of lifespan. 1 day's lifespan counts as teleportation fees, which is not much. Converted, it only costs 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin seems hard to obtain in the new player town, but it's nothing in the Divine Land. Most monsters there drop gold coins, with varying amounts. Some people even thought about future situations. It must be said, there are indeed many smart people in this world. Ning Yu Hong continued. It is also speculated that the world after the town may be the real, divine, game. At that time, all players around the world can interact with each other. When that time comes, disputes and battles are definitely inevitable. There is a saying, a quick step means fast steps ahead. We still don't know what the requirements to open the teleportation array will be, but the above means that if there needs to be combat power requirements to open it, I hope you can help. Jiang Lang was pleasantly surprised internally, but on the surface, he remained indifferent. He originally had such a plan. Jiang Lang did not have such noble qualities, he had only thought of himself at that time. Any boss first kill would get the highest reputation value, and Jiang Lang's initial goal was just to gain higher reputation value. He had originally planned to level up a few more times and then go hunt the final boss in various regions. But unexpectedly, Ning Yuhong had brought it up himself. Free ride? Jiang Lang retorted. Ning Yuhong snorted, glaring at Jiang Lang irritably. This guy really was greedy for money, making people angry. Not worthy of his little cotton-padded jacket. However, Ning Yuhong also knew that if he didn't give Jiang Lang some benefits, why would he help? With that time, wouldn't it be better to improve his own strength? So although Ning Yuhong felt a bit displeased, he still gave Jiang Lang the reply he wanted. After all, this was also the above's meaning. Reward. Alright. Jiang Lang nodded and then asked, what's the price? It's very expensive to make me take action. Ning Yuhong was both amused and speechless as he looked at Jiang Lang. What else do you want? One time you help me, I give you a divine item? That's not out of the question. You're dreaming. Ning Yuhong said sharply. There are only 3 divine items officially owned currently, that number may not even be more than what you have in hand, right? You still want divine items? Why don't you take my life? Your life isn't worth much. Jiang Lang muttered quietly, causing Ning Yuhong to widen his eyes. After a pause, Ning Yuhong continued. The above means that each time you help, you will receive corresponding rewards. And any rewards obtained will belong to you. Of course, if a divine item appears. If a divine item appears, it must belong to me. Otherwise, there is nothing to discuss. Jiang Lang immediately interrupted Ning Yuhong, his tone firm and decisive. Ning Yuhong had a half-smile expression on his face. You're anxious. Did I say that acquired divine items must be handed over? Jiang Lang felt a bit awkward. But having lived 2 lives, he had long mastered the skill of being shameless, showing no embarrassment on his face. If you think it's okay, then let this be our agreement. When the time comes, if I need help, I will have Xiao Yan. I will notify you. Okay. Jiang Lang said nonchalantly. Most players are around level 10 now, and even if the teleportation array is activated, they can't enter the Divine Land. He doesn't even have a chance to teleport, this matter cannot be rushed. Alright. You can go now. Ning Yuhong issued the dismissal order. Jiang Lang didn't care and stood up to leave. By the way, I live at 803, Unit 3, Building 9, Legion Garden. You can come to my house to play if you have time. But remember to bring a gift, otherwise, I won't let you in. A sudden voice from behind made Jiang Lang pause. He turned back sharply to look at Ning Yuhong, his pupils filled with confusion. What's going on? Ning Yuhong also stared straight at Jiang Lang, his tone laced with disdain. I said I would give way to you when drinking. Don't worry. Jiang Lang's mouth twitched. Ning Yuhong has a lot of inner thoughts. Why does he insist on thinking he has a connection with Ning Yan? Suddenly, Jiang Lang thought of something and looked at Ning Yuhong with caution. Old fox. She is not just interested in the wine. She wants to find out his true identity, such a simple plan would not fool him. As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Lang was stunned and cursed inwardly. Damn! Why would he think like this? He is not Ning Yan's real boyfriend, so he wouldn't go to Ning Yuhong's home. With a glance at Ning Yuhong, Jiang Lang left without looking back. After Jiang Lang's figure disappeared, Ning Yuhong suddenly sighed. Epsilon Satface Omicron asterisk, sigh, I failed. This kid is quite cautious. He originally wanted to catch Jiang Lang off guard, hoping he would instinctively agree. Unexpectedly, Jiang Lang didn't fall into his trap. He didn't even respond. Besides this, Ning Yuhong felt suspicious again. Could it be that his daughter and Yue Ying are really not a couple? But his daughter indeed doesn't often interact with men, how could she suddenly make a male friend? Ning Yuhong shook his head, no longer thinking about these matters. He believes that Yue Ying's identity will not remain hidden forever, there will be a day of exposure. At that time, everything will become clear, and the relationship between the two will be revealed. To be honest, Ning Yuhong still hopes Jiang Lang can become his son-in-law. After all, who doesn't want a son-in-law with great abilities? Before the game arrived, Ning Yuhong's perfect son-in-law was a capable man who was thoughtful and good at taking care of the family. But after the game arrived, Ning Yuhong's thinking changed. Only those who are powerful in the game are his ideal son-in-law candidates. This type of player is not numerous, but there are still a few. For example, Chen Rongxing. But Yue Ying stands out even more. His strength is on an entirely different level compared to ordinary players, and even the official figure Chen Rongxing cannot compare. If possible, Ning Yuhong truly hopes the two are in a romantic relationship. In this deadly game, no one knows when they will die. Having a strong protector for his daughter would put Ning Yuhong's mind at ease. This damn game. Ning Yuhong cursed silently, then stood up to leave. He couldn't just settle for the current situation, improving his strength was the most important thing.